We're streaming Seraph's Last Stand. And we're going for a world record attempt. Um, Before we get started here, I'm going to go ahead and unlock all the upgrades, because my last few attempts, I did manage to get quite a few souls from, as you can see. Which is why we're even going for a world record attempt in the first place, because, yeah, we have a lot. Ooh, we can go for even more crit chance. That's really good. More health, more armor. We'll just use up get all these fully upgraded. So what I'm gonna be doing is I will be using, of course, the Challenger hat. Like, that's pretty standard for world record attempts. So instead of the fedora, which is what I'm kind of using to figure out my builds, I'm just gonna use the Challenger hat and then use my souls to reroll and get the items that I want in particular. If I don't get lucky and just see a good item in there to begin with. So yeah, I think we can go ahead and get started pretty soon here. I did want to also check out, I think it's this button. I wanted to see, sorry, I have scrolling going on here. Not Exorcist. Okay, Absorbent is that one. There's a particular one I don't want to get, actually, of these, they're called Ascensions. When you get a certain number of stacks of something, you get an extra effect unlocked automatically. They're called Ascensions. And there's one I don't want to get for... just so we can make it a little bit more AFK when we get to the later parts. Enchanter is the one, so I need 3 stacks of Will-O-Wisp, but not 4. Okay. Just double checking that before we get into it too much. The rest of them we are kind of okay with unlocking, for the most part. The HP one is a little bit meh as well. It does double your health, so it's pretty good, but I don't think we're going to need that, as you'll see, because Absorption is so OP. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started then. We're going to have double enemies, but 20% chance of getting double items. If the double enemies ends up being a problem, we can just change it back to the normal hat, because I know with the normal hat I can get at least wave 200. It goes 240 something is what I had started with. So let's get this party rolling with some fragmentation. We're just gonna reroll quite heavily at the beginning here until we get like our actual stuff set up, like appraisal and all that. It's gonna be quite a bit of re-rolling. Let's go for that. I might end up going Tome a bit, but I don't want to go Tome, I don't want to get Nerd. So I guess that's another Ascension that I don't want. Just because I found that Nerd made it so that you would just run into things and die. And as you'll see, because we're abusing Absorption, we want to be particularly careful about moving. We'll take some luck. After we get a couple fragments, I'll probably start getting the one that gives us extra options. We just need to like invest into damage a little bit early here. There's more luck, sure. So when we get to some of the later waves, it will be a bit, sorry. When we get to the later waves, it will be a little bit more relaxed, but right now I'm just kind of focusing a bit. Well, there's appraisal there too, but we'll go for a frag here. We need just a tiny bit of damage now. I mean, that's a tiny bit of damage. We can go for a little more. Just gotta throw a couple rerolls in here, just to get this party rolling. As you can see, that will set us up quite nicely to hopefully roll through these waves a bit quicker. And we'll do a little bit more damage. Just a bit more damage then. Alright, sweet. I think we're good for the moment now. We should be able to speed through these waves. And I'll just be looking out for particular items that I want for more late game pieces. So get a bit more luck. Perfect. That was a pretty quick. I wasn't expecting to get the luck out that quickly, but that will help us in the long run as well. The next thing we're really looking for is some defensive pieces. Sure, I'll take maybe... let's just start stacking, where is it? Appraisal. Sure, we're always going to need a bit more damage. It's a little bit... Investing heavy into damage right now isn't really the greatest thing to do, but... because we are planning on at some point getting Tome. But it's just too much of an investment right now to get that right off the bat. So let's start stacking precision now, I think. And the next time we see a crit, we'll take it. Cloak. So there is a trait that we'll get with Cloak called Absorption, I believe, and it will let us basically tank bullets forever. It's just a little bit broken right now. Just a little bit. So yeah, keep your eye out for that. I'll let you know when we get there, but for now we should just be trying to speed through these waves. You see, we haven't picked up any lifesteal or anything defensive yet, because we should be just blowing shit up. At some point we will pick up something defensive, probably after we get Absorbent, honestly. Just to like heal us back to full when we need to, but for now, let's get another appraisal. And pretty soon here we're going to have to start investing into crit. Ooh, we got a leech. Sure, I'll take a leech. So now we don't really care about the damage we're taking as much. And I'll take a tome. Early tome. Okay, we already unlocked luck. We don't need that. I don't think any of these actually are good for me at the moment. Ooh, there's precision. There's also eyesight, though. But we can do eyesight more once we get a little bit more tome. If it feels like we're struggling a bit to do the damage to blow everything up. Which is going to happen at some point fairly soon. I don't like any of these, actually. Still don't like any of these. Precision? We're gonna want a lot of precision, this you'll see. Precision is definitely one of the better ones. Get a bit more appraisal. Okay, yeah, we probably have to start getting crit now. Or more frag, at the very least. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start hard rolling for cloak, I think, as well. In my normal parts. For my normal rolls. Cloak and frag. Until we get the appraisal online, unfortunately, it's a little bit sketchy. I think we need one more cloak or something. Hey, okay, so this is absorption. This is the really broken thing. This basically means we don't have to worry about taking bullets as damage. which you didn't even get a chance to see there, unfortunately, but now I'm going to start stacking tomes so we can get, you can see here, I don't really take damage from bullets anymore. I'm going to start stacking tome, I think. We need to get to 10, but no higher. So those melee dudes will kill me still, but no one else should be able to. Let's see. Let's go for some more precision. Yeah, super crits. Ooh, that was close. I don't think they can one-shot me yet, but oh, nice. That's a good tome. Right, I just need to keep my eye on my tome numbers. I don't want it to go above a certain number. It's actually like 12 or 13, I think, but just to be safe, I'm going to do 10. We don't really need more than that. Last time I did this without tome, so... but tome should make it slightly more efficient. Oh, cold. Yes, we want that at some point. My plan is to stack about 100 cold as well by the time we get to some of the later game waves. Alright. I said I will be using quite a few souls early on, but once we get higher stuff, it won't be as bad. So I'll have more things. Uh-oh, this is pretty bad. Okay, we're good. You can see I haven't really stacked anything defensive except a Resorption. That's probably how we're going to end it as well. Like, that's just how we're going to have it for the whole round. Okay, I might need to get some crit here, we'll see. No? Okay, we're doing fine still. I'm gonna get just a little bit of crit right now. I'm a little scared. We do have 5 tome? Oh, I thought it was more than that. Shit. But you can see that even just having that one crit is gotten our damage up quite a bit. Let's go for... I don't really want any of these, actually. Little resonance wouldn't hurt, actually. Oh, I should've... Oh shit, that also can be done with tome. I forgot. Actually, that's probably not the best one to go for. I probably should've just gone for higher super crit damage. Alright. So there's only like... Oh, regrowth is actually one I do want at some point. Regrowth. Regrowth. Alright. Speeding through these first waves now. With that little bit of crit we picked up. Just gotta watch out for that melee. We should be profiting souls quite soon here. We're gonna get all of regrowth unlocked. As you'll see, that's actually a pretty good thing with crit. Because you can basically just one-shot everything within the first second of them spawning. Which is pretty good. It turns out that's pretty good. Okay, we have 6 tome now. Starting to get some headway there. So you can kind of see the power of... I can just tank all these bullets and not care. The power of... what is that? Absorption, I believe? Cloak, 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 absorption, yeah. Absorbent, my bad. We could use the Will-O-Wisp, actually. Sure, we want to get 3 of these exactly, and no more? Wait, we have 2! We got 2 because of, Challenger, okay. Good to know. I think we could still get 3 then, and not unlock the card, if I understand the mechanics correctly. But we'll just stick with 3 just to be safe. Oh, fragmentation. Hey! That's gonna make things a little bit quicker. Start getting some explosions going. So I'm at tome 6 now. So I just need to keep an eye on that a bit. More precision. So yeah, at this point I could probably just sit and not do anything, but we'll just kind of speed it up still. So these waves are much quicker than the later waves, as we'll see later on. It does start to get a little bit ridiculous. Hey, more tome. Tome 8 now. Okay, one more tome and then we will be done with scaling up. Pretty much. I mean, we still need a bit of appraisal, but... focusing down these melee areas. They're the only things that can do damage to me. I mean, technically the other things can do damage to me, they just can't kill me. They can't deal the last bit of damage. Okay, we're at 9 tome. Just go ahead and take this eyesight. Nice! So we want to see if we're getting any blues instead of purples, which it looks like we still are. So we probably are going to need to take at least one more eyesight. So purples are the super crits, which are 3 times damage. You can see Speculator, so it gives us that. And that's why we're specking fully into precision here. Because anytime we see a precision, we're probably going to take it, just because it will increase our damage massively. Once we get a little base damage as well, that will help. But I'm holding off on doing that until we max out Tome. But the main thing that kind of carries this is definitely the Absorbent. Absorbent's pretty good. Because otherwise there's some enemies in the later game that they shoot these purple bullets that they fire very quickly and will basically one-shot you. Like, I think I had 2,000 health and full armor and they still one-shot me, so I'm pretty sure they do like a shitload of damage. Like an actual shitload. Alright. This is our last tome, I believe? Yes. Okay, now we can start taking some common items when we see them. Particularly about common damage, common attack speed. You can see because I'm basically doing what I would do in the late game here, which is I'm just ignoring the bullets. And this is a very cool one actually. So I believe the way that this works is it can super crit, and it stacks with our we have currently 9 stacks that basically make this crits for 3 times damage and then multiplies by this 9, I believe, is how it works. Because I was one-shotting people with about 33 stacks of this thing. So, yeah, or like close to one-shotting them. Obviously, because it's not full 1%, it's 0.75%. But, you can see, like, we can just sit here, even if we don't have the Will-O-Wisp, like, things would just start dying. Depending on if we get the super crit, because obviously we're not maxing on crit right now. And we also only have 9 stacks of whatever this is, precision. So, since we're maxed out, actually I'm going to take Overheat. No, we'll take Catalyst. We'll get more Overheat later. I've not invested like anything into damage, so we'll start getting that base damage up as well. I might try to stick with this amount of fragmentation for now until we start running into issues, because there is a problem with the RAM destroyer actually, you know, causing your computer, not computer lag, but the game to lag really. So there is something to consider there in terms of speeding things up. Because the main thing, past wave like 100 that I've had experience with as the problem with getting higher waves is actually the amount of time. It's just an enormous amount of time. Even if you're killing them, as you can see, pretty much as they're spawning, there's just an enormous amount of time that happens for each wave, like 5 minutes per wave. And if you're doing 100 waves, you know, it's like pretty crazy how much that adds up. So once we get to later waves here, we'll probably like pop on a podcast or something. Just kind of roll with it. Ooh, almost ran into that. We will get stability at some point here, but that's another thing that I believe is affected by tome because it's a common item, so we'll just get that later. Let's get our third Will-O-Wisp now. Yep. Speed that up a bit. The reason I don't want to have the one where you have to... the one where if you get another Will-O-Wisp, it will like concentrate all of them into firing at the same spot, is that if I can basically just sit here if I wanted to and just like let the bullets hit me, obviously because they can't kill me, and then my Will-O-Wisp can kill those pesky little guys. Gonna get a bit of crit. Almost didn't notice that. This is definitely the one I want to go for. You can see we are getting a lot more purples now because I've already stacked tome. We're still getting a couple of blues, so we're gonna take more crit at some point here as well. But things should be going a lot faster now that we're mega critting all the time. Mega crit. And we'll take a little bit of attack speed, I guess. Hey, streamer. Gosh. Just lag there for a sec. Alright, a bit more damage. Don't mind if I do. So if you're not sure the ones, I'll explain once I get this item. Hold on. We want that one. Okay. If you're not sure which ones are the meleeers, you can see the ones that are kind of coming straight at me. And they come in a little bit quicker than the others as well. Like these little boxes. Later on they turn into, there's different ones. So I'll kind of try to point them out as they evolve here. There's a final one, so at some point they will stop changing. At least as far as I've seen, there's a final one. It was like for 100 plus waves, it was the same meleeer dude, but you see these little boxes, those are the guys coming at me right now. With their deadly melee damage. So the reason I'm most afraid of melee damage is that absorbent. If you actually read it in the thing, it says it will give you it'll give you health back based on the number of bullets shot at you in the time frame during which you're invulnerable. And the reason the glitch kind of works is the way that let me try to explain this a little better. The way that the glitch works with basically making you invulnerable to bullets is that absorbent, you can see here we're just taking a bunch of damage, like way more than we have the health to deal with. The way that absorbent works is that it will give you your health back for the amount of time that you've been amount of bullets you've taken while you're invulnerable. Let me try that again. It'll give you the health back for the amount of bullets that hit you while you're invulnerable at the end of the invulnerability period, and after you've taken 0 damage all the way to 0. So you take all of your damage, and then afterwards you would get the health back for the number of bullets that hit you. So if I get hit by 1 bullet and it does my entire health bar, I go down to 1 health. at the very end of it, regardless of how much damage the bullet does and how much health I have. Which is why I'm not speccing anything into health, as you can see. I'm quite weak. I've got no armor, no health. At some point I'll probably get the armor just for the reflection ability. It is quite useful, I think, to kill stuff. So we can try that out at some point. But for the moment... Oh shit, I didn't see if I was doing crits or not, so I was talking so much. I think I've already got regrowth. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this one, I think. Let's get some damage or stability. I think we'll go with damage, because we'll get the stability at some point. When other things are not being offered. Stability doesn't really matter as much at later stages, from what my current understanding is. Once you get to a certain point, the enemy stability is just like absolutely ridiculous. Or it might just be that there's like a perk called Pac-Man that you get when you max out stability. I'm not sure if you can eat enemy bullets anymore. Or if they ever eat yours. Not entirely sure actually how that all works. We'll go ahead and skip that one and we'll get some precision. Oh, it's a boss. If you're seeing some lag, that is the game. That is not your computer. That is definitely on this end. Alright, well that was the boss. That was like a 10-second boss. Most of the time was actually the lag. Okay, we'll get a bit more leech. I can get leech later as we'll just get cold because we know we're gonna need cold later on. So my plan is with cold, I'm gonna max out cold to 100% so that the regrowth, the plague spreader I mean, off the regrowth, will every 1 second, freeze every enemy to 100%. So they won't be able to move or shoot bullets or anything. I assume that's how freeze work. I don't know exactly the mechanics behind it, but that way, even if I don't blow them up in one hit, which is going to be obviously the plan, I will just freeze them in place so they won't be able to do anything. You see these waves are starting to take a little longer, even though we are, like I said, kind of killing everything as they spawn. Just because there are the sheer number of enemies that are coming out is quite high. Alright. This looks like this might be a stability, actually. Oh, there's a catalyst in here. We'll go ahead and stack up the damage a bit more. Always do with a bit more damage. That's actually fairly close. If that guy got close enough to me to do melee damage, I might have been fucked, but... Generally it's a good idea, I think, to stick near my dudes, because they will shoot for me if something is getting too close. Because obviously I can miss with all the things on the screen. It's, especially in the later waves, it's very easy to miss a meleeer that's just coming at you and you didn't see it. So the plan is to have as much automated defense as possible. Which is why we should have the ability to do AFK later on. Oh, I once again didn't see if I'm doing regular crits or not still. Or if they're all super crits. I think they're all super crits. I think we're 100% crit now. Unfortunately, I don't know of a way to see this, like what your current stats are in the game. With Tome, it's a little bit tricky to see that. Because you can't tell, these numbers are all wrong with Tome. Numbers at the bottom, for common items at least. Actually, I think for all the items, because I've seen it where it says you've got like 2 Will-O-Wisps and you only got 1, for example. There's more precision, so we're gonna go with that. Let's see, we're up to 15 stacks of precision. We should be dealing a lot of damage fairly soon here. We're definitely gonna be stacking that higher though. That's not the limits of precision by any stretch of the imagination. Alright. Get a bit more cold, I guess. We'll grab Leech when we see it as like in the common pool. At some point you do stop getting the legendary pools. Once you hit like kind of the later waves. How much cold do we have now? 5. Alright. We're getting somewhere with that. Won't really start impacting things until we get to like 25 or so, I think. That's when I really started to see a difference. Alright, precision. Sweet. Speed through these waves. I might have gotten the speedrun achievement even though I was stacking Tome. We'll see. I'm gonna have to do a specific run for that. Obviously this is a world record attempt, so I'm just optimizing for the attempt rather than anything else, but we're getting close to the one-shot on Plague Spreader, I think. It's doing about half their health at least, because they will take like, you can see them like become more gray when you do damage to them. About 6,000 damage right now from Plague Spreader on those big guys. Let's see, what should we get next? We can maybe start trying to get the Rage stacked. Yeah, we can go for Rage at some point here. We're gonna want Rage's perk, which is it allows you to revive once every 5 rounds. The actual perk Rage is kind of useless, I think. I mean, even though we can camp low health, honestly. Like, we can take one of these hits and just camp low health for a bit. Or if we just stand still, basically, then we'll be camping low health most of the time, and we will technically proc Rage that way. Assuming you don't kill them too quickly to shoot the bullets. But most of the time, they usually get a bullet or 2 off before they die. If you're killing them fairly quickly, as you can see how I'm doing. Oh, sweet. Some more damage. Nice. Does absolutely nothing. Recoup some of our souls here that we've been spending on rerolling. We should make actually quite a hefty profit on souls if it goes according to plan here. These 2,000 souls that I've got were basically all from one run that I was doing to test this strat, where I learned some of these things. I was basically trying various things out to see what worked and what didn't. And that's why I found out about the absorbent glitch actually. So. Originally I was kind of going more for like a tanky build, where you would like reflect damage back at people to kill them, but in this case it just turns out that this build is far quicker and more superior in terms of how far you can go with it, because absorbent's OP. You can just kill the meleeers before they get to you. That's the only real risk of this one. And I'm hoping to get like the one called like burning something. It basically makes you deal like 40 body damage in a cone around you. Get some more cold. It's always satisfying when they all spawn at the beginning and just you pop them all with the fragmentation. I actually played this for a while before I stumbled on crit being really good, for crit with frag in particular, because fragmentation kind of falls off without crit. Ooh, get some more damage. Fragmentation does kind of fall off without crit, like quite rapidly, like on wave 45-ish. But with the crit, you can just kill everything very quickly. So you get another multiplier on top. It's quite a big multiplier for the really nice thing about it is that it does stack for every single source of damage. So like even Plague Spreader, you know, like it's doing that every even monsters that aren't having bullets shot at them are taking a shitload of damage from that. And eventually it should be the point where it's a one shot, but hey, cold. Once we get to the final set of enemies, I'll maybe say some stuff for the YouTube video, and then we'll kick it over to some background stuff, because it is going to take a while to get to the 417 you can see on the bottom right. Is the number that we need to beat for the world record. If we do get above 240 or so, we will also take the regional, like the record in this region at least. So we're almost certainly going to get past that, from my understanding, unless the double waves of enemies going to fuck me over from this hat versus the other one. But I don't think the double enemies is actually going to be too much of a downside here. Appraisal is useless right now. Let's get some more damage. Having the bullets one-shot stuff too is pretty nice. The thing that sails the best is definitely the Plague Spreader, I think, in terms of damage. Because it does just one-shot at a certain point. But having the bullets do a lot of damage is pretty useful too, because you can see like the screen is just filled with my bullets because of fragmentation and the Will-O-Wisps. And we haven't really stacked much attack speed even yet, or fragmentation. Like we barely stacked fragmentation at all. I'm keeping it just to frag to Ram Destroyer because is it Ram Destroyer? Because I do not want it to lag, as I mentioned before. I want to minimize the lag. I guess we'll take a bit of attack speed. Why not? How many stacks of cold do we have now? 7, alright. Respectable. So we got the max crit in 5 of these puppies. Can't hover it. Give me the hover. Eyesight. Alright, get a bit more cold. Alright, 8. Usually they come in around this angle. So we'll just kind of spray over this way. You can kind of see where I'm aiming because of the streamer. Otherwise, I don't know how easy it would be to see. Alright. We have fragmentation on offer. But we're going to go precision over it, I've already kind of explained some of the reasoning. If we do start dying after we get our, obviously we'll get our free revive from rage. If we start dying while trying to AFK it, we can start upping the amount of frag. Even though obviously it's going to destroy my computer. It will also benefit us quite massively to have more than the amount of frag we have. As a lot of the passive damage I'm getting is just things getting hit by these random bullets coming from frag. We could definitely stack it like 10 times more than it is right now, pretty easily. With such a high appraisal, we get a hard reroll for frag when we need to. Or precision. Precision and grace. These are like the 17,000 damage. That's from Plague Spreader, I believe. Well, the really high numbers. So the thing we're worried about is one of these melees coming in at a very fast pace and rushing us. Well, we're lower health from just taking bullets all the time. Because like I said, the bullets do take us down to 1 sometimes. I'm just gonna grab stability now. Okay, that didn't give us the perk. I expected it to give us Pac-Man there, but it did not. It says we're at 1 stability. I wonder if Tome doesn't work on that. I should definitely get it by the second one if Tome is working properly on it. But one of the best ways you can kind of see I'm just moving back and forth left and right here is if the melee is at their current speed, get close enough to me, I can just kite them a bit. And it's much easier to kite the melees than it does the bullets, which is why I think absorption is so OP. Absorbent. Yeah, absorbent. Sorry. I keep saying absorption. Alright, a bit more damage. 21k, nice. This is going to be getting to the point where we start dealing hundreds of thousands of damage. But for now, this is we're pretty ahead on the damage curve right now. Just a little bit. So I think once we get to the final wave of enemies, they do just scale infinitely with health and attack speed. I don't know if movement speed is something that they scale with. I'm not 100% sure if they go faster at all in later stages. But definitely they have more health. They have more more damage, more attack speed. I'm gonna go ahead and skip that. I'll take an overheat, I think, or a leech. Take an overheat. We are gonna get the vampirism perk at some point. 50% healing is just massive. But I'll do that when I see it through normal rerolls, probably. Hey, it's cold. That's the thing I was trying to stack. Yeah, you won't really be able to see the effects of cold yet, because obviously we're killing things before they can be colded, but just in case it does scale beyond my damage scaling, I do want the cold to be fully stacked. That's my reasoning at the moment. We'll stack cold and attack speed, and then even if things get close enough to me, I should at the very least be able to freeze them permanently. And if I got lucky, I get that 1% chance of just killing them straight out with Freezer. Damage from any source has a 1% chance to insta-kill enemies. Let's get some more attack speed. This is kind of how we'll be AFKing it. I'm just kind of showing you how that will look. We'll just stand here, and then as soon as we die from rage, we don't have rage yet, but from rage being fully stacked, we will be able to have a free death. Then we can ramp things up and start moving. Moving is probably going to be the biggest effect we can have, but we can also start taking more impactful abilities. For the only one I can think of really is frag, that I won't be stacking really high. So obviously I'm taking a lot of the impactful abilities already. It's just the frag is the only one that I'm worried about taking too high. Alright. None of these are very good. I might take Shrink at some point, but it's not super imperative at the moment, so I'm gonna go ahead and skip that and get some more damage. We're kind of falling behind on the crit damage. We only got 20. We really want to stack that up to like 40 pretty soon here. I just haven't seen very many of them, or I don't know if I just missed them. Didn't click them, but definitely want to be clicking those when we see them at this point. This stage of the game. I mean, probably pretty much until the end of the game, we're going to be wanting to do that. Since killing the enemies quickly seems like a pretty good strategy from so far, at least with Absorbent. Hey, it's precision. Yep, that's better than any of these Will-O-Wisps we actually actively want to avoid at the moment. Oh, okay. So this is the next wave of melee areas. We've kind of been dealing with the boxes and stuff up till now, like the little pokey dudes, like that one there. But there is now a more powerful enemy. I'll just stop shooting here, so hopefully we can catch our eyes on him. It's like a Star Destroyer, it looks like, from Star Wars. And he is another melee area that takes a lot of damage. That one there, it's kind of hard to see them because they do die so quickly. Even though they are very, very tanky for this level. That one that took 86,000 damage right there. But you'll see them as they come in. They look kind of like Star Destroyers. That one there, again. I'm kind of pointing them out after they've already died. But, oh, there's another one there. Actually, two of them. And there's one there. Okay. You can see the ones that are taking 88,000 damage, basically. The Star Destroyers. Those guys are the next tier of melee. And I believe those ones are the same ones we'll see even in the final waves. Which will be indicated because we'll be able to see like the gold. There's like a gold enemy that does a shitload of damage. I believe it's that enemy that does a fuckload of damage in the final waves, but it's kind of hard to tell because by the time you get there, you've got all these different things stacking, like different effects rolling at the same time, so you don't really get much of an opportunity to like test, you know, what is the thing that is doing all the damage. But with Absorbent, I've been able to do a little bit of testing on it, and I think it's I think it is that gold enemy shooting purple bullets very rapidly with high damage that does the most. And I think that's probably what gates a lot of people getting past the higher waves, is they don't realize that. But obviously now with Absorbent, if anyone even takes Cloak with Absorbent, then like the damage doesn't matter because they can only go down to 1 health. Unless a melee attacks them. So yeah, as soon as I discovered that glitch with Absorbent, I was like, oh shit, I need to try to get the world record at this point. So I'm not sure how many people know about it. I'm sure some people have figured it out by now. There's definitely, like I said, there's 417 is the highest record, so, and it's gone up a lot since the new release, so there's definitely a couple broken things released. I think Freeze is a little bit broken too, probably, but I haven't seen its effects really, because I've been fiddling around with this build more, which, as you can tell, is kind of hard to see the effects of Freeze if everything is dying in a few bullets. But, so I haven't really, like, been able to tell how much broken that is, but it does seem quite broken to me. So, like, if a melee is coming at us and we freeze them to 100% with a few bullets, then, like, it doesn't matter about him anymore, and you can start focusing on other enemies. Well, he's 100% frozen, like other guys that are coming at you. We're just kind of picking up souls, kind of more to reduce lag than anything. It does also mean that we're kind of like dodging shit a little bit. Of the stability is the one I want. Oh, I didn't get Pac-Man. Interesting. I'm at least 300%. That's like 6 stability. Huh. I mean, eventually I will just get Pac-Man the normal way, too, if Tome doesn't affect that. I forget what wave the super enemies start showing up. It's like probably, I'm guessing around 100. And then we'll move to, like I said, the more AFK style here. Just because there won't be any new things to show in terms of enemies. And I think my little wisp will be able to take care of everything. Any meleeers coming at me, you can kind of see, like, we can do another test run. Just see, I'm not doing anything right now. I could even press Q if I really wanted to, but I don't need to, as you can see. Q just makes it so auto-fires, but I don't need that, like I said. Because the bullets can't kill me. Let's get some more damage, shall we? But yeah, for now I'm gonna stick around and pick up souls. I'm definitely gonna pick up souls at least between each wave. Just to, like I said, reduce the lag. So, yeah, in the later waves you do start stacking up so many souls in the waves. Not to actually gain the souls, but more, I mean, it's nice to have a recoup on my investment, really. I've invested quite a few souls into this run, but I'll recoup that quite nicely. But also, just to reduce the lag, like I said, I think just the number of elements on the screen is generally how games work. Obviously, I haven't been able to do very much testing on it, because this is like my second time getting this high in the wave count, but like, what are we getting to 200 plus? So I don't know for sure that that's the case, but it's just a guess. Based on how other games work, the more elements on the screen, it generally lags things a lot. Ooh, we got Rage, I think? Or we could get Stability. I think Stability is better than Rage. So we'll stack that a little bit higher, and we got Pac-Man finally. So now our bullets... Oh hey! There's the gold enemies, by the way. See those pink bullets that they shoot? Those bullets are quite dangerous. This one here, boom. You can see my health like went to 0. I mean, I guess any bullet's really going to take my health to 0, but that pink one, I believe, does the most damage of all of these enemies. So, now that we've seen the pink bullet off the golden enemy, I think we could probably start AFKing this. But, I'll just keep going until I feel like I need something in the background to kind of keep us going. Like I said, it will get a little bit monotonous at some point here. But we'll keep stacking crit. Keep wait, do I have rage? Try hard now. Okay. I thought that was the perk for rage. I was gonna beat myself up there for over investing into that perk, because I feel like we don't really want anything in that perk after we get the ascension of it. I forget what it's even called, but it does have quite a powerful effect, I think. We'll get a bit more cold. At some point I might start stacking some of the other things, but I want at least 50 cold. Probably I want more like 100 cold. Because I really like the idea of one bullet just completely freezing an enemy. And then, you know, my little will-o-wisp will target whatever else gets closer. So I can just camp here and let them do the work for me. Obviously, if they are completely frozen, any source of damage will have a chance to insta-kill them. So if we really hammer into our attack speed, we're getting like 100 bullets off, and hammer into frag as well, then all the different bullets that hit them, there's a good chance that they're just gonna die incidentally, even if I don't have the damage to kill them in the later waves. Well, I think we will. I didn't really see any problems with the damage going up to wave 204 is where I kind of stopped. I was like, okay, I should probably just do a world record attempt. It's taking so long. But, alright. We get a little bit of catalyst here. At some point I might start rerolling for a bit more crit damage, because I am wary that my damage is not as high as I would like it to be for that. And also cold. Crit and cold. Or attack speed wouldn't hurt either for my little wisps. Wispy wisps. I was doing my experiment. I didn't quite get to the point where I felt pressured by anything, so I did just give it up or just did the give up option just because it was taking so long. But now we're just gonna go the full way. If it takes a few hours, that's fine. I've allocated the time this time to make sure that happens. And even if we only get halfway through the run or whatever, like a couple hours in, then we can obviously pause it and alt-tab out and just kind of leave it running in the background. It's actually what I've been doing for the last few days with the other run I had, just because I didn't really have more than like an hour or so at a time. Obviously being the weekend now, I can definitely allocate the time for this. Let's go with some more Resonance over Catalyst, I think. I mean, Catalyst is really good, too. We'll go with Catalyst. At some point, Resonance will become more important, but right now I still feel like getting the huge damage on our bullets is quite nice. Especially with the frag coming in clutch. Killing things quickly. Okay, let's do an AFK test. I'm just gonna leave my guy shooting here. I don't know if it actually makes sense to even be shooting, honestly, because that might actually even slow it down a bit. Because it does produce more bullets on the screen. Are my guys shooting? They're in the wall like that? Are they not shooting? I'm not sure, actually. More damage. It looks like two of them aren't shooting, actually. So I actually do need to be, like, over here or something. this like fix itself? Yeah, it does. Okay. So this works at least. They're all concentrated now, but whew, that was a little scary actually. Just kind of making sure that I'm not gonna die if I go AFK. We'll prioritize getting a little bit of rage as well, just so we can do that a little bit more safely. Right. Hey, there's rage. That's just what I was talking about. I'm still kind of watching it right now. So I'm not really AFK, but I'm just kind of making sure that things are gonna go out according to plan. As we've already invested quite a bit of time to getting this far. I'm still kind of stoked that that boss kill took like 10 seconds. That was so cool. That was like a speedrun boss kill. And obviously that was after we had stacked home to 10, so like we had invested quite a few perks into not dealing damage. So far, none of the Star Destroyers have gotten too close. They can get just a little bit closer than the beginning without doing melee damage. Alright. Grab a bit more cold. Unfortunately, it's not possible for me to get any rage on that one, so I can't re-roll for it. So at this point, it's kind of more of a cookie clicker until we get to some challenging waves. But the next challenging wave is, I don't even know when, honestly. So like I said, I got to 204 without basically doing this strat. And didn't really run into very many problems when I just kept stacking crit. And attack speed, and, you know, all the good stuff. All the stuff you've seen me stacking. Crit, attack speed, damage. Frag I also kind of stacked a bit, but yeah, ironically with fragmentation, the more enemies that come at you, it's actually kind of better. Because once you kill one, they explode into the other ones. So, as long as your bullets do enough damage. Which we've kind of tried to ensure. Okay, we're looking for rage specifically at this point. So, I am going to do that. Oh, I really want that precision, honestly. Oh, okay, I'm gonna take cold. The rage. Such a rare one to see. I mean, it's not that rare given we have about 10 appraisals and the luck stacked, but like I said, we do want 100 gold at some point, so I really can't pass up on that. We're at 14 gold right now. So with that, I think about 5 bullets, maybe like 7 bullets-ish to fully freeze an enemy. 6 or 7. I'm gonna go ahead and grab all these, refund my souls back a bit. We'll Well, well, well. Here we are. Alright, so we wanted to rage. Oh my god, it hurts me to skip these precisions. Alright, one more rage and then we can stop skipping precision at all. In fact, we'll probably just start rolling for precision. Oh, I don't know if you saw, but that one of them took like a few bullets to kill. Although, to be fair, a lot of my damage isn't coming from the bullets, it's coming from Plague Spreader. You see like an enemy just randomly explode. And nothing's hit it. There was a 48,000 on that one, holy shit. 28,000, 50,000. So yeah, if it takes them more than 1 second to... I'll try to use my cursor here to show you. If it takes them more than a second to get like from here down to my body, then they'll be able to survive it, I think. And get a hit on me, but other than that, if they're continually this slow, then I should be able to kill them within that 1 second due to Plague Spreader by the time they get there. And my idea with the freeze is that hopefully one of these bullets will catch them if they're fast enough to get there in the 1 second. Hopefully either the bullet from my my protector dudes or from one of the fragmentation shots will catch them, and we'll get a full freeze on them. All right. So you can see this is the perk I'm going for. If you die and still kill half the enemies and recover half your HP, there's a 5-wipe cooldown. I'm assuming if I do die, which I've not tried to see, but if I do die, then I will respawn like in the center or something. Because I've seen if you jump up all the way up here, you'll respawn in the center. So I'm assuming I'll move. That's why I'm kind of off to the side here, so I'll notice if I die, that I've moved, and then it'll give me just a second to react to like, oh, I need to actually start paying attention now, kind of thing, and figure out what killed me and such. We could even watch through this back through the clip together and see exactly what it was that killed me, kind of thing. But okay, I just need to get these in the right spot. To AFK again. Okay, I think we're good now. Alright, now we've got Rage. I am going to go microwave up some food, and then we'll get this stuff in the background going. Unfortunately, I can't alt-tab away from it and like watch something with y'all, but so we will be listening to like a podcast or something. I do have a podcast lined up for this occasion. And yeah, we'll just start rolling through these waves. I'm up to 100 now. So around 200 something was the regional record, and you can see on my screen, 417 is what we'll be going for the global record. See if we can grab that on the stream here. That would be amazing. Maybe make a YouTube video out of it or something too. Be pretty sweet, I think. And yeah, I'm gonna be right back after this wave. It's not even worth me going away at the moment because the wave was about to finish, as I predicted. Stability. Ooh, I can get some thunderbolts going. I think thunderbolts is also gonna lag us technically, so I'm gonna probably try to avoid them as well. Oh, resonance is quite nice. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna grab some coke, and I'll be back again. Still cooking up the stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and probably mute my mic for a sec while I eat, so y'all don't hear me chomping. And we'll go ahead and listen to a podcast in the background. We're at wave 100 now.
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, your escape to reality.
Hello and welcome to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Today is Tuesday, December 22nd, 2020, and this is your host, Stephen Novella. Joining me this week are Bob Novella.
Hey, everybody.
Cara Santamaria.
Howdy.
Jay Novella.
Hey, guys.
Evan Bernstein.
Good evening, folks.
And making his SGU debut, Ian Callanan. Ian, welcome to The Skeptic's Guide, man.
Sup. I need a cool intro. I don't have one.
I know.
Sup. Gonna work.
Cool.
Now, that's your intro. I need a cool one. I don't have one.
They're developed, Ian. You gotta. It just has to come. It'll come to you.
Oh. Okay, sorry.
So there is an SGU holiday tradition that when we do our end of the year wrap-up show, for a number of years, we had on Mike Lassell, who worked for the SGU for years, is a great friend of ours. Unfortunately, we lost him a number of years ago because of heart failure due to a congenital heart defect. And, it occurred to me, it's like, Ian works for the show, and we should resurrect this tradition because it's fun.
Here, here.
We
Ian,
tried to resurrect Mike, but that didn't work.
That's true.
I mean, it is Christmas.
Jesus Christ.
What with the
Bob.
resurrection and all? Oh, that's Easter.
Wow, you guys are lame.
And edit that out, too.
And this is, of course, our year-end review show where we talk about all the wonderful stuff that happened in the previous year.
It was
This is
uneventful.
2020. We've been
That's
looking
it. Thank
forward.
you guys. The show is over.
Looking forward to the 2020 wrap-up for a long time.
People will never remember 2020 for anything.
Now, Ian, in case
Because we'll all
there are
be
people
dead.
out there who don't know who you are often the disembodied voice that manifests when we're doing live streaming events like the Friday live streams.
Yeah.
And you have been a valued asset to the SGU and everything we do. You basically make all the technical stuff happen.
You have to say that because I'm here, though. But yeah, okay. I agree.
I have to say because it's true.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Well, he doesn't do it all alone. I mean, it's not like I just stand there and point my finger around.
No, he's.
I actually thought that's
usually holding
exactly
coffee
what you
when
did,
you're
Jay.
pointing.
Just tell Ian to do stuff.
Yeah, he's good finger pointing. But
Ian has made himself indispensable, which is great, but it's also like Jay and I occasionally God, if Ian weren't here, we would have no idea what we were doing.
Right.
my
You're
plan
still
is
sending out
working.
newsletters.
I mean, when Ian came aboard, he enabled the SGU to dramatically increase our quality and our output. Ian is a heavy lifter when it comes to technical stuff. It's amazing. I love watching his brain work.
Yeah, as an example, the 12-hour show. See, I want it to be a 24-hour show. The 12-hour
Hi, what
show
is wrong with you, Steve?
in January 23rd is going to be all green screen, and that's only possible because Ian is going to manage the whole green screen thing for us.
True. We'll do some fun, weird things. I mean, the practical set, it was beautiful, and I hate that I'm partially responsible for destroying it. But the The green screen is just going to make like the world of difference with all types of weird tech stuff that we'll do.
We haven't destroyed our practical set. We can't bring ourselves to do it quite yet.
Yes, not formally. It's hidden behind green screen.
It's just behind the green screen.
And as I told Jay, if it comes down to it, and say the green screen just rocks so hard that we're like, we're never going to do anything else except unless we get a volume, but we'll stick with the green screen forever. Let's get rid of the practical Star Trek console set. I said, we're never going to destroy that. At the very least, we'll sell it. Have somebody, hey, you come pick it up, dismantle it, pick it up, and it's yours. And, of course, pay us. I mean, right? We'd sell that. We wouldn't want to just destroy that.
We
That
could
would be
donate it.
against the law.
Well,
That would be against the law.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves here. All right, so let's get into some of the categories that we'd like to talk about for our review show. We're going to start with the science of the year, science news items of the year. What was the science news that had the greatest impact, either on us personally, on the skeptical movement, on the world? And, the thing is, there's one giant big news story this year.
The whole right,
pretty big.
It's
It
murder
sucked
hornets.
all the scientific oxygen out of the room. And Murder Hornets got a lot of votes, by the way.
it did get a lot.
It did.
But come on, this was the year of COVID-19. This is
Yeah.
the
Year
year
of
of
COVID.
COVID.
And the vaccine.
And for me, it was the vaccine.
Yeah, it's sequencing SARS-CoV-2. It's learning everything that we could learn about it so quickly and developing this mRNA vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I took a good look at this, trying to see, all right, what did they actually do? How dramatic was it? And it's quite dramatic. I mean, as you probably heard, most vaccines take 10 to 15 years to make. I mean, that's a good average. Some of them are even longer, like the influenza virus. Several strains took 28 years to develop. No, chickenpox took 28 years to develop. And then 15 years for the papillomavirus and rotavirus. 15 years to develop that. And up until now, the fastest that I could find for a vaccine development was for the mumps, which took 4 years. And if that took 4 years now, I mean, that would, oh my God, my pandemic care would be so horrible.
And do you remember, did I mention this on the show? How long did it take to develop the mRNA vaccine for COVID? You remember?
It was really short, like insanely short to actually, you mean to, once we had COVID fully sequenced and we understand it, how to like adapt it?
But it depends. I mean, what kind of foundation technologies were already that were in development?
Yeah, of course.
They had
the platform. They had the foundational technology. Right. But from the moment that Moderna, let's say, got their hands on the sequence of the SARS-CoV-2 virus from the Chinese, how long did it take them to develop the vaccine? 2 days. 2 days.
That's
a weekend.
So that's where we are now, huh?
But here's why. Now here's why. I looked at that specifically. Why was it so fast? Now, one of the reasons is because we're just simply better. We're leveraging our recent successes and we have accumulated knowledge that played in. We also, phases 2 and 3 were combined for expediency, and as was demonstrated in the current trials. So instead of, phase 1, 2, and 3, 1 is safety, 2 efficacy, 3 comparison, they combined 2 and 3. That sped things up.
But all of that was after the 2-day thing we're talking about.
No, but I'm
resources.
talking about you have the code and now it's being distributed. I'm talking the full Monty, the whole thing, and also large scale manufacturing can begin when the vaccine is still in the trials, and that cuts a ton of time off. So that's the why. Why was it so fast? We're better reason. The other reason, though, why it's so fast is it's purely, I think, because of mRNA. The advantages inherent with mRNA. Pfizer and Moderna mRNA vaccines were developed so fast, partly because they don't need companies to produce like the protein or the weakened pathogen for the vaccine like we used to. Basically, you're making the mRNA in a lab, and that could take months or even years off of the process. So the fact that it was an mRNA and not this like weakened mRNA and not this weakened version or segment of protein from the virus, that I think was a dramatic increase in the speed. And another factor that you don't really hear too much about is that they were exceptionally swift at recruiting patients for clinical trials. They got them together much faster. So I think all of that kind of
it makes it really easy to recruit patients when there's a pandemic. You know what I mean?
Right.
When there's
Sure.
literally
There you go.
hundreds
So-
of thousands of people coming down with the illness that you're studying. But keep in mind though, Bob. Yeah. So part of it was the whole feature of mRNA vaccines is they're fast. They're not necessarily better in terms of efficacy or even safety. They're good.
Certain facts notwithstanding. I mean,
Yeah, but some regular vaccines are 95% effective. But it's the advantage is we're really good at making genetic material and RNA, DNA, etc. And so if we can, if the vaccine production process is just a matter of sequencing a gene or a protein and then making an mRNA, that's it. It literally takes days to do that. All the other time was testing. But Bob, we have to point out though that AstraZeneca made a viral based vaccine, a more traditional altered virus vaccine, and they also took them about a year. So from February
to fast. That's really fast.
That's really fast. So it wasn't just the mRNA. I think it was, as you say, doing basically all three phases simultaneously rather than sequentially, and starting production before the end was done. Doing everything basically all at once was
well,
key.
and also SARS-CoV-2 was sequenced before we even really knew that we were dealing with a pandemic.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So back when it was, local, epidemiologists, virologists were able to start this kind of next generation sequencing process. It's just a game changer that we can sequence the genome of a virus quickly.
That's absolutely key to this entire thing, is being able to quickly decode the genome of a virus or a bacterium quickly, and that's key. And China released that, didn't it? It released it worldwide. It had, here, you guys all have at it. They definitely should have done things differently than they did. They could have really nipped this in the bud if they handled things differently. But the fact that they did that, was good.
Yeah, the fact that 1 year ago this was simmering in China, and a year later we identified the virus, we sequenced the genome, we've learned a ton about the pathophysiology of COVID-19. We've explored multiple therapeutics. We learned about the natural course of the disease. We learned how to care for these patients better. And a year later, we have multiple vaccines around the world ready, get going in people's arms. That is a massive science success story. Just massive.
In the face of resistance. And that's the other thing that's so incredible. It's like there were a lot of mechanisms in place to lubricate these wheels. There were a lot of mechanisms in place, to bring the money and to kind of streamline the regulations so that this massive scientific endeavor that's a multinational collaborative scientific endeavor could take place. But there were also massive mechanisms in place to kind of prevent progress. And yet this still happened in such a very short timeline. I think it really speaks to the power of science as a method, and it also speaks to the power of scientists and all of the different supportive people working in those supportive vocations out there as kind of a humanitarian effort.
Yeah. And it's also, this COVID was also the source of the biggest pseudoscience of the year, as you're alluding to, Kara. So, for example, hydroxychloroquine has got to be the big pseudoscience story.
Wait,
well,
you're
not
right.
the drug itself.
Yeah, but who promoted? But I feel like I have to say, Steve, just to interject before we get into hydroxychloroquine as a whole, do you guys remember this quote? I looked up the exact quote. I didn't want to paraphrase. Suppose that we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just a very powerful light. Supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or some other way.
Yep, the musings of one Donald Trump. We'll get to that a little bit later, I'm sure.
That's
too.
why you listen to scientists and not politicians.
Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside, or almost like a cleaning? It sounds interesting to me, so we'll see.
Oh my God, that was
Inject light
The whole
into
concept
the body.
of the light, the way it kills in just 1 minute, that's pretty powerful.
Yeah, then he turned his head and he's looking at a couple of medical professionals, and the looks on their faces were like, what do I do? How do we handle this one,
I know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. It was.
Steve, you think the hydroxychloroquine was the pseudoscience of the year?
Well, I mean, I think it was certainly one of the biggest pseudoscientific stories of the year. I mean, hydroxychloroquine is a real drug. It has its indications mainly for autoimmune disease, and there is some real reason to think that it might have been effective against coronavirus, but it became an unnecessarily pseudoscientific.
Hey, I am back from eating. We're going to keep the podcast going here a bit because you can tell it's a little bit just AFK here. But I'll keep checking in every so often mostly for the YouTube video when I hit certain milestones. Yeah, and if anyone starts chatting or whatever, we can start chatting together. But until then, I'm just going to leave the podcast going. Grab up all these little orbs. Look at all this shit we've got. Holy shit. Got a ton of souls back. Could use like 15 or so on rerolls there to get optimal items, but at least what I think are optimal. I don't know for sure. But we're going to get back in our AFK position and keep the podcast rolling here.
People are still promoting it. Still. But
Yeah, in the face of overwhelming evidence that this is not.
I just to close this, I just want to see what was the most up-to-date thing. So there was a November 13th systematic review looking at all the studies this year on chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, and COVID-19, basically showing no benefit.
Right.
And what a nightmare that
And
we've
some
had to do
detriments.
multiple meta-analyses at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. It's fine that it was studied. It was fine that we then
Of course it was fine
put
that it
all
was
the
studied.
data together.
But at a certain point, you go, okay, the onus is not on this anymore. Like, why are we putting considerable resources into continuing to study?
Some of it was driven by politics. I agree, not the science.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. And then the holdouts say, well, you need to give zinc with the hydroxychloroquine, otherwise it doesn't work. So guess what? That's been studied too now. The biggest study of zinc plus hydroxychloroquine showed no difference, no benefit.
There you go.
Yeah, so it just didn't work. The pseudoscience is in continuing to promote it despite the evidence.
Yeah, I mean, hydroxy definitely has a huge brand name recognition this year in terms of pseudoscience.
Yeah.
But in terms of like actual damage, I put at the top in my list here mask denialism.
Right, yeah.
that, to
Or just
me,
straight up virus hoaxism, right? Which goes along
Yeah.
with the mask denialism. Just this idea that it's not that bad, it's like the flu, or you're taking
the whole
away
thing's
my
a hoax.
liberty. The whole
Yeah.
thing's a hoax, yeah.
But to me, the mask denialism has the highest body count.
Right, I think it all
more
feeds
than
into each other.
Even more than those other terms. Just
I
that
agree.
one
It's like, though, it's the
specific
same
nugget.
people who maybe aren't washing their hands and and all those things contribute to the spread of a deadly virus.
Yeah, but if everyone just wore masks, we would and didn't even wash their hands, that we would see much lower numbers.
It's so
Yeah, like
depressing.
in the
Something
U.S.,
so
we're over
simple.
300,000 dead at this point. Arguably, at least tens of thousands of people are dead due to some flavor of COVID denialism. And it could be as many as 200,000 of those 300,000 people.
Yeah.
We don't know. We can't replay it. But like best case scenario, if we were really good about containing this pandemic, we might have kept the
60,
deaths
70.
under 100,000.
It could
That's
have been
plausible.
flu levels. It could have been similar to
A bad
really
flu level.
flu year.
Yeah.
And I mean think about that. Think about those numbers. That's some dense pseudoscience death right there in 1 year. What even comes close in the past century?
Yeah, that's true. We often talk about hoaxes. We talk about pseudoscientific, quack cures. And one of the common questions we have to answer, doing what we do, is the sort of what's the harm question.
There you go.
And, we talk a lot about harm, but often it's true. It's sort of on the fringes, or often it's sort of like, it's harm psychologically. And yes, it's harm physiologically. Yes, it's harm in terms of actual life and death, but often the numbers are nowhere near what we're dealing with this year.
And that's why you need a foundation of critical thinking, skepticism, and being able to assess evidence to get people in a position where they don't jump into something like mask denialism that has a huge body count.
And you have to know the right people to listen to, the right sources to read. You go to the experts. You don't go to the amateurs to figure out
So
what's
that's all
going
part
on.
of it, yeah.
Look at how science, got breached, or the belief in and trust of science was breached. I mean, it wasn't just Donald Trump, I know, but he was really leading the charge of first off, I believe personally that he started or was a huge contributor to the non-mask wearing craze.
Oh, no
Right,
doubt.
because he refused to in all of his speeches early on when Fauci and Birx were saying we need to mask up and we need to be vigilant about this. He was saying, "Yeah, they say that, but I'm not going to."
Yeah,
Like
and he just
he
persisted. It just kept going on and on. I think I saw him wearing a mask twice in the last 10 months.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that all of his negative contributions to this whole situation, I think were adding to the lack of belief
Of course,
in
didn't
basic
make
science.
it better.
The thing that's scary, though, is just how easily so many people were pushed into not believing in science. It didn't take that much of a push. It wasn't like a long, drawn-out conspiracy against science. It was just a politician.
Well, Jay, the COVID concept played out everything that we talk about in the skeptical movement, right? All of it came to a head with COVID. It was conspiracy theories, science denialism, the war on expertise, the politicization of scientific topics. It was all there. And, obviously scientists were pushing back, we were pushing back, skeptics were pushing back, but it became a culture war. The science and the response to COVID became a culture war. And once that happens, you lose. It was the spread of information on social media, of misinformation, all of the things were at play, all the scientific skepticism, activism that we do.
Yep.
And again, that culminating in the what's the harm argument. Well, there it is. And it's not as if scientists didn't know what was going to happen. Some of our listeners pointed out that, about 10 years ago, we had Mark Crislip on the show, and we asked him, what's the next pandemic going to be like? What could it be like? And he pretty much laid out
Whoa, go
the
Mark.
COVID pandemic. He described, you're going to have lockdowns, people will be at home. He said, I think he even said stock up on toilet paper. He pretty much called what would happen. Yeah, it was uncanny. So it's not like the experts didn't know that this was inevitable.
But there was also a kind of, I continue to run up against this kind of like naive outlook that I see among experts who might be dialed into the science, but not necessarily into the social psychology or let's say the skeptical kind of viewpoint, where I just had someone on my podcast this past week who I struggled with because although he is very well versed in Andrew Wakefield and fraud, and I talk about this on the show, there's this sort of like bring the people the information and they will make the best decision.
Yeah, the knowledge deficit.
Yeah, the knowledge deficit view.
And
we know that, yet you continue to see it's so naive, yet you continue to see it voiced by individuals in oftentimes positions of scientific authority, where it's like, let's just keep following, towing the line, saying once they see, they're going to change their behavior. Once they see, they're going to want to get vaccinated.
You have met humans, right?
All right, let's talk about some non-COVID stuff. So what other science, it's hard to get past it, but there was other science happening this year.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, the Dragon capsule.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I was going to list that as like the big positive thing that happened this year. This has really felt like the year that we're back into space.
Yeah.
We have a successful launch of the Dragon capsule with people, delivering people to the ISS, and really seems like this is happening. This whole going back to the moon, Artemis project. We're really the 2020s is going to be an incredible decade in terms of space travel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we launched 3 across the globe, 3 different Mars missions in July of this year. China launched Tianwen-1. We launched Perseverance, the rover. There was also a United Arab Emirates launch. As you guys, we freaking scooped rocks off of an asteroid this year.
2 asteroids and the moon.
And brought them back.
And brought it back. You're right.
Yes.
It's just amazing.
China went to the moon. Israel went to the moon. India went to the moon as well. Incredible stuff.
And we're also seeing historical levels of investment in one of my favorite things, nuclear thermal rockets for cislunar activities between Earth and Moon orbit, which then those engine designs can then be used as a foundation for bigger versions to go to Mars. I mean, it really looks promising now. They're really starting to see that we need to step away at some point from chemical engines and really start looking at these nuclear engines. I mean, they're just, imagine going to Mars in half the time. That's a huge chunk you're knocking off there. And so that made me very happy.
But you can feel it building up, all these events. People took an interest again in space, I think, to a degree that they hadn't felt in a long time. And I think a lot of that had to do with the success of the Dragon capsule and the return of U.S. astronauts back into space and merging with the ISS. That was very celebrated. Millions of people watched the event on television, even the first part that was scrubbed and then had to get pushed a couple days for the relaunch. People followed that intently. There was a ton of attention, and people were genuinely interested. It's like a renaissance almost coming.
I think it's important to point out that 2020 really was a watershed year for spotlighting inequity across America specifically, but also that Black Lives Matter movement spread across the globe as well.
Yeah.
So not just a conversation about police brutality, although that's sort of how it started, and that was kind of the nucleation site for this year.
It's good to point out too that there's a science at the core of this. Like we're not just this is not just how we feel about things. There's a science of the differential treatment in
Absolutely.
many contexts, in many the medical context, certainly in policing, definitely, in many be and so that that science is informing this entire discussion, and as it should be. Again, what we do about it is more of a political question, but there's no doubt. Serious scientific doubt about the data itself. The disparity is absolutely there.
For sure.
Before we move off the science news part, Jay or Ian, do you guys have any science news stories that stick out for you?
I didn't hear anybody mention the folding protein.
Yep, it's on my list,
Nope.
Jay. Alpha Fold
Yeah.
is definitely one of the biggest of the year for me, for
So
sure.
after you covered that, Bob, I did more reading about it just because it takes a while for that type of science to sink in. Like I need to read it over and over again to really understand it, because when you usually pack so much information into your news items, like I can't absorb all of it.
I hear.
And it gave me, I got a legit chill go down my spine when it hit me, when I really got it. I'm like, oh, I totally get why this is profound now. And it really got me. I really think that is an amazing achievement. And the thing that thrills me is it's going to be just like CRISPR. Like we're just going to continue to hear about it. It's not going to go away. The other one was the possibility of life on Venus.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
We're all like, oh yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, that's it.
Not cool enough for you guys.
No, it's super
No.
cool. That made my list.
I think we should prioritize a mission to check that out, because that sounds. I mean, they've knocked down every other possibility that doesn't have to do with life. So it's like, well, what else could it be? That's not proof that it's life, but it's compelling. And Jay, it's funny you mentioned CRISPR. I have to do a shout out to something we didn't. I don't think we covered in depth. We did mention as an aside on one show the CRISPR cancer treatment that they came up with to destroy cancer cells, and they did it in mice without damaging other cells. This looked Steve. I remember you were pretty impressed with it too. Basically, they took two of the most aggressive forms of cancer, glioblastoma and metastatic ovarian cancer. They treated it with CRISPR. They doubled life expectancy. They 30% higher survival rates. Amazing in mice. Amazing outcomes in mice. That I think. I mean, I think that's probably going to translate.
When you say they
pretty
treated
well.
it with CRISPR, they treated it with a drug that they developed utilizing CRISPR?
Well,
No.
using CRISPR-Cas9. Using CRISPR-Cas9.
What did they do?
They used a vector to get CRISPR into the actual cells. They didn't get to every cell, but they to go a lot of the cells that may have been affected, and the CRISPR targeted a DNA change that makes the cancer cells cancerous and basically stop them from reproducing, so they
boy.
would just die.
That's their shtick. That's their mojo. They they're immortal cells, right? You stop that, and the days
That's
are
the thing.
numbered.
Cancers, almost by definition, have genetic changes. So we could target the genetic changes that make them cancerous with CRISPR and make changes that will either stop them from growing or kill them outright. Force them to undergo apoptosis, basically cell death. then
kill the cancer cells. No, they actually said in quotes, no side effects.
well,
Which
it's, yeah,
is
it's not chemotherapy,
amazing, right?
you know.
Yeah, because it's targeted. I mean, we have incredible, mind-blowing targeted treatments for cancer now, but they often do have side effects, even though they're targeted because there's, a molecular marker on the cell or it's a hormone-positive type of cancer. There's still all sorts of off kind of target problems.
Right. And you often see incremental advances, and when we've come a long way with incremental advances.
Those
over
were not
years.
incremental, though. Once those were developed, that was a game changer for cancer patients.
And
I would not call that incremental.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
And I think this is what you're seeing here. I mean, when you're seeing
yeah.
doubling of a life expectancy and a 30%, not a 30% survival rate, but a 30% higher survival rate, those are game changers as well. And I think it's just going to get better. If
It also opens up an avenue for prevention. It opens up an avenue for targeting oncogenes, for example, or, precancerous cells, being able to find places where there's a chance that if more genetic variation occurs, cancer could become rampant. Let's stop it in its tracks before it's even cancer.
Oh, yeah. Damn.
That's amazing.
Ian, do you have any votes for science?
Well, this is about 2 minutes too late, but when you said vector, I did want to say, what's your Victor? Wait, wow, I said it backwards.
what's your vector? Roger.
No,
Yes, exactly.
that's okay. We
There
can
go.
cut it back 2
Can we
minutes
cut
ago,
that
man.
in? Okay.
Even fun. No, that was good. Even a little late. That's
No
funny.
problem.
Also, I didn't know that the science news needed to be happy, but I thought of the Arecibo radio telescope collapse as actually being kind of, uber important, and then maybe it spurns, the desire to look into, maybe we need to build more telescopes, or maybe we need to consider how, this quote unquote ancient technology that's been around, how many decades? 4 decades now? Was it built in the 60s? I can't remember, but actually that's more than that, 6 decades. How important that is for
that's 6 now.
astronomy.
Jeez, Ian.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
60s is 6 decades.
Oh my
ago.
gosh.
We've talked about telescope construction quite a bit on the show over the years, mostly having to do with the appropriate places they should be, and in context of making sure that places like Hawaii are preserved properly and cultures are appropriately involved in the process, among other things. So it's not that we can just go plopping down telescopes wherever we want, even if there's an ultimate perfect spot to do so. There's a ton of considerations. It's very complicated. And I think we've done a pretty good job of delving into some of those issues.
Yeah, and for a little teaser, if you want to talk about telescopes, watch our 12-hour show at the end of January, and I will probably be talking about the best telescope you will ever hear about, ever.
James Webb.
No, oh my
I
god,
know, right? Like,
oh my god,
something.
It's almost a running
James
joke.
Webb is
It's almost become a running joke.
It's a 10-power, little glass, little lens. No, I won't say anymore. Best ever.
I think a stealthy, sort of in the background, but big science news item, not any one thing, but sort of lurking in the background this year is climate change. Because this really, we are getting...
Took a bit of a backseat, right? Because of the pandemic.
Isn't it like the hottest year on record?
But 2020 is on track to being, if not the hottest year on record, it'll be just barely behind 2016. Which was an El Nino year, so it kind of has an unfair advantage. But I wrote about the fact that, like in 2010, the climate change deniers were still saying, "Oh, there hasn't been any warming for 16 years, and it's all fake and everything." And so I said, "Okay, well, you're wrong. You're statistically wrong. But assuming that the increases in temperatures that we've seen so far are just random, then we would expect a regression to the mean, or there wouldn't be any particular reason to think that." The 2010 to 2020 decade is going to be warmer still. But if global warming is happening, the next decade is going to be the warmest decade. Let's see who's true, who was correct in that prediction.
Yeah.
Here we are in 2020. The last decade has been the warmest decade on record. Something like 9 of the 10 warmest years are in this decade. 2005 is still
couldn't get them all, though, could they?
And we'll predict the next decade is going to be the warmest decade on record too.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. So there's just
But
beyond.
Steve, at this point, are they still saying that it's not getting hotter, or have they kind of segued to but we're not doing it?
Yes, they're
It's a
doing
mixed
all of
bag
that.
of
It's the
stuff.
Mott and Bailey fallacy, where there's some at times will marshal arguments that it's not really happening, but then many will say, okay, it's happening, but we're not doing it, or it's happening and we're doing it, but there's nothing we could do about it, or it'll be cheaper just to adapt to it, or whatever. Anything other than not burning fossil fuel, right? That's the goal. The goal is to continue to burn fossil fuel. And so every argument has that conclusion that we can continue to burn fossil fuel. So, we are sort of approaching this point of no return, where we're not going to be able to we might be.
Some have argued we're past that tipping point.
Well, again, there's not one tipping point. There's multiple tipping points. And we still have a little bit of a carbon budget left to prevent the worst outcomes of climate change. But we're getting awfully close. We really are. We're basically out of time for big initiatives to do things that will reverse this trend.
Does that include nuclear, building up our nuclear reactors?
Well, some argue that's the case. Again, my position is not that that's absolutely necessary. It's that we absolutely need to maximize renewables, right? Mm-hmm. And then we need either grid storage or nuclear. I think we should do both to hedge our bets. That's my position. But we don't need nuclear if grid storage works out fine and dandy, but we don't have the technology right now to have all the grid storage that we would need. And so, if we can't, the thing is, we can't figure out 10 years from now that we made the wrong choice. This is it. This next decade is pretty much our last chance.
Oh boy.
And if, in 2030, we can't say, oh, we should have done this 10 years ago. There's no room for course corrections. We've got to do it all, and we've got to do it now. You know what I mean? That's where we are. We've frittered away all of our buffer. We have no more room to maneuver. Either we really have a concerted effort right now to dial down our carbon, footprint, or, the worst case scenario is inevitable. It may take hundreds of years before we get there in terms of the consequences, but we'll lose the ability to stop it. It'll be inevitable.
At the very least, we can pretty much guarantee that the United States will be kind of back on course with that for the next 4 years.
Right.
But the question is that going to even make a difference? I mean, because you got the rest of the countries, at least they're all in the Paris Accord, except one other country and us.
And us. Yeah, that's the thing. It must be so frustrating for people listening to us talk about this who live in countries that have a progressive outlook on this and are actually working really hard to do, because we're always like, we've just got to have a concerted effort, and everybody's going, yeah, you guys are the assholes who aren't in the concerted effort.
No, we get it.
It's
we
like,
totally
I know,
agree.
it's so
Absolutely.
frustrating.
It's not just us. Australia's not doing well either. Their politics are foobar on climate change.
But we actually have so much influence.
Yeah. We will do nothing if China and India aren't on board as well. But we need to lead by example. We need to also listen. This technology is coming. We can either be buying this technology from China or whatever, or we could be innovating it and having our economy benefit from it. The thing that's super frustrating is that this is often framed as the false choice between climate versus the economy. Wrong. It's just like the false choice between the pandemic or the economy.
Yeah,
Wrong.
that's a political angling right there.
That is a false choice. It's a false framing. The best thing for our economy, and economists have said this, that the best thing we could do for our economy is to mitigate climate change, is to prevent it from happening, not deal with the after effects. It'll be orders of magnitude more expensive to try to deal with the after effects. And there's tons of money to be made in the new technologies that will mitigate it. There's tons of opportunity here. This is like we're throwing away opportunities, jobs, and money
and our planet.
What? Yeah, not to mention all the disruptions and deaths that
Right.
Oh my gosh.
And of course,
that it already is causing.
and the real good news: Disney World won't be flooded. Come on.
Oh,
But the oceans are taking it on the chin, though. I mean, just the news we read this year about how horribly have impacted our oceans, our coral reef, and everything in there. It's dying at an incredible rate, and it is so scary to read.
But then I think like every year, just to sort of wrap up the science part, there's a lot. We did continue to make incremental advances in all the areas that I think are really transforming the world. We're making incremental advances in battery technology, in solar technology, perovskites, and organic or solar power, for example, in two-dimensional materials, in quantum computing,
Artificial intelligence, deep learning.
artificial intelligence,
yeah.
just massive, massive gains this year. So all that's sort of continuing to chug along in the background. We like to talk about it from time to time, but it's like there's no one big breakthrough. It's just that this incremental advances to continue to pile up, and they are changing the world right from under our feet.
Thank goodness.
All right, let's shift gears a little bit. And Ian, maybe you could set us off with this topic. We're going to talk about the favorite SGU moments of the year. And this could be on the show, during live events, during the Friday live stream. Is there anything that sticks out for you?
I don't know if it's technically SGU, but Nexus, I mean, tangentially related, was pretty fun for us, I think.
Oh,
and
man.
all of the setup. I mean, it was just an
amazing.
epic collaboration of, like, all the guests and then all of the crazy tech stuff, which, of course, I'm a fan of. But I think it went really well. So that was in this, world where we can't meet, and we were like last minute kind of, we're like, how do we do this and make it work? It seemed like
I agree. It was technically a New England Skeptical Society event, but it was basically the SGU running it and sponsoring it. And so, in fact, that my vote was for not just all of Nexus, but specifically the interview of Bill Nye and Andrew Druin.
Absolutely.
Was just magical, and a lot of people also voted for that. A lot of our listeners, I think that was the best single thing that we did this year. Ian, I know we have that on YouTube, although we've kept it private.
Yeah.
How would somebody listen to that interview right now if they wanted to?
Well, they could go still to the same link for, I believe it's theskepticsguide.org/Nexus 2020, and that will lead them to where they can sign up for the conference, because it's still actually available, the whole thing. And then
as a digital conference.
As a digital conference. And we are thinking about restreaming it again later.
Yeah, we talked about that.
We've talked about that a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Be a
stay
good
tuned
idea
for
if we
that.
could schedule it. So I love the fact that, and yes, we did back into it a little bit because we were going to do a Meat Space conference and the pandemic squashed that. But I think we really rose to the opportunity because we didn't just say, all right, let's do a digital conference. We said, all right, we have an opportunity to reimagine what a digital skeptical conference, science conference can be. And we rebuilt it from the ground up in terms of the pacing of the events, the kind of events that we were going to do, the kind of interaction with the audience. And I think it was a success. I think we did a really good job, I must say, of not just having a in-person conference online, but crafting a digital conference. And in fact, honestly, I think that's what we should just do going forward. Not because we have to, but because it's better. And, not that we won't do any in-person events, we are, but I think a digital conference in a lot of ways was just a superior experience for everyone involved.
I think the in-person thing, because of COVID, is going to be a little weird for a couple of years anyway. Mm-hmm. And, we put in an incredible amount of time, like in the R&D part of this, right? We talked about it over and over and over again. And then when we started to really get into the technical side of it, until the edges were pushed, we didn't know where they really were. And we found out that we had a lot of, technological room to grow and to do a lot more. And we're still doing it right now. So I think I agree with you, Steve. I'm not 100% sure that I don't want to have, an in-person conference again. Just because.
We will. We'll do in-person events, but I think this is still a moving target.
I think Meat Space.
Well, we're going to do Meat Space events, but I think we'll do Meat Space events that are optimized for Meat Space events, and we'll do digital events that are optimized for digital events.
So meat optimized
is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Ew.
But I think just having like a conference where we're imparting information, that's better digitally, to be honest with you. And if we're going to be in person, we'll do stuff that's more social, interacting, entertaining. You know what I mean? I think those are better for physical things. If we're just having lectures and stuff like that, I would do it digitally. That's my sense, but we're still working this out.
Well, that's what we learned in classrooms, right, Steve? The lecture, just make that digital. That's just, you don't need to be there.
Well, it depends on what you're doing. Is it didactic? Is it just a lecture? Or is it, engaging?
Well, yeah.
And I think that's, is it interactive?
If we go to the listener responses, I think the number one vote for favorite SGU episode of the year was our live episode that we did, our live show, where we pretended it was 2035.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, the one that we recorded in Melbourne just at the end of 2019.
But we aired it. We aired it in 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
So it counts as 2020.
It's really good to hear
2020
that
episode.
the experiment that we did, which was a total left turn from our typical content, because it was science fiction. It was fiction. It was definitely an extrapolation on known things, but it really was a work of fiction that all of us heavily contributed to. And the fact that people really, got into it and appreciated it and felt a connection to it was really inspiring for me because, Steve, I was really worried about that show.
I know.
Yeah.
That was the hardest show.
We were there with you.
We came up
At
with
that
that whole thing
breakfast
like
table.
over breakfast. Yeah, exactly.
That was the hardest show I ever worked on. That was tough.
It's because we had to create the entire backstory
Yeah,
for.
it
We had to
was
set the
amazing.
whole thing up. There was a lot of prep work involved with putting that
Yeah.
episode together. We
It
spent
was-
many days on it.
It was role
Everybody's so stressed, and I was like, just yes and this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was improv and role playing, and it was basically once we came up with like the interim history, like what's going to happen over the next 15 years, and we all were on the same page, then all we had to do was play out that information that we all had in our heads. And Kara's right; it's just a yes and. Just don't contradict anybody else. Just agree with them and build on it. But it wasn't just for entertainment. What the purpose of it, and it's always good to have a purpose, right? The purpose of it was to say, if we try to extrapolate out not only science and technology for 15 years, but skepticism for 15 years, culturally, what do we think things are going to be like then? What kind of news items might we be discussing in 15 years? And so it was informative in that way, although there was this element of speculation. And for every item, we sort of gave the real history up to 2020 and then kept going to 2035. So there was a lot of real information in there. It wasn't pure fiction. But so often Jay gets worried about things, and you have to learn to trust me, brother.
No, I do. I guess part of it is, I'm not trying to even play devil's advocate. Like I think it through as a co-producer of all of our content. I'm constantly trying to find holes in things and think it through.
Right.
And typically what I do is I can easily trust technology, but I don't completely trust, how well we're going to pull something off as human beings. You know what I mean? Just because when it comes down to it, we're all a group of friends here. We're friends and family here. And I know that we have skills, but like it is sometimes a lot to ask for a group of people to like just try something completely new that they've never done before. We really have never done that before. So
And I love how many people, Jay, didn't get it right away.
yeah, oh yeah,
Oh,
They
yes.
got it eventually, but they were like, did I hit my head and wake up in the wrong year? People were legit confused until they found themselves in it. But we got so many emails after that aired.
Oh my gosh, so many.
So
It
many
was a mix
of
of
people being
emails,
like,
Positive and negative.
I didn't know what year it was.
Some people
It's
please don't ever do that
freaking
again.
out.
Pulled a prank on me. As part of that,
It was mostly positive, just a couple.
No, yeah.
it was mostly positive. As part of that episode, I did a skeptical quote, as I do for all the episodes, and I quoted someone named Alyssa Carson, who's a space enthusiast. She's the youngest person to have ever attended all of the NASA pre-events, basically working her way up. She's going to be an astronaut someday. She's working on it. So I pictured her being on the moon and giving a quote about being first astronaut to live on the moon. So afterwards, I got an email from her father.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah?
Asking, do you guys remember this? We got an email saying, "Hi, I'm Bert Carson. I'm Melissa's father. I got a link. It showed up in my, I guess, Google alerts. Came up anytime her name, I guess, is mentioned. He gets a Google alert. So because we used it as a quote in this fictional episode, it showed up, and he's like, "Can you explain to me what this is and what's going on?" So I did. I replied to him and had to explain it. I just thought that was the coolest thing
That's
to come out
funny.
of that episode. Really, really special.
Well, Evan, you never told us that, and that to me is so I totally get as a dad. He's searching for his kids' names as a Google alert just to make sure nothing weird's going on, whatever. That's his job. But he got hit with a very weird, unique situation, right? Because we visualized his daughter as a successful astronaut on the moon in the future.
Right. So
cool.
he's like, you need
That's
to explain to me what this is and what's going on. So I had the pleasure of replying to him on that one. We had a nice little conversation about it. Very cool. Great episode all around. One of my all-time favorites.
Yeah.
All time.
Did y'all buy stock in the OG yet?
The Og.
The Og.
It's coming, man. It's coming.
happening.
I really loved the interview with Andrian. I really loved the interview with Angela Saini. I think that we had some pretty kick-ass interviews this year.
Yeah, you had a few good
Kevin
ones.
Peter Hand and Gerald
Oh,
Posner.
yeah, Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many great people on the show.
I think a viewer favorite. Sorry, Jay. A viewer favorite is the live streams on Friday.
That,
Just,
yeah,
like,
we got to do a
everybody loves
shout
it,
out.
you
That's
know?
just like
Yeah,
such an awesome thing.
another thing was birthed out of COVID in a sense because that
So
SG
let me
another
explain
SG
what
show.
that is. Yeah, so we decided that like this was during the shutdown, like we were all at home. Hey, let's just do a live stream on Friday for something to do, you know, and to entertain our listeners. And you know, it turned into a lot of fun for everybody, so we continued to do it. You know, Kara real life intervened, you know, with the PhD thing that she's doing. So she's not able to make them regularly now, but we've continued to do them. And Ian has turned them into an audio podcast format, which you can get if you are a patron of the SGU, even at the lowest, you know, $5 level. So they're all there. Yeah, so that was something that, you know, came positive that came out of the pandemic. I don't think we would have done that otherwise.
I look at it like it's the dark side of the SGU, like the light side is this podcast, and and when I say dark side, the fun.
I mean, unfiltered. Or
Yeah, it's unfiltered, so there's really no editorial policy. Like, we're trying not to swear, whatever. But the
editorial policy, there
But
just isn't an editorial filter because it's live.
Yeah, enforcement. Yeah.
yeah, but we
Yeah,
talk,
there's no delay button or anything like that.
we talk about pretty much whatever we want. It doesn't have to be science. It's not really SGU content as much as it's friends and family talking about their lives and what's going on. I mean, and of course, this year with the pandemic and all the insanity,
Politics,
the absolute political insanity that we all, you know, have lived through and are continue to live through. Like, it was a really good outlet. Like, Kara and I kept talking about mental health on the live stream, and a lot of people emailed and sent me a lot of private messages thanking, you know, us for having the nerve to go there. But, you know, Kara and I mutually both, you know, agree that we've got to destigmatize the mental health issues, and we've been using, you know, the live stream to do it. And, you know, Kara, I forgot to tell you, I got an email from someone where they heard us on the live stream, and they were like, you know what, I think you really helped me because I've been struggling, and I just, after hearing you guys talk about it so openly and so honestly and so non-weirdly about it, like, it didn't have like the stigma of weirdness. It was just, yep, you know, like I broke my foot or I have mental problems. There's really not that much of a difference.
I take my pills every day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Me too. And like they said, you know, you just helped me kind of get over the hurdle, and I can't tell you like how much I appreciate it. Like, you know, unexpectedly from a group of people that do a podcast. So I feel great about that, just because, you know, our personal experiences, we're able to help some people, and you know, but the point is the live stream, really, guys, it's just letting hot air out. It's just the community is fantastic. My God, the chats. I attend the live stream just to read what the audience is chatting about because it's ridiculously funny.
That's my favorite part, is reading the thread of all the comments by far.
I have a favorite bit though, Steve.
Go ahead, Jay.
It's a silly thing, but it was out of course, Who's That Noisy? It was the listener that emailed us slowed down talking and we all sounded drunk.
That's awesome.
That was another thing I got. I get a lot of Who's That Noisy emails, like a lot. Like, it takes me, you know, an hour to go through the emails every week. Literally just like, you know, following up on people's links and all the noises. And the 2 weeks after that, people like emailed me, were just like, oh my God, I can't tell you, like, well, I was driving when I heard that, and I started laughing so hard that I couldn't see the road. Like, I have a lot of those emails of people that really got off on that, so I just think it's awesome. And people keep quoting Kara going, And he was just so really wonderful. Like, Karen just sounds total, like loaded. It was awesome.
That was funny. All right, it's time to move on to the skeptical heroes.
Yay!
We got a lot of votes from our listeners. Thanks to everyone who filled out the form. And let me just say thank you to all of our listeners who voted for the SGU or for one of the rogues as their skeptical hero of the year. We appreciate that, but we're not going to discuss ourselves.
I didn't see my name on it.
Number one
I saw my name.
non-rogue that got the votes there was Dr. Fauci, and I agree.
Yes.
Talk about somebody who was in a no-win, horrible scenario. So first of all, it's hard enough calling a pandemic, right? So this guy who doesn't know any more than the rest of us, in terms of the real-time information, he's an expert, so he knows how to put it into context, etc. But he's going on the same information that we are, pretty much, and he has to make sense of this in real time. And not only advise policymaking, but communicate what's happening to the public and make specific recommendations. And that's a tough job. But
also not lose his job in the process.
Right, but he had to do that in a pretty hostile environment, all things considered. And he was able to stay professional, do his job. He got things wrong. He just picked himself up and said, sorry about that. We're changing. This is what we're doing now. And was this calm, rational voice throughout the pandemic. I think we all owe Dr. Fauci, a huge thank you for his hard work. He really is, I think the hero of the year. So I agree with that.
And he's loved and trusted by so many people.
Also, by the way, this man in 2 days, as of this recording, is turning 80 years old.
Yep.
Wow.
80 years old on December 24th.
And he's not showing
80.
it.
Wow.
He's about to, I think he's accepted, right? A new position in office under Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So not only has he just really kind of steered this ship amongst very tumultuous waters, the fact that he ain't going to get a break.
Yeah.
He's just going to keep on going.
Thank goodness for public servants like him.
Oh
Thank
my
goodness.
gosh.
They're a special breed of people.
And he managed to find that sweet spot where he was depoliticizing the pandemic, rather than kowtowing to the politicization of the pandemic. You know what I mean? And a lot of other experts didn't find that sweet spot, and they got chewed up as a result.
And remember, he's been serving in a public capacity for the American public for over 50 years.
Yeah. Right. He's dedicated his life to it.
Yeah, he made massive contributions during the AIDS pandemic. He has made, which is still ongoing, during Ebola. Like he's protected so many people. He's ultimately saved so many lives.
He came out of retirement too to help.
Incredible.
And now he's just on. He just is not quitting, which I find to be amazing. I mean, at his age, there's a lot of other things I'm sure he would rather be doing.
Sure.
An amazing brand.
How many scientists nowadays are household names?
True.
Not enough.
Living scientists.
Not enough,
Yeah.
correct.
You're right. And the fact that he is I don't want to say unscathed because he's for sure got some bumps and bruises and scars from living through this administration.
Totally.
But he kept his job. He's one of few who managed to stand up in the face of, these overwhelming odds and say, it's about, telling truth to power. It's very important that I say what needs to be said regardless of the pressure to say it or not say it. And somehow, because he was so indispensable, he managed to keep his job.
All right, but now, not to be too American-centric, we did get one listener point out that Jacinda Ardern, Ashley Bloomfield, and Susie Wiles were their vote for helping to eliminate COVID-19 in New Zealand by being excellent science communicators. So other countries all had their Fauci. They all had somebody who had to be the face of the scientific side of dealing with the pandemic, and some of them, did a fantastic job, and that they should be recognized as well.
Absolutely.
And we know Susie. We've been to multiple conferences with her, twice in New Zealand, and she's just a wonderful person to begin with. So, and then her work, and then me reading about her and her being reported on early on in all of this was really, really satisfying. And also Jacinda and Ashley as well for their work.
Yeah,
Can't
absolutely.
be understated. Cannot be
Well,
understated.
I mean, Jacinda Ardern to lead a country. I mean, I think this is what's so incredibly important is like that we see Trump. And, we see Boris Johnson and we see these like comical examples of failures. And sometimes we forget that, the Prime Minister of New Zealand is making evidence-based policy decisions left and right. She's leading through strength of character. She is elevating her, the science communicators and the scientists within her country. And, she's kind of a perfect example of like the epitome of that. But there are many societies across the globe who did this thing right.
Mm-hmm.
They did it right.
Yeah, I agree.
They had strong leadership and they were interested in following the experts. And so, a tip of the hat to them. Sometimes we obviously get kind of up our own asses because we're dealing so much with such like catastrophic failure here in the U.S. But I mean, it's amazing
worldwide.
to see places.
Yeah, and I'll say
that did it
again,
right.
just to pull like a Time magazine kind of a maneuver, where I'll say I think that the skeptical, activists worldwide in general, and science communicators, and any scientist who had to be the face of science during this pandemic, this is a tough year, and I think this was a year where there was an opportunity for science, the scientific institutionally, to say, all right, we're going to step forward and we're going to help us get through this pandemic. And it totally did, So I just think...
It's just a podcast in the background here.
Every healthcare worker who had to treat COVID
It's taken a
patients,
little
every
while
scientist who had to deal
get
with
through the
pandemic,
waves.
every science communicator who had to push back against conspiracy theories and misinformation and pseudoscience. It was kind of a group effort, and I think everybody... needs to get.
Retrieve takes about like 10
really,
minutes here
there
at
was
this
a bit of a
point.
culture war
5-10
going on
minutes.
here, and it was
So,
expertise and science.
gotta
and
keep myself
science
entertained somehow.
And, reason against tribalism and conspiracy thinking. And
You can kind of tell I don't really need to
nonsense,
move here or do anything.
And this is not going to go away, but this year really brought things to a head for sure. Now, the flip side of the skeptical heroes is the skeptical jackasses of the year. Now, I'm sure you could guess who the vast majority of the people who responded on our form voted for, and that is the person who was the face of the pandemic denialism, continued a pre-existing campaign of climate denialism, of anti-science, of anti-expertise, and who pretty much single-handedly manufactured a massive conspiracy theory that is undermining democracy in the United States, as well as giving aid and comfort to other, absolutely batshit crazy conspiracy theories. And that is Donald Trump. Yes, he's a political figure, but just putting that aside,
It's from 2 years ago.
a conspiracy theorist and a pseudoscientist extraordinaire, and he absolutely is the beginning and end of our skeptical jackass of the year.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody else even holds a candle to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple other honorable mentions. We could throw in there, like Didier
But they're
Raoult,
absolutely honorable mentions.
Yeah, the scientist whose paper started the whole hydroxychloroquine thing that had to get retracted. It was just scientifically so awful. Definitely gets a mention. Gwyneth Paltrow gets an honorable mention. If it weren't for the pandemic,
always
she might have
shows
been
up.
in the running because of her goop nonsense.
What about Jade Amulet guy?
But that was the same guy. That was the
was the same guy.
magnetism is manufacturing, COVID from your own
Right.
DNA, and if you wear a jade amulet, they'll protect you from it. Oh my God, his paper got retracted, of course, but that was the purest
Amazing.
nonsense of the year. Absolutely, just dangerous, pure nonsense.
Yeah, and then I would just say like the COVIDiots, like the
Yeah.
like the hoaxers, the people who perpetuate, and to be fair, not people who are swept into this. Not people who have had the wool pulled over their eyes, who have been, unfortunately for so long consuming the type of content that that feeds this, but individuals who are perpetuating, individuals who can see the evidence right in front of their faces and denying it, ignoring it. And I think kind of one way to add to that would be like QAnon. This
Yeah.
was a big year for QAnon.
Totally,
Oh, yeah.
that's what I was referring to. You
Oh,
definitely
okay.
give aid
Yeah,
and
yeah.
comfort to
In the house.
batshit crazy conspiracy theory.
Right.
and manufactured the whole the election was stolen from him, which is now probably the biggest conspiracy theory in our country that is directly undermining democracy. Just really horrific.
Yeah.
So just as generally lowering the tenor of conversation, lowering respect for institutions, for process, for expertise. He really does stand for, promote, and embody everything we are fighting against as scientific skeptics. Pretty much everything. Again, whatever your political stripe, this is not about conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat. It's really not about that at all. It transcends all of that. This is about science, logic, reason, expertise. That's what it's about, critical thinking. And he's done more harm to that in this country than anyone in recent memory. No doubt. Okay, let's move on. We're going to move on to the in memoriam segment. And this may sound strange, but I enjoy this segment because it's an opportunity to remember and celebrate people who meant something to you and meant something to us collectively, to the movement. And it is, remembering them at the end of their journey, but still, it's a great, sometimes people you haven't thought of in a while, you're like, oh, I really appreciated what they did. And, it's good to take the opportunity. So we're going to start at the top with the people who were the most, I think, central to science and skepticism. And of course, the person at the top of that list is James Randi, who we lost earlier this year. James was a good personal friend of ours, a good friend of the show, was part of the show for a while. He really did so much, not only for us, but for the skeptical movement. With TAM, just as like things were getting started and the social media was really moving things along. He provided the biggest single venue, for skeptics to get together, and he had a huge impact. And of course, this was, at the end of a lifelong career of promoting science and reason and pushing back against fraud and pseudoscience and magical thinking. So just, we all know James Randi, you know what he did, but it's just, we have to take this opportunity. And of course, he got the most votes, for the biggest loss of the year. And a lot of people voted for him as their skeptical hero of the year, but just as a way, I think, of honoring just his lifelong career as a skeptic.
Randy was first an inspiration for us, growing up, and a lot of people that were science enthusiasts remember seeing Randy when they were young, watching him on TV. He lived an incredibly busy life fighting pseudoscience. As soon as he got on that path, he never went off of it until the day he died. That was it. That was his calling. He really was an exceptional human being, and he was an exceptional thinker. His mind was amazing. And he deserves to be remembered, and he deserves for his, the legacy that he helped build. And I feel like we're a small part of that, but it lives on and it moves forward with him in mind.
Another person who, this was a surprise, was Grant Imahara. So Grant was on the Mythbusters. He was a great science communicator. Really, everyone involved with the Mythbusters did so much to promote not only just enthusiasm towards science and technology, but also scientific thinking. They really did a lot to model scientific thinking, and Grant was part of that. He died unexpectedly at only 49 years old of a brain aneurysm, which is very tragic. And it's it's different. Like Randy was 92, and it was like you have to celebrate that he had a long, happy life and fulfilling. And Grant was taken from us in his prime, which adds another layer of sadness there. I'm sure he had many great things ahead of him that he now won't have a chance to do, but still, it's great to recognize and celebrate what he did do in the time that he had.
Yeah, he's just a genuinely nice guy, like just genuinely giving, open, kind of no Hollywood bullshit about him. Mm-hmm. Just very kind of like, hey, I think what you're doing is really cool, and I'm all about it, and you ever want to chat about that, like I'm here for you. And he was like the best kind of nerd. Like he was the way that we would often talk about Will Wheaton. I don't know if you guys remember that video where Will Wheaton is standing up. I think it's at a Comic-Con, and he's defining what it means to be a nerd, to just be like earnestly into what you're into in a really authentic way. And I mean, that was Grant. And also, you guys might not know this, but he was like a huge LARPer.
Oh, really? No, I did not.
Was he a LARPer? I know he's big into board games.
No, he was a LARPer too.
We talked recently about Chuck Yeager, who died not too long ago. You know, a real pioneer, very courageous. Critically important to the space program. Again, the kind of person that we can celebrate for just being dedicated to excellence. Just again that sort of competency porn thing that is so important. Somebody who just very no nonsense kind of guy who just did the work and moved things forward. Also on the list, we lost Katherine Johnson this year. You guys remember who she is?
Yeah, absolutely.
From Hidden Figures.
That was this year. What month was that?
Early in the year. It was
yeah. Wow.
Was she 100?
Yeah, she was.
She was
99
yeah.
or something. 100. Yeah, she was.
Nice.
So of course she was, the mathematician who worked at NASA during the Apollo space program and was like working behind the scenes to like land the astronauts on the moon, but didn't get the credit at the time that she deserved, and was didn't really become a household name until the recent movie Hidden Figures.
Yeah. And like this
Good
is a
movie,
woman
too.
who was working against just insane racism.
Yeah.
Like in an era where the work that she did as a mathematician, was she a calculator, a computer?
Yeah.
Yeah, doing these like really sophisticated calculations was just, it just blows my mind when you look at how these women were treated. Separate bathrooms, separate, facilities, unable to share in the same coffee pot. Like it's amazing that the disconnect in the American mindset that said this person is valuable enough that we'll use their brilliant mind to help us achieve what before we thought was unachievable, but not so valuable that we'll give them any sort of human dignity. And the fact that she, in spite of that, served her country in this way, and in spite of that, worked tirelessly to make a better place for all of us. I mean, it's just, I just burst thinking about it. It's like an overwhelming feeling for me. She's just been such an inspiration to so many young women and so many women of color.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that always strikes me. It's like in the face of incredible indignity to just persevere, and you wonder how you would respond in a situation like that. You'd just be so angry.
Exactly. And like it'd be so easy to just kind of walk away from it and say, I'm not standing for this anymore. But she knew what she was doing really mattered. So a number of scientists caught my eye as losing this year. These are not household names, but it's funny to think about like people who are responsible for things that you take for granted, like maybe in your day-to-day life or just part of your the scientific background. Arnold Spielberg was instrumental in developing personal computers. And he was, in fact, the father of Steven Spielberg, the director. Helped develop personal computers. Frances Allen, the first woman to win the Turing Prize, died this year. William English built something you guys use every day of your lives. You're probably using it right now.
A chair.
Mouse.
Computer mouse. Yeah, computer mouse.
Ooh.
Nice.
Joan Feynman, no relationship to the other Feynman, did the foundational research on the Aurora Borealis, what causes it. William Dement was foundational research on sleep, and he came up with the term rapid eye movement, or REM sleep, REM sleep.
Ooh.
Floyd Zager did a tremendous amount of work in agriculture, and specifically in making fruit cultivars. He developed the pluot.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, which is a plum and an apricot.
Plum, apricot? Yeah. Oh, you guys say apricot? Ian, what do you say?
Oh my gosh, I really thought I was listening to the podcast for a second. I'm sorry. Like, kind of daydreaming. Apricot.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So, and were you born and raised Connecticutian too?
Yeah. It's that
Yeah.
Connecticut
Apricot.
Italian thing.
No,
Yeah.
we don't say apricot. We say apricot.
I say apricot.
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 I never even heard of
Apricot? That's not right.
The hard
I
A.
live, I live in
Now
America.
I can't
think
possibly
it's
know
one of those
because
things where
it's in my
you
head.
don't know how you say it because it's.
Yeah.
Jay, what do you say?
I say apricot.
Yeah, all right.
Let's start taking
You guys say
berries,
pecan
actually.
or pecan?
Both.
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 Yeah, pecan. It's pecan pie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Anyway,
John.
sorry to like derail it.
John Houghton
I'm
is
backwards.
a climate scientist who won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007 for his work with climate science. Larry Tesler. This is an interesting one. Larry Tesler came up with the whole software for cut, copy, and paste technology.
Oh my gosh, this is life-saving.
I
Yeah,
love 'em.
right?
Wow, that is awesome.
Bob Freeman Dyson died this year.
Yeah, that's
Dyson. The Dyson sphere?
Yeah. Yep.
Dyson
Dyson
Swarm.
Sphere.
Dyson Swarm. Dyson Sphere is unstable. Dyson Swarm.
Yeah. Okay.
But the idea still is the Dyson sphere. Thanks, Bob.
Mary Fowkes, Fowks, a neuropathologist who worked all year on COVID-19 pathology, was responsible for a lot of the discoveries, a lot of things that we know about how COVID-19 affects the different organ systems in the body, and she died this year. There's a few politicians that I think are worth mentioning. The big one, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, of course. And John Lewis died this year.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I include
that one.
the journalist in this category, Jim Lehrer of the used to be the
Oh, wow.
McNeil Lehrer NewsHour, but which I was my go-to news source for a long time. So Jim Lehrer, he died this year. And then there's so many actors and famous people. We can't name them all. It's not really central
Several
to
Star Wars
the
related
show.
names
But
on that list.
there are some people who are just personally meaningful to us that I wanted to name. I don't know if you guys have anybody on your list, but I think most of the ones that you're going to care about are going to be on my list. So I just going down this in no particular order. Chadwick Boseman, the Black
Yeah.
Panther.
Yep.
What a
man,
great
what
actor.
The hell,
Yeah.
man.
Great actor.
Great actor. Yeah, died very young. He knew he was sick. He knew he was dying. Didn't tell anybody. Just filmed the
Pushed
Black
through.
Panther.
Sad to learn.
We lost both Sean Connery and Alex Trebek, which for some reason I have to mention together.
I know, for some reason.
Steve, what's the first thing that Alex Trebek heard when he went to heaven?
The game is afoot, Trebek.
Yeah, Sean Connery.
Or something like that. Kirk Douglas.
Yep.
Oh, Paths to Glory?
Yeah, Paths of Glory and many things. Ian Holm from Alien.
Oh, of course. And Bilbo
man.
Baggins. And oh my gosh.
Bilbo Baggins.
So many roles.
Yeah. Terry Jones from Monty Python.
Monty Python. More sadness.
Yep. David Prowse, who played played
Darth Vader.
Yep.
Oof, yeah.
That's a big one.
Yep. Diana Rigg from The Avengers. You guys remember Diana Rigg? She was
Yeah.
also on Game of Thrones. Also on Game of Thrones. She had a very long career.
Yeah, she was the
Just wanted you to know that it was me.
tough lady. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. She was excellent.
Bob, one of the stars of Enter the Dragon, John Saxon.
Oh yeah, that sucked.
And one of my favorite actors, Max von Sydow. Just an
Oh,
Ming the
forgot.
Merciless.
I
Yep.
forgot.
So many,
Oh my
so many
God.
roles.
But yeah,
That
like
was awesome.
100 roles.
He was
oh boy.
great. Damn.
And then I have to mention mainly for George Rob, Neil Peart from Rush.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And
Yeah,
me
that's
too. Thank you.
And what about Van Halen?
Eddie Van Halen.
Van Halen.
Right.
Oh man, I forgot about a lot of these deaths. Damn it.
That's why it's good to review it. Just remember the people.
We're talking about famous people, but I do want to mention the 300,000 Americans that died from COVID, which I believe 250,000 of them were not didn't
Not
have to happen.
necessary.
Right.
Yeah, that's right, Jay.
Okay, are we ready to go on to science or fiction?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yes.
All right.
It's time for science or fiction.
Each week, I come up with 3 science news items or facts, 2 genuine and 1 fictitious, and I challenge my panel of skeptics to tell me which one is the fake. But before we play the last science or fiction of the year, I'm going to review the stats for the year so far.
Stat.
So who do you think had the highest percentage correct this year?
Steve.
Tara.
So
Oh, Steve,
I
maybe.
did.
George.
66.7%.
What was your percent?
I got 2 out of 3 correct. apparently.
Wow.
So I know it's not really fair to have me in the mix.
That's that whole small sample size.
Yeah, it's a small sample size.
Yeah, not enough
some-
plate appearances.
I know
they say in
sometimes I
baseball.
had 0% one year, I had 100% another year. It's not, it's usually in there. It's not, but just want to point out, take this opportunity to point out, it's a lot more challenging for me to play science or fiction because for a number of reasons. One, I don't get that much practice at it.
Right.
Two, I don't get that much exposure to you guys running science or fiction, and also you guys don't do it enough to like really dial in, the balance and. You know what I mean? So whereas
Yeah,
I have a very, as much as I try to be unpredictable, I definitely fall into, certain patterns, mainly to make sure that I'm keeping things clear and fair. But you guys are getting every year, you're getting a little bit better, figuring out
Right.
how I would make something a fiction or whatever. So of the rogues, the second place was Kara at 66%, so just behind me.
Wow.
That's high.
Then
That's
Evan,
That's a good year for me.
yeah, you had a good year. Evan at 57.5%.
But that's high too.
That's pretty good for me. Darn good for me.
Then Jay at 55.1%, and then Bob at 50%.
Okay.
you guys were
I
all
just
good
want to
year.
say,
Yeah.
that if you really look at the stats properly and you consider only non-themed science or fictions, Kara and I tie for 74%. I will say no more.
Non-themed.
I like-
Interesting.
Yeah, I
So-
like diving
So
a little
clearly,
deep
I
into
need to do more themed science or fiction.
No, clearly.
I'm just trying to find the gold nugget in there, and that's the only
Yeah.
one I can find.
My gold nugget is that I got higher than Bob. I just can't
Yeah.
believe that.
That's a good nugget, Jay. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Kara had the most solo wins at 3. Kara also
Wow.
had the longest consecutive win streak at
Is it
7.
7?
Yeah, I remember
However,
that. That was you
Kara
were
is
on
also
fire.
tied with Bob for the longest consecutive losing streak at 5.
I am I contain
Yes.
multitudes, you
Yes.
guys.
You are a multitude.
The panel performs best when who answers first?
Bob or Kara.
Me or Jay?
Jay.
No.
Jay answers
Jay.
first. 63% correct guesses when Jay goes first.
Why?
Jay,
makes
you're a
no
trailblazer.
sense.
Because I think, Jay, when you're confident, you're confident. And when you're not confident, you're an easy read. So I think it's, we know.
And you talk your way through the items pretty well.
Yeah,
And you-
yeah.
So I give you
Yeah.
credit.
Or it could be just random.
Good, or it could be random. So Jay and Bob were asked to answer first 13 times. Kara 11, Evan 9. Oh, Evan, I've been neglecting you.
Oh yeah. Oh
You
no.
got to
don't
randomized that better, my friend.
Don't feel like you
Yeah.
have to
I
make
mean,
up for that.
I'm just going
pretty
on
close,
memory.
though.
That's pretty good for just going on
Yeah.
memory.
Well, stop it.
Flawed memory.
Kara did the best of anybody when answering first. She had 55% correct when she was the first one to respond.
Oh, wow. That's hard.
That's good. Yeah, it is hard.
Yep. So I swept you guys 7 times this
Okay.
year.
That's good.
Wow, that's really good.
You guys swept
7.
me 10 times.
That's even better.
That's even
Yeah.
better. Yeah. So these stats were provided by Wayne. So thank you, Wayne, for crunching
Thanks,
those
Wayne.
numbers for us.
Yeah, that's
Thank you,
awesome.
Wayne.
Awesome job, man.
I told
so-
Wayne that I want at least 4 recounts before I will accept this.
And
You
certification.
want a machine recount and a hand recount, and you still reject the results. Okay, but there's one more. There's one more science or fiction, and this has a theme. And the theme is
Cool.
it's just science news items from 2020. So I had the whole year
All right.
to use as a resource. And I think
It's
But
so
not
embarrassing.
covered previously, though.
I think these are not covered previously,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm not going to promise that because I
I
can.
hear you.
I didn't
hear you.
check.
There was a lot.
I just didn't recognize them. So I may have used them
Good
and
enough.
forgot. So don't hold me to that. But they're just 3 science news items from throughout, scattered around the year.
Oh boy.
Okay, here we go. Item number 1: a review of the evidence supports the conclusion that when Pluto formed, it was hot enough to contain liquid water, some of which likely still exists as subsurface liquid water. Item number 2: an extensive analysis finds that all vertebrate genes analyzed so far share a common, if remote, gene ancestor. And item number 3: scientists developed a nanoparticle that can target atherosclerotic plaques in arteries, triggering the destruction of cellular debris and stabilizing the plaque, which would potentially reduce the risk of heart attacks.
Great.
All right, Ian, as our guest, you do have the privilege of going first.
I like that word privilege in this
Yeah.
case.
All framing. It's all in the framing, my
Okay,
friend.
a review of evidence, blah, 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 Pluto, blah, blah, water.
See, you're getting the hang of it already.
Yeah. Maybe. Wait, okay. When it was formed, it was hot enough to contain liquid water. I don't like this. Some of which likely still exist as subsurface liquid. I mean, I guess but I don't. Is Pluto big enough to have that much heat in the center of it? Because it just seems like it would be far out. It's cold. Okay, I'm going to skip on that one. An extensive analysis finds that all vertebrate genes analyzed so far share a common, if remote, gene ancestor. That makes, I guess, sense, right? Vertebrate genes analyzed. Yeah, right? There's common evolution, maybe. There's okay, I'm going to say that is science. Moving on, scientists developed a nanoparticle that can target atherosclerotic plaques in arteries, triggering the destruction of cellular debris and stabilizing the plaque, which would potentially reduce the risk of heart attacks. Man, I just plug in cables. I don't know. It's like nanoparticle that can target. Sure. I mean, scientists, they're smart. They got stuff to do. They're all at home. They can just figure this out. Okay, I'm going to say that the water one on Pluto is the fiction. I just don't think. Yeah.
Okay, Evan, clearly you need to go towards the front
Right,
of the
yes,
order
somewhere
more.
near the front of the order.
Wait, why?
Because I only went first 9 times. Okay, so Pluto I think Pluto, when it formed, I wish I could remember exactly. In reading about it in the prior years with the flyby with Pluto, and this must be the data that they collected on it. Hot enough to contain liquid water at its formation, but some of it still exists on the subsurface as liquid water. Yeah, what kind of chemical reactions can take place that would otherwise take something that should by all rights be frozen solid and turn it into water? Now, obviously heat, but maybe there's another chemical reaction occurring, something else that I'm not quite aware of that could be doing that. That's interesting. The second one about vertebrate genes sharing a common remote gene ancestor. And by the way, I don't recognize any of these. So I'm not... That's very neat that they were able to find that, and I have a feeling that one's going to be science. The fact that it is remote is the key word here and gives it weight. And the last one about the nanoparticle targeting the plaques in the arteries. Boy, reducing the risk of heart attacks. This is one of these items in which you say to yourself, why didn't I recognize this when this was reported? This would have been pretty big, and how did we miss it on the show? Especially being a nanoparticle, Bob. How'd that get through your safety net? So that's
50%,
unusual.
my friend. Don't listen to me.
But here's why it could be science, because they could have developed the nanoparticle itself with the idea that it does these things, but it's maybe theory, or it just hasn't been tested out yet to satisfaction, because it says potentially. The word's potentially in here. It's either that or Pluto. All right, I guess I'll go with my gut. I think it's the one about the nanoparticle, because I don't think we would have glossed over it had we known about it at the time. We just collectively missed it, though.
Okay, Kara.
I mean, the one that seems the least practical is Pluto having liquid water, because it's so cold out there.
Don't use my logic. It's probably wrong.
But let's see. Okay, so maybe when it formed it was hot. Sure, maybe. If it still exists as subsurface liquid water, I mean, is that like a stretch, that word you're using, subsurface? You mean like real subsurface, right? Like kind of near the core where it might be still hot? Because there's no way it's like just under the surface of the ocean like Europa. There's just not...
I'll just say it's described as subsurface liquid water.
Okay.
So take that for what it is.
That's just the word that's used. Okay. Yeah, okay. A review supports the conclusion that this is the key. Like that this happened. Not this could have happened, but the way you wrote this, a review of the evidence supports the conclusion that when Pluto formed, it was hot enough to contain liquid water, some of which likely still exists. Not like it could or perhaps this is a maybe thing, but like, we're pretty sure this is the case. I don't know, man. That one is bananas. All vertebrate genes analyzed so far share a common, if remote, gene ancestor. Is totally plausible to me. All vertebrate genes, meaning every single gene in a vertebrate body or every gene that encodes for being a vertebrate?
Every gene that a vertebrate has.
Yeah, but there were invertebrates. We have invertebrate genes.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter to the point here.
Okay.
They're still all related to each other.
Yeah, that's true, because there would be a common ancestor to that as well. Yeah. Okay, cool. It would just be an earlier common ancestor. Yeah, that seems totally plausible to me. Like, it was a branch that split off. Like, the vertebrates, the chordates, whatever, they split off, and then, they proliferated. And then scientists developed a nanoparticle that can target atherosclerotic plaques. Okay, that's cool. Triggering the destruction of cellular debris. Yep, and stabilizing the plaque. Which would potentially reduce the risk of heart attack. So stabilizing the plaque, meaning like encapsulating it somehow or like getting it to stick to the wall so it's not going to unstick. Like stabilizing, like preventing it from breaking up into smaller pieces.
So,
screwing things up.
Not that it matters for this item, but what that means is it's not so much that the plaque will break off, it's that it won't ulcerate and form a thrombus.
Gotcha.
Right?
Okay.
You're eating up the debris that will trigger a clot formation that will cause the heart attack.
Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I could see that happening because it doesn't say that it doesn't say that it's not in mice. It doesn't say that it's not modeled. It just says they developed one that can do this. So to me, it's like, yeah, if it said like in humans and it has gone through trials and people are now benefiting from it, that might be a different story. So I think I'm going to go with Ian.
Oh, God.
The Pluto?
I'm sorry. We may be dead. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, Pluto's the fiction here.
All right, Jay.
So I will be summoning Perry on helping me with the third one here about the nanoparticle. And I remember Perry saying something like, if it has anything to do with nanotechnology, it's science.
Smart.
But if anything is going to do what this news item describes about getting rid of atherosclerosis, being able to clear out debris, stabilizing plaque, it's going to be a nanoparticle. That is the only thing to do that other than, surgery where they literally like blow up a balloon and then pull it out and pull all the crap out with it. So I think this one is science. And then I'll skip to the first one. So as you guys are talking, I'm like, well, what makes, when is a planet hot? And I always had this thing in my head, like, well, planets are hot when they're forming, but I realize I don't know that. Because for some reason, like when you go back and you keep going back, it's like, it's hotter, it's medieval, it's crazy.
Medieval.
Whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but what would make it hot? I don't know. But I do know that pretty much every planet except the gas giants have liquid water at some point. So I don't think it's that weird for a planet or planetoid or dwarf planet to have some type of liquid water on it at some point when it may or may not have been hot. And there's other things that would make water liquefy other than heat. Isn't that true, Steve?
Don't think he can answer that.
Yeah, I think I'll leave that one alone.
All right, so that means that I think when we talk about analyzing genes from vertebrates, I don't think this one is the science. I think that we at some point everything had to come from one thing, but when we talk about sharing having all share a common gene ancestor, I think the tree branches get so prolific that the answer to this could be no. Mm-hmm. And because I personally don't like genes and chromosomes, I'm going to say this one is the fiction.
Genes and chromosomes.
Okay.
You don't like them?
I don't. I really do. I hate them both.
Jerks.
Yeah, well.
All right.
You need to love to learn your genes, Jay.
Bob, you get to give the last science or fiction answer for 2020.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Bob. Pluto, it's not a mystery how planets get hot. You're going to be hot. The distance from the sun isn't that important. It's more of like radioactive decay creating heat or tidal forces creating heat.
Tidal forces.
So tidal forces, I don't think are going to be that prominent on Pluto. There are a lot of moons, but I don't think there's enough tidal forces going on to really create heat. Is there radioactive decay? It's pretty damn small. I would say maybe not. Wait, is it solid? But I don't know. I do remember, though, I do have tickling memories in the back of my head of something about water and Pluto, so I may just have to rely on that for some stupid reason. I'm going to jump to the third one, the nanoparticle. That one as well is triggering me this vague memory from earlier in the year, and these damn memories have, they're like, God, it really makes me think that this one is science as well, and there's nothing implausible about it. The only one that sounded implausible to me was the vertebrate gene analysis showing a common ancestor for all the genes. Regarding, Kara made some comments about this. Knowing that all the genes had an ancestor is one thing. We know that's true because of evolution. It has to. But
that's how it works.
But knowing it is a completely different story. And de-evolving genes to see what they must have been like before they entered their present state. It's a thing. They do that. But doing that, I think it's very hard. And I think doing that for all the genes in vertebrates, to me, it just seems like no way. They didn't do it. They didn't analyze every gene and do that analysis on every gene, because that information's, it's hard to figure out. I think maybe they found something that they had in common that the gene ancestor had to have, possibly, but that just seems the least likely option to me. So I'm going to say that the gene analysis one is fiction.
Your answer's locked in, Bob. I'll just point out it says vertebrate genes analyzed so far. Didn't say we analyzed.
I know. I factored that into my thinking.
All right, good. All right, here we go. So you're all over the place. We're a good spread out. So I'll take them in. There's no reason not to take them
sweep.
in order. No sweep for anybody. So we'll start with number one. A review of the evidence supports the conclusion that when Pluto formed, it was hot enough to contain liquid water, some of which likely still exist as subsurface liquid water. Ian and Kara both think this one is the fiction, and this one is science. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kara.
So, Bob's
cool, yeah.
basically right. So when planets form, they can either form hot or they can form cold, just by their formation. It depends how violently and quickly they form. And honestly, we didn't know for Pluto prior to getting a really good look at it, whether or not it was one or the other, because it's out there in the Kuiper belt, and we don't know what's going on out there, right? Was there enough activity to cause a hot formation, or did it form cold? Bob is absolutely correct that radioactive decay is what would keep Pluto hot.
Boo.
Not chemical.
Weak force.
There's a lot of probably tidal forces from Charon there, but not enough to make it hot. So it is the radioactive decay. By the way, radioactive decay is why the Earth is still hot. It's why we haven't solidified. And that's the one factor that Lord Kelvin was missing when he incorrectly calculated the age of the Earth, was that we had not yet discovered radioactive materials. Okay. So if Pluto formed cold, that would mean that it was all ice to begin with, and then it heated up from radioactive decay, and the water would therefore melt.
Okay,
and
yeah.
when that happened, it would shrink. So then we would see the sign, because ice is bigger than water, right? So then we would see the signs of shrinkage on the surface of Pluto. If it formed hot, then that means the water was liquid, and then as it cooled from the outside, it would expand, and we would see expansion signs at the surface. And we can also, so we could also see, do the older parts of Pluto have shrinkage or expansion signs, and do the younger parts of Pluto? It turns out that the old surface of Pluto has expansion signs, which means that it formed hot and then froze. But some of that some of that ice would have then melted as the subsurface heated up from radioactive decay, and then we would see
shrinkage,
the contraction. So that's what we see, and that indicates both that Pluto formed hot, but probably still has some subsurface liquid melted by radioactive decay.
That's bananas.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
That is
that's cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. Was this
All
all
right.
learned by the recent flybys?
Yeah. This is from careful analysis of the surface of Pluto because of the flyby. Okay, let's
That's cool.
go
That
on.
there's still radioactive decay going on such a small planet.
Yeah. All right, number 2, an extensive analysis finds that all vertebrate genes analyzed so far share a common, if remote, gene ancestor. Bob and Jay, you think this one is the fiction. Everyone else thinks this one is the science. So it's between Bob and Jay or
And
Evan.
Evan.
So this one is the fiction.
Yes.
Jay.
Damn, so there were multiple
right.
evolutionary events, weren't there?
Bob.
Well,
Jay.
let's
High
back
five,
up a
bro.
little bit. So, do you guys ever hear of orphan genes?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've heard of
So-
Orphan Black.
I heard of orphan drugs.
So, as you know, as not only do species evolve from each other in a branching, nestled descent, but so do genes. Genes evolve from each other. The gene will split into two and then evolve in different directions, take on different functions, and then further split and further split. And so evolutionary biologists try to build the evolutionary tree, not only of species, but of genes. And sometimes they come across a gene that they cannot connect through similar sequences to any other gene. Or maybe it's a cluster of genes. Like, these 3 genes are related to each other, but we cannot connect them to the tree. We can't connect them to any other genes. Those are called orphan genes. Now, the question is, are orphan genes orphans because they've just evolved so much that their connection is obscured? Or are some orphan genes orphans because they represent de novo gene creation?
Right.
And so
just like a
this-
spontaneous.
And so this is the study to say what percentage of orphan genes were formed, quote unquote, from scratch, and what percentage of them are just orphaned because they just evolved too much that it's hard to know where they connect to. And this analysis, in any case, finds that about 2/3 of them are actually de novo, from scratch gene formation. So how would that work? How do we get a gene from nothing? Well, junk DNA. There's a lot of sequences in there. There's a lot of raw material. There's viral inclusions that are pseudogenes. And so, these pseudogenes or whatever the junk DNA can, through mutation, become an actual functional gene. If it
That's awesome.
just gets,
Start making proteins.
it just starts making protein. Now it has an evolutionary foothold. It can evolve. And in fact, species and groups of creatures that have really unique adaptations those adaptations tend to be
de
from
novo.
orphan genes. Yeah. So which suggests that they may be from de novo gene formation. That's why they didn't inherit it from a relative. They actually developed it, somewhere along their own line.
Yeah, which might be hard for conventional genes because they're kind of locked into a pathway. They can't really go de-evolve and change back.
So this confuses me, though, because even if there were de novo mutations, are you saying they happened multiple times in the vertebrate lineage?
That de novo gene would not come from a single
Common ancestor.
common ancestor gene.
No, but wouldn't that de novo gene mutation become the new common ancestor?
Only of everything that derives from it, but there wouldn't be. So this says all the genes share a common ancestor. A de novo gene would not share a common ancestor with all other genes.
No, I get that, but aren't you saying that the mutation itself is what causes it to become a vertebrate?
No.
Oh, that's where I was. That's where I was.
I thought you were
talking about
easily
a
had
gene
said,
mutation.
I could have said
induced-
all mammals. I could have said all animals. I could
Right.
have said all life. It didn't really matter. I just arbitrarily chose a big branch just to make it seem more plausible. Yeah, but it has to be wrong if there are de novo genes, right? They can't all come from a single ancestor, no matter what branch you choose. All this means that scientists developed a nanoparticle that can target atherosclerotic plaques in arteries, triggering the destruction of cellular debris and stabilizing the plaque, which would potentially reduce the risk of heart attacks, is science, and this is pretty cool. Now, what the nanoparticle is doing is targeting macrophages and delivering a drug that activates the macrophage, and it's the macrophage that eats the plaque and stabilizes it. So the nanoparticle is not eating the plaque; it's just triggering. It could target the plaque, and it triggers the destruction by delivering a drug to the macrophages. That makes sense. Now, so that much has been demonstrated but it wasn't tested clinically, which is why I said it potentially reduces the risk of heart attacks because the clinical studies haven't been done. Just the proof of concept has been done. So it does do that. It just doesn't, they need to do the clinical studies. This was from January, so this was from the beginning of the year, published in Nature Nanotechnology. I do remember Perry saying that, Jay. And I knew you guys, at least one of you would remember it, so I thought maybe they'll think that
Jay.
I'm punking you because I remember that. But but it's a cool news item. I do also have a vague memory of it. I don't know if we mentioned it or talked about it or whatever, or if I wrote about it.
I don't either. I just had a vague memory as well.
Yeah. There's a ton of news items that we miss when I go through, like just looking at all the news items for the year. There's a ton of stuff.
And some of them are like, whoa, how did I miss that one? That's pretty important.
The Pluto subsurface water I recognized too. I don't think we covered it really, but I
it rang a bell. It
definitely
rang a little bit of a bell there for me. Yeah, so I have to say that with this recalculation, with this win now under my belt, I think you will determine that I won by a landslide.
Yeah.
Landslide. We all know it. You all know it. You all know it.
Yeah.
That's how math works.
Yeah,
it's quantum math. Come on, quantum math.
I still got 1 out of 3, so pretty good.
That's right. You're always right once in science or fiction.
That's right. All right, Evan, give us the last quote of the year. Is it the decade? Is it the last quote of the decade? It depends on when you count decades.
Oh my gosh!
Of the year.
No, here we go.
We're not doing this again.
Save it for the 12-hour show, January 23rd. Tune in.
After we talk about AM PM.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Please put that on the list as well. That'll take up 10 hours alone, those two conversations. This was submitted by a listener, John from New Hampshire, so thank you. It's to the point, and I liked it. Persistence in scientific research leads to what I call instinct for truth. Louis Pasteur.
Louis.
Yeah, it's an interesting quote. You have to really think about it, too, I think, know what he's talking about. So how would you interpret that, Evan?
That you have to be persistence. I think is the key word. Here.
Yeah.
In other words, not just following the process, but following it to a fault almost, and making sure that you're always following it, being very persistent with it at all times, and of all the ways of possibly knowing things. That can lead you to what you could feel is the most truth. And that's why I think that's why he called it an instinct for truth.
Yeah, you could also think that the more research you do, the more you start to get a feel for, not only how the world works, but how information works, how we begin to, like a metacognition kind of thing, like how we know what we know.
It sounds to me like he's also talking about basically the development of expertise.
Yeah.
Just the longer that you study something, the more that you see all the different types of evidence that can be produced within that field, the more that you start to be able to make inferences with fewer data points. The more that you're able to say, okay, this looks like X because I've seen X from every different angle. And I have so much data in my catalog that now, as an expert, I can kind of cut through to the core quicker than somebody else.
Yeah, but you still have to treat that treat that as a hypothesis and
absolutely
and follow through the process to prove your gut instinct.
All right, interesting quote. Thanks, Evan. So, guys, thank you for another great year of the SGU. I appreciate you guys showing up every week and doing this with me. Yeah,
thank you, Captain.
That's what we do, man.
And Ian, thanks for all your hard work for the SGU this year.
Of course, my pleasure. Thanks, I just remembered I did have a skeptical hero and skeptical jackass, but we had such a prime targets for that I figured I would save it. So if you want to hear what it is, why don't you follow and come to the live stream on January 1st of 2021. Maybe we'll talk about it. That's the next live stream.
Yeah.
Cool. I love teasers.
There you go. Big teaser.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, Shay.
Another great year, man. You are a hero to many people, including me, and I really appreciate the work that you do.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Sucking up to the boss again.
It is. I mean, I said this before. It is a pleasure working with all of you guys. This is, if I were doing this all by myself, it wouldn't be even a tiny percentage as fun as it is. I like having my crew, having my peeps.
Would it be
It's
you
fun to
talking
do
to
this.
yourself? Oh, like in 5 places?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good.
No, I think this is just so much more fun as a group endeavor. You know?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also just I love having people to throw ideas off of, and like the discussion is the important part of it, right? It's not just like here's some information. It's let's talk about this and let's challenge each other and everything. That's makes it so much more, I think, compelling.
Last but absolutely not least, thank you to all of our patrons over on Patreon. You guys know it. You make all of this possible, and to our legacy members. All of you are definitely contributing to what I consider to be skepticism in general is incredibly important, and we work hard every day to push the ball forward, keep people informed, and continue to do what we do because the message is ultimately what's important here. So thank you guys very much. I can't tell you how much we appreciate your contributions.
Absolutely, we're heading into our 16th year, and we wouldn't be doing that if we didn't have such wonderful listeners and supporters.
You're here.
All right, guys. So until next week and until next year, this is your Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is produced by SGU Productions, dedicated to promoting science and critical thinking. For more information, visit us at theskepticsguide.org. Send your questions to info@theskepticsguide.org. And if you would like to support the show and all the work that we do, go to patreon.com/skepticsguide and consider becoming a patron and becoming part of the SGU community. Our listeners and supporters are what make SGU possible.
Sorry, I just turned my phone down. I just realized I had notifications on. Okay. Let's get... more precision for now. I'm gonna start taking up barriers at some point here. I'm gonna have a little... probably at wave 150, or if I hit one of my landmark precision or something, I'll do a little explanation of where we're at. Let's go ahead and start the next episode. 808 is the next one. Oh, does it not autoplay the next? It's a little bit annoying. There we go.
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, your escape to reality.
Hello and welcome to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Today is Tuesday, December 29th, 2020, and this is your host, Stephen Novella. Joining me this week are Bob Novella,
Hey, everybody.
Kara Santa Maria,
Howdy.
Jay Novella,
Hey, guys.
and Evan Bernstein.
Goodbye, 2020.
Yeah. So we're all still stuck in 2020 back here on December 29th. But this is the first show of 2021 because it'll be airing in January 2nd. So this is going to be our first episode of 2021. Our listeners are so lucky they're already there.
Oh,
Yeah, seriously.
future you, so jealous.
So did you guys survive your holiday shenanigans?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I did not. Didn't survive.
This is the ghost of
Thought I
of
would,
Bob here.
but I didn't.
It was good. We did our pandemic Christmas where we had limited get-togethers, smaller groups. We didn't eat together. We just sort of waved from across the room, kind of thing. It was still good. It was good to have whatever social contact we could. But I keep telling everybody we're almost there. Just buckle down until we get this damn vaccine, and then life can start to creep back to normal. Now we made it through the year. Now is not the time to drop your guard and screw up. I know. Imagine that. I mean, I'm kind of proud of the fact that I got my whole family through this without anyone catching COVID.
Knock wood.
And I would hate for that to happen right at the end.
Right?
Just about to
Yeah.
get vaccinated.
Definitely, yeah.
I like to think I saved Mom's life though, because every time
totally.
she said, "Bob, come on, let's go to Costco. Just go to Costco. I got to go to Costco, Bob." Like, Mom, it's the height of the pandemic. She's like, "Come on, we'll be quick." Like, no, you are not going.
Good for you, Bob. Protect your loved ones, please. And I hope the new strain of COVID is not going to put a damper on things for our recovery.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in the
Oh, hey.
show.
Sorry, I just realized there was someone here. We'll turn down the podcast a bit.
No spoilers now.
Yeah.
Sorry, each wave here takes about like 10 minutes. So the way that I'm not dying right now is the absorption. I'm going to turn this off actually completely for now while I kind of explain. So you see I have 4 stacks of cloak. I got absorbent, which basically means that every time I get hit by a projectile, I heal back 1. But ironically, actually, right now, there's kind of a glitch with it that I discovered when I was kind of testing. And basically, any of these bullets that would one-shot me, instead of one-shotting me, they take me down to 1 health, because absorbent kicks in after I die. So I like go to 0, and then I get the 1 health back, because the bullets kill me. So really, I can still die right now. If any of these, if you see like little Star Destroyers, because I'm in the late game waves or whatever, the only melee ships are the Star Destroyers and like the little circle dudes. But mainly the Star Destroyers are like the most dangerous. Alright, I'll just pick something up here quick. Because they do not shoot bullets at me. So if they damage me, they will basically just one-shot me and I will die. So that is the thing that I'm trying to avoid. But I'm kind of AFKing at the moment because, as you can see, the waves take so fucking long. We can like time it out here, but each wave is taking like 5-10 minutes or so. So basically, I think it's glitch. I think it's a glitch. He did say in the last patch notes, I can show you the patch notes if you want, but he said in the patch notes he released like the 10 new Ascensions, and he said that there was probably going to be glitches in them. And I don't know how many people know about this glitch. I'm the first one I know of to talk about it. But there are people who have it. I don't know if you can see my 417 here. This is my, I'm going to be trying to, if I can hold out that long, to get to that wave number. I did get to 204 before when I was testing out with the, mainly I was testing with the, you know, the other hat, where you can like choose the perks that you want. It's kind of, when I was testing around, I found that absorbent glitch. But basically, because of that, I don't have to worry about dodging the nasty little, these golden ships will shoot like basically a one-shot bullet. It does so much fucking damage. I don't even know how you would block it normally. Because I'd never really had the chance to discover that, because I always had been picking up cloak since the update. So I never really had to deal with actually solving that problem in a normal way. I assume you just stack health and armor, but yeah, I do believe it is a glitch, to answer your question. So the way that I'm, you can see I'm not even firing. I can fire right now, but the way that I'm like set this up so that I don't die from the melee ships is just doing a shitload of damage. Also, I'm going to be stacking freeze. You can see I've got 20 stacks of cold now. I'm going to try to get that up to 100. Because each one does 1%, I'm assuming. I don't really know for sure. I'm just doing it based off what it says. So I could theoretically shoot 1 bullet and have them be completely frozen. Yeah, when I first played, the 45 is actually where I really got hard stuck for a while. And the thing that kind of got me past that, because I was mostly going like frag builds for my damage, and what I was finding was that even if I stacked a ton into damage or used tome or whatever, the bigger ships would still not like explode in like a big, you know, like if you've used frag before, I'm sure you've seen like you do like this huge explosion where the whole screen blows up all at once in like the earlier waves. And I couldn't really get my damage to the point where it would do that anymore until I figured out, well, I really started using crit after the second update. And there's this precision where criticals deal extra 50% damage, and also speculator. So now my bullets deal like way more damage. And that's when I really started being able to have like chain explosions. Like if these guys were all on the screen at the same time, they would chain explode. Like with the way that my current build is set up. But that's when I really started getting the damage through past that wave. Until before then I was kind of doing like defense health builds to get past there and just kind of like eking through. But like I said, it really started to pop up once I started investing in this precision. You see, we're actually about to hit the 50 precision mark here. Hopefully we'll get it actually. Oh no, we only got 49. But once we get to 50 precision, I don't know if I'll invest much more into it, but it is kind of like the thing that's carrying this build. One of the things. Oh, another thing that's really useful. Yeah, I don't use Tome. The main reason I don't use Tome, I did Tome a while back, a Tome build when I was kind of testing things, and you get the perk called Nerd when you hit 12 or I think it's 12, 12 or 13 or something. And what Nerd does is it will unlock a random perk every wave, which sounds great on paper, because you're getting like free damage, free attack speed, and free like the thing that lets you bullets pass through. But when I was testing with it, the other thing that it gave you was movement speed and jump height, which are both actually really bad. Like if I was actually in a situation where I needed to like dodge, like if some melee guy was coming at me and I need to dodge it, it's really easy to dodge like at this speed. Oh my god, I can't move with these things. What the fuck? The souls block you in! Oh my gosh. I physically can't jump when those souls aren't on me. That's interesting. I did not know that. This is the first time I've had them stacked up this high. But anyway, if there's like a melee dude coming at me, I could like slowly move him around. You've probably done that before. But if you have like movement speed, I would press right that much and it would go instantly to the other side of the screen. And same with jump height. And which is really dangerous when you get one shot by getting in melee distance with them. Right? And that's kind of my reasoning for not investing into Tome, or I only invested into Tome 10, you could see. I just really didn't want to get that nerd perk by accident or something. Because I have the Challenger hat too, so it can like double things. So I did a couple of nerd runs, and that was kind of like my takeaway from that. I kept kind of dying randomly, even with Absorbent, and as I realized later on that Absorbent, the thing I really need to watch out for is getting hit by the melee dudes. I could just stand still like this, but I want to have the opportunity in later waves to be able to, like I said, kite shit around if they get fast enough or I don't have enough damage to kill them. To be able to just kite them around and get to where I can utilize my movement in a sensible way. Yeah, you just like, it's ridiculous. Like, with the jump height from Nerd, I could like jump up here and go above the screen, and you can go so high that you go past like where it renders and it will just teleport you into the center of the screen even. I don't know if you've seen that one before, but... yeah, I use Leech a lot. I'm not sure which one Bunker is. Which one is Bunker from? I know it's an Ascension, but... Stacky focus, alright, gotcha. Yeah, I have like 9 leech right now. At some point I'm just waiting. At this point you don't get you don't get every like 5 waves and like an epic item. You just kinda have to wait for getting an epic item normally through the whatever the blast perk is. So once I get another vamp from, like an epic vamp there, I'll get the Ascension for it. But I haven't really needed it, because, like I said, the only thing I'm worried about taking damage from is the melee, and they will kind of one-shot me anyway. So, like, Vampirism is something where I'm kind of hoping if something does get in melee contact with me, because I have I have 6 stacks of the Burning perk or whatever, and I have like a bunch of melee damage that would happen to them if they came close enough to me, that I would be able to like out heal anything. But I'm pretty sure it would just still one shot me from some of my testing at least. Like I said, I don't have any health or armor right now. Probably by wave 200 at some point, once I get like 50 cold, I'll start investing into armor at least, just to make sure that I get the damage of reflecting back. So that's gonna speed things up, hopefully just a tiny bit. As you see, I'm kind of killing stuff as they spawn, because mostly it's because of this perk here, the Plague Spreader, combined with the crits, because crits apply to everything. I can't quite hover it, unfortunately, right now. There we go. Removes 0.75% of HP from any of your enemies every 1 second. And because you're multiplying that by like 300, you know, it deals their entire HP bar. So you can see, the numbers, like when they go, I think when they go like, when there's like 2 numbers like that, it's actually one really big number, so it's like 403,000 or something. So some of these guys have a lot of health. And that's kind of my plan to deal with most of the enemies until late game, is they'll just get one shot by that. If you want to die, turn off auto shoot, or you can't. I can't die because of the glitch mostly. If I wanted to die, I could try to move around to get my orbs. Like if I move far enough away from my orbs, they don't really protect me as well. Because these guys, I can't really turn them off, but I could like try to jump into things. I could try to jump into one of those Star Destroyers. And see if I could die. But at this point, I've kind of invested enough into it. It's been about, we're about probably like an hour or 2 hours into the run, so I don't really want to like test out to see if it would kill me, because I'm going for the world record right now. But which will be probably another couple hours at least. As you can see, we're on wave 149, taking 10 minutes a wave each. If you do the math, right? Yeah. I'm investing a lot into attack speed because of the cold perk. So hopefully, even if I can't outscale damage wise, I can at least freeze them to death. Is my plan. If we freeze them long enough, then it gives it time for Plague to kick in, is my reasoning. But all this is kind of speculative. The only things I know for sure are like the absorbent glitch. I did test that one a lot to verify that it's actually a glitch. And you can see it now. Like I don't have anywhere near enough health or armor to be able to resist any of the bullets I'm taking normally. So that one's quite evident. And I did verify that that is the one of all the different perks that is causing what is happening to happen. What I basically did a test run with the other hat and just rolled those 5 and then was able to just kill the meleeers and not take any damage. Oh, cold? So according to what it says, and I've kind of read, there's a little bit more description inside. If you go in the game and go to like the description on like the main menu, there's a little bit more information on these. But it says it makes enemies 1% slower every time they take damage. So from any source. And then also there's the perk that goes along with it, the ascension for it. It's a little hard to hover these, sorry. Freezer. You can slow enemies up to 100%, and whenever this happens, any source has a 1% chance to insta-kill them. Which is pretty cool. So right now, 5 of my bullets, because I'm at 20, 5 of my bullets will freeze them permanently. Regardless of how little, like, let's say they scale up their health to, like, 5 million or whatever. Even though I'm only doing not enough damage to kill them or whatever, it would still freeze them in place and give time for my Plague Spreader to kill them, right? It's kind of like my game plan for the late game. And I'm just kind of trying to stack more and more things in my favor for that, just to make sure that nothing can sneak by me. And like I said, I'm just kind of, because it's taking so long, I'm just AFKing until I die, which should proc my, I do have the rage thing that makes it so when I die, I respawn once every 5 waves. Yeah, it's not actually because of that. The reason everything is dying right now isn't because of the cold. It's because of the super crits. This perk here, and it's kind of a combination of this precision. My bullet damage obviously does a shitload, but what does the most damage, like I said, is Plague Spreader with that. You can see I've invested 49 into plus 50% damage, so if you do the math on that or whatever, it's like 25 times the damage, and then that's multiplied again by this. I get super crits from Speculator, which deal 3 times instead of 2 times if I remember what's on the details of this. Like I said, you can go to the details of on the main screen to kind of read a little bit more about what the dev has to say about that. Those aren't always accurate though. There's things like the absorption glitch which isn't in there. So you kind of have to do a little testing as well. But the insta-kill is something I'm more planning for once my crit damage isn't enough to kill these guys. But these guys are definitely getting killed by the crit damage, not by the freeze. But that's more of like once into the later game pieces. I just want to make sure I can kill anything. I'm obviously going to keep scaling my crit damage anyway, but until that becomes clearly ineffective. So I haven't actually 100% tested, but I'm pretty sure Blake Flare does stack with those, so there would be like an insta-kill. So they have 1 second to get to me and kill me before it kills them. And then obviously I have my bullets as well. My little bullet buddies. Also, one thing you'll note is I didn't spec more into Will-O-Wisps because I didn't want to get the Ascension for them. Which actually makes it so they're not really autonomous anymore. Which is not a good thing when, like, there's so much on the screen I could easily miss. Like, if I was actually kiting shit, I could easily miss that there's a melee right next to me and run right into it or something. Whereas these guys, they will just attack at the closest thing. I'm pretty sure that's how they work, but... Yeah, so I choose which ascensions I want. I think stacking tomes, if you wanted to go with like a no movement strat, you could still stack tomes infinitely. And then you would multiply the amount of damage you're getting by the tome, so it might still be the best strat. It's just not the one I'm using right now. I don't know for sure whether it's better, because I think you would still just want to stand still for if you use the tome strat. But that might still be better in the long run. I haven't gotten past wave 200 and something. I didn't die then. It was just like taking hours, and I was like, okay, I might as well just do a world record attempt. It's at the time the highest was 247 for the world record. I think it's around that actually for the region right now. So I was like, why am I wasting my time trying this out when I know this strat has been working for the last 100 waves, so I'm just gonna try it for reals, and that's what this is. Dedicated some time this weekend to like, just do it. Oh yeah. So the ones that are most interested in these waves, I don't know how much damage they've done, but I know for a fact when I had 2k health, maybe even like 5k health, I had 90% armor reduction, and these gold guys, when they first spawn, and I think they do more damage as time goes on, but when they first spawn, each of those little pink little bullets that they shoot really quickly, each one of those would insta-kill me. Any one of those would insta-kill me with that much health and armor. But yeah, I've not gone as high as 10k, that's pretty impressive. With in terms of like insta killing you could stack a ton of cloak as well, but obviously if something is one-shotting you, cloak doesn't matter as much until you get absorbent. The absorbent glitch obviously helps with that, because you literally can't die from a bullet. You know, it's like sometimes there's things that explode on the screen when there's no bullets hitting them. That's the plague spreader. It'd be a little easier to see if I didn't have these little dudes and all the fragments showing everything. I might actually try a run like that just to see what it would look like. Pure Plague Spreader run. Obviously, it'd be a little more dangerous for me because I wouldn't have things targeting down the stuff that's coming at me in case it does manage to get in that 1 second. But assuming the speed of the enemies doesn't scale up, I think this would, if I get freeze to 100%, would always, like, win any wave. So it's just a matter of, like, spending the time to... Because I'm using the Challenger hat, so there's double the enemies, so the waves take even twice as long. So yeah, it's taking like 10 minutes per wave, and it's only going to go up from there. I assume once I get to 200, 250, it's going to start taking like more like 20 minutes per wave. So yeah, our goal of 417, or whatever, I think it was, I put it on the stream, I think 437 maybe? Somewhere around there. That's what we're aiming towards for the world record. I believe so. Because the reason I believe that is because you'll notice that every single number showing up around killing everything is purple. If it wasn't a crit, it would show up as a different color. Super crit, sorry, which was the 3 times amount. And also I've kind of, like I said, I haven't proven it out, but anecdotally I've seen things blow up without any bullets hitting them. Like, just completely blow up, like, out of nowhere. So I believe that is the Plague Spreader. It's kind of hard to tell because everything... I'm guessing the Plague Spreader happens when it first spawns in, and then it counts down 1 second, and then kills them, kind of thing. Because you don't really see everything blow up at once, generally, with it. So yeah, that's all more speculative, but I'm fairly certain that's what's going on. Once you get to this number of stuff on the screen, it does become a little hard to track what's going down. But I could have tested that. That's like another thing I could have tested before going into this. I probably should have. Just to verify that the Plague Spreader works with crit. But it's kind of slower to do those tests because you don't, you won't scale as much the damage. Whereas testing Absorbent, I could just, like more defensive things, I can just stack all the damage I want while I'm testing it to get through the waves quicker. So yeah, unless they have some kind of armor reduction, I think Plague will just insta-kill them. And I don't believe the enemies have any armor ever, from what I've been able to tell. The armor stat I don't think exists for them, it's just health. Which would mean if I deal like over 100% of their health, they just die. So an insta-kill. With like 51, like this multiplied by 3 multiplied by 25, like that's way over 100% damage. Yeah, we're on a wave about 150 now. Got 51 crit. I'm probably going to still scale that up a little bit more precision. I'll let you know when I get to 25 cold. And then 50 as well. But obviously the end goal is going to be 100 for that. But I have plenty of souls, as you can see, to reroll with, so it's not really a problem. I started this run with about 2,000 souls, for reference. And I've been spending quite a bit rerolling as well.
People really are just throwing the rule book out because somehow
My podcast in the background while we wait.
Doesn't apply during the holidays, but yeah, now more than ever is when we need to be vigilant.
I know, but the fatigue is it wears on people. It just does.
That must be tough for you guys on the East Coast, though, where you can't really be spending much time outside.
Yeah, it's been hit or miss. Like the weather's been hot and cold, even even though it's winter. It's weird how much the weather has changed. But yeah, it sucks because we had a lot of people like friends come over that when we were like 15 feet apart on my patio, my deck rather, and that's out. And I hate I can't stand like video conferencing people. I just feel like it just makes me more aggravated.
But it's the only thing you've got right now.
I know.
So do you just not do it?
I do it, but I don't like it because I just don't. Especially the more people, like the harder it is to communicate.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's easier if you keep it small, or if you just go with it and say, "This is crazy. We're just going to have a ton of people."
Basically, by June, we should be at herd immunity, hopefully, assuming that people are compliant enough. The other thing to point out is, and the World Health Organization recently made this point, that the COVID-19 is probably not the worst pandemic we're going to get this century.
Yeah.
Right? This is really a dry run for the big bad one that's probably still coming.
That's much more like fatal, and maybe even
10
more
times.
Yeah, I mean, on the range of potential properties of a pandemic virus, this is not at the bad end of the spectrum, not even close. So this is good, sort of wake up call to say, all right, what are our plans? What is our infrastructure to deal with a really serious pandemic? And I think part of that is public education. I think also part of that is getting our political shit together. We're not going to survive if we can't get our crap together. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
The world is too unforgiving now for a dysfunctional political environment like we have.
Absolutely.
All right, but let's get serious, guys. Let's talk about psychic predictions.
Yes, come on.
So this is mainly for fun, where we like to look back over the what psychics predicted and didn't predict for 2020, and we like to make a few points. That first of all, obviously we don't believe that psychics are real. There's no evidence that ESP is real. The idea that you can see the future is a violation of causality, cause and effect, and so it's basically impossible. And of course, it's not surprising that self-proclaimed mediums and psychics or whatever mechanism they're using, whether it's tarot cards or astrology or numerology, asparagus, assology, whatever their mechanism, is that their performance is indistinguishable from either random guessing. At best, they do random guessing. At worst, they're actually worse than random guessing. They're just saying stuff to be entertaining, like to be for the shock value.
Or extrapolation.
Well, yeah, but there are a few methods that they use to try to make it seem like they're more accurate than they are, and we'll give examples of all of these things. So one is shotgunning. Just
if you have any questions, let me know. I'm just listening to my podcast.
Count the ones that were correct after the fact. The other one is the vague prediction that gives way more wiggle room than it may seem. This is very common, even in a personal reading. Like someone says, "Oh, I see a red door," and it seems like a very specific prediction, but actually, it's so common that almost everybody will find meaning for it. Or I see a older person in uniform. It
so
sounds
vague.
really specific, but it's very, very vague. Or they make predictions that are high probability. Like there's going to be an earthquake, and there's whatever, hundreds of earthquakes,
really?
thousands of earthquakes.
That's cool.
Year. So again, people don't realize how high probability. One of my favorite is, I see an airplane.
It's from about a year and a
red
half
in
ago.
the tail. Yeah, like 60% or something of airlines have red in their logo. But if you don't know so part of it is that they know statistics that the general public may not know, like how
yeah, basically
names are or whatever.
It's entrancing
so they
sometimes.
can make high probability or shotgunning or very vague, with plenty of wiggle room kind of predictions, and then they use post hoc analysis, or really to just encourage the people that are the target of their predictions to do all the heavy lifting in terms of making the connections and engaging in the cognitive errors and the logical fallacies to make it seem more impressive than it is. But one way to poke a hole into all of this is just to track the predictions and see somewhat more objectively how they did. And again, no one performs in such a way that it requires an extraordinary explanation other than random guessing and a little showmanship. So I reviewed a number of psychics to see how they did. So one thing I did was look at as many different psychics who made predictions about the 2020 election, because usually in years where there's like a big presidential election, everyone makes their predictions, and of course any one person's going to be random, But I sort of counted up how they did in the aggregate. Almost no one that I looked at predicted that Joe Biden would win.
Really?
Again, these are, I'm only counting ones that were made prior to 2020. So remember, this is prior to the primaries. So most of them either said Trump will win or Trump will lose without naming who he was going to lose to. And most of them, it was like 80 to 90% said Trump was going to win. So just on
I see. You're saying most of the psychics either said he would win or he would lose. Not most of the psychics.
Right,
said
because
he would win or lose.
it's like the law of cause and
Easier
effect.
to make when you have an incumbent running for re-election, that raises your odds tremendously. Whereas if you had each candidate running primary campaigns, that's a lot harder to predict in December for the coming year.
Yeah, so
I think for what he's saying, like the law of cause and effect, if you could predict the future, then you could change the future, right? It's kind of like the classic argument, like logically. So then it wouldn't be the future anymore. So it's just kind of more of a logical, like cause and effect kind of thing.
coin flip, except one psychic managed to predict that Trump would not run in 2020. So they did worse. Worse than
Yeah, well,
chance.
that would be.
But most
that option.
Yeah, most said that Trump would win. So that they just in the aggregate did horribly. And then in terms of like on the Democratic side, most said that Elizabeth Warren was going to get nominated. There were a lot of Michelle Obamas for some reason, even though she wasn't running. I don't know where that came from.
Oh, because they wouldn't have known.
Because
yet,
that would
maybe.
be something you could hang a hat on. You said nobody saw that coming.
Yeah,
I got it.
Exactly. So
they'll take collateral on that for the next 10 years.
That's the gunshotting approach, where they make some low probability predictions, hoping that people will just forget about it. But if they get it right occasionally, then they're the superstar, right?
Yep.
And,
Gamble
and
big.
Some said that after Biden was nominated, he would get replaced by Elizabeth Warren or Bloomberg. There was a few people who said Bloomberg was going to win,
Wow, when he
or
was
was going to
still
get
in
nominated.
the discussion, right?
Wow.
You have to remember this was December of 2019 when people are making these predictions.
So they were all over the place on the Democratic side, and 90+% wrong. And they were mostly wrong about Trump winning. So just again, in the aggregate, their performance on the presidential election was horrible. They didn't even do as well as just the political pundits, who Biden was the favorite from the beginning, right? So all they had to do was play the odds on this one. And of course, there was a lot of room to predict the unusual things that did happen. Like, if they said Trump will, massively outperform the polls, but still lose in a squeaker, that would be kind of the specific prediction that would be at least a little impressive, but nobody had said anything remotely compelling about the election. And this was an unusual year because this year was so dominated by the election, first of all, but then also the pandemic. That was pretty much the big news for the year. And so everything people said were somehow laughably wrong because they didn't account for the pandemic. Like, it affected everything. Like, anything you say about the economy or about entertainment or about sports, it's like nobody predicted, but it won't be happening because there's a pandemic. You know what I mean? Like, it disrupted. Right. So the predictions. I mean, we usually save this till the end, but we have to state nobody predicted the pandemic, and so if you missed that, pretty much all your other predictions are going to be off. Yeah. There's one category, though, that's pretty independent of just these kind of events, and that's technology. So here, this is now coming from a group of psychics that were collected by the top10.com, right? And they had, after they got it all wrong about the election, they had a medical and technology one. So these are always fun because, you have non-scientists making scientific predictions.
Yeah, that's always good.
New bionic eye will be created to perfect human vision. Now we're about 20, 30 years away from that. 5G will will increase cases of brain tumors and aneurysms. Nope. People should avoid Libra, Facebook's cryptocurrency. So that's not really a prediction. That's just financial advice. Saying that some other cryptocurrency is not going to do well is kind of an easy one. There will be a creation of an at-home flu vaccine that can be administered through a Band-Aid. Nope.
That's ambitious.
And here, gold will rise in value and make a good investment. Not sure why that's under medical and tech. It's kind of a economic one. Gold has been steadily on the rise. So that's just, again, that's another one, another typical sort of high probability prediction is just continuing an existing trend and making that into a prediction. So those were the ones that I covered. I did look specifically at who predicted COVID-19. And I found two people sort of given credit for that. One, did you guys hear about this? So that in 2008, Sylvia Browne, in her book about the end of the world, said that around 2020, there's going to be some kind of pneumonia kind of infection going around.
Around 2020.
Around 2020. So, 2020 is obviously a round number. That's like saying, around 2100. That's like you're not really saying specifically that year, just in that time frame. So saying that there's going to be a pandemic around 2020, which you could charitably say that's a 3 to 5 year sort of window there, if you go 1 or 2 years on either side.
And how often do we have pandemics?
It was very high. Yeah, I mean that's very high probability.
So.
Yeah, more than that. It was inevitable basically.
Right.
So just predicting something that's inevitable. But she got any details that she did give, she got wrong because it's not really a pneumonia, but okay, you could sort of give her wiggle room on that. But she said the one very specific thing she said, which was completely wrong, was that it would suddenly disappear as mysteriously as it appeared.
I wish.
Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Define suddenly.
Well, she can't get it all right, Steve. I mean, this is very hard work.
Yeah. She was right about the end of the world, though, for her, in that she wasn't here to see it.
Aww.
So maybe there's a sliver of truth in there. Is that too cold? Too soon?
Not too cold.
Your kid's dead.
The kid's dead.
All right, who did you guys review? Did you guys see any other kinds of predictions?
Yeah, I was looking around. I agree with Evan. I did some searching. I was like, wait, where are these? Did they take them down because they were just so amazingly, incredibly, explosively incorrect this year? I don't know. But then I found some guy, Mark Drought. I found a website, My Prophecies for 2020.
Ooh.
And I was a little weird reading this. He says something that, let's see, in the new year, GOP will satisfy the devout in its base, continuing its war with science. And I'm like, okay. Then he said the federal government will continue to treat climate change as a hoax. I'm like, okay, easy prediction, but this guy's obviously a Democratic psychic, I would say, if he's if he's got this pattern here. And he's like, then he's talking about climate change, new records again will again be set, then be explained away or simply ignored. Like, fine, okay. And then he said something that I thought he was wrong, and it turned out I was wrong. He said there's no reason to expect fewer gun deaths in 2020. And my first reaction was, well, wait, weren't gun deaths a lot fewer in 2020 because of the pandemic? And then I did research, like, no, it kind of is pretty bad. So he was correct on that one too. And so I'm like, wait, this isn't going the way I thought. And this guy seems somewhat reasonable. Well, then I found out why. I was like, who is this guy? Mark Drought, editor at Stanford IT firm, and he was an adjunct English professor. Oh crap, he's not even a psychic. He's just like he's he's an editor and he's an English professor, and he just named it My Prophecies for 2020. Totally got me with it. But so what? I said, hey, we all know that the psychics are full of crap. Let's see what this guy has to say. So I read his whole thing. Then he goes off the rails a bit. He's like, pretty much every year for the past 2 millennia, prophets have announced the date of the second coming, but I'm predicting less end of days activity this year. And I'm like, whoa, no, wrong. If any year was like an end of days year, it was 2020, even though it really wasn't. It was so bad that people were like totally, of course, making that connection all year. So it's kind of wrong there. Then he's like, the nexus of pseudoscience and paranoia will be flat earthism. No, you'd have to. Flat earthism is bad, but I'd have to give that to the whole anti-COVID, anti-mask science, pseudoscience. I'd have to give it to that for 2020 above pretty much anything, especially in terms of having a real negative impact and people dying because of it. So he was wrong on that one. Then he throws out that 2020 will be the year the Iranians join the nuclear club. Nope, not an unreasonable prediction, I suppose, but he's wrong on that one, although that may happen, sooner than we would like. Then he's like, I predict a second Trump term. No, so he got that wrong. And but of course, no mention of COVID or a pandemic. And then I look, he posted this at the end of January. It's like, wait, dude, I mean, all right, end of January was kind of early.
He already had some data
but
there.
We got some data.
He could have used COVID by then.
He just figured, I guess that was right by the cusp. And I guess you could have believed that it wasn't going to be a global pandemic by then. But
maybe just
but he must have been like like a week or two after he posted it. He must have been like, damn, should have probably thrown that. So that's what I came up with this year. Not really a psychic, but he did make prophecies, as he called them, for 2020, and it was right more on the pure extrapolation stuff that made sense. But the more predictive predictions, he was off. So just what you would expect.
I've got Tana Hoy. T-A-N-A is his first name, and H-O-Y is his second name. I've never heard of this person before. However, according to the banner at the top of his website, he is the world's foremost psychic. No doubt about what he does here, Bob.
Putting it out there. Yeah, no doubt.
He broke up. I like that he subcategorized his. He broke it up into Hollywood and international. I'm not even going to do Hollywood because that's just silly. Here's what he said about some international predictions. A commercial airplane crash will cause the death of several people. Now, is that a prediction? What is that? I mean, chances are high that somewhere in the world a commercial airplane is going to go down, and it will almost always cause the death of several people as a result. Two go hand in hand, so I don't know what that is. The U.S. president will not be impeached, but will have his reputation badly tarnished to a point of no return. That could be right. He got the not impeached right. So
no, he was impeached. That's incorrect.
No, I'm sorry. Right, he was not. Right, he was not. He was not.
He was not convicted.
Impeached by the House, not convicted. You're right.
He was impeached, so that is wrong.
So he got that X.
And that was, if you get it wrong on a 50-50, you get 0 credit.
He said a major ice cap will break, causing water levels in the ocean to rise.
No.
And I don't recall there being a major ice cap break report. I don't recall that. I couldn't find anything. But then he moves on to his science category, where he says new areas of the human brain will be discovered to do more than scientists realized. Generic. Cars running on vegetable oil will make a resurgence, and more people will begin converting their diesel cars. Nope. Vegetable oil is still used mostly for cooking.
What a silly prediction, though, considering the electric cars that are just totally exploding everywhere. Like, why would you even go there? It's like, yeah, we're going to start using vegetable oil again. Really?
I mean, that's a very niche market. There are people who have cars that run on vegetable oil that have been modified to do that.
Sure.
But I don't think it's been any change. It was a tiny, tiny sliver, and it still is.
If anything, it's probably gone down.
Cars can run on propane as well.
Yeah, because the people who would do that for like environmental reasons just get electric.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. There are better options nowadays. Health and medicine. A vaccine for HIV will be announced for human trials. Did that happen? Vaccine for HIV?
For human trials? I mean, they've been in the works for decades, obviously.
Right.
Decades, huh?
Yeah, it's been a hard one to pin down.
It's not an mRNA.
Inside the fight. Nope, this is all about HIV vaccine trial participants benefit socially from their efforts. Yeah.
Socially.
I mean, this is ongoing, so that's like predict. That's another kind of high probability thing. I read a lot of those under scientific predictions where it's like, we'll make advances in battery technology. It's like, yeah, that happens every year. Like just predicting an incremental change in something that constantly has incremental changes is not, you're just stating what's happening now. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So yeah, we've been working on an HIV vaccine. There are trials going on all the time. So saying that there's going to be trials of an HIV vaccine, it's like, yeah,
it's not
that's
new.
happening. It's not new. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But did you hear the news item about milk is discovered to actually cause bone damage instead of making bones stronger?
Oh, wow. That's we've got to stop drinking milk.
What?
Glad I never was
Milk
a
will
milk
be
drinker.
discovered to cause bone damage.
Kara, stop questioning. Go in the kitchen and dump it now.
Dump it.
Pay attention to the psychic. Due to the new focus on meat-free products, stocks related to meat will plummet. I don't believe that happened at all. In fact, stocks
kicking butt.
overall went on the rise for a good part of the year. It did go down early due to the COVID, but it rebounded pretty nicely. And he also says here that 3 months will be very lucky for investors this year, and 2 months won't. Well, that's actually okay. I mean, not terrible. But again, this vague that can apply to anything. You take any year, okay, and you look at the stock market.
Those are the best predictions.
And you can put that prediction in any year.
And the stock market would rise and fall throughout the year.
Yeah, exactly. So not a prediction at all. That's just one of the psychics
give me
I
a
stumbled
specific
upon.
give me a specific number on a specific date, then I'll be impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So,
But
Well, that's
don't
sort
give
of
me
a-
500 of them.
Another category is sort of the non-falsifiable prediction, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It doesn't say anything that can be falsified, actually, because it's partly because it's vague or because it's kind of covering all of its bases, or it could be interpreted in many ways.
And that's kind of like when you look at the different types of psychics and what their process is. You've got your clairvoyants, and you've got your tarot readers, and you've got your astrologers, and that's sort of like the astrology approach, which is sort of like, Libra, you will come into openness throughout.
Yeah, that's
the month.
the subjective part. I love increase. There's a lot of psychics who definitely are on that sort of new agey end of the spectrum, where they're just making vague, sugary, totally subjective statements. 2020 will be the year of openness.
Yeah, and then anybody can go, yeah, I feel that. I came across some psychics from Dallas, so not exactly my hometown, but I grew up in the suburbs of Dallas and Plano, and I wanted to see what they thought about COVID, because they made these predictions actually in April of 2020 about how COVID was going to continue. So I found at least some specific COVID 2020 predictions. Of course, they were made later in the year, in April of 2020.
oh, that's
Yeah,
Right.
way-
So
way
it's
too
like,
late.
given that we are living in a COVID world, what do you predict for the future? So Megan Benanti, who reads tarot cards, I love this, she said, I got the sense that some things will start to go back to normal in June.
You get that.
Got that sense, huh?
Right. But summer is weird. I get a lot of mixed readings on what summer feels like, so I don't have a strong answer to how summer will be yet. And then it doesn't matter when quarantine ends because there's no vaccine yet. So when it ends, there will not be a joy we are hoping to feel. Well, that's weird. We're not going to end quarantine before there is a vaccine, so thanks for that.
And what do they mean by quarantine?
Yeah, that's that vague term that everybody uses for stay at home, don't go outside.
But there's
try
a
not to gather.
operational definition for quarantine, and that's not it.
No,
so
exactly.
They're using a technical term in a vague way, and then even and the vague way doesn't really tell us
Incorrectly, yeah. This one's very strange. Based on the Seven of Pentacles, of course she's reading tarot cards, which was reversed. Apparently that's important to know. As we come out of quarantine, we need to prepare for the slow progress of financial affluence. Some people are going to have adjusted to the demands of the market and immediately make money. Most everyone else will find themselves needing to bend and be flexible to accommodate sales in ways they never expected. For example, it might be a sole proprietor making a deal with an individual buyer just to move more merchandise. The less flexible a business is, the longer their recovery will take. I think it's interesting that at the top of that statement, she used the term affluence, simply because the data show that over the course of this pandemic, we have seen greater income inequality than in almost any time. So the affluent are getting more affluent, and those of us who don't fall in that category are just struggling. That seems to be the real outcome. I'm also seeing that Madam Stella Devine, who is a resident psychic down in Deep
you think that's her
Ellum.
real name?
I'm going to say it is. We need to steal that, actually, for our own purposes.
Kara,
here in the SGA.
we need to come up with one of those things where you come up with your psychic name, like you take your
Yeah.
shoe size and you add it to the name of the garage door manufacturer that you just purchased. You know,
Right, like your porn star name.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, have we done this before? Mine, it's so good, is Midnight Hearthstone.
It doesn't fit on a marquee, though.
Your first pet and the street you grew up on. Midnight Hearthstone.
oh my God.
Say action.
Mine is
yeah.
Koki Smoke Hill.
Which is great for a guy.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Koki
yeah,
Smoke
Madam-
Hill and Midnight Hearthstone, starring in Papow.
2020 Papow.
So we actually, the three of us, the three novella boys, would each have a different name because we each were born on different streets.
Oh, good. But and did you all have a different pet when you were
Well,
born?
sort of. I mean, yeah, well, sort of only because Jay was really super young when we had a dog briefly before we got Koki. So mine would be Brandy Appleblossom.
Bob, are you also a brandy?
I guess, but what the hell was that road?
Apple Blossom
Appleblossom.
Lane. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Before
the
we
one-
moved to
the
Smoke
house
Hill.
Before that.
And you were Blackthorn.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's good.
That's
Yeah, I
cool,
like that.
Blackthorn,
all right,
yeah.
Evan. We need yours, Evan.
What is it? It's dog and then street?
No, just first
Yeah.
pet and the street you grew up on.
Tong Mohegan.
Nice.
Is that you said Kong? Like King
Actually,
Kong?
I would reverse that, though. Mohegan Tong.
Yeah, it's good. Take some poetic license.
Yeah.
So we've got down here Madame Stella Devine, who calls herself an intuitive consultant. She uses tarot, palm readings, and psychic channeling to divine information for her clients. So I love what she has divined. 2020 is going to be a roller coaster. It's pretty much going to suck. Thank you. Based on the available evidence for all of us, I think that's not as much a psychic prediction as just looking around and saying what you see. I love this. We don't get to choose when it's done. The universe tells us when it's done. I've been seeing that we're in this through November. So this is a common tactic that psychics use too, where they'll make very specific predictions about things that we can't measure. But then when it comes to things that they know they're very easily going to be potentially wrong on, then they leave it up to the universe. It's sort of what you see sometimes with what do you call them, like channelers and diviners, where they'll be like communing with the dead, and then if they are like really not, they're on a cold streak, then they're like, well, the spirits they're just not very talkative today.
Right.
And you're like, really, dude, really?
One of
That's
100
just-
escape hatches they have.
Yeah,
Those
exactly.
All right, guys, we
Kara
like to
goes last.
compare how the psychics, I can go first here, how the psychics do it compared to the rogues. So we make our own predictions, and just to illustrate, if you're actually trying to be accurate and you're not an idiot, you could do better than the average psychic. So here are my predictions for 2020. You ready? Number 1, 2020 will be the hottest year on record. Ding, ding, ding. So 2020 is...
Isn't that the second hottest?
No, well, so some sources are saying it's the end of the year has not been fully analyzed, but either it's on track to be the hottest, or it's in a dead heat tie with 2016. So either it's tied for the hottest, or it is the hottest. We'll know in a couple of weeks, I guess, when they analyze the last of the data.
Wow.
So that's pretty close. All right, here's number 2. Sometime in 2020, I will be accused of being a shill simply for expressing the consensus of scientific opinion. I think that came true 20 or 30 times this year.
Yeah. It's one of those very high
In fact,
probability.
just before doing the show, I had an email accusing me of being a shill. For Big Pharma. That's like 9 out of 10 of them. And then number 3, a breakthrough VR game will be released that will significantly affect demand for the technology. So, I'm currently playing Half-Life Alyx. Have any of you guys played that?
Haven't played it, but I know everything
Alex.
about it.
I think it's the single best VR game that's out there.
Really?
It's certainly the best that I've played. It's awesome. It's, again, like the first time you have like a major release. This is Valve on a major brand, Half-Life, built for VR. So that's the threshold.
Right.
That's the milestone that we hit, rather than repurposed for VR. If VR is an afterthought, or it just was like a side, not a major title. And it's just incredible. It's really, like, it's what I was been waiting for. It's a fantastic VR experience.
Oh man!
Only about a third or a quarter of the way through it right now. Playing it, it's just great. Loving it. So
You think this could do it, Steve? You think that could be it?
oh, it's definitely increased VR sales and demand for the tech. Quote significantly is kind of vague, so it depends on what you mean by that. But
You got a very accurate set of predictions.
I think it's legit to call it a breakthrough VR game, though I think that is actually legitimate.
So on the Steam store, it has received, and I've never seen this before. The ratings are like have a huge variability, right? It could be like really bad, pretty good, okay, blah blah blah. This one is overwhelmingly positive.
Good.
40,000 reviews. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Massive.
The thing is, the game, it's a alternative future game where aliens have sort of taken over the Earth and you're part of the rebellion.
What's the name
So
of it?
there's this alien tech all over the place.
Ooh.
And some of it is massive. And so in VR, like when you're standing next to one of these massive structures or massive machines or whatever,
Yeah.
it's overwhelming. It really is.
Overwhelming.
And also, there's a lot of creepy parts where you're crawling through dark tunnels and alien creatures
You
are
can
jumping
feel it.
out at you.
Visceral.
Jay.
It's very visceral, absolutely. So it's a great game for VR, which is what I'm talking about. Like Half-Life was this before VR, but it was sort of a perfect marriage, I think, of a game in VR. Great experience. All right, so here are my 3 predictions for 2021. You ready?
Yes.
Ready.
I'm kind of following the same pattern as 2020. They're serious predictions, but they're very high probability. Although there's something specific in there, so they can be wrong. Prediction number 1: the Artemis mission's return to the moon will be delayed by 1 to 2 years, and that will become apparent in
that's an easy
2021.
one. Okay.
Number 2: the closest FRB, that's a fast radio burst, source to the Earth will be discovered. So in 2021, an FRB source will be discovered that will be at that time the closest to the Earth.
Did you look up
Didn't that
what is
happen this year
currently
too?
Yeah, the current. I think they recently discovered one from within
in our
the Milky Way.
galaxy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
our galaxy.
I love the ones where every year it's just the newer version of the same prediction.
And number 3,
I've
I don't
got
think I made an FRB prediction that before. And then number 3 is a remarkable archaeological find will disrupt our current understanding of the time period in question. So
That's so bullshit.
a disruptive archaeological find.
It's so good.
It sounds
That
impressive.
happened like 50 times this year.
No, come on. No, that would have to be truly disruptive.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, there's definitely some wiggle room there. All right, who wants to go next?
All right, here were my predictions for 2020. An earthquake during the Olympic Games in Japan, with limited loss of life, but damage will have an impact on the venues, canceling some events. No. You see, the Olympic Games in Japan did not happen in 2020 due to COVID.
sad.
They've been postponed until the summer of 2021. So obviously that's a miss. Next one.
So your prediction was disrupted by...
Yeah, I know. COVID got in the way. Damn it. Who saw that coming? My second prediction was the cyber crime of the century as Visa, MasterCard, or American Express get hacked, compromising data for over 1 billion users worldwide. Oh
I feel like
my
that probably
gosh.
happened.
No,
No?
it didn't happen. No. In fact, there have been, some of the more egregious cyber crimes took place prior to 2020. There was some in 2019, 2018, but that trend apparently did not continue into 2020. There was cybercrime, but nothing near 1 billion users being hacked. So that's wrong, too. And then my last one, 3 major heads of state will resign in 2020, but none of them would be Trump. Okay, so that part I got right. None of them Trump. Now, I looked up list of resignations for 2020, and you have to tell me if these are major heads of states. Hashim Taichi resigns as president of Kosovo. Huh?
President, sure. That's, you know.
President? Okay. And then we have Hassan Diab resigned as prime minister of Lebanon.
Yeah,
in the wake
I'll give
of
you prime minister.
Of the explosion. And that was it as far as heads of states.
So 2 out of 3.
So I got 2 out of 3. I didn't know if you were going to allow Kosovo and Lebanon to be considered major, but
I think the leader of any country is a major world leader.
I'll take that in this
Yeah.
context, no doubt about it. So my score was 0.667 out of 3,
Okay.
which is not good. Now, here are my 2021 predictions. Ready? An earthquake during the Olympic Games in Japan with limited loss of life, but damage will have an impact on the venues, canceling some events. See what I did there?
Yeah,
I can do that because,
you can.
if COVID's going to play that game, I'm going to play this game. So that prediction will happen in 2021. Number 2, global warming trends will plateau in 2021. They will be the same as 2020. Or no more severe.
So, Evan, I'll just tell you, 2021 is going to be a La Nina year. It'll probably be cooler in 2021.
Yes, I am already ahead of the game. And third, a prominent celebrity psychic will come clean and confess that their entire career has been a ruse.
No, you can't even. You can't even.
Okay. Okay. Year from now, let's talk about it.
All right,
Those are my
Bob, you go.
predictions.
Okay, so I found my predictions from last year. I did horribly. I predicted for 2020, Jay will be sick. I got that one. I predicted that we will confirm dark energy does not exist. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but that did not happen.
It's one of those things, Bob, where if you were right, you'd be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, Bob's brilliant."
That's true. Let's see. I predicted for 2020 a major deep fake political scandal, which was an eminently reasonable prediction to make a year ago. And it'll probably happen, next year, but it will happen. I think everyone's pretty positive that we will be seeing those at some point. And for my final prediction for 2020, let's see, we will find solid indirect evidence of extraterrestrial technology. Yeah, that was me swinging for the fences, and nope, did not find that yet. That would have been just
Not
Gotta
solid.
keep doing that one
Nothing-
every year, Bob.
nothing solid.
right. Let's see. So I predict 2021 first quarter, a plague of bunnies.
Bunny plague?
What?
That's a plague of bunnies. You heard of a plague
Like
of
when
locusts?
rabbits got loose in Australia? And...
Yes, a plague of bunnies though. These are bunnies. And
How do we identify?
Oh, it'll be obvious. It'll be obvious. That's my requisite, real silly prediction. I predict that in 2021 we'll have a CoV SARS-2 variant that is decidedly less lethal than the handful of strains that are out right now. And actually, that one's not unreasonable. That often happens with illnesses like this, where it comes out with a less virulent strain than was initially out and about. So, and for my third prediction, 2021, there will be a naked eye visible supernova in the night sky. Now, to vastly increase the odds of this prediction actually happening, I will also predict that the supernova will only be visible in the hemisphere of the Earth that I am currently not in.
I thought you were going to go with the cloud cover.
No, it will
curse.
happen. It'll be spectacular, but it will be on the opposite side of the planet that I'm currently in, no matter which hemisphere I'm in.
How long would that remain visible in the sky for? Would you have to be there that night to see it?
No, it could be days or weeks, but of course, if I flew there, would be cloud cover.
Okay. Well, see, okay, a new cloud cover was going to come into that at some point.
Yeah, somehow Bob will not be able to directly observe it.
That's part of my prediction. I will have failed if I could see
Well,
it.
I mean, the thing is, if it's in the southern
Yeah,
hemisphere,
yeah.
like an unexpected supernova pops up in the southern hemisphere, we're not going to be able to get down there in 2 weeks. We'll miss it.
You could,
Yes.
if you
But
wanted
it's
to bad
physically
enough.
possible for me to get down there within 2 weeks.
Might as well get
It's
that.
not. I mean, no, it wouldn't. It would not be physically possible for me to do that because I can't cancel patients with less than 2 weeks' notice.
Well, then
But
I'd
if
go there
they
without
knew
you,
it was a
wouldn't I?
supernova, they would understand.
No, it doesn't work.
I
that
feel
way.
like I could do it because I only see patients Monday through Thursday, and they're all telehealth. So I could travel on the weekend and then just wake up at odd hours, unless it was
Yeah.
directly below me.
I guess I
Then
could
it
go
would
over
be
the weekend.
in my time zone. Exactly. It's doable.
Can you
It'd be
imagine?
much easier if it were in like South America than if it were in Australia or.
Well, how far south would you have to go to see it?
I don't know about that. It's
question.
more just about time zones.
Yeah.
It'd be much easier.
Yeah,
to
straight
just
I mean,
go
it could
on
just
my-
be like just below the equator, so we would have to go to like Florida, to see it or something.
You'd still have to go farther.
Well,
Or just go
You'd
on
go
a
to
really
Ecuador.
hot, tall building.
Yeah, you'd be in a really tall building. This is a science podcast.
Really tall.
No, but I mean, like if it were overhead just below the equator, you wouldn't have to go to the equator to see
That's
it.
true.
No, it would
Yeah.
be
You
visible
know?
in both hemispheres.
Yeah, you're right. It would
I
be
just have to
closer
go
the horizon.
south, far enough south that it would pop up above our horizon.
Remember when we saw Orion in New Zealand?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was
It was
upside down.
like
Upside
wrong.
down from the direction
Yeah.
we see.
Yeah, that was great.
Normally,
Yeah, that's
so cool.
It's so weird, isn't it?
How do you explain that? How could it be upside down? Look at the
Flat
moon's
Earth.
upside down too.
Jay,
Yeah.
are yours more interesting? Because mine suck, so I want to go next. So you can close with better ones.
Yeah, go ahead. You go next.
Okay. All right, I am ready to share my psychic predictions.
Well, you got yours from last year?
Yeah, so last year I predicted that the pound would spike and then plummet after Brexit, which is kind of confusing because Brexit is a vague term, but if you actually look
gosh,
back at all of the
24
things that were
hours?
pushed- the referendum and the deal were pushed back. The negotiation.
Well, the thing is, I could
was
just do like
extended
this,
again.
and then I've left it like this, like in the middle of a wave, on like wave 150 or 200 or so, and then I left it for like a day when I went to go work, and then I came back. This like lagged for about like 5 minutes, but I didn't die. So, because of like my automated defenses and stuff. And that's, I think, part of the reason why I wanted to set up the automated defenses for moments like that, because the waves take so damn long. To be able to... I want to confirm, I think if I jump under these things, yeah, I can't jump. You see, like, it's interesting. Yeah, I need to get to 417. I think I checked it earlier when I was looking at the stream thing. So yeah, it's gonna be a while, and people might get the record before I do if I end up taking a break on it. But we'll see. I'll try to do as much as I feel like I can. You know, I'm not gonna stress out too much about it because like I feel like it's kind of solved at the moment. But we'll see if we run into any trouble once we get past wave 250 or so. I was thinking of stacking barrier actually. Because there is the interaction with the protector. If I stack enough barrier, because we are going like, we have a lot of waves to grab stuff. So every time I see a barrier, if I grab it and I get like 50 or so of those stacked, then every, if I did the math right, that's like every quarter of a second, we would get a wave of bullets coming around us. And those are like really good bullets to have as well. You can see it like spreads out right around me, so if there was an enemy close to me that didn't close. Look at the record, they started a week ago. Yeah, so some people might already be ahead of me on this, because I literally just started this today. This run at least, so if there's people who have discovered this, which I'm pretty sure there are, because like I said, the numbers went up pretty drastically after the release, then people will constantly be improving on that score as time goes on. But I just want to get past at least the 417 mark, and we'll see. I don't know of a way to tell really what the scoreboard's at, other than what I've been doing is I just start a new game. But obviously I can't do that when I'm in the middle of a run, so I'm going to grab the rest of those souls. It's kind of a chore at this point, grabbing all these souls. Actually, it's kind of dangerous to leave them all like this, but it's just so fun to like come through. It's really dangerous because if I die and respawn in the middle of them, I can't jump. So let me just move these guys where I want them. Okay. We'll get the podcast back going.
Is the dollar. There was a minor spike and a minor dip. Yeah, right after that. But if we were to look at plummets, that would have been on March 19th, 20th. Biggest plummet, which I think, I could be wrong, is tied to COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again,
unfortunately.
COVID disrupting psychic predictions.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, number 2, a gene drive will be successfully implemented in the wild. Parenthesis, it doesn't mean the outcome will be successful. It just means that it will be successfully implemented. So I think that happened.
I think so, yeah.
But gene drive strategy for mosquitoes. And I want to say there were two. Like there was one in Florida and maybe one somewhere in South or Central America. But I'm going to have to do more digging to really, because like this is a complicated one in terms of small scale studies, large, releases. What do we consider a wild release? Yeah, but I think, that was one of those, like, it's pretty clearly going to happen because we're right there with the research. Yeah. And then number 3, more species will go extinct than in any previous recorded years, which I don't think is true, but it seemed like a good bet, sadly.
Sad bet, yeah.
Yeah, if I was going to be really cynical, which it looks like I was pretty freaking cynical when I placed these. For 2021, looking forward, trying to come up with a more successful strategy, we've got number 1. More acres will burn worldwide than in any other modern recorded year. Number 2, sales on home gym equipment will reach an all-time high.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that was good, Kara.
That's.
I think, no, this is new.
Oh, this is coming up.
This coming year.
Okay.
But I think it's actually going to be higher in 21 than 20 because, yes, it's true that in 20 nobody could leave their houses, so they bought home gym equipment, but then they didn't use it. So I think in 2021, when they realized that they put on those extra quarantine pounds and they still can't go to the gym, then they're actually going to really spend more money. And then number 3, a great political mind will unexpectedly die.
Okay.
Sufficiently vague?
Sure.
Yeah.
No, there's some specificity there. More than
Minimal.
an earthquake will happen, or people will die if a plane crashes. I mean,
True.
All right, so last year, for some reason, I decided that all of my predictions were just going to be silly jokes.
Okay.
I'll give you a couple of samples.
Not silly.
The U.S. government will begin a fake news tax on social media sites. I think that would be actually a good idea. Another one I said was that Mark Zuckerberg will be called in front of Congress again, and it will be revealed that he was actually lip syncing the whole time. Yeah, so,
There were more. I think he was in front of the
that a
Senate
South Park
this year
episode?
again.
no, but I was like, the joke was more like he's a robot. But anyway, all of mine were ridiculous, so none of them could possibly come true. But I do have 2021 predictions for you.
Okay.
It will be revealed that Donald Trump leaked U.S. secrets to foreign entities.
Oh, yeah.
Cryptocurrency value will significantly increase as more people start to use it as their main currency.
wow, main currency. Okay.
Due to lack of trust in governments. China will crack down on protesters in Hong Kong using lethal force.
Okay.
Didn't that already happen?
Well, I was thinking on a larger scale, like not even trying to hide it anymore type of lethal force.
Just gonna open fire on people. Wow.
It's very hard to see that far into the future. I'm trying.
It is.
And the last one,
Cloudy that day.
I'm just hoping the last one comes true. Beards will go out of style.
That's never going to
Whoa,
happen.
never.
It's never happened.
Well, they came
It will
back.
never happen.
They came back with a vengeance. 5 years ago? It became hugely popular. It was like tattoos kind of had their heyday, and then beards took over.
Yeah, but the beard has staying power.
Well, Jane, I think we charitably say that beards will go back down to their floor, their baseline floor, but they won't be in style above and beyond their historic levels anymore.
Interesting.
Is there something, Jay, just to pry a little bit? Is there something that you think will replace the beard?
The mutton
will it
chop.
be the clean shaven? Yeah, or will it be the mustache, the mutton chops?
Oh, the mutton
soul
chop.
patch.
No, I mean the mutton chops inspired me. I felt something from the Kashuk Library. It's going to be, it's definitely going to be polyester pants.
Oh, just on your face?
No.
It's a whole new thing.
People will start wearing like polyester pants again. They'll make the noise of zip zip when you walk. That.
Like parachute pants?
I don't
not
not
those.
necessarily. No.
Oh,
You want a low probability psychic
I
prediction.
wore
Start
those.
No,
predicting
really
fashion
tighten the
trends.
butt and really loosen the
Strike
leg.
out
You know what I mean?
fast.
tighten the butt, loosen the leg.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's what it's going to happen.
It's okay.
Somebody hire this man up to be your fashion consultant.
That's right.
I'm writing that down as a prediction for next year.
I think that we have some solid predictions here.
Thanks, Steve.
Absolutely solid.
That's good stuff, man.
We're going to have bunnies with beards. It's all kinds of crazy stuff
Bunnies,
that's going to happen in
beards,
2021. All right, we have time for a few news items. Kara, I think we had to pretty much talk about this one. Getting a lot of questions about the emergence of a new SARS-CoV-2 variant. What does this mean for the pandemic?
Right. So we, as mentioned at the top of the show, are recording this on the evening of Tuesday, December 29th. I want to make that clear just because the news is changing literally every day with regards to this new variant. A lot of people are calling this the British variant because it looks like it was first identified in Kent and very quickly became the dominant variant in London. The big news coming out today after an article was just published in a preprint of an article was just published in the Center for Mathematical Modeling of Infectious Diseases, is that it does appear to be the case after now multiple investigations through different sort of avenues that this new variant is indeed more transmissible, but there is no evidence as of yet that it is in any way more deadly. It does not seem to increase mortality. It does not seem to make people sicker, but it does seem to spread more quickly. And there are a lot of different potential reasons for that we're still trying to zero in on. So the new study, which I'll just mention quite quickly, and then maybe we can talk in more depth about the variant itself. And again, this is a preprint. This is not yet peer-reviewed, so keep that in mind. But you are already seeing in a fair amount of sort of public write-ups of this, individual researchers that are at the top of their field from different nations being quoted. So even though it hasn't been peer-reviewed by the journal yet, there are a fair amount of experts in the field that have read this research and are willing to comment on it at this point. And for the most part, what I've been reading is that people are saying that this is pretty good evidence and that it's something that's important for us to look at. So basically, these researchers did some computer modeling, and they used a lot of different ideas in their model, everything from places where people go, residential workplaces, grocery stores, pharmacies, retail locations, transit. They looked at hospitalizations. They looked at, how many people are living within close quarters, and they modeled out the spread of the virus based on where we were previously seeing transmission and how things have changed since this new variant was detected. And they were able to come to the conclusion based on the evidence they have, and they were very clear to say this. More evidence is needed, and this number will likely change. But that this new variant is 56% more transmissible than pre-existing variants of SARS-CoV-2. You may have read in some outlets earlier in the week that the UK government was saying it could be up to 70% more transmissible. So the newest number that seems to have some amount of consensus right now is that it's 56% more transmissible. But again, that's based on modeling. There are a lot of other ways that that different labs are researching this new variant. They're looking at it genetically. They're looking at its biology. This was based on computer modeling. So let's talk about the actual variant. It's being dubbed B117. So if you hear B117, that is what they're referring to.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine,
and
dude.
It appears to have
You
23
can
different
lurk or
mutations
leave
on
and
it.
come back whenever.
There is,
Doesn't matter.
There's some changes to an RNA sequence on the ORF1A protein. There's some mutations that occurred on the ORF1B protein.
See you, man.
There's a deletion of a gene, but the major changes that we're seeing here, and the ones that seem to be leading heavily to the increase in transmissibility, are the mutations that occurred on the spike protein. So we remember when we talked about the spike protein that there are these spikes on the outside of the virus that are used to latch onto and enter into human cells. The spike protein gene is going to code for that protein that produces those spikes. And so some researchers are saying that it could be the case that this variant is spreading more rapidly because it latches on more readily to cells. Some are saying perhaps it's not because it latches on more readily to cells, but perhaps it is in fact because it stays virulent for longer, that people shed the virus for longer, and because of that, they're more infectious. It could be that they are actually getting higher viral loads because of this, and it could be that some individuals that maybe wouldn't have been infected before are more likely of getting infected. None of that is known right now, but what we do know is that there is a demonstrable difference in the infection rate. So when we look at known exposure within the UK, where this research is being done, known exposure to individuals with the previous and the well-established coronavirus version that most of us have been discussing to this point, that had a 9.8% infection rate. This new variant has a 15.1% infection rate. What that means is that if an individual is known to have been exposed to someone that was already infected with the variant, then they will infect either 15.1 or 9.8% of other individuals that they're exposed to. So that's a significant increase there. That said, I think we have to be careful when we talk about variants and mutations when it comes to viruses, because it can sound pretty clear, even by the way that I'm talking, that there's the old SARS-CoV-2 and now there's the new SARS-CoV-2. But we know that mutations happen all the time, and they generally happen at a relatively predictable rate. What's been, quote, astounding, like people are literally calling this astounding, about this strain is that the mutation rate happened incredibly quickly, quicker than it, quote, should have happened according to modeling. And so that's where people are becoming concerned. But even the SARS-CoV-2 that somebody caught last week is different than the SARS-CoV-2 that somebody caught months and months ago, because mutations are always occurring in viruses. This is different enough that we can call it its own variant, and it's different enough and happened so quickly that researchers are concerned. But let's allay, I think, some of those concerns. Again, to repeat, because I think this is very important, there is no evidence to suggest that this variant is more deadly or even increases sickness. The only evidence that we have available right now is that it spreads more quickly. Now, the question, also, by the way, you may hear about a variant in South Africa that is a different variant. That variant has now also shown up in the UK. That is another mutated version of SARS-CoV-2. It's independent from the UK variant that I've been discussing, the B117. As of this morning, I found evidence, I think WAPO wrote up an article that the first variant of the UK variant, the first patient with a positive test of the UK variant was identified in the US. It happened outside, I can't remember the name of the town, but it happened in Colorado, which is in Elbert County.
No.
In South Park, exactly. Of course, in South Park. In Elbert County, about 50 miles southeast of Denver. Here's an interesting thing. The individual who is now in isolation had no travel history.
Oh.
No travel history, and most people with this variant did, which makes, and so the first variant that we've detected here in the U.S., that tells us something really important, which is that this is very likely already spreading within the community. If this person didn't get it from traveling, they probably got it from somebody else who got it from somebody else. Some of the papers and the commentary that I've been reading from epidemiologists and infectious disease specialists at some really kind of large institutions follows the reasoning that in some ways the UK is sort of getting punished for being really good with gene sequencing, whereas here in the US we've sort of been behind the curve when it comes to gene sequencing because we haven't had a coordinated viral response. In the UK, where they have the National Health Service, the response to the pandemic, at the very least, has been incredibly coordinated. And even though we have a lot of gene sequencing resources here in the US, we're not using them in a coordinated fashion. And so what some of the commentary that I've been reading is that because the UK identified this variant quickly and because they did so much good research on it now for I think a reasonable public health measure, we're seeing that a lot of countries are closing their borders to the UK. Here in the US, we haven't closed our borders, but we have required testing. That's a new change.
It's too late, though. So, Kara, just reading it just today, India confirmed 6 cases of the new variant.
Oh, yeah, it's in 18 countries now.
Yeah,
it's
so
spread all over the world.
Yeah.
But the question is the UK being penalized for having done this research when it's highly likely that there are other variants out there, but nobody is actually taking the time to sequence the genomes of the coronavirus cases. And so we just don't know. It's a black box here. In the UK, they actually did the research and they said, look, we have this variant that was, several weeks ago, it was just a few cases. Then we saw in London that it made up something like 20% of the cases. And then only 3 weeks later, it was 60% of the cases. And that's when they started to get concerned and started to really dig deep into this.
Yeah.
So that's neither here nor there. It's just an interesting idea. But long story short, I do think that there's some interesting takeaways here. People are asking why, if we know that viruses are always mutating and we know that there's sort of a predictable mutation rate, why is it that this particular variant, that the South African variant, and potentially others are mutating so quickly?
Maybe it's because it's spreading more than we realize because of all the asymptomatic cases.
Right. So it could. Some people are saying it could be because there's this spread that is undetectable because of either asymptomatic or low-level symptomatic cases. Some people are saying maybe there's a handful of super spreader events that are responsible for these particular cases. Just like when we look at evolution in nature, if you have a bottleneck, then all of a sudden you'll see this one individual thing sort of take over. It could be that these genes are taking over so quickly because there were a handful of super spreader events that haven't yet been identified.
Couple of things. So just to be clear, the vaccine covers this variant, so this isn't going to make the vaccine not work. As far as we know,
but it does seem to be the case that because our own immune response is just as good with this variant as with any other variant, that the vaccine, because it was developed utilizing that, will still work. Because this is, doesn't make us sick in a different way, it's very likely that the vaccine will work on this variant. But, for how long? Would there be a new variant that it wouldn't work on? We don't know, which is why we need to get to herd immunity fast.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this. So this was a very interesting news item, very unusual. What do you guys think about making a satellite out of wood?
What?
Well,
doesn't that sound totally counterintuitive?
Ridiculous.
Kind of, but when you
What kind of wood?
see spacecrafts a lot in museums, it looks like they're made out of foil.
What kind of wood, though, Steve? That's my
wood?
that's I've heard of woods that are amazingly resistant and resilient and tough, and even a treatment on wood. I found a news item like a year ago that we didn't talk about, but I read about it, that makes wood like crazy resistant and tough. So I guess it depends on the type of wood. Lightweight, it's lightweight, and if you make it tough enough, why not?
Yes. So Japan is developing, a Japanese company and the Kyoto University are developing the technology for possibly wood-based satellites. So we think of our image of a satellite is something that's shiny and metal, very futuristic, and thinking about wood just doesn't really fit. But Bob is correct; it depends on the wood. But let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about what are the properties of the substance that you would want to build your satellite out of in the first place. So obviously they have to withstand the stress of being launched into orbit. So 3 to 5, maybe more Gs. That's not a problem for any reasonably strong material. If anything inside needs to be pressurized, this is probably the biggest strain. Like if you need 1 atmosphere inside the satellite for whatever reason, and obviously for a space station with people, you would absolutely need to be pressurized. Then I don't think any wood would of any size would withstand that. That would require a lot of force. But it would have to withstand the wide temperature variations that you get, because like when you're in orbit, when you're exposed to the sun, the part of you that's exposed to the sun gets very, very hot, and the other side gets very, very cold. That's why they all rotate with respect to the sun, so that they're sort of heating evenly. So that's one way to deal with that. And they also would have to withstand space junk slamming into them, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But also you want them to be fairly light, because you're launching it into orbit, and you pay by the pound for that. So aluminum alloys is a very common substance to use. Aluminum is very light, and alloys of aluminum can be very, very strong, and the strength per weight is very good. So that's a common material that satellites are made out of. For example, Kevlar, also a good material. It's got a lot of the properties in terms of being lightweight and strong and very resistant to temperature variations. And impacts. So it's got ballistic impact. So it's got a lot perfect properties, for surviving up there. So Kevlar and aluminum are two very common materials that are being used. So the idea is then, could we replace, for example, the aluminum casing on a satellite with wood? So the properties of wood depend on, the big factor is the ratio of cellulose and lignin.
Yeah.
They're the two sort of polymers that make up the major constituent of wood in terms of its strength and durability. Obviously, its structure makes a difference as well. So, yes, there are kinds of wood, especially if they're treated. As Bob said, there are polymers that you could use to treat the wood that would increase its strength even further. So you can make wood that would, versions of wood that would be as strong.
Hey, we're getting potentially 60 precision here. We'll see. I'm at 58 right now. Ooh, no, 59. Get the podcast rolling.
Strong as the aluminum alloys and similar in weight. But here's an interesting thing. Wood has a property that might make it superior for some applications. And that is that it's transparent in many of the frequencies used in satellite communication.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what?
Transparent.
Oh, in the frequencies okay.
In the frequencies used by like radio waves, satellite communication. So if you, one of the big things about vulnerabilities of a communication satellite is that you have to get the transmitters and receivers outside of the aluminum shell. And so they have to unfurl or unfold in some way. But imagine if you just had a solid wood casing that doesn't have to unfold and all the electronic equipment's on the inside. And it's completely transparent in the frequencies being used for communication. So it actually would make it a lot easier, a lot less vulnerable, maybe even cheaper. So there might be certain applications for which it's advantageous. Now, some of the reporting about this focuses a lot on the using wooden satellites, in order to minimize space junk.
So how would that help, though?
But that's an interest. Yeah, exactly. How would that help? That's an interesting angle. So
Maybe they don't shatter
from
the
one
same
point
way?
of view. Well, no, it won't really help at all, because if something's going to be left up there, it's going to be left up there no matter what it's made out of. Having pieces of a wooden satellite flying around, again, if the wood has the properties we need it to have in terms of strength, etc., it's still not going to be good flying around as space junk. But most space junk is not used satellites anyway, and the answer to that, in any case, is deorbiting the satellites when their lifespan is over. Some people are saying the real advantage is that when it deorbits and it burns up in the atmosphere, it's more environmentally friendly. So that's the whole space junk angle. If we deorbit the satellites, the wooden satellites, then when they burn up in the atmosphere, they won't be putting alumina or other sort of potentially toxic substances into the atmosphere. It'll just be burning wood, which is organic.
I find this
carbon,
kind of
etc.
strange because, more because of my ignorance, I never heard about people being concerned about, polluting our atmosphere or the planet with debris from satellites.
Yeah, that's because it's not really a problem, and for a couple of reasons. One is just the volume is not that great, but second, it's the upper atmosphere. Like, they get burned up really high in the atmosphere. It's probably not going to be a significant environmental impact. So some people are commenting on the fact that it's kind of solving a non-existent problem, and it's not solving the problem that is existent. And so not really sure why they're doing this, but it still is interesting to think that there may be, ways to use wood in the construction of satellites that is actually advantageous. The other point that some of the commenters are making, the people, the experts who are reviewing this proposal, is a lot of the guts of the satellite would have to be the same. All the electronics have to still be aluminum and metal and conducting material, whatever. And so we're really just talking about like the casing, the outer casing, things like that, not any of the guts. And so is that really what's the contribution of that anyway? You're still going to all the metallic electronics are still going to be burning up in the atmosphere when you deorbit them. So I don't think this is going to be a solution to space junk, and again, that's kind of a weird angle for the reporting to take, in some cases. But there is Ars Technica had a very good article about it where they sort of put it into perspective very well. But most of the straight up news outlets just took that framing without really questioning it. But we may, who knows? Maybe in a few years, we'll be seeing wood enclosed satellites. I think that one notion that it actually makes sense for communication satellites because it's transparent in radio frequencies is very compelling. Because not having to unfurl could be a massive advantage.
Yeah, I'm sure it would lower the cost
in terms of construction and safety.
But
complexity.
Until you see the numbers, this is all. It's interesting, but it doesn't matter until the dollars are lined up and you can see what the costs are.
Yeah, it's right now they're developing the technology. They're going to build one. They're going to engineer it just on Earth, and then test it just to see what features it has. Then they'll engineer it for orbit, and then we'll see how it does. And it's going to take a few years just to develop the basic technology of wood-based satellites. But not something I would have predicted, that we're going to... It feels like going backwards. That's why wood, having anything to do with space made out of wood sounds totally counterintuitive.
There's actually a Futurama episode about that.
Yeah. Of course there is. All right, Bob, you have an update for us on quantum computing. Is this a real breakthrough or just like another incremental advance?
It's maybe potentially more than just incremental. It depends, but it depends. It depends. Let's see. Yeah, so yet another interesting quantum computer advance that could, like I was saying, set the stage for many of its brethren in the future. This time it involves quantum dots and two-dimensional arrays. So will this advance be a critical stepping stone for near-future commercial quantum computers? I have no effing idea. But it's interesting nonetheless. Let's go through this. This is in the recently published Nature Communications. So a pan-European collaboration in partnership with French microelectronics leader Sayaleti. They've been working for years on this underlying technology that could support future quantum computers from different potentially revolutionary angles. One angle has to do with the wafers. The wafers that that microelectronics are created on, and Sayaleti makes them, and they've got billions. They can put billions of transistors and other components on these wafers. And now, if those same foundry processes could create qubits, for example, in quantum circuits, then you can potentially see that how important this could be. You could potentially create orders of magnitude more components for the quantum computer, quantum circuits, qubits, and so that could be dramatic if that's even feasible at all. Because if you think about it, a lot of the qubits made today are made in labs, and they make 5 of them, or 50, or 100. I mean, the fastest quantum computer on the planet is I think 96 qubits. Not a lot yet. So now to do this though, you just can't print this on using conventional techniques. You need to be creating different structures that are amenable to a quantum computer, and that's where the quantum dots come in. Now, quantum dots, I think we've only probably mentioned these a couple times on the show. These are artificial semiconductor nanoparticles. They could be crystals, they could be electrons, or even electron holes, and they're known as artificial atoms. Since they can behave like atoms in some important ways. Like, for example, they could combine electrons within specific energy levels. So they're very, very tiny, 1/10,000th the diameter of a human hair, and that's so small that quantum effects come into play. They're both photoluminescent and electroluminescent, two words that I instantly fell in love with that I haven't really come across very often. That just means that in the presence of light and electric current, it could make the quantum dots will emit a very pure wavelength of light, which is based on their size. And as you might imagine, something like this is could have very many versatile applications in optical and electrical industries, medicine, optics, nanotech, quantum research, and TVs. You may be watching a TV that has quantum dots in them to produce the wider range array of colors that you see. So one of the big ideas is to use these quantum dots in two.
Getting the 60th stack of precision here. As you can see, our crits, if you look at one of the Star Destroyers coming in, you see that 94110. You might see it there again. It goes pretty quick, but that's about, I think, 94110 and then two numbers, 54. That's like 94,000 something on the top number and then 54 at the bottom. So you put those two together, assuming those are all the same number, then that's actually about 9,400,000 damage. So I think we're going to cool it on the crit for the moment, the crit damage, because I think that's probably enough damage. And I think the majority of that is actually coming from Plague Spreader, because there's no way that our raw damage is doing anywhere near that amount. I feel like the bullets, what I can see so far, the bullet damage is getting overridden by the bigger Plague Spreader damage, is kind of what I'm guessing is happening. So the bullets are really going to be here just for freeze. So you can see right now we're at 21 stacks freeze. I'll check in again when I get to 25, and then 50, and then hopefully 100 if we get that far. The other thing that I've started to do in terms of getting extra bullets online is I added Protector and Barrier to the build. I'm going to be getting Barrier probably up to like 60 or so that every quarter or third of a second I'm getting a bunch of bullets around me. You can see it just happen then. Just like a circle of bullets when my barrier gets popped, which is like every time that it comes up on cooldown pretty much, because I'm constantly getting hit by bullets. So I'm going to be speccing a little bit of that. I got also these Vampirism, Vampire, half your HP, and I picked up just a little bit of Bleed as well, because why not? You can see we got quite a few souls stacking up here. I started at 2,000 souls, now I've got another 2,000 souls. Each wave is taking a very long time, like 5-10 minutes. Someone speculated it would take like 24 hours to get to our goal, but we'll keep trucking here and see where we get on that. So far we got 2,000. Also, one thing I discovered is that these souls, you can't actually jump if you're underneath them. Like, it actually blocks you from jumping. So you can see, like, that's a full jump, but I can't do that if I'm underneath these souls. So they're kind of dangerous to leave around, but I do kind of like sucking them all up at once. And up to another 500 souls it looks like off of that one. You can see we've been collecting them en masse. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and keep listening to the podcast now, go AFK for a bit, and hopefully catch you back at wave 200, or if we get somewhere cold here. I'm going to be pretty much heavily rerolling for cold at this point.
And then control the electrons that are at the heart of the quantum dots. And that's exactly what they've pulled off here. Got a quote from Fabio Anzalone. He's a postdoc at the Center for Quantum Devices, NBI. He said, what we have shown is that we can realize single electron control in every single one of these quantum dots. This is very important for the development of a qubit, because one of the possible ways of making qubits is to use the spin of a single electron. So reaching this goal of controlling a single electron and doing it in 2D, in a 2D array of quantum dots, was very important to us. So what he's talking about here is using the spin, up and down spin of an electron to make it like the 1 and the 0 of the classical bit. So another angle to their research, though, and this one you may have heard before, has to do with minimizing the qubit errors that plague computers. Error correction when it comes to any computer is a big deal. If you look at your phone right now or your desktop, these are classical computers. Even within these how old are the computers like this are very, very old. They've been around for so long, but even they can have errors. They can, like a binary 1 can change to a binary 0 for unavoidable reasons, and it's happening all the time. And it could be like even something like a cosmic ray. A cosmic ray, right, Jay? We talked about this relatively recently. A cosmic ray can go in and flip one of your bits, and then what happens? Your computer your computer calculations are now wrong. So what they do, and what they've been doing for years, is they do the calculations using repetition code. They actually will do the calculations multiple times. So if the answers don't match, then there's a problem. So if you get 3 1s as an answer and 1 0 as an answer, then you could assume that 0 is the mistake, because you have 3 or 4 other ones that said it was not a 0, that it was a 1. So that's a classical computer. But now with the quantum computers, they need error correction as well, but you can't do the same type of error correction, because you cannot perfectly replicate a qubit. So how are you going to do it? How are you going to deal with this error correction? Well, some of you may have guessed it. The quantum.
Yeah, so the reason I'm not using Q, you can see I can turn on auto. The reason I'm not using it is because I have noticed when I got to around 204 when I was doing my test run for this with the Fedora hat, and I noticed, you also notice I don't have very much in frag either. The reason for both of those is I'm reducing the amount of bullets on the screen, which seem to be the cause for why the game would slow down sometimes due to the number of bullets. And that's the reason I'm not using Q, because my little dudes are producing enough bullets. I'm producing enough bullets with my barrier, getting popped every so often. I don't really even need the bullets at the moment because things aren't fast enough to get to me to kill me. I really just am ramping into bullet production abilities for later in the game with the freeze. When I get this frozen second to 100%, the cold, then the bullets are going to be used to freeze enemies so that my plague spreader can proc and kill them in one shot. So that's why I'm not using Q. And the waves are already up to like 5-10 minutes per wave, so reducing the amount of time the waves take is kind of important, which is also why I have all the damage that I have and pretty much no defense. Although I could spec into defense at this point, because like I said, plague spreader is one-shotting them, but I don't really need to, so I'm just kind of investing more into preventing them from getting to me. Because with the melee, gets any of the like Star Destroyer guys get close enough to me to melee me, and my barrier's down and everything, then they would just kill me in one shot. So that is the reasoning. If you have any more questions, feel free to shoot them my way, but otherwise I'm gonna probably turn the podcast back on. Just kind of AFKing because these waves take so long.
Arrays can help with that. If these quantum dots are in a two-dimensional array, they can actually, in a sense, error correct each other in a way. So by having the array, can deal with this error correction problem, at least to some degree. And in fact, some of these scientists actually believe that they are essential. These arrays, these two-dimensional arrays, are essential to efficiently implementing quantum computer error correction. So this may be, the way to go. You may absolutely need, to have these arrays if you really want to deal with error correction in quantum computers. And if we don't deal with error correction, then we're screwed. I mean, it's vitally important. So that's the crux of what they created. So what's new for this research? They've shown now that they can control the electrons in these quantum dots. They can deal with them. They can move them around and swap them out and things like that. The next thing they need to be able to do then is to detect the spin of these particles. And once that's done, then you could start creating these quantum logic gates, which are analogous to the classical logic gates that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, like AND, OR, NAND. These are used in Boolean logic, and once you have Boolean logic in your computer, no matter what kind of computer it is, then you can start using all of the algorithms and mathematics that are amenable to Boolean logic. And that's oh my God! Once you've got that, that's it. You've got the keys to the city. Once you have this, once you can create this, and you have a complete set of quantum gates, then theory says that what we now have then is this universal quantum computing architecture, and you could do everything that is promised with quantum computing. So this seems to me to be a decent advance. They've spent years and years doing all the small incremental steps that it's taken to get to this point. So it's definitely a little bit more of an incremental advance. And we could potentially be looking back on this and say, wow, yeah, this was the way to do it. Because there seems to be lots of different ways to go about doing this, lots of different ways to create qubits, and this may be the way to create these quantum circuits and quantum logic gates. And it may be the most efficient way to do it, the most efficient way to deal with error correction. And if that's the case, then this advance will definitely be remembered. But we'll see. Things are changing so fast with quantum computers. It's like battery technology. I see articles all the time about these incremental advances and different directions that people are going in. So it's tough to predict where it's going to end up in 10 or 20 years. So we'll have to see, but this one looks pretty interesting. Check it out online if you're interested.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to be seeing quantum computing in our future. But as you often say, it's not going to be on your desktop. It'll be behind the scenes, working in some capacity, but it will be changing our world.
Doing things
definitely.
that classical computers will never be able to do, not in a billion years.
All right, Jay, it's Who's That Noisy time.
All right, guys, last time we did a show, here was the noisy. What do you think?
Nothing's coming to mind. Gee whiz.
Cheese Whiz.
Cheese whiz, yes.
So a listener named Kyle Pizzola wrote in and said, "Hi Jay, I think that the noise is a large piece of dock equipment that moves in a pendulum motion, or it's Steve groaning when his dog gets another package." That is a fantastic guess. A big piece of dock equipment that's, I could see it like moving with the water or something. That's not correct, but I think, that was a really cool, inventive guess that you came up with. Another listener named Jason S. wrote in and said, "Hey, Jay, this week's noisy is definitely a large machine, so considering it's outside, is it a car crusher? If you haven't seen one of those, check them out on YouTube. There really are monster machines." It is not a car crusher, and the one thing about the car crusher that I would say is it probably wouldn't have that repeat kind of sound happening. And I've seen them, many times over the years on YouTube, whatever. And I don't think they sound like that either, but it is a cool guess because, of course, there's lots of steel and metals being bent and whatnot.
Is it outside?
This is, in fact, an outside sound, yes.
All right. So they must have picked up on something I couldn't hear,
Yeah.
like birds or something.
Yep.
By the way, Jay, to that first guess, have you guys not cameras on them, and then you
Yes.
watch this kind of sped up dock foot? It's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's like, I think, one of my favorite meditative things to look at.
Really?
It's stunning. Yeah, there's something really weird about high-speed dock footage that just
Well, wait,
captures
what's
me. I
happening?
highly recommend everybody look it
Well,
up.
you have all the boats coming and going and coming and going.
And not just that, lifting all of the big shipping containers and stacking them, and it's almost like these giant
major
cranes,
dock.
and everything looks like a toy when it's done in high speed photography.
It has a
And there's
meditative
just something
quality to it.
totally. It's amazing.
There's also that way to focus the lens to make big things seem like tiny toys.
Yeah, like teeny tiny toys, and they're just like stacking and unstacking and stacking. I don't know,
It's
I
not so
love
much
it.
the sped up nature of it. It is the angle and how you film it that could reproduce that. And it's so
be that
cool to
too,
see.
yeah.
Like, it looks like a little toy model, but it's not.
It's beautiful.
I looked up
Is that your ASMR, Kara?
That might be my version of ASMR. Is weird dock footage. What does that say about me?
I looked up the physics on how they shoot, take those pictures. What is it about it that and it all has to do with, I guess, the focal length. Yeah, that's called tilt shift, and they're doing something to a special lens to change the focal quality.
I love
Yeah,
it.
it's
Look
such a
up
cool
tilt
effect.
shift dock footage and just zen out with me.
So another listener named Ryan Gebhardt wrote in and said, "Hi Jay, my name is Ryan from Minnesota. Found y'all a few weeks ago and been binging the podcast since. This is my first What's That Noisy? Ryan, you will figure out that the name of this segment is Who's That Noisy? But you're a young listener, so no worries. For the December 19th Noisy, my first thought was a metal bed frame dragging like in a suspenseful movie. I think that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? You could hear like that noise, like something dragging. Just so listeners know, whatever your first guess is in the email, that's the one I take because you can't shotgun me with 5 guesses or whatever. People like say, hey, I thought of this, then I thought of this, then I thought of that. I'll always just go with the first one. So anyway, I thought that guess was pretty cool. That is not it, though, but I could see why you picked that. A couple more. Ryan Boys wrote in, said, hi, Jay, love the show. My guess is almost certainly wrong, but you got to try it. I'm going to say it's a failing wind turbine as its bearings give up the ghost.
Oh.
I thought that was a really cool guess, and I looked it up. And here is what a wind turbine sound, a normal wind turbine sounds like. And that is about at 50 meters. And that's one fan, or one turbine. So, I did see video of turbines, like crashing and burning in all sorts of different ways, but none of them made like that epically creaky noise that was happening. But I did do a little reading about wind turbines just because I was looking up the sounds that they make and the distance, and it was pretty interesting, like how far the sound travels and what happens to the sound as it gets farther and farther away. Of course, the volume goes down, but then there's the added complexity of multiple turbines, and of course the weather has a huge impact on how much noise that they put out, but they're not as loud as you would think. Now, it's definitely not as much as people complain. One last guess before the winner. Of course, this is Visto Tutti. He sent in a joke guess, but the whole point was that Visto guessed every single Who's That Noisy this year.
Yay!
I love that.
Yeah, that's why I stuck with him, because he really committed himself. He did it. I feel like it was a little adventure he and I went on together. It was a lot of fun. One thing that I don't think everyone realized was that every email he sent, he wrote a different thing in Italian at the end of the email, which I also thought was a lot of fun. So, Visto, I must meet you at some point. We must get together and have a drink or whatever.
Meatball.
Yeah, and of course, eating meatballs. That'll always happen if you're near me. But anyway, man, thanks a lot. I really appreciated all those guesses. You don't have to stop, but I'm just talking about 2020. It was a shit year, and you made me smile a little bit during that year. Especially everybody. Everybody made me smile this past year. All of my Who's That Noisy guessers. I have so many emails I can't read on the air because they're not appropriate. That are more for me. I think they know it because everybody knows that we keep it clean on the show. But oh my God, I have so many people send me wacky stuff and weird things. I just love it. It's great. All right, the winner. Let's get to it. Crystal Haka wrote in, said, "This is the sound of New York City's Verrazano Bridge swaying in high winds on 11/30/2020. Listen again. You will not believe what the sound that this bridge makes." When you see the video of this, it's pretty scary. The entire bridge is swaying like up and down, a lot, feet, multiple feet. And there are these joints where the bridge, I guess there's multiple of these joints. These are expansion and retraction joints. So it's kind of like taking two combs and putting them together and perfectly lining up the teeth of the comb in between the other teeth of the other comb, right? So they can go in and out, right? Except it's giant pieces of steel teeth that are doing this kind of, connecting and separating type of thing. So that must absolutely be the bulk of the noise that we're hearing, is that steel rubbing against the other steel, so that the bridge can stretch and move. It also could. I do believe that part of the sound is coming from the cables. It's a suspension bridge, so the cables are probably making a big noise. But the thing that really freaks me out is, my God, how much can steel-reinforced concrete move? I mean, it's remarkable.
I know, it's scary.
Yeah, like you hold a piece of concrete in your hand, and you're like, this would not move. This would not bend in any way. Well,
Especially
it
if you
does.
put steel in it.
Yes, especially if you put steel in it.
No, that's actually the opposite of what's true, Bob. The steel is there so that it can move. The concrete is there to provide hardness. The steel, strength. The steel, will return to will return to its original position after it's displaced, whereas the concrete is brittle and will fall apart. That's why steel reinforced concrete is the best of both worlds. It's strong and hard. That's exactly why it's made that way, right? If you had just concrete, it'd be brittle. If you had just steel, it wouldn't be hard. And so if you combine the two, and it works.
But if I had some,
Bob, it's a matter of scale. Yes, if you're holding a small piece of concrete, it's you're going to think this is not going to move. But you got to then, at a bridge of concrete is different.
You've got long expanses of the material, and the more malleable, the more movable it is.
Jay, what's your new noisy for this week?
All right, guys, this was a noisy sent in by a listener named Robert Bowmaker. What a cool name.
Yeah.
I'll just say he started his email by saying, "Hey, Bob," and then he crossed it out and it said Jay. People are still doing it.
Yeah,
Bob.
I know. That's all right.
I love it.
So here is this, what I would consider to be a special noisy. I thought this was a fun way to end and begin the year, because we're recording in 2020, and we will be playing this episode in 2021. Check this out. I'm going to play more versions of this next week. You'll understand, but do give me a guess. It definitely has a very large and busy sound to it. But the only thing I'll say is you will be happily surprised at how cool and interesting this noisy actually is.
Well, Jay, we'll get the new year off to start, relatively soon in the year with our January 23rd 12-hour live stream. I know you guys are all looking forward to it.
Prepping already. Yep, definitely.
I hope so.
Absolutely.
I hope you're prepping already. We got a lot of material.
Yeah,
It's
I'm meeting with
6 shows to prep for.
Well, Ian and I have been working tirelessly. Like, I got a whole bunch of, like the tiles, the green screen tile, the floor mat tiles that we use, Steve. I got a box of those, so we have more green screen floor space, which is cool. I can't wait for everyone to see what we've done. I'll definitely show you the studio without the background, just so you can see, how we've changed it. And I have a person who listens to the show who also happens to work with my wife. He is a 3D digital artist, and he offered to help us out with some of our 3D design needs, which is really, really cool. So, we're going to have something really cool to show you. There's going to be, the set, the virtual set is going to be pretty awesome. I'm really excited about this whole thing. I think we're going to have a great time, and I think the food's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we'll see about that. All right, guys, let's go on with science or fiction.
It's
my
time
favorite
for
segment.
Science or fiction.
Each week I come up with 3 science news items or facts, 2 real and 1 fake. And I challenge my panel of skeptics to tell me which one is
Yeah.
fake.
Wait,
It's a
175.
new year. We wipe the slate clean. You guys are all tied at nothing. So
Each wave takes like 10 minutes, so I have to have like something to listen to in the background. Been here for many hours. At least 2 hours now. Oh, you only played for 3 days, that's cool. I played about, I think a few weeks now, but I've been playing mostly off and on. Once I got the, yeah, I might get to the 24-hour stream, we'll see. I've never done any stream, more than like maybe 6 hours before, but that was with maybe like some friends and stuff, so. But, I'm gonna go as long as I feel like it. It's kind of gonna be the longest wave I'm gonna get to is gonna be above 200 at least, because I got basically using the same build. I was actually probably even worse before this. I got to like 204, so we're definitely gonna get into the 200s, but I feel like we're probably gonna get further than that. It doesn't seem like there's a good way to kill old Seraph here. We actually do, it depends on the enemy. We're doing a percentage damage, 0.75% multiplied by 3 and then multiplied by 30, which ends up being, for the ones that have health right now, if you see like the Star Destroyers that come in, if you see one come in there, 10087, and then some other numbers underneath that. It's 3 numbers underneath that. That's actually all one number, I believe. So, 10087, that's 10087 is 10,000, then 100,000, then a million, so about 1 million damage per one. I think it's about 1 million. If I'm doing my math correctly. It's kind of hard to see and put all the numbers together, but yeah, 10,000 plus multiplied by 1,000. Oh, actually, it's 10 million damage. Sorry. Yep, up by an order of magnitude there. So the damage coming from our bullets is pretty much negligible compared to that, I believe. Yeah, the wave, as you can see, we're still going on the same wave. They take a very long time, so I'm just listening to a podcast in the background to keep me going here. Hoping to build up our souls pile a little bit bigger before I go collect all of them. We started this wave with 2,000 souls, so far I've made about 2,500 souls, even with all the rerolling I've been doing, which I have been doing a significant amount. I'm actually planning on doing a lot more right now, as we're getting to the freeze stage of my build. So we'll see if that reduces the soul count a little bit, but it's obviously I'm getting a lot of souls every wave too, so I haven't spec'd into that at all, the souls piece, and I don't plan to. So just get so many, I don't really care. Yeah, if you have any more questions about the build, shoot me a question here, and I'll just keep the podcast going in the background to keep us all entertained.
News happens between Christmas and New Year's, so I did a theme. But in honor of the calendar switching over to a new year, I decided to make the theme the calendar. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Item number 1. The ancient Roman calendar year originally contained only 304 days. Item number 2. In the last 2,000 years, the year has increased by 2.8 seconds due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation. And item number 3. While the Gregorian calendar was first proclaimed official in 1582, the Julian calendar is still used by several groups, even though it is now 13 days off. So, Kara, as last year's winner, you get to go first this year.
I love that.
The ancient Roman calendar year originally contained only 304 days. So this is either a really good lie or it's true, as are everything in science or fiction. Because it's off, but not so off, which would make sense to be based on the observations of the time with the tools of the time. So yeah, I'm sort of liking that one. That one's not sticking in my craw. In the last 2,000 years, the year has increased by 2.8 seconds due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation. And then lastly, while the Gregorian calendar was first proclaimed official in 1582, the Julian calendar is still used by several groups, even though it is now 13 days off. The Julian calendar, okay, so that would be post the ancient Roman calendar. It would be a Roman calendar after the ancient Roman calendar.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, because that's off by more than 13 days. I wouldn't be surprised if there are still like religious groups that use a Julian calendar. I like how you said several groups and not like nations. That one strikes me as something as maybe religious groups use it, but then they also still use, obviously the calendar that they have to use for work, for example. Because, I have a lot of Jewish friends and they use a different calendar. Actually, I think there are several New Years within the Jewish tradition, depending on how orthodox you can be. So I wouldn't be surprised. And, we've got Chinese New Year's. There are a lot of different calendars that individuals use. So I don't know. That one doesn't surprise me. But the increasing of the year by 2.8 seconds due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation. So that's not what leap years account for, right? That's not like that extra day every 4 years to sort of recheck. I can't do that kind of math in my head. Just 2.8 seconds per year? Is that what you're saying? The year has increased by 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, 2.8 seconds over 2,000 years.
Over 2,000 years, yeah.
Unrelated.
So we're very different. Yeah, okay. And so we're saying that it would be different now, but it would take so long to actually affect the calendar date that maybe that's true. But, God, Steve, this one's hard. But I think I'm going to say the 2.8 seconds, slowing of the Earth's rotation, 2,000 years later. How could we know that? Probably from rocks. Damn it. Rocks tell us everything about magnets and spin. Whereas the Gregorian calendar, this one could have more things that are wrong. Like some of the things could be right, but some things could be wrong. Would you do that to us, Steve? You would, wouldn't you?
I have done it.
I'll say the 2.8 seconds one's the fiction, but I'm probably wrong.
Okay, Evan.
The ancient Roman calendar, 304 days. Well, it doesn't divide by 12 easily, so in that context, that one could be fiction, but not every month has an equal amount of days. So that would be the explanation there. So puts it back into the plausibility category. And then the 2.8 seconds of due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation. I think the only question here, there's no doubt that has been happening, but is it 2.8 seconds, or did you order of magnitude this thing? Is it 28 seconds, or is it another order, 280 seconds? So if that one's fiction, that I think would be the reason why. And then the last one about the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar. Yeah, it's several groups using it. Sure, because there's groups. I mean, that's a pretty vague term, but like Kara said, she spouted off just 8 off the top of her head, and there's probably dozens, maybe more obscure ones that we don't even know. So I think that one's right. So is it 304 days or 2.8 seconds? I will go with Kara. Kara, I'm hitching my star to you on this one.
Crap.
Okay, Jay.
The ancient Romans with the 304-day calendar. When you hear things like this, you say, that is pretty far off. It's very far off from what it should be. And how did they equate that? How did they deal with those differences? Unless the I don't know. This doesn't make much sense. But there is something that I do semi-recognize about it. I don't know. It's really hard. I have so much junk in my head. This one about the last 2,000 years, we've increased 2.8 seconds due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation. I don't know if we can calculate things that accurately. I wonder if we can get that accurate with those types of calculations. And I would think 2,000 years is way too short. If this one is the fiction, to me that's what number has been fake. And the last one, yeah, sure. I'm positive that there are people that use many different calendars around the world, and why not use the Julian calendar? So I'll say the second one, at 2.8 seconds, is the fiction.
And Bob.
Ancient Roman calendar 304. That seems low to me. I thought it would be a little bit higher, like 320 or something. But that's within error bars of my memory, I think. Gregorian calendar. Let's see. It was first. Wow, I've been just focused on this 2,000 year 2.8 second one. I haven't really even looked at this third one. Yeah. I think there's some weirdos out there still using that. So I think I got a problem with 2.8. That's I calculate that to be 0.38 hours per million years, which is a lot. And then if you go to like 100 million years ago, it's basically the Earth would have been stopped. So I think that's off by a lot. And yes, they can be that accurate in terms of that kind of thing. And this is all due to tidal breaking. You could thank the moon for this.
So I could be getting my 25th stack of cold here, depending on if I get the double proc. So I'm going to click it now. Only 24. Alright. I'll get back to y'all when I get to 25.
Tidal breaking the rotation of the Earth, and then it's
such a drag.
And then it's basically sloshing the oceans in its basin against our direction of rotation. And that is what's slowing down the spin of the Earth. And of course, that energy can't disappear. So it's actually, as the Earth is slowing down, the moon is moving farther away. So it's a fascinating dynamic. I just love that stuff. But yeah, that 2.8 seconds per 2,000 years seems like too much. It's less than that. So I'll say that's fiction as well.
Okay, so you all agree on number 2, which means we're starting the year with a sweep. One way or the other. So we'll take these in order. We'll start with the first one. The ancient Roman calendar year originally contained only 304 days. You all think this one is science, and this one is science. And you guys were surprisingly okay
Yeah,
with
it
this.
seemed low. It seemed low to me, and I would have picked that one if it wasn't for
It
the
seemed
second
low.
one.
I mean, you think that their year was 61 days off? I mean, you think they would? That would be like every year the seasons would shift by 2 months.
Well,
Well, when you think about it that way, they must have had some
Yeah,
sort of way
but
to
maybe it
shift
originally
back.
contained 304 days for a week, and then they
Oh,
changed
maybe
it.
maybe their days were longer. That's weird. How would they do that?
No, this is what they did. So first of all, I should say, so we're going to like 700 BCE, right? And what historians think was going on at that time is a lot of inference, you know? So we're not sure. You know, we have to say we're not sure about whatever was happening this far back. But the calendar was a 304-day calendar. The other 61 days was just off
Sex
calendar.
parties and stuff.
They just
They just didn't count
the
them.
calendar. They just didn't count it. It was the winter. It was like the calendar year went from March to December. Then they took a break for the winter. for
They're
61
taking a
days.
break from time. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm having to keep
because like
track
nobody
of
could do
anything.
anything. It was just cold.
That's why
and awful.
I very carefully worded it as the Roman calendar year, because the rest of it is off calendar. It's just not part of
That's
the
awesome.
calendar.
That's kind of like all of 2020.
Yeah.
It's just been off calendar
Yeah.
for us.
So this is, guys,
Remember
you
what
guys know,
happened during
right?
that
That the
interstitial period between 2019 and 2021?
It was just, and this is very common, just to have extra days in the calendar to make things work, right?
We do that with leap year.
But it's not just leap year. They were just like, I mean, various calendars throughout the world, you know.
They just kind of stop and then start back up again.
Yeah, they just start and stop back up again.
But
just
how
to
do
keep
they
the
know what
seasons
day
roughly-
to start
Yeah,
up
right? You
again?
still need like some meta calendar.
I know.
Right.
Just when everybody
Well,
in
they-
town
It must be.
agrees. It's like at
Yeah,
the
they
first
just had-
frost.
Yeah, right. They had some way of estimating the seasons. You know, the friggin' druids could precisely measure the
So-
seasons, and then they would just make
I'm
it work.
Cherry blossoms.
Because the world was only so big
Right.
back then. So yeah, if like a bird sang, that was pretty much everybody you knew saw it.
How long was their calendar year plus the off period? Add that together.
365
Right,
days,
what
Bob.
was that? That's the real
365, 'cause It was
question.
61 days. So you know that they had only 10 months, right? You know, March, the year
That's
started
why
with
all of
March.
ours are off by 2.
Yes,
like,
and then
oct is
once
10,
you
when it
once you
should
get
be
to like
8.
September, October,
should be
November,
7,
December,
yeah.
that should be 7, 8, 9, 10, but they're 9, 10, 11, 12. You know, they're
It's
off by
annoying.
2. So what happened was they added January, February between December and March in order to pick up those missing days, you know, to make them part of the calendar. And even then, the calendar was only 355 days because they were more obsessed with making the months more standardized. So, like, you had the full months, the plenus months, you know, were 31 days, and then you had the hollow months, which only had like 29
And had Halloween.
Ah. Although that's on the 31st.
Hollow has nothing to do with Halloween. So this was the Republican calendar, and that lasted for 355 days. And they just sort of had a 10-day break.
Hey, welcome to the stream. The reason I'm not moving the crosshair or shooting, you can see I could shoot right now if I wanted to, or turn on auto. The reason I'm not doing that is because every wave, oh, I actually just completed a wave, speaking of them. I'm looking for some cold here. I'll just go with this attack speed. So every wave takes about 10 minutes. So I'm literally just sitting here. I've got a setup basically to everything gets one shot. With Plague Spreader, I believe it's called. Yeah, Plague Spreader. Everything gets one shot within 1 second of spawning. So I just gotta make sure my character survives. I have Absorbent to make sure I don't die from bullets. Because there's a glitch with Absorbent right now. These bullets do like many times my health bar right now, but I still don't die when they hit me. So you can see I go to only 1 at most, or at least 1 health. And the meleeers die before they can get to me. So I'm just kind of AFKing here and getting to as high a wave as we see we can get. Currently at 179, about 10 minutes per wave. Maybe gonna be here for a couple hours before taking off, and hopefully we'll get pretty close to that 417 mark. You can see I have above the chat there. That's the wave we need to get to. At least when I checked this morning, the wave that was the world record. So we'll see if we can get there. Yeah, let me know if you have any more questions on the build. I'm just gonna have a podcast going in the background just to keep me going. So
roughly fit, and it was a mess. So the bottom line is, for like 700 years or whatever, the Roman calendar was a complete mess. There were many different calendars. There were fixes upon fixes, and then came Julius Caesar, who's like, all right, we got to fix this shit. This is just not working. So then came the Julian calendar, which had a 365 and 1/4 day year, 365 days and a leap year every 4 years. That's the Julian calendar.
But did they have the leap year every century?
No,
Because
they didn't.
It's not just 0.4. It's
No.
0.4, like 2.4
Yeah,
something.
Now that's
You have to throw some extra time back in there, right?
That's the difference between the Julian and the Gregorian calendar.
Yes.
Right, the Julian calendar was just 365 and a quarter. Just a straight up quarter.
Which is fine for a while, but
Yeah. But it drifted, and so let's go to number 3. We'll skip over number 2. While the Gregorian calendar was first proclaimed official in 1582, the Julian calendar, that's the one we've been talking about, is still used by several groups, even though it is now 13 days off. You guys all think this one is science, and this one is science. Got it. So, because...
Go, Kara.
Yeah, so, but in 1582 it was off by 11 days, so they basically had to just make 11 days vanish to resync the calendar to the seasons.
And my birthday, if I were alive, my birthday would be within those 11 days.
Oh, no. Damn. You wouldn't exist.
I thought it was in October, Bob. Those 11 days were in October.
I'm just saying. I can imagine me being born back then. I can imagine being born in October.
Because
it would have been cloudy, too.
The solar year is 365.24219 days.
Oh, of course.
So that's where you have all of the leap year rules in order to make it work for a lot longer.
Seconds.
But there are several groups, and Carrie, you're correct, they're religious groups, who still use the Gregorian calendar. You still use the Julian calendar. They are the Eastern Orthodox Church, the Oriental Orthodoxy, and the Berbers.
The Berbers.
the
We
Berbers,
always forget
too?
about the Berbers.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Berbers.
I visited some Berber groups when I was in Morocco.
Yeah,
I
that's
did
where they
not
are.
forget about that.
There's a group in Seville of Berbers.
Oh,
Evan.
Evan, that took me a second.
Happy New Year!
The Berber of Seville. So stupid.
Yet you laugh.
He's like trimming a rug.
So all this means that in the last 2,000 years, the year has increased by 2.8 seconds due to the slowing of the Earth's rotation, is the fiction. Evan, you were going in the wrong direction. Bob is correct. I shifted it by 2 orders of magnitude bigger.
Oh, wow.
At least.
It's 14 milliseconds a century, right? I think is how it works out. So it would have been, or 1.4 milliseconds per century. So if I did the math right. So it would have been 0.028 seconds in 2,000 years. So I shifted it by 2 orders of magnitude bigger. And a little bit of back of the envelope calculation tells you that's way too fast as a steady increase.
That's what I was doing. I was calculating. Like, wait, a third of an hour in a million years? Too much!
That's why you went last.
Yes, I figured.
Yeah.
That's too high.
Good guess,
That's
Kara.
too high.
It's fascinating. It's fascinating because they have evidence of a 10-hour day, millions and millions of years ago. A 10-hour day.
We were
slowed down
spinning
to
around like a top. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but
that's like Jupiter.
The 2,000-year distance difference isn't based upon rocks or anything. That's based upon us precisely measuring the year.
Right.
And we could measure the difference year to year. We could measure those 1.4 milliseconds or whatever it comes out to be.
And that will change. I mean, it's not hard and fast like 2.8735. It's not consistent. They could actually. The Earth can actually spin a little bit faster if we have a certain type of earthquake.
Oh,
yeah.
When you have lots of rocks shifting around like a skater, conservation of angular momentum. The tighter you are, the faster you spin. So if you have a lot of rock shifting, the Earth could actually speed up a little bit faster than it normally would have, or slow down. It would affect it.
Yeah.
Right. It could be that sensitive. So it's fascinating.
But it averages out. Yeah.
Yeah. Tidal forces are just amazing.
All right. So good job, guys, getting the year off to a good start. You're all at 100%.
Hey.
Awesome.
Yay.
All right,
It
man.
won't last for long. Okay, Evan, give us the first quote of the new year.
You are modern humans of the civilized world, and modern humans rise beyond all laws and superstitions of the society. They help their fellow beings to rise from the ashes of ignorance, illusion, and fear. And that was said by, or written by, Abhijit Naskar. He's a neuroscientist and an author, and speaks a lot about people breaking their superstitions and old traditions, and it's our kind of it's the responsibility of those who do know better to help the others along in bringing them out of the illusions of the past. So that's what he talks about.
I have a sense that he's saying that they should be doing this, not necessarily that all modern humans do this, or he's doing it as a matter of definition. If you're a modern human, to be a modern human by definition means that you rise above superstition, and to help others also rise above superstition.
Agreed.
Because otherwise, it's always hard to get away from sounding a little condescending.
Mm-hmm.
This is just a sort of a generic skeptical thing that we have to be very, very careful about, because we are kind of setting ourselves up by saying, well, we're thinking straight and you're thinking wrong.
Yeah.
And so it's really important.
We're
but
bright.
that's why the brights was the worst
gosh.
thing ever to be recommended. But you have to frame it in such a way. Listen, we all have these cognitive biases. We all are on the Dunning-Kruger curve at some point or other. We all have the same emotional, makeup. But these are the tools that we all can use to help us, rise above superstition and our cognitive failings, things like that. But still, no matter, even if we make a Herculean effort to not be condescending, some people are still going to interpret it that way.
That's right. So you give it as...
It's just hard to get away from.
It is. It's hard, but it's practice, and as long as we're aware of it and we try to guard against it to some, to at least some degree, then we still have to do it. It's not like we can't. It's not like we have to stop doing it. It must happen, and we all need the help.
That's why I say that the principle of charity and humility is probably the most important thing for skeptics to follow, to teach and to follow, because otherwise, you end up just becoming that jerk, and then you're not helping anybody.
Right.
You're actually just giving critical thinking a bad name. Well, guys, you had a lot of fun. Looking forward to 2021. Looking forward to the 12-hour show. I think it's going to be epic.
Okay, yes.
A lot of fun.
Can't wait.
And until next week, this is your Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is produced by SGU Productions, dedicated to promoting science and critical thinking. For more information, visit us at theskepticsguide.org. Send your questions to info@theskepticsguide.org. And if you would like to support the show and all the work that we do, go to patreon.com/skepticsguide and consider becoming a patron and becoming part of the SGU community. Our listeners and supporters are what make SGU possible.
And that's the end of that episode. So we'll move on to the next one. I think it's like our second or third episode since I started it. I definitely have been playing for like an hour before that, so this has taken quite the time. But we knew that getting into this, so I allocated some time ahead of time. 809 is where we're at. Oh, I went way too far there. Holy shit. It's kind of bad that this doesn't autoplay. It does on my phone, but I don't know why it doesn't in Chrome.
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the
We're
Universe.
just finished.
Your escape to reality.
Hello and welcome to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Today is Wednesday, January 6th, 2021, and this is your host, Stephen Novella. Joining me this week are Bob Novella,
Hey, everybody.
Cara Santamaria,
Howdy.
Jay Novella,
Hey, guys.
And Evan Bernstein.
Good evening, folks.
So how is everyone doing on this lovely Wednesday? Not much happening in the world today. It's kind of a slow day, slow news day.
January 6th.
Sedition.
Yeah, there hasn't been any attempted coup.
Yeah, by the time our audience hears this, they'll already know what pretty much came out of today. But right now, we are literally dealing with the insanity that happened in the U.S. Capitol. You know, my feelings on the whole thing are the U.S. is in big trouble. We have a big problem here, and I don't see a solution other than people just giving it up. You know what I mean? Like, the fight seems to just be starting.
I don't know. I mean, it was an interesting thing. I think Van Jones said it on air today, but I saw one of my friends had retweeted it with a little quiz and said, "Is this the beginning of something big, or is it the end of something very
right,
bad?"
That's the question.
And in my view, I think this is just a desperate death grip on power
I hope.
that is very swiftly
here we
being
go.
removed from the.
About to get our 25th stack of cold here, 25th or 26th, depending on if we proc the hat, or we get double the thing. And that will mean any 4 shots or 4 sources of damage that an enemy takes, I believe, will completely incapacitate it and make it slowed to not be able to run to us. You can see we got quite a few orbs here. We can probably slurp these up while we're at it here. I calculated our damage was well over 10 million on some of the higher health element enemies. You can see them just pop. It's 11 million now, wow. I guess their health has gone up, so that would make sense. Also, these things still block you from jumping, which is hilarious to me still. Go ahead and grab all that up. And then back to the grind. Keep stacking that cold. Stacking barrier a bit. Got 8 now. So we'll be stacking that too. Alright.
Those who are committing these terrorist acts.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Kara. I think that, and this is ultimately a sideshow. It's ultimately going to be ineffective, but it's dramatic enough that there may be an actually effective backlash against this ineffective show of force that we're seeing. It's still disheartening. It's disheartening for the world to see, American democracy in flames like this, I do think the thing is, though, I mean, it doesn't come down to one man, but it sort of does. But it's one man and his co-conspirators, enablers, whatever you want to call them. I know that whatever you call them, no one's going to be happy about it. But the people who are supporting what he's doing, I think we're just not going to be able. It's one of those things that we won't really know what the effect is until 1 minute after noon on January 20th, when we turn the page, and then we'll see what things are going to be like going forward.
Yeah, is the dust going to settle? But you're right, Steve. I think at least the good thing that comes out of this really dark day is that it's so beyond the pale what happened today and what's continuing to unfold that people who were on the fence are being forced to disavow it.
Right.
And are finally stepping up and saying, I see now that I've been sitting a bit on the wrong side of history.
Yeah.
And it's a commitment now. This is no longer a passive thing. I'm going along with it. If you don't stand up and say this is not right, this flies in the face of the principles of our democracy, then it's pretty clear to everyone else.
Yeah, we literally got an email today from an SGU listener who apologized for previously criticizing us for criticizing Trump. He's like, I guess I see it now, and that was really dumb
That was
of
like
me.
2 years ago, right? When he first wrote to us.
But still, he's like, it's like I can't stand by any of that anymore. Yeah. It's just a little example, I think, of the effect. Let's turn a little bit to COVID. I know we're not going to continue this every week update on COVID anymore, but there are a couple of things we have to talk about. So last week we talked about the fact that there was a new variant, the Kent variant, which came out of the UK, and that this variant is more infectious. It's not more deadly, doesn't cause a worse infection, it's just more likely to spread by about 50 or 60% by some estimates. And it's quickly becoming a dominant variant wherever
Especially
it goes.
In the UK,
yeah, because it spreads more easily.
Obvious reasons, yeah.
But did you guys hear that there's a second new variant?
Yes.
We actually brought that up last week, the
And
South
it's
African
worse.
variant.
Yeah, the South African
Yeah,
variant.
so the South African variant was already around when I did this story last week, and we mentioned it. But what we didn't know yet was that there's a
Antibodies.
concern that it will not be responsive to the vaccine.
Yeah, that's the new bit. The new bit
That's
is
the new bit,
it has some of the same mutations in the Kent variant, which makes it more infectious. So it's also more infectious, but it also has mutations that allows it to evade antibodies that are targeted towards previous variants. Now, this means a couple of things. One, it's not immune to those, right? So it's not like the vaccine won't work at all, but it's not as effective. So number one, the vaccine may not be as effective. Instead of being 95% effective, it'll be less than that. We don't know what the number is going to be, but probably be a little bit less, maybe significantly less. But two, it can infect people who were previously infected with COVID more easily.
Oh, what the hell?
So
your own immune response won't be sufficient.
won't be as protective as other variants. So I wrote about this again on Science-Based Medicine today to get everyone up to date on these two variants, but also to put it into context. This is yet another risk of allowing a pandemic to simmer along over long periods of time.
Right.
Mutations are inevitable. Different viruses mutate at different rates. This one, this is something I didn't learn until today when I was researching it, that the coronavirus has error correction mechanisms when it replicates. So that's why it mutates more slowly. It actually is able to,
cool.
to correct the copying, of the genome. But if an infection in an individual or an epidemic or a pandemic simmers on long enough, you're still going to get mutations. So part of the problem is just that there's so many people are infected for so long. There's just an incredible number of opportunities for new variants to arise. And there are thousands of variants. That's most of the variants are roughly equivalent because most mutations are going to be either completely neutral or just not consequential. But we keep rolling those dice, and now we have two new variants that are worse.
And significantly more mutated too. That's the interesting thing too. Like,
well, yes, that's
they're
correct.
so much faster than the background rate of mutation.
That brings up the second point. So that's a good point, Kara. So it's not just that it's just this mutation happens to be bad. The Kent variant and the South Africa variant have a suite of mutations that seems to have come all at once. Much faster than the background mutation rate of this virus. And they think that's because in an individual patient who had the infection for months because we were treating them, right? Which, of course, we have to do. We're not going to let people die. But if we're treating somebody so that they will survive, but with an active infection for months, that just gives
selective pressure.
It gives
selective pressure.
it's a selective pressure, and it gives the virus an opportunity to accumulate a whole bunch of mutations. So that's what they think happened.
Yeah, I remember when I did the story last week that was like a working hypothesis, but it was not well established yet. But it's so fascinating that we can see the same sort of viral fast mutation like we have demonstrated so many times in the lab with antibiotic resistance, with bacteria mutating and being able to playing kind of whack-a-mole, and be able to skirt the meds that we make. To see that happening in a viral population so quickly in what we now know is a massive reservoir of virus. So many people have it.
Which is another reason why, as a public health measure, it is important to socially distance, wear a mask, avoid exposure, get tested and isolate if you've been exposed, et cetera, and also get vaccinated when you can. We have to shut down this epidemic because if we don't, we're playing Russian roulette with the virus. We're giving it more opportunity to spread and to mutate and to turn into harsher forms.
Once we get to herd immunity, which will not happen through natural infection without killing a way bigger portion of the population than any of us would ever be ethically comfortable with. That's why the vaccine exists, to get us to herd immunity fast. And once we get to herd immunity, the likelihood of having these resistant mutations popping up all over the place, it plummets. It just plummets. We've got to get to that point.
One bit of good news is that there have been a number of studies over the year looking at how long does immunity to the virus last, and there was mixed results. But the latest information is that immunity following an infection lasts for at least 8 months. That's good.
That's
8 months is
really
good.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not just like one aspect of immunity, but it seems like all of the aspects of immunity last for 8 months. And it could be longer, so that's just like at least 8 months. Hopefully the vaccines have similar profile that, we're hoping that it will get at least a year of immunity out of a single round of course of the vaccine. But the other thing is, if new variants emerge, like the South Africa variant, where the vaccine is less effective, we may need to get vaccinated every year just to keep up with new
Just like
variants.
with flu. Yeah,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
like
it
with
would be
flu.
But hopefully that will slow down, and again, I'm hoping that the vaccine antibodies will last longer than a year. But
Well, and I'm also hoping that it won't be that hard logistically because we're using an mRNA vaccine.
yeah, they literally made the mRNA vaccine in 2 days, and
Yeah.
then we could. So, and if it's sort of like that vaccine infrastructure is approved, just doing another slight variant of it shouldn't take a year, of testing. It should just be like, okay, yeah, you tweaked it, fine. Everything else is the same. You could sort of approve it very, very. You could fast track that. So we should be just like we do with the flu vaccine every year. We don't, start from scratch approving the flu vaccine.
Right.
It's the same.
They might already be doing that, right, in South Africa. Like research labs might already be trying to develop a new mRNA vaccine.
We know it's a new variant because they sequenced it. They just have to get that, and that sequence is published. Moderna is probably already making a vaccine
Yeah.
for it. That's all they need is the sequence. That's the beauty of the mRNA vaccines.
But I wonder how ineffective is the vaccine against it? I mean, is it
We don't
instead
know.
of 94%?
We don't
Maybe
know
it's
yet.
maybe it's 75%,
Yeah.
which is still not bad.
No, it's not bad.
It's probably something like that, I would guess, from the preliminary evidence we have. It's probably 60, 70%, something like that. But we don't know for sure yet.
It's a function of the speed of scientific innovation clashing with the slowness of public
another
health
cold.
initiatives.
Yeah.
And we can keep up with this
27
scientifically,
now.
but it's kind of it's not moot, but it's frustrating that if we can't get people vaccinated in a timely manner, the actual virus might mutate out of control, and that vaccine that we've been working so hard to distribute is no longer going to work.
Yeah, the science isn't going to save us if we don't have our political act together. And I think the World Health Organization put out a statement not too long ago, essentially saying, the COVID-19 is not necessarily the big bad pandemic we've been warning you all about, and we've been.
No, it's a warm-up.
This may be a warm up. Yeah, this may just be a wake up call that this is on the spectrum of pandemics. This was not that bad, of potential pandemics. I mean. Not historically. And imagine if we have one that's 10 times as worse, where the death rate is an order of magnitude worse. That's completely plausible. And so we have to use this as a dress rehearsal for an even worse pandemic that may come, and it probably inevitably will come in the future.
Yes.
These pandemics are coming faster over historical time.
But don't forget, I mean, it's not like we'll have another 100 years, like because it's been 100 since 1918,
no.
or even
No.
50, or maybe if it'll be 50. But wait, but
Every
don't for-
decade.
I mean, how about, or maybe sooner than that? I mean, if you have this stuff that's targeted for people, I mean, imagine people making this on purpose. That's a real worst case scenario because they could purposely make it many, many times more virulent.
Yeah, but even that aside, even biowarfare aside, just naturally occurring, just because of the nature of our global economy and the number of people in the world, this is what's going to happen. We're going to get periodic pandemics, and some of them are going to be bad, and some maybe worse than COVID. So we have to get our act together. We have to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And this was this is a scientific success, but a political failure, all things considered. Some countries did a good job, obviously. New Zealand
that's
did a
from an
great
American
job.
perspective,
Yeah.
for sure.
But, I think, yes, definitely from an American point of view. I think from a Chinese point of view, early on, they flubbed
sure.
the beginning of it. Other countries didn't do a good job. We need to have a coordinated international effort and response that doesn't allow something like this to happen again. That's the bottom line. Okay, let's move on to some news items. Bob, you're going to start by telling us about canyons on Mars.
Wait, I thought it was canals on Mars.
Oh yeah.
Canary.
The most detailed images were recently released of the largest canyon known. Valles Marineris Canyon on Mars is the largest canyon in the solar system, and the latest images from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter show it in amazing, unprecedented detail. It seemed like I was inundated with links for this week. I just kept seeing them, and then so I started checking them out. It was really beautiful, the details, and looking at these, thinking, wow, these are pictures are actually on Mars. Now, back to the Earth, though, I've never actually seen the Grand Canyon, which is kind of a travesty.
You weren't with us when we saw the Grand Canyon?
No.
I didn't see it either.
I hear it's pretty awesome. And,
Yeah.
and it's big. I mean, it's like definitely huge. 445 kilometers long, 28 kilometers wide, a little over a kilometer deep. This is big. It's just really big. But seems kind of insignificant now. After I read about the Valles Marineris Canyon, oh my God, this thing slices along the Martian equator, 2,500 miles long, over 4,000 kilometers. This thing would extend across and beyond the entire United States, 18 miles and or 29 kilometers wide. Incredible. So that's 10 times longer than the Grand Canyon, 3 to 5 times deeper than the Grand Canyon. I would love to see this. Screw the Grand Canyon. I want to see Valles Marineris Canyon. Let's see. I got to get my ass to Mars. So now the images that I think it was the University of Arizona recently released, as I said, were quite striking. But the real hero here is the camera on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. Remember that? That thing has been out there for well over a decade. The camera is called HiRISE, for a high-resolution imaging science experiment, and it's basically the most powerful camera ever deployed to any planet. This was specifically designed to get a lot of detail, to give you a sense of, let's see, pixel size from an altitude of 300 kilometers is about 12 inches. 30 centimeters across. Overall image size is a width of 6 kilometers and can be programmed to have an image length up to 60 kilometers. The smallest resolvable feature in the images are about 3 feet. The camera operates mostly in visible wavelengths, but also near infrared. So this thing really, it's a beast. I think it's like 5 feet long, 150 pounds, something like that. Now, since the canyon's discovery in the 70s, scientists have wondered, well, how did this canyon form? And they're not sure. They really can't say this is how this canyon formed. You look at Earth's Grand Canyon, any grammar school kid will tell you that it was carved out by flowing water. It took a really, really long time for water to do that, but it was water. But the Valles Marineris was not created that way, and that's because the Mars environment simply cannot support something like that happening in that way. It can't support a river large enough to slice through the crust like that. Now we know that water, of course, flowed at one time on ancient Mars, so possibly it helped enlarge Valles Marineris, but it didn't create it. Now the European Space Agency thinks that their theory is that a large portion of the canyon probably cracked open billions of years ago. Now, because you know what's nearby this canyon?
Olympus Mons.
The Tharsis region is nearby, which is a nearby group of volcanoes, which includes, of course, Olympus Mons, which is the biggest volcano in the entire solar system. So this is a quote from the European Space Agency. As the Tharsis bulge swelled with magma during the planet's first billion years, the surrounding crust was stretched, ripping apart, and eventually collapsing into the giant troughs of Valles Marineris. It's an amazing area of Mars. I highly recommend checking out the images online and seeing the beautiful images from HiRISE. Check it out, guys.
And Bob, it could not have been water because of the sheer size of it. Is that the conclusion?
No, it's just the environment of Mars itself. It's very dry. It's very hot. There's 1% atmospheric pressure. So given an environment like that, and it's been that way for quite some time, you're not going to be able to carve. You're not going to be able to support flowing liquid water on Mars.
Even billions of years ago.
Well, yeah. See, even billions of years ago, because I think I discussed a couple of years ago, the loss of the Martian atmosphere was due to the lack of a magnetosphere around Mars, and the solar wind just wreaks havoc with your atmosphere, and that's why it's so thin. And it's been that way for quite a while. So they say that if you look back in time, the environment wasn't good enough for even water when water could exist on the surface for periods of time. It still wasn't good enough to carve something this big. maybe something much smaller, perhaps like the little Grand Canyon, maybe, but not this behemoth.
All right, Jay, tell us about the Scientific American article about the ethics of the brain-machine interface, one of my favorite topics.
Yeah, this is called neurotechnology. I love that. I love whenever they add a word in front of the word technology, because it's creating a genre. It's like it's now neurotechnology. So in the science fiction genre, cyberpunk, which some of you should know about, you can connect a brain or somebody's brain to a computer, right? That in cyberpunk it's called slicing, or there's lots of words for it, but slicing is like you kind of have like an interface where you go in like Tron, and you do stuff in there like that looks physical, really cool stuff. Some people in cyberpunk universe, in any cyberpunk universe, they have implants that let them plug in. You remember like Neo in the Matrix, that huge thing that got put in the back of his head. The potential of this technology is, of course, it's profound. So think about it this way. It's a way to connect a person's nervous system to some kind of computer. The computer would be able to collect and interpret or infer or even modify information that's created by any part of the nervous system, right? This is called a brain-computer interface. So you think, you plug in what's happening. What is actually happening? Well, your brain, which is, which sits on top of every nerve in your body, your brain and all of those nerves are your nervous system. Being able to talk to a brain or have a brain talk to a computer is that interface. It is neurotechnology. In the short term, researchers believe that this technology could help people with mental illness or neurological disorders. And of course, there are endless other ways to use the technology. Entertainment, gaming, education, gaming, lots of things. Gaming is on the list as well. It'd be pretty amazing to do gaming, with a neural hookup, right, guys? Kara? Hi.
Yes,
Hi.
I love the gamings.
Yes, gaming is amazing. I know. I love it.
It's like the
sweet
sport.
spot.
I enjoy it like the sport.
So what would a neurotechnology, or neurotech for short, actually be? So one version of it is it's a brain-computer interface where there are tiny electrodes that are placed on or even inside brain tissue. This would allow a computer to not only detect neural activity, but even change it. So early versions of this technology, they can help people that have Parkinson's disease, epilepsy, and in some cases chronic pain. Back in 2017, someone who was a paraplegic used neurotech to drive a remote control car with his thoughts, right? Wow. That's really cool, right? So apparently, electrical signals from his brain were being read by a computer, and that computer interpreted those signals correctly to steer the car the way that he wanted to. And even more profound, someone that had these brain implants had imagined hand gestures of writing, and the computer was actually able to interpret that imagination into legitimate text. And it was in real time with it was similar in speed to real typing. What do people type words per minute type of thing? It's like, that's legitimate. That's not a joke. That happened. With our current technology, researchers have also been able to make people who are missing limbs to feel touch in varying temperatures through their prosthesis. So, the beginnings are already here, whether you know about it or not. Scientists are pouring a lot of time and attention into this, and so many applications are right in front of us that we could see, and a lot of them we can't see yet. So another version of this technology is an external wearable, and today we have very early versions of it that can help with pain management and also detect a person's intentions, like to speak or to move. And I think that's fascinating. Your brain, even when you're thinking, I want to speak, or I want to move, your brain is doing something just in that initial intention, even before your body moves. Something is happening in your brain.
Even before you're aware of it.
Right. Yes, it's not even on the conscious level. It's happening before you even know your body's moving. Insane.
Well, although, it's predicting what you're going to do based upon this pre-conscious activity in your brain is only about 60%. So it's only a little bit better than a coin flip. And the question is, why is that the case? Especially for something simple like, are you going to choose the left choice or the right choice? And the thinking is that you make a choice at a subconscious level, but then you consciously can reject that choice. It kind of depends on what state your mind is in. So it's complicated, and we haven't really fleshed it out completely yet.
In the future, this technology would allow people with communication disabilities to communicate much easier, and I think that's quite obvious and probably an early use of it. So the technology is advancing very fast, and it can have profound positive and negative effects. What I'm about to tell you is both remarkable and a bit scary. Researchers at Columbia University were able to record the brain activity of a mouse that was performing a particular action for a reward. And at a later time, they were able to activate the same neurons that they recorded and made another mouse do the same actions on command.
What?
Whoa.
Press a button, mouse number 2 does exactly what mouse number 1 did because they fed it into its brain.
How did they do that?
So was this a motor thing? Was it just a movement?
How do they feed it in? That's the question.
Jay, you know what that reminds me of? That one part of the Animatrix where they show the robot studying the interface of the human brain and like how to
Making him
manipulate
laugh
it.
and cry.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Great scene. But they had his brain. That's what I think this might be. They had the brain splayed open, and it was like activating, certain areas. We could do that now. We've done that we could probably do that for years and years. This is
you can
complete.
trigger
This is
things,
different.
right?
Do you think that we're going to develop a mouse matrix where mice will live
Mousetrix.
entirely in a virtual world of our making?
No,
Clearly.
really not.
The mouse matrix, it'll happen, and it'll be an incredible research tool.
Oh, Kara, it already exists, and they're
This
out
is not
there.
the Matrix.
No, seriously, Kara, they're using them for batteries. It's disgusting. So listen, another team of guys, I'm not done. Like, you got to hear this. This gets
How
even
are they
creepier.
activating the neurons?
So another team of neuroscientists were able to actually copy and transfer a learned task between 2 different rodents. So they were able to implant, when I say false memories, they were able to implant legitimate memories and learned behavior into another rodent.
That's crazy.
So I think in a way, this technology is similar to artificial intelligence. So as the technology advances, we're going to need very, very well thought out regulations and ethics that have to be anticipated before the technology is here. And there are many ways this technology can threaten someone's privacy. It could also threaten an individual's autonomy. And guys, it's going to happen, right? Like, as much as it could be 5, 10, 15, 20, however many years, it's going to happen. We're already seeing massive, improvements in this technology. It's no longer something that people go, maybe someday, you never know. Like, we're saying, yeah, we're on path to do it.
Yeah, but this is invasive, right, Jay?
Well, it's like the wearables are not invasive.
But
What, are they
I'm saying
using
what they did
magnetic
with the
fields?
mice.
Are they using magnetic fields or optogenetics? What's the method of
Well, so the answer is that you could use multiple different methods. The more invasive, the more detailed at this point in time. But as the technology progresses, we'll be able to get higher and higher resolution, whether we're reading or writing, with less and less invasive techniques.
We can't read anything at the cellular level right now outside of the skull.
Outside of the skull, no.
Yeah, we can't. Maybe the writing, in terms of, like you were saying, Bob, there may be something we could do with, like, MEG, like magnetoencephalography. There may be some things that we could do, maybe with external electrodes, but there's no way they would be this specific. But we can't read what's happening in your brain.
No, not yet. No, not yet. Not like that. Like not in the science fiction way yet. But I guess the point here is just I find this so interesting. I mean, I love it. From a fan of technology, this blows my mind. But from someone who has developed very detailed ethics as I became a skeptic and as I get older and I think more about the meaning of life and autonomy and privacy issues, which a lot of people deal with today. This is one of those things. Now, let me give you another for instance. So most of this neural data that is generated by a person's nervous system, it's unconscious, like Steve said. You don't even know it's happening, right? So as an example, if someone were able to put a wearable device on you that could read your neuronal activity, you wouldn't even know that your personal information, thoughts, memories, whatever, is being recorded or stolen because you don't feel your brain think that way, right? You're not like, oh, something's accessing my brain or doing something. So I know this sounds like science fiction, but this kind of technology is actually on a foreseeable horizon, and
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if that will ever be possible without an implant.
Wait, Kara, but even with an implant, I'm just saying as a for instance. I'm just I'm not saying if that's going to happen because the wearable thing is like really that's
Well, Kara, it's a matter of resolution. We
It's
can
a matter of, yeah.
we can read brain activity with external devices.
We can, but not in a way that we can actually map out a well-established neural network and know which cells are firing and recruiting and where.
No,
Right,
but
but-
not now. And it is.
It's theoretically
It's an open
possible.
question. Yeah, it's that thing. It's an open question of like what
It's just not-
technology would be necessary. But here's the thing, Kara.
Yeah.
What if having a device attached to your brain with 1,000 microwires, which already exists as a technology, the microwire part, as becomes common. And then we have to worry about people hacking into.
Yeah, that's the question.
Your
it's like
connection.
once the technology exists, it could be
hacked.
like
yeah.
Jay you're talking about. Yeah, it could be used nefariously, but
Sure.
it still requires, I think, at least for the foreseeable future, and I'm talking multi-generations, it requires that the person whose brain it is receive some sort of implant or some sort of device.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
just don't see you being able to scan somebody's brain without their permission unless they already have a device present that allows for that.
But I agree. This is not like on my short list of urgent problems that we need to solve. But I do agree that as AI progresses, as neural interfaces progress, as we merge with our technology, the philosophical, ethical questions that we have to confront are going to get increasingly profound. In terms of like where's the demarcation line between what is a person and what isn't a person, and what rights do we have in terms of our neural privacy and the right not to have somebody mess around with our neurology, etc. And and it's more like I think it's pretty obvious that those kind of things would be crimes, but I guess it's more of like how severe should we consider them as crimes?
And also, what about from a medical perspective? We've gone from it's not been that long since we had a fully paternalistic medical model. And so
Yeah.
like the ethics, sure, yeah, it's a crime if some rando person wants to take your thoughts and then like sell them, or take your thoughts and then like use them to commit a crime or whatever. But what if the medical establishment utilizing this ability to help you, but without your consent, like that, really the ethics gets so sticky.
Yeah, I agree. That's where it's going to be. That's going to be the ethical issue up front. I mean, I tell you, it's obvious if somebody kidnaps you and neuro rapes you that that's a crime. But if it's going to be more like, what if we could rewrite your synapses to treat your depression? Is there a line where you're actually changing somebody enough that are you neurologically killing them because they're not the
Right.
same person anymore?
And also, what if the reason you're doing it is because they're in a position where they can't tell you that that's what they want or don't want because they're
Yeah.
so sick?
Yeah, I think that's where, again, therapeutically, at least initially, is where it's going to get complicated first.
And that's also where it's going to be utilized first. Exactly,
totally.
Evan. Yeah, that's the real horizon of this kind of treatment where we would be using implants.
Jay, did the article talk about you guys are focusing on the one side of the double-edged sword of this, and we need to do that. But you mentioned something about learning. What else did they expand on that? Are there other the good side to this coin, a really good side to this coin? I mean,
I spent a lot of time on that. I mean, there's a ton of awesome things that they could do with this type of brain-computer connection. It could help people that have diseases. It could help people that can't communicate well. It could help people.
When it matures.
Yeah.
It's like once we hack our genetics completely, then we could fix anything genetic. Once we really hack the brain-machine interface fully, the brain then just becomes something that we can alter,
reprogram?
at our will. We can reprogram it, absolutely. And then the real ethical conundrum is going to be, like, are you treating depression or are you tweaking your personality? And is it okay what if I want to change my personality? Do I have the right to do that? Are we over medicalizing then certain personality traits?
And in some ways, it's an extension of the same arguments that we've been happening
totally.
in psychology, philosophy, and medicine when we first had, antipsychotics come on the market, when we first had trepanation, when we first had frontal lobotomies, these different things that's like, ethically, are we making a new person? What is the line? Like, how do we define identity and personhood? And is mental illness, if we look at it from a fully medical perspective, which I don't, is it a disease state or is it a syndrome?
Yeah, how about this, Kara? What if somebody gets convicted of a crime and psychological evaluation determines that they have psychopathy, they're a psychopath, and they are offered an option: you can spend the rest of your life in jail, or you could allow us to cure your psychopathy by changing your brain permanently.
Right.
Is that something that is ethical to even be on the table to
you're
rewrite
even
somebody's
talking
neurology?
And you're even talking about it as a choice. But what if we look back to like what happened to Alan Turing,
Well,
they were like, you're
That
gay,
was
that's
horrible.
aberrant. We will treat you for your gayness by basically chemically castrating you. He did not have that choice. And I could see that being a real ethical
That
conundrum.
was tragic.
You have psychopathy, you're a murderer, or let's say you're
We're gonna fix you. Yeah.
a child abuser, and we have a treatment available for you, but it will change who you are. And this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, and then putting that in the hands of a country like China,
Or of a country like ours today.
well, but no, Kara,
don't have
there's
to
a difference.
distance ourselves
That's
from
not
that
true.
too much.
That's not true. I think that there's a fundamental difference. There are some authoritarian countries that will go far beyond. I think.
Oh, for sure.
what-
Like North Korea, obviously, is the most extreme example. But you're right. I mean, and I say that sort of tongue in cheek, but also like I always want to remind myself that I'm only like one sort of or two bad luck scenarios away from homelessness or away from catastrophe. And I think, we have to sometimes remember how tenuous things are. Things aren't great here right now either.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll become North Korea anytime soon, but I do think that we have to be at least mindful of that.
Yeah, but these are all the reasons why we need to really progress ethically and morally, so that when we are confronted by these really challenging technological advancements, that we're prepared for it. And I'd rather be over-prepared and prepared way earlier than necessary than even a little bit too late.
And we have a bad history of being reactionary instead of proactive.
Oh, for sure. And Jay, I think some of the reason that my response comes out the way that it does is because although it's exciting and fantastic to think about these things in wild sci-fi terms, I think it sometimes disconnects us from the actual reality of the threat. And when we can describe them in terms of true existential threats, like realistic existential threats, I think that we as human beings might be able to be more engaged with the concern. When I can see this as an eventuality and not just a fantastic maybe thing that's in the far-flung future that requires all sorts of crazy technology, then I might be more invested in thinking about it from an ethical perspective instead of
Kara,
putting it in a box.
it
And I
depends-
say I like the royal I. I'm talking about people.
It depends on what sci-fi you're reading, to be honest with you, because it's not all far future fantastical. A lot of it is like really one or two steps removed from where we are right now and very realistic and very pragmatic, like having implants that are used therapeutically for psychiatric reasons that then get exploited or abused, for example.
Sure, I didn't mean sci-fi in the sense of an actual book. I meant like, as Jay was presenting the story, when we present it in a way that's really fantastic, like somebody scanning from outside of your head, versus going into the hospital where somebody already has the implants. Then all of a sudden, that realism comes
That's more
alive.
that's closer.
Yeah. And then that's when you go, shit, this is scary.
Kara, can I tell you something important?
Yes, please.
If you ever find yourself homeless, as long as I draw breath, you will always have a place to live.
I love you, Jay.
I mean
That's
it.
really sweet.
You just don't even think about it. Just get over here. I got a room. I got meatballs. I got it all.
I've been in
way,
that
Jay.
Connecticution basement. I've slept there. It's got a super comfy mattress.
Yeah.
You'll love the winters.
You could live in the SGU studio,
I could.
surrounded by a green screen.
There you go.
You guys are like, we'll make a nerd of you yet.
Oh, yeah.
There's a space
All right.
in the corner. You can have that.
Well, everyone, we're going to take a quick break from our show to talk about one of our sponsors this week, the Great Courses Plus.
2020, guys, it chock full of challenges for all of us, and it made us change the way we live. I mean, the pandemic is only one part of it. It's been just a ridiculous year. We don't know what's going to come with 2021, but with the Great Courses Plus, you can actually make it a year with meaning by learning about something new. And with the Great Courses Plus, you will get unlimited access to stream thousands of video and audio courses from top experts in their fields.
So, for example, I've been listening to an amazing course, Physics in Your Life. They have chapters entitled Is Seeing Believing? May the Force Be With You. Great name. The Miracle Element. What is that miracle element? I'm not going to tell you. You got to listen. Physics in the Kitchen, Physics in Your Body. Everything we do is based on the principles of physics. The technology that you use, the way that your body moves, doing something really simple like riding a bike or even cooking a soft-boiled egg, it's all about the physics. This course breaks down the fundamental concepts of physics and helps you build a better understanding of the world around us.
What is your purpose this year? What new things will you learn? Sign up for the Great Courses Plus and find out. Visit our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/skeptics, and you'll get a 14-day trial with unlimited access for free. You don't want to pass this up, so go now to thegreatcoursesplus.com/skeptics.
All right, guys, let's get back to the show. Guys, let me ask you a question. Do you guys have a preferred learning style?
Yes.
Oh, isn't that
Yes.
debunked?
Totally. It's 100% bullshit.
I was like, man, I don't think so. That's not a thing.
Good job, Kara. So, but there was a recent study that looked at the percentage of people in education. These are people in the field of education who believe in the learning style paradigm. How high would you imagine it is?
70%. 70%.
Yeah, I would think it's up there too.
70%.
Maybe even more.
So it depends on the study. The aggregate, if you review all of them, it's 89%.
Yeah.
But some of them are as
Wow.
high as 97%. So it's bad. Now, let me back up a little bit so our audience is keeping up here. So learning styles is the notion that individuals differ in their preferred way of consuming information. One of the more popular ones divides up the world into people who are visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, or read-write learners, people who like to read and write. And they say if you're an auditory learner, then you will do better if you consume information in an auditory format. It's never been true. There's never been evidence to support it. And after a couple of decades of research and multiple systematic reviews, etc., there is no evidence to support this notion that people do better in their alleged preferred learning style. And in fact, if you give somebody a test to determine what their preferred learning style is, they don't necessarily even prefer that learning style that the test says.
Really? Not even
So it's
preferred.
not even a subjective thing.
Yeah, they might not. In other words, and not if you ask them. It's not like if you ask them what's your preferred learning style, they may say the same answer. But if you, like in an unrelated context, give them an option, they won't choose the medium that fits with their alleged preferred style any more than average.
Well, it just bolsters the idea that not only are there not learning that learning styles don't actually equate to better learning, but also that even what we think is a better learning style doesn't equate to better learning.
So it just the preference itself might not even really exist, let alone that it provides an advantage to learning outcomes. It doesn't. It's just it was. I guess a semi-reasonable idea as a hypothesis 40 years ago or whatever, but it was never really robust and it was never evidence-based. But for some reason, it became totally entrenched in the education culture, and it just is one of those myths that refuses to die. There are numerous systems of tests, and you know how I hate these tests, where you try to divide up humanity into like a single-digit number of types, because people just are not that simple. And in here, I think the big problem is that the premise there's a premise in there that is just false. The study involved 18 countries. This is a worldwide phenomenon. This is not just in the West or just in the United States. This is pretty much everywhere. And it also has not been diminishing over time. It's very stable. It has not declined in recent years. A recent sample of trainees, this is education trainees, found that 95.4% of them were still learning the learning style paradigm. So this is baked into education. Some good news is that if you This is one of those myths that is modifiable with the knowledge deficit model, that if you just give these educators information about the scientific evidence, studies that have looked at this found that on average you can decrease their belief by up to 37%. So that's a pretty significant drop. So that's
but it's not good enough.
no, I don't know. It should be 100%. It's like, here's some facts. So and when I've confronted people on this, they often respond with anecdote. That's the sort of the go-to. But I've seen it work. It's like,
but how do you confront them
Works
with it?
for me.
Yeah,
Do you
but
confront them in an auditory way or a visual way?
Yeah, Steve. Maybe you're not going with their preferred mode.
So
Steve's rolling his eyes so hard right now.
what does matter? So, and this reminded me when I was reading about this. Richard Wiseman, who will be making an appearance on our 12-hour show in 2 weeks. Richard Wiseman, who wrote the book 59 Seconds, the premise of the book is that there is a ton of psychology research out there that can actually help you improve your life. Mm-hmm. And the self-help industry is built upon none of it. It's built upon myth and nonsense and is ignoring the actual information about how to improve your life. The same thing is true. There is actual evidence-based methods for improving education outcomes, but they get displaced by the mythology of learning styles. I think
And it's
there's
really
just,
frustrating when there's crossover, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Like when you have academic psychologists writing self-help books, and like some of it is totally legitimate, other ones are totally wooey, some of them are halfway in between, and so it gets watered down. Like the entire field gets watered down.
Totally.
Ugh, so
All right,
frustrating.
so the premise is wrong because the truth is that people will consume information based upon the information itself, right? So some information is visual and is optimally conveyed in a visual medium. So it has to do with the information itself, not the learner. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And in fact, the best way to consume information is multimedia.
Yeah, through all your senses. Like, try your best to, not all, but try your best to consume it multiple ways.
Yeah, so multimedia, there's some advantage there, and also matching the medium to the content. That's the most important thing. Match the medium to the content. Right? So, like, you're listening to a podcast right now. We actually form, the things that we do and talk about so that it's conveyed optimally through an audio-only content. And we just talked about the fact that we're going to be doing a video streaming event, and we're going to do some bits that have a visual element to them because we can't do them on a podcast. But it's just about you match the information to the medium, not the person to the medium. That's the bottom line. But there are other things what's the harm? What's the harm of the education world persisting in this mythological belief in learning styles? Obviously, it's distracting energy and time and effort away from things that could be more effective. So, for example, we know that the timing of the exposure to information is important. I don't know if you guys knew this, but if you want to really learn something effectively and efficiently, then you need to expose yourself to it multiple times at increasing intervals, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that's frustrated me about classroom learning. It's like, the semester should be designed around that model because we know that it works. People should be going back to information they learned at the beginning of the year to remind them of it. Otherwise, it's this endless sequence of information that you're forgetting.
Well, really, it should build upon itself.
Yes, exactly.
It should be foundational, and then you add to that, and add to that, and add to that.
But always going back
connect
and
it.
reinforcing the previous information at intervals because that interval training works. But the education system rarely takes advantage of the actual information about how to optimize learning. The other thing that it does, so instead of displacing more effective techniques, it's actively harmful. And for example, what it does is it pigeonholes students. So imagine you're a student who takes some bogus, stupid test and is told you're an auditory learner. That actually will keep you from optimizing your learning strategies, right? Matching the content to the medium, and also may discourage you from pursuing courses or subjects that are more visual, right? And also may frustrate you as you're trying to pigeonhole your learning strategy into this narrow, ineffective strategy. And so it in that way, it actually is not only displacing effective methods, it's doing active harm. So it
Right,
really,
it's almost like a stereotype.
it's a
threat
stereotype.
effect.
You get stereotyped,
Yeah.
absolutely, and you stereotype yourself. It's just like astrology. Like you think, oh, Leos are supposed to be this, so I'm going to be this way. It's like, no, but that's all bullshit. And so why are you living your life based upon nonsense like that? It just you're sort of, it's a self-imposed stereotype that just becomes dysfunctional. So it really needs to be purged from the world. Just the education culture. We need to find some way to get the word out and to really purge the whole notion of learning styles. It's done. It's failed decades of research. It's actively getting in the way of improving our learning outcomes. I do feel that it's part of a deeper problem. I don't think this is an isolated thing. I think there is a deeper disconnect between what's happening in the trenches in education and education research. I think at the high, and I've been at pretty much every level of education as a student and as a teacher, and what I see is at the highest levels, the information's being, the people who are like doing the research on education outcomes absolutely incorporate that into their teaching and pass it on to those around them. But as soon as you get even one step away from education researchers, then there's a total disconnect between the research and what's happening.
I think that happens in a lot of fields too.
Probably.
Steve.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate.
probably.
Even in medicine, I mean, that's why science-based medicine matters so much.
Yeah.
Because there's a disconnect sometimes in biomedical science and then the practice that's utilized over the years. Some people, especially if they're in like remote practices or they're not connected to a large university hospital or something like that, they just kind of stick with doing it the way they did it. Luckily, you have to take you have to take continuing education, but...
And there's evidence to support that, totally. The longer you are out from your education, the more likely you are to deviate from the current best practice recommendations, for example. But we recognize that that's a problem, and there are institutional mechanisms to fight against it, like continuing medical education, for example. And you have to re-up. All of your certifications expire now. They used to be lifelong. Now every 10 years you have to re-up them, and that involves documenting, all kinds of methods to try to make sure that physicians are keeping up to date. It still needs to be more, but there's a lot of infrastructure there for teachers. And I'm sure they get some kind of continuing education as well, but that infrastructure needs to be more robust so that. There's absolutely no reason why 90% of teachers believe in teaching styles. That should have been beaten out of them a long time ago.
Yeah.
So clearly there's something that's not happening here. But also I've had a lot of interfacing. As anyone who has paid attention to their children's education, and I have now through college, there is nonsense in the educational system at every level. I've encountered it all, even at good schools, even at, in parts of the country that have lots of resources and that are considered to be top tier in terms of public education. There's so much nonsense that, and pseudoscience that is just baked in that's really disappointing. It's like, really? Seriously? You're still pursuing that paradigm? I mean, come on. That is, 50 years old. They're still doing scared straight stuff, for example.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
and it serves as a massive.
We know that doesn't work, though.
Yeah, we know
Same
that it
thing
doesn't
with
work.
how
That's
we
the
treat
point.
addiction and drug abuse in children. Like they're still doing these like troubled teen boot camps and things, and we know those don't work. I mean, it's pretty terrible the damage that can be done,
Totally.
especially during these critical periods of development when pseudoscientific techniques are utilized.
Oh, for a person who is, say, dyslexic, does that not count? In other words, would a dyslexic person not have a preferred style of, saying, not reading, going a different direction?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's a different situation because there you have somebody who has a very specific neurological deficit, right? So people who are dyslexic, by definition, they're just at the very low end of the bell curve in terms of their reading ability. And so reading, you have to learn to read before you could read to learn, right? And so if you have a real deficit in reading, then that may not be the best way for you to consume information. Totally.
Yeah, because to be clear, a reading disorder, or any type of learning disorder, is defined by having an average intelligence and, let's say, an average ability to do other aspects of your academic enterprise and a specific deficit only in that area.
But just
Maybe
to
not an average intelligence, but I should say a relative deficit to other things. So if somebody has a reading disorder, like you said, they clearly have a problem with reading, and either reading only or reading and the other deficits that they carry.
Yeah. But that's not a
other
learning
things are left
style.
Okay.
That's
that's not a learning
That's a
style.
deficit. That's like saying, well, if you're blind, you can't consume video. You're right. But that's the same thing.
The audio portion.
It's just it's a more obvious example, but it makes the point. That's a deficit. That's not a preferred style.
And then, as far as people, why they believe in this, do you think it has to do with a person's sense of individuality? In other words, it helps them define who they think they are, and therefore they're likely to want to grab a style and make it theirs, make it their individual trait?
Yeah, I think so. And we've talked about this before. Why do people love astrology, right? People love to talk about themselves. They love to label themselves. And it's also a simplistic system. And I think anytime you impose simplicity on complexity, people like that as well. Yeah. So, I'm going to give my students a test, and then I'm going to label them with their learning style, and that's going to give me a leg up on teaching them. There's something very compelling about the simplicity of that. I think that's why we love these personality tests. Like, what kind of person? Like, what was the Myers-Briggs.
Oh,
that's never going to go away. It's total
I think
bullshit.
it also, Steve, I think it speaks to the fundamental attribution error.
Yeah.
It's much easier for us to say, well, it's because I can't learn that way, than it is to say it's because this situation was not conducive to my learning. It's we have this tendency when things go really, really right to be like, it's because of something I did. And when things go really, really wrong, it's because of something they did. And so the thing about education and the thing about learning is that it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's hard. And so when we feel like if we don't have more of that kind of growth mindset, and that's not fostered from a younger age, and instead we just tend to give up when things get hard, then it's very easy to justify why we stopped trying, or to justify why that other thing felt, easier than this thing that felt hard. Oh, it's just because that's not my learning style.
All right, Evan, tell me that birds are smarter than monkeys.
No way. Wait, monkeys
In this case, apes.
Ooh, no way.
The debate continues. Yep, we're revisiting this decades-old debate, what we affectionately refer to as monkey versus birds. When scientists at the University of Osnabrück and the Max Planck Institute of Ornithology, that's cool, they have recently reported on some interesting studies involving ravens. Their studies have suggested that ravens develop cognitive skills relatively quickly and are near to complete by 4 months of age. So that's it. By 4 months, the cognitive performance of ravens may be similar to that of adult great apes. Now, I know monkeys are not apes, okay? You can spare us the emails. We use the term monkey versus birds loosely. Kara, for you and others, it's a long-running, fun term we occasionally harken back to from the days when Perry was on the show. So we appreciate the latitude.
Yeah, the short version is that Perry incorrectly asserted that monkeys were smarter than birds. It also came down to who would win in a fight. And I said, come on, if you have a raptor, like a raptor, we just pick up that monkey and drop him, And he insisted that the monkey would win in a fight.
But then, Steve,
regardless
you remember
of the type of monkey.
they found a like an early
skull,
chimpanzee skull that had eagle holes in it.
Yeah,
it was like in the eagle's nest.
Punctured.
Yes,
giant eagle.
Harry's argument with that monkey would take that bird and beak flip.
For me, I always think go to the extreme. So I'm thinking a terror bird against a Gigantopithecus. Mm-hmm. Got to give that one to the terror bird.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, we've talked several times about studies that have come out ever since then, and yes, birds are fascinating and very intelligent animals. Now, this particular study, Their findings are published in the journal Scientific Reports, and the title of it is Ravens Parallel Great Apes in Physical and Social Cognitive Skills. The lead author is Dr. Simone Pica, who said recent studies suggested that members of a songbird family, corvids, evolved complex cognitive skills, but a detailed understanding of the full scope of their cognition was, until now, non-existent, and that relatively little is known about their cognitive development. So they took some ravens, 8 of them, in fact, hand-raised, 4 months, 8 months, 12 months, and 16 months of age. I imagine 2 of each, although I didn't specifically read that, but I guess that would equal 8. Now, the researchers analyzed the ravens' performance in experimental tasks. They test their understanding of the physical world, and they looked at how ravens interacted with other ravens. As they described in the abstract of the study, the researchers fine-tuned one of the most comprehensive experimental test batteries called the Primate Cognition Test Battery, or PCTB, and they applied it to raven features. This afforded the researchers a direct quantitative comparison with the cognitive performance of 2 great species, namely chimpanzee and orangutans. Now, guys, have you heard of this PCTB before? Primate Cognition Test Battery?
That's cool. So it's like a psychological test for primates?
Yeah. I tried looking it up, and although I could find references to it, I really couldn't find an example of what it was.
Yeah, that's if it is like a psych test for primates, you're not going to, because those are like protected legally.
Really?
Yeah, because you have to be trained to administer them, and the test companies make a lot of money on the protocols, so you're never going to be able to like just find reproduced pages from a WACE, for example, like an intelligence test online. It's just there's copyright issues around that.
I like looking for these things because I want to know if, I look into it a little bit to see if there's anything, maybe a little sketchy going on, or some people have some criticisms of it, but there's very little. But it seems to be utilized and considered standard.
So what you can do, just so you know, Evan, is you can search within the literature, like in PubMed or like at Google Scholar or wherever you search, and use the word validity in your search. So the validity of the, what's it called, the
PCTB.
Yeah, validity of PCTB. And then you'll find studies where people are either confirming its validity or questioning it, or both.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that bit of advice. I appreciate that. All right, so back to the study. The skills the authors investigated included spatial memory, the understanding of relative numbers, addition, and object permanence. Cool. Now, object permanence is the understanding that an object still exists when it's out of sight, right? You hide like a shell game kind of thing. So they said, for instance, to investigate whether ravens know where food is located, they hid treats under a cup and moved it quickly back and forth among other cups that were empty, the shell game, effectively. And the raven selected a cup by pecking or pointing at it with its beak, while a chimpanzee would have done so with its finger. So this is how they made the test, normally for primates, and turned it into a raven test. The study reports that the cognitive performance of ravens was similar from 4 to 16 months of age, suggesting the speed at which the cognitive skills develop is relatively quick and near to complete by 4 months of age. They compared the cognitive performance of the ravens with those of 106 chimpanzees and 32 orangutans who completed similar tasks in a previous study. And they found that with the exception of spatial memory, the cognitive performance of the ravens was very similar to those of the primates. So there you have it. That's a bit of bird versus primate news for you.
So, but I do feel compelled to point out that, and we've talked about this previously on the show, intelligence is not one thing, and bird brains are organized differently than primate brains. And so it's an apple and orange kind of comparison. But it might be that, birds have the wiring for this kind of problem solving, especially corvids. But that doesn't mean that they equal apes in other ways in terms of neurological function. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like dolphins are the same thing. Dolphin brains are very different than ape brains. And even though they're big, they're wired for echolocation and things like that. And they have some problem-solving skills as well, but they don't have the same level of intelligence in other ways. They don't have the same brain organization that primates have.
But the
And
interesting
so
thing is, Steve, this test was developed for primates, and birds still did well.
I do think, though, it happens to fall into the sweet spot of what
Okay.
corvids can do.
Yeah.
And so we can't extrapolate beyond this test, is what I'm saying, to like some kind of overall intelligence.
You can never do that anyway. We talk about that a lot in psych research, where it's like, this person performs well on measures of this. That's all
Yeah,
we
right,
can
exactly.
say.
But it's especially true when you're comparing differently
Species.
organized brains. Yeah.
Do you? Okay, so I had to go down a bit of a rabbit hole. We're talking about
Good.
ravens, and when you think about ravens, what do you think of?
Birds.
Nevermore.
Yeah.
Yes,
Poe.
Steve, very good. Okay, and what's one of the famous lines from
Yeah,
that
Nevermore.
famous Edgar Allan Poe
Nevermore.
treatise? Right, Nevermore. But what's the words that come
Oh,
before
quoth
that?
the raven.
Good, Carrie, you got it right.
Yeah, it's not a crow. It's a corvid, but it's a raven.
But you said quoth.
Yeah, he says quoth.
Yeah.
Quoth. Whereas I, most of my life, heard it as quote.
Oh, really?
The raven, or I've heard other people refer to it as quote the raven.
That just shows you that I'm like way more gothy and emo than you are, Evan.
Well, is that what?
I think that just means I read a lot more Poe when I was a teenager.
Have you guys ever heard people say quote the raven? as
No,
opposed
I
to
haven't.
quote?
I've always heard it as
too.
quoth.
Yeah, but I've also never listened for it, so maybe I was filling it in. Maybe I did hear people
Yeah,
say
maybe.
quote and I didn't notice.
Could be.
'Cause
So, Evan,
two words
is
are
there a difference?
Yeah,
It means something different?
it does mean something different. Quoth specifically has to do with a third party telling you what another party is effectively saying. Did I get that right?
Oh, weird. So it's like
So and specific to
hearsay.
this particular right.
It's also
Used
archaic.
only in first and third person singular before the subject. Well, the tide is going out, quoth the sailor. Right? So you're talking about what the sailor was talking about.
But I think it's also specifically designated.
Getting a little bit of lag here, so I'm going to start slurping these up. I thought it might cause some lag having them all around here. It could just be that we also have just enough enemies now. That is a problem. But go ahead and grab all these. I was hoping to grab them on wave 200, but doesn't look like we're going to get that far without it lagging. To over 5,000 souls now. And we'll get back to the podcast.
said the sailor.
Yeah.
The tide is coming in and out.
Yeah.
And Steve, it says here not only is it archaic, but you can use it also if it's a humorous context. It would be appropriate.
Well, you can use it anytime you damn please.
That's right.
Language.
Quoth, Kara.
You're a quote.
I'm going to start using that all the time now. All right, Jay, it's Who's That Noisy time.
All right, guys, last week I played This Noisy. So, let me ask you guys a question. Is there anything familiar about that to you?
Yeah, you played
missed it.
last week. Or the week
It does
before.
sound a little bit household. Does that make
That's
sense?
interesting. Yeah,
Like
it
a
does.
like a
It does.
garbage disposal, like something
like
you've
white
heard
noise.
before.
A appliance of some
Yeah,
sort.
yeah, like a Vitamix.
All right, well, a listener named Eli Steger said, Jay, I believe the noisy to be a swarm of drones programmed to create images and shapes in the sky, right? Like a light show in the sky. Very cool. Many people guess that. Many people guess that. That is not correct, but I happen to be a fan of those drones, like the coordinated drone things. I think it's really, really cool. I'd love to see it in person. Another listener named Michael Blaney said, hey, Jay, not Bob, the first noisy of the new year sounds like a bunch of snakes reminiscent of the Well of Souls from Raiders of the Lost Ark. Yeah, you know what's the thing is, I don't know if that many snakes have ever been assembled for real, ever, anywhere. So I don't know if we know what that sounds like. but I
Haven't
would,
you seen that
Oh, sure.
Bananas Planet Earth episode?
No.
Or was that a Blue Planet episode? It was like one of the newer versions of Planet Earth.
You mean where they're chasing the lizard?
Yes,
I love that scene.
it's so good.
These snakes are all
Ripping.
chasing down a what kind of lizard?
Was it an
it?
iguana?
Was it iguana?
I
think
gotta
so.
look this up. Snake versus iguana, Planet Earth.
Oh, fantastic.
It's in Planet Earth. It's in Planet Earth 2, and yes, it's iguanas versus snakes. Anyway, sorry.
Do snakes, when they sprint snake style, do they make noise? You know, like they make a slippery noise?
I don't know. I feel like they always add sound effects to these things to
Yeah.
make TV more compelling.
All right, well,
Foley or something.
It's not a bunch of snakes. It's not, but you had me at Raiders. All right, so
Well, hopefully.
Nicholas Underwood said, "Hey, my dude, I love that." Hey, my dude. It must be a set of New Year's Eve crowd sounds superimposed upon each other. It must. That's what's up, Shifty Nick. Not correct, but you hit upon something in yours that you will come to see why. Another listener named Glenn Wilson wrote in and said, Uncle Bob, oops, I mean Jay. Uncle Bob, I think this week's Noisy sounds like a curling rock. A curling rock. What do the curling rocks sound like when they get slid across ice, right?
I didn't know they were called curling rocks. I thought they were like pucks.
I thought they were curling stones.
Huh.
Maybe Glenn doesn't actually know
I
himself.
think
He is from
stones.
Calgary, so he might know because he's up in that region. But let him email us and let us know. But that's not correct. But I would like to hear what that sounds like. There's actually something special about this. Let me play it for you again. You hear the echo?
Yeah.
Now let me play you another version of it. Does that sound familiar to you? Does that
Yeah,
So is that like a
that's the
funeral
opening of our
dirge?
show.
right?
Oh. That's a
So-
funeral dirge.
All right. So what? The second thing, what I just played for you, is a less complicated version of the actual Noisy. What this is, the second sound that I played for you is every single show from 2020 lined up by the song that we play. Right. So the first note of the songs are all lined up. And that is a chorus of Steve doing an intro, and then it slides into our hellos. Now listen again. Oh my God. Now, you know what I find interesting? You can hear everybody's voice in there.
Yeah.
I can hear Kara, I can hear Bob, I can hear Evan. Yeah, because we're all talking. Now, the original one was hundreds of SGU, and not 52, hundreds. Now, I thought of this and I thought of Bob at the same time. How cool would it be if you could listen to 52 episodes at the same time and absorb them?
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
a
I
good
mean? Like, some AI can pick it out and hear it. Maybe one day some humans will be able to do stuff like that. But anyway, I thought that was really cool, and I'd like to thank Robert who sent it in. And there's something about Robert. I found out that Robert is considered like the super Aussie or something like that. Anyway, Robert, thank you. It was really cool. He wrote a piece of software that managed this. He didn't do it by hand. He had a software run in, line everything up, and pull it out. And I have different versions that he made for me, but I only had time to play the one. But thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. So we have a new Noisy for you this week. This Noisy was sent in by a listener named Scott Bringlow. So what was that? This one is, so far, I think it's my favorite Noisy of 2021. It's the only Noisy of 2021. No, but I really like this one. When you find out what it is, I think you'll find it very interesting. So if you think you know what this week's Noisy is, or if you heard something cool anywhere, in your basement, on TV, whatever, you email me at wtn@theskepticsguide.org. Steve, as we sit here right now, 2 weeks and 2 days from now is the 12-hour patron thank you show.
Say what?
That's right.
Thank you.
We just had a big SGU meeting before the taping of this podcast, and
Took 12 hours.
yes, we went through the entire show exactly the way we're going to do it.
That's right.
No, but it's fun because we get to throw a lot of ideas. We have 12 hours to fill up. Everybody's bringing something to the table that they came up with, and George is coming up with a bunch of stuff. I always love this when George texts me and he's like, I came up with some bits. I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait, because you never know what George is going to do. It could be literally anything with that guy. Very excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is our patron thank you for the wonderful support that our patrons have shown us. This is a part of our Patreon. So if you're interested, you can go check out our Patreon with the other goals that we have on there. Steve likes to flaunt this one, that we have a 24-hour show scheduled when we get to a certain number of patrons.
5,000.
Yes, 5,000.
That feels low to me, Steve.
It does to me too.
Nope, that's it.
We're at 4,400 right now.
Yeah, we're at 4,416 as
close.
of right now, Kara.
Too close. Way too close to 5,000.
So if you're a patron of the SGU, please do join us, because this is for you. And if you're not a patron of the SGU, come anyway, because this is just going to be a lot of fun. We have a ton of people that are going to come visit. We have just so many different things going on, of course, because it's 12 hours. And it's not just the Skeptic's Guide. It's going to be, like other stuff, lots of other things that you've never seen us do before. So you should check it out. 11 a.m. Eastern Time to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Oh my God. I don't know how how did you convince me to type the words into our Patreon that says 12-hour live streaming, 24-hour live streaming. I mean, Steve,
I used the Jedi mind trick on you.
like, why do you love it so much? Really.
I like to see you all squirm.
Oh my God. We can do it.
All right, a couple of questions and emails. First, some corrections. So a number of people pointed out that the science fiction last week, you guys remember, was about the calendar?
Yes.
And one of the items was about the slowing of the Earth's rotation over time. And they said, well, that would affect the length of the day, not the year. And they are correct. Fortunately, that was the fiction. And so none of it matters to whether or not it was a fiction. But I did mean day and wrote year by mistake. And I think you all kind of knew that.
I think I
you
kind of mentally
intuitively knew it was
calculated
day.
to the year.
Yeah, you did. That's why, we discussed it as if it was day, but I wrote year because it was a brain fart. The Earth slows down its rotation over time so that we gain 2.5 milliseconds per century, is the real answer. But that's the day, not the year. Evan.
Yes.
A lot of people wrote in to point out that you may have done better on your predictions for 2020 than you gave yourself credit for.
I know. I should know better than just to rely on one source for my information.
Oh, Evan.
That'll get you every time, and it certainly got me.
But
had I done a little more research, I would have found that not only did 2 leaders of countries resign in 2020, but there were more, including the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan, and in Peru as well. The president was impeached by Congress. So there was at least 3, certainly 5. I would have been more accurate if I said 5, but my third prediction, basically we're going to now give me full credit for that particular one.
So that's really a high probability prediction because that happens every year probably.
It's going to just
Yes,
knock you
but it was
down as
also
soon
a
as
very-
you're all puffed up, huh, Evan?
But it was also a specific prediction, unlike an earthquake will happen somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'd like a little more credit than, say, those kinds of predictions. And then also another listener pointed out that, well, I'll read it to you. Evan's prediction about credit card companies being hacked was correct. The news about the solar wind hack has focused only on the government being part of the hack, but 18,000 companies in the world were part of the hack, and even Evan's predictive detail about 1 billion customers of information, their information being compromised, that turned out to be correct.
Wow.
So I'll take that if you guys will join me in agreeing. And
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I was basically
I'll have to think
2
about
for
it.
3 out of my predictions. You get back to me and let me know, Bob, because it's important. I don't want to lose sleep. And, of course, my prediction about problems with the Olympics in Japan didn't happen because the Olympics didn't happen, and therefore I'm revising it for the upcoming Olympics in 2021 in Japan. Let's see if it happens then. I hope not, because it has to do with an earthquake, and let's hope that doesn't come true.
Okay.
Okay.
We got a number of emails about this. I'm just going to read one at random. This comes from Alex in Wilmington, North Carolina. Hey, I'm a big fan of the show, and I've listened for a few years. I just recently became a patron of the show. Thank you, Alice. I just wanted to reach out to share something with you guys in regards to the small ad-lib segment you did for the January 2nd, 2021 show when Kara brought up the way to figure out your porn names, the name of your first pet and street you were born on. I got a kick out of it, and you guys all clearly did. I just thought it would be worth mentioning that the reason for those two life attributes were originally used to determine your porn name was so that people would happily divulge two answers to security questions that some people choose to answer on higher security websites. All that being said, you may have used those before, but now that those answers are out in the interweb, maybe don't use those in the future. Thanks for making a great show, and I look forward to seeing if your predictions for 2021
That's crazy.
True. Okay, thank you, Alex. So a number of people did point that out to us. So I did a semi-deep dive on this question because I think it's an intriguing point, but I wanted to know if it's actually true. Was the whole "this is how you figure out your porn star name" meme developed by people fishing for your security question answers?
My guess is no.
That would be my guess.
My guess is it was a fun thing that kids came up with.
So the results of my research are inconclusive. So it's clear that the porn star name meme predates the interwebs, so it certainly wasn't part of any modern phishing scam. But that doesn't mean that it's never been used as a phishing scam, right? I don't think it was invented as one, but it may have been used as one, although I couldn't find any documentation that it actually was. Most of the people warning about it, and there's a lot of security websites that warn about it, are warning about the potential for it to be used as a way of getting your social engineering, your passwords and security questions. And that is true. So the warning, I think, still holds. I just don't know that I don't think it originated as such a scam, and it certainly, and I also don't know if it's ever actually been used that way. But it certainly could be. So the bottom line is those websites that use answers to security questions, like what was your mother's maiden name, whatever, that's crappy security anyway.
And maybe don't answer what was the street you grew up on and the name of your first pet.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Avoid
What security sites tell you to do, which makes sense, is when you do get those questions, you should lie. You should give a fake answer. Of course, you have to remember the fake
it has to be a
answer.
consistent lie.
It should be something that you're pretty sure you're going to remember, but it shouldn't be anything that exists in the real world. Because even without you divulging this information as your porn star name, then people can easily find this information.
Yeah, like your mom's maiden name.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's
records.
trivial.
Or what
Yeah.
high school you went to,
Totally,
your high
that's
school
easy.
mascot, you could find
But
that
the part
out.
that frustrates me is when the security questions are subjective. Like, who's your favorite actor? And I'm like, will that still be the same person in 3 years?
I know.
But
Will I ever
here's
remember?
the point.
What's your favorite book?
Point is
Am I
that
going to
you can
remember
put in
my
anything
answer?
you want. You
Right.
could put in ZY247. It doesn't,
But you have to
it doesn't matter.
remember
It's
that
just
you
a
put
series of
that.
characters. Well, that's why you're supposed to keep a written, not online, a written diary of your passwords and your codes. And that's what we recommend to our clients for our accounting services when they ask us about these questions, because it does come up quite often. And we tell them, go analog with that stuff.
Yeah.
What happens if you
Totally.
lose that?
And on top of that, if you keep it somewhere safe, keep it with your important paperworks and those documents and things, but also make sure one other person you absolutely trust knows where to find it. Or if you're going to lock it in a safe deposit box or do something extreme like that, make sure at least one other person you trust knows about it.
It's so
that's the
interesting.
key.
I get the concern about wanting to have like a box with papers, important papers, but I don't know. Do you think that's a generational thing? Because nothing I have is on paper. I don't have like a lockbox with like.
You have a birth
You
certificate?
don't have a
I have
fire safe in your
I
house?
don't. I have one birth
Ooh, you
certificate
should
and
get
one
that.
passport, and that's it.
How about your social security card?
It's in my wallet.
Well, yeah, okay, we'll do that.
What's in your wallet?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
But,
yeah.
guys, I did come across a website that will tell you what your robot name would be if you were a robot.
Okay.
And all you have to type in your social security number followed by your bank routing number. And when you do that, it turns it into this fun robot number name. You should do it. It's really fun.
Totes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll get right on that, brother.
They want my bank account routing number too. Funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whatever. So I would be aware of things like certainly don't divulge this information on internet sites, but also don't use that information as your layer of security because they could be found out very easily anyway. Is the bottom line. Well, everyone, we're going to take a quick break from our show to talk about one of our sponsors this week, Bombas Socks.
We've said it before, and we will continue to say it. Bombas makes the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. Well, or the history of socks, at least. They have literally rethought every little detail of the socks that we wear to make them way more comfortable. And they don't just keep our feet cozy, they give back to the most vulnerable members of our community because for every pair of socks you buy, Bombas donates a pair to someone in need. And at this point, the generosity of Bombas customers has allowed them to donate over 40 million pairs of socks and counting through their nationwide network of over 3,000 giving partners.
Now, for the last couple of years, I've been giving them as gifts to friends and family, and every time people come back, they're like, I tried on those socks, and oh my goodness, I never imagined a sock could be so awesome.
Right.
You think, oh, it's a sock. It's sock is a sock. You know what I mean? But they're shocked. They're shocked at how good they are every time.
Give a pair when you buy a pair and get 20% off your first purchase at bombas.com/skeptics. That's Bombas, BOMBAS.com/skeptics for 20% off your first purchase.
All right, guys, let's get back to the show. All right, guys, let's go on with science or fiction.
It's time for science or fiction.
Each week, I come up with 3 science news items or facts, 2 real and 1 fake, and then I challenge my panel of skeptics to tell me which one is the fake. It's still a slow news week, I find. There's so much COVID news and then not much of anything else. So I did another theme this week. The theme is plant evolution.
All right, I got it.
Evolution of plants.
I know all
Something
the
that
answers.
we don't talk a lot about, and I honestly don't know nearly as much about as I know about animal evolution, so I thought it'd be good to cover it. Okay, here we go. Item number 1. All land plants derive from a common terrestrial ancestor, which was a green algae. Item number 2. The first seed-bearing plants were cycads, palm tree-like gymnosperms that are still extant as a group today. And item number 3. The first trees appeared around 419 million years ago, consisted of multiple columns around a hollow trunk and connected by soft tissue, and have no living descendants. I'm going to describe that third one a little bit for you because it took me a couple of tries to get a mental image of what they were describing when I was reading it. So instead of a single trunk, imagine a ring of trunks around a hollow core, and that ring of trunks, it's one tree, right? But it's not one column that is the trunk. It's multiple columns, as if there's multiple trunks around a hollow core, and then they're all connected like chain link by soft tissue and filled in the middle by soft tissue. Does that make sense? Jay, you seem to be enthusiastic, so you can go first.
All right, the first one here. All land plants derived from a common terrestrial ancestor, which was a green algae. My gut is saying that this is true. It just makes a lot of sense. Common ancestor. There had to be the first. But I would think also that it's possible that the ocean, a lot of different types of plant-like things developed in the ocean, like seaweed or whatever it would have been back then. And then, multiple plants could have come out of the ocean in one way or another. So that one's on hold right now. Next one, the first seed-bearing plants were cycads. Is it cycads? Cycads. Palm tree-like gymnosperms. You know what that means, Bob? That's when you have sex in a gymnasium.
Yes.
No, it's when you don't have sex, Jay. It's
No sperms. That's right. You just work out. You just work it out, and you don't get to have sex with anyone. That are still extant as a group today. Ooh,
Extant.
I know what that means. Yeah, sure. I see no reason why that one couldn't be true, too. The last one, the first trees appeared around 419 million years ago, consisted of multiple columns around a hollow trunk and connected by a soft tissue and have no living descendants. So now you're saying that there is a tree that existed that no longer exists and has no descendants. That's very sad. All right, I'm going to say that all plants do not come from a common ancestor, because the ocean is too huge, and there would have been too much plants growing in the ocean to not have some of them move out of the ocean. So that one's the fiction.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, what the hell? I'll say that that funky tree. I'll say that's fiction. I think you made that up. But that said, I can understand. I can, imagine that that's how it could have happened. Basically, it's like a negative tree. There's trunk where there's today is no trunk, and there's no trunk where there's trunk today. It's the opposite. So I think you just made that up. Fiction.
Okay, Kara.
Land plants derive from a common terrestrial ancestor, which was green algae. Terrestrial ancestor. I do think that all plants derived from algae. And I don't know what you're talking about, Jay, in terms of ocean plants. I do not know of these ocean plants. I know of plants that float in like ponds and stuff, but in the ocean, you're mostly just seeing colonial algae, like kelp. It's not a plant.
Don't even, Kara.
So this one kind of speaks to me. Gymnosperms. I know gymnosperms are complex. And when I think of cycads, I think of pictures of dinosaurs. Because I think they're like ferny, right? Aren't they ferny? I used to work in the science research building, and it was right next to the evolutionary plant biologist, and I always saw their posters on the walls. But I don't know what the first seed-bearing plant would be. And then the first trees appeared around 419 million years ago. That's a long time ago. I thought this was all just like, I don't know, just ferns and stuff back then. Multiple columns around a hollow trunk connected by soft tissue. That's like a second concept. And then no living descendants? So would they really be trees? Or was it like the first tree-like thing? Because if it was actually a tree, wouldn't more trees have come from it? If it was the first evolutionary offshoot and then it died off, why would we define that as a tree? I'm going to say number 2 is the fiction, only because it sounds pretty amazing that one of the first things to evolve within a group is also extant now. I would think that maybe it would have died off. And also now you're not sweeping us.
Okay, and Evan. Yes, Evan, they're all over the place, so no help to you.
Oh, boy. Steve, can you help me out on the first one here about all land plants derived from a common terrestrial ancestor? Terrestrial, am I supposed to... Do I take that as of the land?
Yep.
In other words, not out of the ocean?
That's right. No, but what that essentially means is land plants evolved once, right? And Jay's point was, well, plants from the ocean could have migrated to the land more than once, in which case that would not be true. So that's really the question. There's two parts to this. Did land plants only evolve once? And 2, did they come from green algae, right? So those are the two things that could make it wrong.
Jay's compelling there, but I have a feeling Kara's correct in that the cycads one is going to be the fiction. I guess I'll have to go with Kara and say the cycads one is the
Almost a wave 200.
Okay,
I wouldn't be surprised if the first one was fiction.
All right, no hedging your bets. All right, so they're all spread out. So in those cases, I'll usually take them in order. So we'll start with number 1. All land plants derive from a common terrestrial ancestor, which was a green algae. Jay, you think this one is the fiction. Everyone else thinks this one is science, and this one is science. So it is true that land plants evolved once, and that they evolved from green algae. The notion is that they evolved from green algae in ponds, and the ponds would dry up, and then they adapted to become progressively more tolerant to not being in water, and then spread out from there across the land. And once that happened, they took over. There was really they took over all the
Talk about
space
no
on
competition.
land, I guess, and there was no room. Yeah, there was no space for other plants to do that. And yeah, it was a green algae. So all land plants are evolved from green algae. What's interesting is that green algae and red algae adapted to the land, and the green algae is the one that led to all other land plants. Imagine if the red algae had won out.
Yeah, weird.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the plant. We could have a red planet instead of a green planet in terms of vegetation.
But would we know the difference, or would it just look the same to us?
Well, we would
That's
have
a good
adapted.
question.
Our entire evolutionary, like our visual adaptation would have been based around red plants, which is so weird.
Yeah.
Probably would have looked different, but it would be usual, be normal for us.
It'd be normal
Functionally
to us.
similar. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. See, you're agreeing with
Wasn't
me.
there a planet on one of those new Star Trek movies
Yeah.
that had sort of red
Yeah,
plants
why not?
everywhere?
Why not?
It was wild looking.
All right, let's go to number 2. The furred seed-bearing plants were cycads, palm tree-like gymnosperms that are still extant as a group today. Evan and Carrie, you think this one is the fiction. Bob and Jay, you think this one is science. And this one is the fiction. Good job, guys.
Oh, thanks, Kara. You saved me.
So cycads were around in the Jurassic period,
Right, so
and they're
I-
still around today.
I saw them with dinosaurs. I was right.
Yeah, they were with dinosaurs, and they are still around today, but they weren't the first seed-bearing plants. The first seed-bearing plants, you were getting close there, Kara. They were ferns, and they were so-called seed ferns.
Oh wait, but so cycads aren't ferns.
No,
They're palm
no.
tree-like.
Palm tree. So like you've ever seen those? Like, that looks like a bulb, and then like the palm tree leaves coming out the top. Kind
Sure,
of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like a paintbrush.
So they produce seeds, and those seeds are eaten by native people in certain tropical areas, and then also they can contain neurotoxins. So don't do that.
oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, there was a cluster of ALS that was caused by bats eating cycads and people eating the bats
Oh,
and getting a
sad.
concentrated neurotoxin. Yeah. What was the first seed-bearing plants were ferns. Ferns were that was basically your first big group of land plants. Evolved from that algae is the ferns. Before the conifers evolved and other things evolved, and the seeds were an adaptation to dry land. And surviving. So before seeds, how did plants reproduce?
Panspermia.
Did they just do the thing like a propagation?
Like it floated through the air.
Oh, like vegetative propagation, where they just split and grow.
Some did that,
Okay.
but they also had sexual propagation through spores. They
Right.
just released male and female spores.
That's what I just said.
And then
I would
the,
assume that
Star
was
Trek
a
episode,
newer
the spores.
evolution than an older one.
No,
That's
spores are
interesting.
older.
Okay.
Yeah, spores are older. And then those spores evolved into the male spores evolved into pollen, and the
Right.
female spores into seeds. It's just a way, and the dual adaptation there is that it protects them and keeps them moist, but also provides nutrition for them so that they have some ready calories when they germinate. Yeah. Other than that, they just would spread their spores everywhere and hope that a couple landed next to each other. So it was definitely an evolutionary adaptation improvement. Okay, the first trees appeared around 419 million years ago, consisted of multiple columns around a hollow trunk and connected by soft tissue, and have no living descendants. That is science. So in this definition, a tree, has a woody trunk, basically. And so this is cool. So they were, and the way the artist's impression of the trees makes them look like truffula trees. I don't think that was intentional, but they're cool looking. But their trunk is really a ring of smaller trunks connected like a chain link fence, with soft tissue in between. And as they grow, each of the individual columns grows, which kind of splits apart the trunk, and then it has to repair itself by filling it in with the soft tissue.
And that's how it gets big.
That's how it gets bigger. They said they can get to 8 to 12 meters tall. It's pretty big. These are the Cladoxylopsids. Cladoxylopsids is the name of the... Yep. So yeah, so it's pretty cool. And they were out, I guess, competed by the modern trees, the conifers with a single central trunk rather than the ring of outer trunks.
It's kind of weird then that they still define it as a tree if it was an evolutionary dead end. Like, it's like
Yeah, but it was not... Tree is not a cladistic group, obviously.
yeah.
So tree, as I said, tree defined as having a woody trunk. So, yeah.
I hate
It's like-
taxonomy so much.
I know. It's like a nut is not a cladistic thing either. It's like calling it a nut.
Oh, like a peanut or a cashew or an almond. Yeah, they're all different. Beans, legume, yeah, whatever. It's
Yeah.
confusing. And is a taco a sandwich, really?
It's a taco. So I get your confusion, but yeah.
We'll put
But
two of
again,
them together. And
imagine if these things were the ones that survived. These would be our trees, and we would take it for granted that this is trees. And so definitely the first forests were of these guys, right? That would be so cool. I love just imagining like alien, ancient landscapes with completely bizarre plants and animals. Love it.
That's why I've always loved sci-fi movies that show really creative and distinctive alien plants instead of, oh, look, they look just like our trees.
Right, and if you're in the past, you have ferns, right, Kara? That's just basically...
Yeah.
That's how you know you're in the past. There's ferns everywhere.
There's ferns everywhere, yeah. And dinosaurs.
But it was true. There was ferns everywhere at some point. Like, I'm pretty good at understanding of, like, when the different vertebrate groups arose and what's related to what, etc. But not nearly as well a developed an internal model for plant evolution.
Well, and it's even hard for us taxonomically to distinguish different types of plants when we look at them. Like, for some of us, it's really hard to know. Those two things could be evolutionary distinct by so much time. Or, like, that plant over there is, like, octoploidy, and that one has, like, 16 sets of and we just, it's just unfathomable.
I think that's true, and in fact, like when Linnaeus came up with his taxonomy, plants were basically put into groups based upon their morphological, description, like how many stems they have and things like that.
Are their leaves pointy? Are they more like pines?
Exactly, and they had nothing to do with their evolutionary relationships, pretty much, and so, it's completely non-evolutionary. Now, cladistic taxonomy is different than Linnaean taxonomy for animals too, but I think it was a lot more intuitive and a lot closer. Plants were it was almost no relationship. So I think that you're right. Like the plant evolutionary relationships are less intuitive to us than animals are.
Yeah. We ain't a plant.
I agree with that. All right. Evan, give us a quote.
Science and secrecy do not sit comfortably together. In technologically advanced democracies, it is almost an article of faith that openness is essential for both the advancement of science and for its beneficial interaction with society. And that was written by Sheila Jasanoff. She's a professor of science and technology studies at the Harvard Kennedy School.
Totally agree with that.
Yep.
Secrecy is anathema to science.
Absolutely.
Science, it can't function unless it is an open exchange of ideas and information. And also has to be done in good faith. Science done in bad faith is pseudoscience, basically.
Yeah. Exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yep, we talk about it often.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining me. This is our first regular episode of the year.
You got it, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Good to be regular with you.
Yep. And we'll continue to do the Friday afternoon live streams. And we're looking forward to the January 23rd 12-hour show.
Yes.
So hopefully you'll be able to join us for that as well. All right, guys, thanks again. And until next week, this is your Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is produced by SGU Productions, dedicated to promoting science and critical thinking. For more information, visit us at theskepticsguide.org. Send your questions to info@theskepticsguide.org. And if you would like to support the show and all the work that we do, go to patreon.com/skepticsguide and consider becoming a patron and becoming part of the SGU community. Our listeners and supporters are what make SGU possible.
Alright, I'll go and queue up the next episode here. Oh, I've been streaming a long time. I'm hoping to get to wave 250 by the end of today. By the time I stop streaming, but we'll see. Let's go ahead and queue that up. So 809 was the last episode we just watched. Oh, we can just scroll up. Sweet. Yeah, Kenny's on Mars. Okay, that is the one.
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, your escape to reality.
Hello and welcome to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Today is Wednesday, January 13th, 2021, and this is your host, Stephen Novella. Joining me this week are Bob Novella,
Hey, everybody.
Kara Santamaria,
Howdy.
Jay Novella,
Hey, guys.
and Evan Bernstein.
Good evening, folks.
I just love saying 2021 every time we introduce the show.
Right?
Yeah.
2021.
It's a new year. Don't forget to write that. Usually when you click over to a new year, it takes you a month to remember to write the new date. You know?
Not this year.
Not this
at
year. No
all.
problem. Like it's 21,
Writing the date all the time like we
1/13,
used to.
21. Yeah. Well, I have to do it all the time because at work. There's never a slow news week anymore, just general news.
Oh,
but
God.
something about a second impeachment today. Who knows? It's hard to keep track of all that.
What are people are tweeting like he's now officially been impeached twice as many times as he was elected?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
Snap.
And there's still some kind of pandemic going on.
Oh, that
you know?
thing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I did get my first dose of vaccine.
Did you have a reaction, a negative reaction of any kind?
My arm hurt for a couple days. That was it.
Right? It was weird to me, and I know we got two different vaccines. I got Pfizer, and you got Moderna, right? Mm-hmm. That when they jabbed me, I didn't feel it at all. It was a really easy jab. And then, like, hours later,
Yeah.
it just got increasingly sorer and sorer, and I couldn't sleep on it.
There's clearly a local inflammatory response to the vaccine, which is appropriate, right? It's probably supposed to work. Yeah, I couldn't sleep on it either. That was the big thing, but nothing else. You know, I've talked to a couple of people who had some systemic reaction, and apparently the second dose is worse. But again, this is all anecdotal. I don't know. We'll
Some of
see.
the people I talked to said second dose gave them some flu-like symptoms, low-grade fever, joint pain, things like that, but that usually it was enough that an NSAID took care of it and they were fine the next day.
It makes sense because you're supposed to have a bigger inflammatory reaction the second time. That's the whole point of the second dose, is it's supposed to be a bigger immune reaction, right? And that's the timing is designed to maximize, that second reaction. So it makes sense. So whatever. But it feels good. Even now I only have like 50% protection. I still like that. And I'm very anxious to get up to my 95% protection.
Me too.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a half a year away from that, though.
Maybe,
We'll
you know
see.
what,
We'll see.
in California, I shouldn't say in LA, in California as of today, January 13th, they just announced that they're opening vaccination up to people 65 or older.
Yeah, that's
So,
basically happening all around the country now.
Yeah, it's moving faster than kind of... It's slower than we had hoped, but faster, I think, at this point than we
Than
had
we
sort of
feared.
anticipated. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it nets out.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk too about maybe prioritizing school teachers, college teachers. Those are definitely super spreader locations.
Totally.
The colleges. So anything we could do to keep that from happening. All right, let's move. We're going to go right to our first segment of the show, which is a What's the Word segment we haven't had for a while. I just want to mention that later in the show we have a great interview with a representative from NASA to talk about commercializing spaceflight. Really great interview. But we're going to start with Kara and What's the Word?
Yeah, so we got a recommendation for a What's the Word from Christopher from Virginia. And he said he wanted to suggest the word degeneracy because this term is used in astrophysics to describe what keeps certain stellar bodies from collapsing when they speak of, quote, electron degeneracy pressure. But he also recently came across the same term in neurology having to do with something with brain cells swapping out while maintaining the network patterns in the brain. And he was like, what is going on? And let me tell you, Chris, thanks but no thanks. This was a rough one, brother. Degeneracy is complicated. So we know degeneracy is another form of the word degenerate or degenerate or degenerative. We've heard all these different forms of the word. I think at first we should look at the etymology, then we should look at the colloquial definition, and then we can go into some of the more specified scientific definitions. So degenerate can either be an adjective or a verb, but usually we pronounce them differently, at least here in the States. So a degenerate something would be an adjective, to degenerate would be a verb. And actually, in many cases, it's used as a noun, although not a very nice one. And so this comes from the roots for D and genus. And so when we really break down those core roots of genus or gene or genesis, genetic, that really is all about, what do you guys think?
Hereditary?
Yeah, or the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Genesis. Right?
Genesis. Yeah. It all comes
the
down.
beginning.
to this kind of early root that refers to birth, descent, begetting, forming, beginning. And then D, usually we see that at the beginning to mean like away from or off. So when we think about the colloquial definition of like a degenerate or to degenerate, the earliest definition really meant like to be inferior to one's ancestors, to become unlike one's race or kind. So it's like you were, they saw it as a value judgment that you were falling away from ancestral quality. That is to degenerate. And I think that that's in some ways has had staying power in our language, because when we think of things degenerating, we think of them falling apart or getting worse, right? And we might talk about that in terms of a degenerative disease. We might talk about it in terms of a person who is a degenerate, which is like not a very nice thing to say, that person's immoral or they've somehow fallen from a previous stature. But interestingly, it has very, very different definitions in different types of the sciences. And so that's where things start to get complicated. In math, in physics, and even in biology, it has a different meaning, all of which I do believe are a little bit related, but I've had to draw some real inferences and make some assumptions based on that. So when we look at, for example, there are degenerate codons. There is something called degeneracy within biology. There's degeneracy within mathematics, and that can be broken into all sorts of different terminologies. And then there's degenerate.
Gonna take a little bit of a tangent here. Just gonna talk a little bit about for the YouTube video. But we need to get cold again here. Or barrier. I'd be okay with barrier. So we are on wave 200 after I click this button. Once I find a button to click, that is good. That I consider good, at least. I certainly don't know which one is the best by any stretch of the imaginations, for certain. Cool. So I'm at 42 stacks of cold. 13 barrier. Alright, after I click this button, we'll be at wave 200. It's been quite a long time for me. Obviously, it's a lot quicker in the YouTube video, but I've been doing this for multiple hours now to get to this wave. But you can see I've got a lot of souls. I haven't even invested into any soul perks. This is just how many I get from killing so much shit. So we're going to grab all those up. But currently we're sitting at 42 stacks of cold, 14 stacks of barrier. Those are mostly what I've been leveling up since I last did an update. And yeah, we're just kind of going to keep chugging here, see if we can get to that 417. So I will see y'all probably in... as soon as I get cold 50, which would be 8 levels from now, probably about an hour or so. We'll see y'all then.
Matter. So when I first brought this up, Bob was like, "Oh, I know degenerate matter," and I think that Chris was writing about electron degeneracy.
Halfway, yeah.
That's more about
halfway is 250, I think.
And
So assuming that the waves are about the same
definition across
length,
is that there are
past 100.
physical systems that are,
but I think they're going to ramp up.
but they have the same amount of energy. So, Bob, when you were talking about degenerate matter specifically, this is a really compressed phase of matter that can't be compressed any further because, quantum mechanics gets in the way. But it's very highly compressed.
Yeah, highly compressed. But it takes something like amazing amounts of mass to go from, say, a white dwarf to a neutron star. You can blow through it, but it takes a lot to do that. And then the next step would be, of course, from the neutron star to the black hole, which takes even more mass to compress it to blow past that degeneracy pressure.
Right. And when we talk about, let's say, degeneracy in biology, what we're often talking about, this is a really interesting one, is different pathways or different components that have similar functions to one another, but in other conditions can have different functions from one another. It's like redundancy within biological systems could be degenerate systems where they might do the same thing, but under different circumstances they might do something different. So, okay, this is really complicated. What does that have to do with being a degenerate? Or what does it have to do with degenerating? And I want to give a massive props and shout out to my dear friend James in Hong Kong, because he's a linguist. And I was like, you need to help me with this. I'm so confused. From what we kind of determined is that when we're looking at these different roots, the first one meaning to be born, we often think, okay, so he was looking at the basic root. I don't even know if that's a Greek. He wrote it in some weird notation. This being born or coming into existence, we often extend it to this Latin where we add the D and we see it as moving away from, down, worse than this kind. But really, if we think about it as being deviated from the kind, then it starts to make a little bit more sense. So if we're saying that degenerate energy states, which have equivalent mass, are deviated from their original form, then it starts to make sense that it uses the same roots. That the way that it was born is one way, and now there are two distinct ways that something can exist that have, for example, the same mass or the same function or the same outcome, like in biology. You even see it, for example, the term codon degeneracy, where we're looking at actual codons, portions of the genetic code where there are multiplying. So there are these codon combinations that are redundant. They go over and over and over. And that's really what accounts for a lot of mutations in the genetic code. So it's these redundancies, these areas where the thing is the same but in different forms. And that is also a degeneracy. So it seems like it still works with the root, but we have to reconceptualize the way we think of D. Instead of less than or down from, we have to think of it as away from, which is not necessarily a negative valence.
Yeah, cool. That's a good word. Yeah. All right, let's move on to some news items. Kara, do you know what a capacitor is?
Okay, so a capacitor is the thing in a circuit that, I always mix these up. It's not a resistor. Yeah, it's the thing that holds the energy, that stores it for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know how they work?
No.
Yeah. So
it's actually
the basic concept is pretty simple, but again, it's one of those things. Yeah, if you have two conductors very close to together, separated by a dielectric non-conductor. So essentially, electrons, like negative charge, will build up on one plate, positive charge on the other plate, and that's how the energy is stored in the produced electric field. Right?
And then I guess it just kind of bounces out automatically over time.
Well, it doesn't necessarily leak over time. It does a little bit,
okay.
But not a lot leak over time. But you can tap into that energy, though. If you connect the two, then you get a current, right? So it's storing like the potential electrical energy in the electrical field, and then you could close the circuit, and then you could get the energy out when you need it. And
isn't that what a battery is?
That's one of the keys, right?
Very quickly.
Very quickly. You can feed it or pull it out very fast, which is one of the big advantages over a regular battery.
Oh, well, Bob.
I see. Okay. So a battery is a type of...
no, battery's not a type of capacitor.
Okay.
No.
All right.
So, Bob, you were kind of bleeding into a supercapacitor. What's the difference between a capacitor and a supercapacitor?
I guess I tend to just go right to the supercapacitor.
If super is a prefix, I'm already there.
Yeah, so they're functionally similar, right? But they're a little bit different in how they're constructed. And there are many ways to make a capacitor, and there's many different types of capacitors. We don't need to get into all that detail. A supercapacitor essentially holds a lot more energy than a basic capacitor. They're designed to hold maximal amount of energy, and they may hold between 10 and 100 times as much energy as a regular capacitor does, but they're still don't hold as much energy as a battery does.
The density's not there.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, but supercapacitors as energy storage devices have some really interesting advantages. Bob already mentioned that they can store and release energy very quickly, much more quickly than any battery. And so for certain applications like regenerative braking, not degenerative braking, but regenerative braking. Yeah, so it's like if you're trying to use regenerative braking for a train, let's say, where that's a lot of potential energy you want to convert into electrical energy very quickly.
Yeah.
And so you really need a supercapacitor to store that. You're not going to be able to store it in batteries. And then likewise, when you want to get that train moving, you need a burst of a lot of energy. It's an electric train, of course. And so then the supercapacitor could release all that energy very quickly as well. For those kinds of applications, they're better than batteries, where you need a quick storage and discharge. The other advantage is that they do not really have any significant limitation on charge-discharge cycles, whereas chemical batteries, the chemicals will crystallize or they'll change, and so
Or catch fire.
Yeah, well, that's a separate issue. They tend to be more stable, but even that, meaning they're thermally stable. They don't catch fire as easily as high energy density batteries do. But even apart from that, they don't lose their power, their potential over time. Whereas batteries, actually, I think it's more, rather than thinking of batteries in terms of their lifespan, you should think of them in terms of their degradation. So, like, over time, how much of their potential do they lose? So, like, after a year, maybe they only have 90% of the capacity they had, at start. After
Just
2 years,
think of your cell phone. That's everyone can relate to that.
Yeah.
Over time, your phone is just not lasting as long as it used to on day one, right?
And I think in iPhones you can even look that up now. It's like a setting where you can look up what is the I don't want to say capacity because that confuses, but like how much does my battery have left?
Degradation.
Yeah, what's the degradation of my battery?
And I learned in studying for this particular news item that there's degradation as another aspect to it as well. It's not just the total amount of energy that it can store, it's also how quickly it can charge. It actually gets slower and slower at recharging over time as well. Oh. Supercapacitors don't have that problem. That's just not a limitation. But the big disadvantage, so capacitors have a much lower energy density than batteries by an order of magnitude. So, for example,
20 times. Probably right.
10 to 20 times, even 20 times, depending on the battery, depending on the capacitor. But somewhere between 10 and 20 times. So the battery pack in a Tesla Model 3 weighs 1,200 pounds. So even taking the lower end of that comparison of a tenfold increase, that would be 12,000 pounds.
Yeah.
But it could be 24,000 pounds, right, if you can take the 20-time factor of 20.
Deal breaker.
So it's a deal breaker, yeah. So you can't use it as your only energy storage for cars. Okay, so now here's the news item, right? So with all that in mind, the news item is graphene supercapacitors.
Graphene, love you, baby.
Yeah, so you got two things that taste great, taste even better together. So, supercapacitors, awesome. Graphene, super awesome. Put them together, you have graphene supercapacitors. And so obviously researchers are working on this. So a team working with TUM chemist Roland Fisher developed a graphene hybrid material for supercapacitors. And guess what their energy density that they've so far achieved is.
In terms of what?
What's the metric?
It's only about, rather than being 20 times less, we'll say, than the best lithium-ion battery, it's only 3.6 times.
Nice.
So it actually has the energy
nice cut,
density of a nickel metal hydride battery.
Yeah, like a bad battery.
Yeah. Well, the state of the art in the 1990s, yeah.
But still, man, what's the cutoff? When is it worth it to switch over? Right.
That's a good question. Right. What's the crossover point? So I think, and the thing is, I don't know if they will ever cross because batteries are getting better too. But it could if the pace at which the energy density of supercapacitors increases more quickly than those for batteries.
Right.
There may come a point.
Right, and assuming there's no other deal breakers, right? That's always the case. Like scaling it up, is that possible? Depends on the details of the new technology, of course.
Yeah, the generic sort of details of is it mass producible, it's cost effective, all that stuff. Assuming there aren't any other manufacturing deal breakers, and we're just talking about the properties of the thing itself. And I also think that it doesn't have to have the same energy density as batteries before you get the crossover, because there are the advantages of a supercapacitor will mean like, okay, I'll go for 20% or 30% or whatever more weight, maybe even 50% more weight. Who knows? At some point, it's going to be worth the extra weight to have the benefits of the supercapacitor. But in the meantime, Bob, and this is already happening, but you can have, Jay, right, a hybrid.
Yes.
You have a supercapacitor and a
Tooling
battery.
around, yeah.
And you get the best of both worlds. So imagine, for example, an electric car that has a supercapacitor, even with a 20 or 30.
Oh, we got a cold on the first roll.
It has a 30-mile range. And now, if it, that would be a reasonable amount of weight to add to a car, if it's at this level. Most commuting driving is 30 miles or less, right? So from 90+% of your driving, you never have to dip into the battery. You can go entirely off the supercapacitor. Therefore, you're not using up your battery's lifespan. You're not getting any of that degradation.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Longer.
And it charges up super fast.
Yeah.
Because, so this is like even faster than filling up the tank kind of charging. So if you get up in the morning and realize, I forgot to plug my car in last night, whatever, 1 minute, you got your 30 miles on your car, and then that will get you to work. So, it definitely will increase the performance, profile of an electric car to incorporate this kind of fast charging, really, really long lifespan power supply that will really spare the battery. So, the battery will not have any significant degradation over the course of your ownership of that car. The average age of a car on the road, you guys remember this statistic? I threw this out there before. The average age of cars on the road.
Crap, is it either a lot or a
I
little?
don't remember.
I know.
11,
10?
it's 11 years. 11
Yeah.
years. That's interesting. Really, on average, people are driving cars that are 11 years old. That's amazing. I know that's probably not the median, rather. It's the mean, but not the median. I think probably there are some people who are keeping cars a really long time that are maybe probably increasing that. I suppose. I don't know. So, people might be driving their electric cars for 200,000 miles, and there would be significant battery degradation at that point. But having even a modest supercapacitor could dramatically reduce that. And then, of course, as this technology improves, it may just progressively displace the battery. Who knows? They may be cheaper. They may be, and if they don't degrade, they may last longer than the battery itself. Then they may last longer than the car itself. Maybe we talked about this kind of issue before, even with batteries. When the car is done, you pull the battery out of there and you do something else with it, right? You could put it into another car. You could put it onto the grid for grid storage. Use it in your home, whatever. I think that supercapacitors, we haven't talked about them as much as batteries, but they have some really interesting advantages.
God,
yeah, it's just
I've
that
loved them for years.
Yeah, the energy density has been just sort of the killer for these kind of applications. But this isn't a breakthrough, but it's a significant improvement that kind of puts it into the low end of the battery realm.
And increases confidence that we can up it even more.
Yeah, we like to think that, this is only the first iteration of a new approach, and if this works out, but again, there's always those things of, is it going to be cost effective and scalable to
right? But talk about a game changer, right? I mean, Steve, have you gotten a sense of say we've got like real full blown supercapacitor in your car? Could you fully charge it in 10 seconds type of thing, or
it'd be like a minute? It'd be very very fast.
A minute. Then, so
Now, when I wrote about this, someone argued that you could supercharge your battery and get 30 miles into it in a minute.
Right. Yeah.
But I countered that you shouldn't do that though, because when you supercharge your battery, that is the number one source of degradation of your electric car's battery, is using the the fast charging feature. You really should not use a fast charger.
Don't Tesla owners do that all the time?
I know they do, but you really should be an emergency only. You shouldn't build it into, you shouldn't be relying upon fast charging as the way you get by day to day. It really destroys the life of your battery. And we have
Tesla warns
we
their
have good
customers
data on this now. We have very good data on this. It's the number one problem.
When you say fast charge, you're not talking about 240 versus 110. You're talking about the or versus 120. You're talking about like the supercharging.
Yeah, well, the
Like the DC
specifically
fast charge.
the DC
Yeah,
fast
yeah.
charger is the absolute worst.
I've only done that with my car once, and it was an emergency.
Yeah, that's fine. If you do it once in an emergency, that the effect is minimal. What they considered "quote unquote" often was 3 times a month.
3 times a month.
Which is not that much in my opinion, but that was enough to cause significant degradation. Like instead of being 10%, it was 40%. After a few years. So So don't use the DC supercharger on a regular basis. The DC fast charging, that's the bad one. I don't think the 220, 240, whatever it takes, 240 versus 120. Is it as big a negative effect?
That's good because I plug it in every night to my 240 volt charger. I mean, the good news is it stops charging once it's full. So it stays plugged in, but it's not actually doing anything.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I treat it like my cell phone. I plug it in every night.
Also, apparently, if you want to eke out, really minimize degradation, you should not charge to 100%.
Yeah.
You charge it to 80%, it's better for battery life.
Yeah, and you can actually, like my car luckily has that setting. There's like all these cool charging settings.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, but imagine if you just were charging a supercapacitor for 30 miles. Like, what's your commute every day, Kara?
Oh, not far. Not 30 miles.
Yeah, so you would never even use your battery.
Yeah, that's really cool. And you think about it too. So much is that regenerative braking. So much is all
it's
that.
better for that.
It's like
it's better in low temperatures. Low temperatures batteries suck. So here in Connecticut in the winter, the regenerative braking thing is almost useless, and your battery life isn't nearly as good. Doesn't really affect a supercapacitor though. So that's another situation in which it has superior characteristics. But I'm a big fan of taking the hybrid approach where you have competing technologies and you sort of can get the best of both worlds by combining them together in an intelligent way. And I think that maybe we're getting to the point now with supercapacitors and electric vehicles that they're getting at that point. So far, they've been used really only for the regenerative braking and the fast burst thing, like if you need that burst of power. But they're now the energy density, if this pans out commercially, would be at the point where it could actually be used to store energy, not just for regenerative braking type applications.
that fast burst thing. I got to tell you, Steve, it's the best part of driving electric. Electric cars have so much torque, and off the line, you beat
It is
everyone.
nuts.
It's amazing.
I've
experienced it a few times. It's unforgettable. You've never been pinned to the back of a seat like I have in a Tesla. I was like, what the hell's happening?
It's
That was
so
great.
badass.
Yep.
And this is one more reason why I think that the hydrogen fuel cell is toast. I just think that electric.
The hydrogen
Yeah, it just
economy.
didn't catch on.
I just think that the batteries and now supercapacitors, some combination of that, which of course you can use supercapacitors with hydrogen too. Don't get me wrong, but I just think the batteries have beat out hydrogen. They're more efficient. They're more energy efficient than hydrogen. I think that's going to ultimately be the thing that keeps them ahead of the pack. And hydrogen
is
be
the
a
new
niche.
Betamax.
It is. And I think though it might find a niche. Like I wrote not too long ago about the fact that it might be perfect for trains or for commercial trucks where you have a predefined route. You don't have to have filling stations everywhere. You just need to have them along a predefined route. It could actually make a lot of sense. And maybe they might make more sense in something like an airplane, because we talked about how challenging the electronic equipment is. It's heavy, for a plane. So there may still be places where it works. I don't think most people are going to be driving hydrogen fuel cell cars rather than battery supercapacitor
Right,
cars.
because isn't hydrogen storage is too? It's just like so dangerous.
They've never cracked that nut. They're just compressing hydrogen. Yeah, they never really. They were supposed to, like, if you go back to the early 2000s, when we were everyone was anticipating the hydrogen economy, which is that's probably the biggest head fake of our lives, technology wise.
Yeah.
Right. Think about it.
Wasn't a bad idea though.
No, but
it's just
here's
they
the
couldn't
thing.
figure it out.
Yeah, but the whole thing was all we got to do is figure out this storage issue, how to store lots of hydrogen safely and in a small, light, compact
Safe
place, and this will be it. This will take over. It'll displace electric. This is the way to go. But they never figured it out. We were 20 years later, and they just never came up with that magical material that could store hydrogen the way we would really need it to be. And so that's part of the problem as well.
Yeah, 'cause I'm not willing to bury basically a potential bomb in my backyard just so I can charge my car. That doesn't sound like it would serve me very well.
Yeah, well, you don't have to. I mean, you could just go to a filling station.
But I love that I don't have to go to a station anymore.
Yeah, I know, that's true.
I'm so free.
Yes.
That's true.
That's
I
pretty
thought about
brass
that.
ring, isn't it? Yeah.
Like never
I haven't
having
been
to go to a gas
in like
station.
8 years.
Just fill up at home if you
Jesus.
plan it out right. Yeah. All right, Bob. Tell us how we are going to keep super intelligent machines from taking over the world.
Yeah, good luck.
That's a great question.
Researchers claim that calculations show that it would not be possible, even in principle, to control a super intelligent artificial intelligence. So my first knee-jerk, superficial reaction to that was, duh, it's super intelligent. I mean, the whole premise is we're stupid and it's crazy smart. Yeah, this is from a study called Superintelligence Cannot Be Contained, Lessons from Computability Theory, and published in the Journal of Artificial Intelligence Research. And this comes from an international team of researchers, including scientists from the Center for Humans and Machines at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development. Now,
Soon to be just the Institution for Machines Only.
that's right, just right. So,
No humans.
a super intelligent AGI, of course, is exactly what it says. It's an artificial general intelligence that's smarter than a human. But what's not so obvious, perhaps, is what I think is a reasonable belief that if we do create an artificial intelligence that's on par or slightly superior to humans, that it would likely soon attain superintelligence far superior to even the smartest natural human could ever attain. I mean, it should be relatively, easy to amp it up. Even if you overclock it 10, 20, 50 times, it's going to be then 50 times smarter than a person. I mean, pretty soon, if we can get close to a human, we'll get way past it. We'll get way past a human. So the implication is that it would soon then be 10, 100, imagine 1,000,000 times smarter than any of us, even Steve.
But you really can't imagine that, Bob. You realize.
Can't almost by definition imagine.
Yeah, right. So talking about other things that we can't imagine. So that level of smarts should be able to solve most, if not all, of the grandest and most pressing challenges that face humanity, right?
Hey, Bob, is this on like Next Generation when Barkley becomes like a super intelligent creature and like
Dude.
starts imagine?
That's Next Generation, the nth degree, my favorite
Yeah.
Next Gen episode ever. I saw it just last month, and I love it to death. Watch it.
So if I'm
It's-
thinking of that episode, am I thinking
There you
along the right
go.
terms about like how we cannot predict what the super intelligence will come up with?
Now, of course, I'm extrapolating AIs to the nth degree, so to speak. Artificial
Well played.
intelligence, right, will be extremely helpful even before it even approaches human level intelligence. There's just so many ways that it's useful. Look what we've done with it already, with deep learning and all these things. Beating people in chess and Go, and in so many ways. But I'm talking the far end of that spectrum. So, but we all know the downside, right? It's even a cliche now that it elicits groans from people when they refer yet again to the Terminator taking over the world. When somebody talks about robots or artificial intelligence, somebody makes a reference to Terminator, and
Because it's a trope.
right? Because it's a trope. It's such a cliche at this point. But I mean, it's there for a reason, and we would definitely be quite irresponsible not to consider what such an intelligence, what a super intelligence could do to humanity. And so, because of that, scientists and armchair scientists, people have been talking for years about how do you control this? How do we make sure that we're kind of okay with this thing in our midst? And one common idea is to make sure that the AI has no access to the outside internet or other computers. Right? You just air gap it, and if it can't get out, then it's safer, right? It's safer. And but of course that could limit the AI. If you've got these certain goals, you might be crippling it by walling it out and not having any way for it to soak up all the information that it needs and having control of things. So, but that's one way that people have mentioned. And this, of course, reminds me of Daniel Wilson's book, Robopocalypse. We actually interviewed him on episode 241, if you want to check that out. But in that, I'll never forget, in Robopocalypse, he has, this guy, the scientist is testing these new super intelligent AIs, and he's conversing with it, trying to decide, is it worthy? Is it safe to have this thing with us? and he realizes that he has to kill it, and he tries to kill it, and he can't. And the thing says to him, that I sent infrared commands through the computer monitor, through the Faraday cage that it was surrounded by, and used the receivers on his laptop. Because he left the laptop open and facing him. So the guy, it's super intelligent. Of course, it's going to find some sneaky way to get past us dumb humans. So it just be so funny and ironic.
Right. If Hal can read our lips, that's
right.
pretty much it.
That's another example of something that's really smart. Outsmarting people.
Yeah, but Bob, if we really get into trouble, we'll just have Captain Kirk outwit it and pull the Norman coordinate maneuver on it.
Norman coordinate. We definitely have to call him in. And then the other way that people have, very commonly talked about how to control an AI is to basically instill the laws of robotics, a la Isaac Asimov, right? Somehow, instilling these ethical principles in it so that it doesn't, want to kill us. And I've said that for years, that if we could make it ethical in some way, then when it goes into its own this self-recursive loop of this black box of iterating itself to become really, really intelligent, what comes out of that box, could be pretty unpredictable. But hopefully, maybe it would still be ethical in some sense that would save us.
And harking back to Next Generation again, isn't that the whole data versus lore plot line? Basically, lore was made first, but didn't have the right program chips to kind of control him, and he went out of control.
I think, it's been a while since I've actually seen any lore episodes, but I think that's right. So there's so many examples of this. With all that in mind, as Steve said in his talk, the researchers claim that both of these options and other options and methods that people have discussed over the years have limits. Now, this is what Oxford philosopher Nick Bostrom called the control problem. How can we make sure that a superintelligent machine acts in our interests? So it's kind of a classic problem. And examining what kind of control we could have is what these researchers in this news item address in what they call a theoretical containment algorithm. And this is the new bit, this theoretical containment algorithm. They came up with it. And what that algorithm would do was essentially simulate the behavior of the AI before the AI does anything, and stopping everything if something goes awry. Oh boy, so it would have the power to stop it.
But wait, how does it stop it? I thought that's the whole question.
Well, it would be kind of an integrated component of the AI that's kind of like running simulations about what the AI would do. So that's kind of the idea. They claim, though, that after analyzing this idea, they believe that this algorithm cannot be built using conventional computer science principles. Kind of like impossible. So in their paper, they say this: we argue that total containment is, in principle, impossible due to the fundamental limits inherent to computing itself. So I tried to find out, to really understand what they're talking about. And so I got another quote. This is from Ayad Rawan. He's the director of the Center for Humans and Machines. He said, if you break the problem down to basic rules from theoretical computer science, it turns out that an algorithm that would command an AI not to destroy the world could inadvertently halt its own operations. And if this happened, you would not know whether the containment algorithm is still analyzing the threat or whether it has stopped to contain the harmful AI. In effect, this makes the containment algorithm unusable. So let's see if we maybe look at this from a different angle then. So
it's like a weird paradox.
Yeah, well, they believe that the containment problem is basically incomputable, and we obviously can't predict what the super AI would do. So we can't do this work. It'd be like your pet lizard predicting what you do on vacation. It's just not going to happen, right? Ever.
We can ask the super AI what it takes to get the job done.
There you go. Yeah. So and that's kind of like what this sounds like to me. It sounds to me like you need another identical AI to predict the first super AI. But then you'd need another one to predict that second one, and then so on ad absurdum. So there's that. And then finally, the researchers contend that we may not even know when a superintelligent AI exists, because figuring that out is similar to the containment problem itself, which is like, what? So I don't know about that, because I understand what they're saying, but I'm not sure I believe it, because if my research AI resolves, for example, all the holy grails in all of science in a weekend, I think it's safe to conclude that it's smarter than any other human, and you could say that it's a super intelligence. But it's frustrating though that even computer science, the principles of computer science, according to these researchers, cannot be used to contain this the super intelligent AI. So this is
Yeah,
this is
but
what,
I mean,
this
it
is
kind
what
of
they
makes sense
say.
that paradox would exist, right?
Yeah, and
It's foundational to what it is to do computer science.
Right. So we either we need to come up with new methods, or I think we're just going to wing it. I mean, we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop this train. This train is going. The benefits, the short term and midterm benefits, are just way too impressive. You know, the first country or company that really makes those first breakthroughs in near human level artificial general intelligence or super intelligence, the first ones to do that. This is it. That's it. They're in control. They've got the goods, and nobody will be able to match them in so many different endeavors. So it's too compelling of a field to not pursue, and it's like almost like cybersecurity. You've got to pursue this because you want to be among the first to have the big breakthroughs. Because if you don't, then you're in a world of hurt. So we're heading there. So like I say about so many other different types of transformative technologies, is we have to talk about it now. We have to think about it. Think about ways we can do to attenuate any potential damage, because the benefits can be mind-boggling. But the other side of the double-edged sword, it could be bad too. So we got to think about it, talk about it, and try to head off some of the downsides. We have to. I mean, it could mean these are existential threats potentially, and we got to talk about it and try to deal with it now while we can.
I mean, I agree with all that. Although I think we're going to have to just carefully track it as it goes along. I do think that whatever we do figure out now will probably be obsolete by the time we get to the point that we're concerned about. You know what I mean? I think I don't know that we could absolutely predict the course that AI development's going to take.
No, I mean, like I said, I think when it goes into this, when the AI is smart enough and autonomous enough to go into this kind of self-recursive improvement, where it kind of basically dives into a black box. And it's like, okay, guys, I'll see you in a little while when I'm about 1 billion times smarter, and it comes out. I mean, you got to just flip a coin or flip 1 million coins. We don't know what's going to come out if and when that happens, and we just got to make sure what's going in is as good as we can make it, and then cross your fingers. I think there's no avoiding it. There's no avoiding it. This is just something that humanity, and maybe this is part of the great filter, where biological life always wipes itself out because they create a super intelligence that thinks of it as a carbon infestation that needs to be wiped out. Who knows? But
then shouldn't machine civilization be running the universe?
Maybe it is.
You can make that argument.
Be more evidence of that.
Okay, Evan, however, you have the secret, right? Scalar energy is going to cure everything.
Before we get to that, let's talk about what led to that comment. So, actually, a lot of listeners contacted us about this particular news item. BBC News reported a few days ago that one of their technology correspondents, his name is Rory Kellen-Jones, acquired a product called Smart Dot. Smart Dot comes from a company called Energy Dots. Now, Smart Dot in particular is a sticker that you put on your cell phone or your tablet or any other electronic device that emits an electromagnetic frequency. What does the Smart Dot do? Well, here's the claim directly from the Energy Dots website. Smart Dot is a magnetic disc programmed with phi energy, which interacts with this form of radiation. Acting as a filter, Smart Dot retunes electromagnetic frequencies directly at their source so that they are no longer harmful for the human body to absorb. The EMF protection device is programmed to harmonize EMFs from our much-loved gadgets using the process of entrainment. Ooh, okay, that's quite a statement, or a set of statements.
Turbo encabulator.
A little bit, yeah, but it's 3 sentences, and I'll go over each one, and scalar energy is going to come up shortly.
I'm already lost. I don't even know what you're talking about.
All right, well, here's the first sentence. Smart Dot is a magnetic disc programmed with phi energy, which interacts with this form of radiation. Despite that's a terrible sentence, but despite that. All right, phi energy. I had to look this up, obviously. PHI. So it's a Greek letter, obviously. But in this context, they're talking about phi as programmed harmonic interface. And as I did a deeper dive into what they mean by that, here's what they say. This activation is similar to homeopathic medicine or other vibrational remedies where an energy signature is stored in a solid substance. How exactly this interacts with radiation is what beyond our understanding. Steve, if I'm not mistaken, in the BBC report, which included some back and forth between the BBC and the representative from Energy Dots, the Energy Dot people brought up scalar energy.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the first time I've come across that term. Have you seen that term before?
Nope. I know what a scalar field is.
What is a scalar field?
If you let's say temperature is a scalar field because you have a value at every point in space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there are vector fields which have a value and a direction in every point of space. So like gravity is a vector field, temperature is a scalar field. So, it's sort of a sciencey term, scalar energy, but it doesn't really mean anything in and of itself, other than that very, very basic thing. It's not a type of energy specifically. It's just a way of putting a sciencey sounding word in front of energy so people who are scientifically illiterate are impressed. But I agree, though, it is exactly like homeopathy. It is exactly like homeopathy in that it's a complete 100% scam.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Programmed harmonic interface. I mean, what
I don't like that word. When I see that word harmonic, it always perks my ears.
It's always
up.
bad. When is it used well? When does it ever mean anything good?
Except in music,
Well, they mention it again in the third sentence of their description, but let me read the second sentence to you, and we'll dive into this just a little bit. Acting as a filter, Smart Dot retunes electromagnetic frequencies directly at their source, so they are no longer harmful for the human body to absorb.
Yeah, that's a lot of assumptions there, that they are already harmful for the human body to absorb, which they're not.
That's right, yeah.
And how do you retune a field?
Depends on the energy, right? Gamma rays, they're pretty harmful.
Right, but not your cell phone.
Right.
But they're awesome.
So, yeah, we've spoken about this many times before about non-ionizing radiation, which is the type of radiation that our cell phones and so many other things in our lives emit. They don't damage our tissue or our cells or our DNA, as they are fond of wanting to say and claim. And, the Energy Dot people would have us believe that that's the truth. Now, also in regards to retuning electromagnetic frequencies, what the BBC did smartly is that they sent the stickers to be tested at the University of Surrey. And they found, guess what? These stickers
it's just a sticker?
Correct.
Is it one of those hologrammy stickers?
It's kind of what it looks like. Those stickers that they used to put on the power bands that people would wear on their wrists. It looks exactly the same, maybe a little bit bigger.
It's another sticker-based magical energy gobbledygook nonsense, product. That's what it is.
Yeah, how could we produce something that's as cheap as possible and make as much money on it as possible?
Well, here's how, Kara, because the claims that they're making about what this sticker actually can do, because it benefits you by boosting your energy, your mood, and your concentration. They claim it reduces headaches, anxiety, and fatigue. And I'm reading this from their website. This is what they are saying.
These are all things that placebo has such a strong power over.
But how about...
These are all subjective things that you can say, oh man, I do feel less fatigued now.
Right. How about this one, Carrie? You're going to love this. They write that using a mobile phone can lead to misshaped cells, similar to those suffering illness. But using
what illness? Wait, illness causes misshaped. Just generic illness causes generic misshaped cells.
But fear not, Kara, because if you use a Smart Dot on your mobile phone, it will give relief to red blood cells, allowing them to continue the vital transportation of oxygen around the body, keeping you at optimum health.
Oh, that's the only thing that keeps you at optimum health? I can cure all my diseases if my red blood cells are healthy?
Here comes the word harmonize again, the last sentence. The device is programmed to harmonize EMFs from our much-loved gadgets using the process of entrainment. So here we go. Like Steve said, they're using science terminology to help brand their products as scientific, but it's actually a red flag of pseudoscience. When they use the word, say, entrainment, for example, that's a legitimate scientific term, but the context is actually what's key there. Because, for example, entrainment in the terms of engineering means the entrapment of one substance by another substance. And then there's entrainment in physics, which is described as the process whereby two interacting, oscillating systems assume the same period. Now, how the heck are the people at Energy Dots are using the definition? Who knows? And they probably don't even know it themselves.
No, it sounds to me like somebody took a basic physics class that's on their team. Because it sounds to me like what they're trying to say is that their sticker tunes itself to the radiation's period and actually oscillates in unison with the radiation. And somehow that cancels it out and makes all your cells have their normal shape and your red blood cells be healthy and healthy and no more disease. So it's like that thing where you're right, it sounds almost realistic, and if you read up on it, you might find superficially things that feel confirming about it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Ugh.
Steve, I mentioned the homeopathic term before. Well, it came up again when I was doing research into this. Because they have independent reports on their website about the effects of these products. They're electrodot products, of which there are several, but the smart dot among them. And the research was conducted by a woman named Pam Layfield. And when you do a search on Pam Layfield, well, guess what? She works with homeopathy. And she apparently is a student of Robert Oldham Young. Have we talked about him before? American naturopathic practitioner and author of alternative medicine books like Promoting the Alkaline Diet. pH Miracle is his series of books. Well, Robert Young, I looked up him. 2017. Charged and sentenced.
Oh, God.
Arrested by U.S. Marshals, accused of practicing medicine without a license.
Oh, that's not true. Come on, cut the guy a break.
That's amazing. Oh, my God.
I'll leave you with this, though. The researchers at Surrey did find one effect that these stickers had. Remember the old scratch and sniffs from the 1970s? You'd scratch the blueberry stickers. It smells something like blueberry. Well, if you scratch these smart dots, it smells like bullshit. So there is that. At least it has that going for it.
Now, Evan, when I wrote about this as well, I pointed out the fact that when they were challenged about the fact that there's no energy detectable from their stickers and no effect on the cell phone, right, energy, they said, well, you scientists can't detect the energy. But what you can't detect is the subjective clinical effect it has on people. So this is a typical maneuver of this kind of con where they try to whitewash over the basic physics problem with what they're saying, and they want to live entirely in the realm of the squishiest subjective outcomes possible. So they could do their in-house study showing placebo effects and claims that it works. So this is just like acupuncture, right? It's the same thing. Don't worry about qi, whatever. It's just about people feel better. Or homeopathy, with the microdosing or the non-existent dosing. It's whatever. It's energy fields. Don't worry about it. Reiki, therapy. It's all the same thing. Forget about the glaring basic science physics problems with their claiming. Let's just talk about the subjective, crappy clinical studies that we do.
Let's only ask about really, really subjective measures. Do you feel as tired? Do you feel as much vague pain?
Right,
right. Oh, God.
We see these throughout all the pseudoscientific products that we come across and report on. They all say the same thing.
Yeah. This is boilerplate nonsense. Yep. Okay, Jake. It's Who's That Noisy time.
All right, guys. Last week I played This Noisy. All right, so what do you think this guy... What's going on here, guys?
Sounds like something's rolling away.
Okay.
Yeah, or rolling down. You know those big... in museums when you want to donate coins?
Yeah.
And they're like in those really big spirally funnel things, so they just go on forever.
Yeah.
Until
Absolutely.
they get to the middle. That's kind of what it sounds like, but a bunch of coins in it, like a Plinko machine.
Plinko.
All right, these are not bad guesses at all. So Greg Rogalski, it's R-O-G... Rogalski, thank you. Greg, hi Greg. He said, my guess based on my distant days in organic chemistry lab is a magnetic stirrer in a beaker spinning up to mix a solution. Not bad.
It does kind of sound like that.
Oh, yeah.
That clinky, spinny sound.
Because it's the metal on the glass. That's the clinky noise, and then it's going faster. That's not it, but that's a cool one. I'd like to hear that. Michael Yanikowski, he wrote in and said, I think January 9th, Who's That Noisy is a rain stick. Now, if you don't know what a rain stick is, it's like a hollowed out kind of, like imagine if you hollowed out bamboo, which is pretty much already hollow, and then you put in a bunch of things that when you tip the bamboo, if you seal it, and you tip it, it makes like a clinkly noise, and this is what a rain stick sounds like. Right, so there's a lot of stuff inside of this hollow wooden thing that are kind of falling down. They might have things in there that they hit. That is a very good guess. It's not a rain stick, but damn, that's pretty damn close to the sound, which is, every once in a while someone will pick something. I'm like, those two sounds are very similar, very, very similar, but not the correct guess I was looking for. Aaron Field said, hi, I think it's a marble drop or kinetic sculpture with a bunch of marbles funneling and filtering through.
Oh, like Plinko.
Right, exactly. That's why I said it was a good guess, because you're not the only one. So, also not a correct guess, but yes, that is there. I've heard those things, and they do have that kind of waterfally, plinkly sound happening, sure. But isn't it interesting? That's not the correct answer either. And then we have another guess from a guy named Daniel. He said, hi, Jay, I think this week's noisy is ice cubes in a blender. And that it's not correct, because what is missing is the blender noise itself.
Oh,
right?
yeah, that.
Well, yeah.
But if you could magically only hear the part that's happening inside the blender, yeah, I could see that, because the key word here is actually ice. Now, there was no winner for this week, but imagine, if you will, somebody takes a chunk of, I'm not thinking like super solid ice. I'm thinking kind of like crunchy ice that's kind of froze and refroze, and they throw it on a frozen lake. And it hits the ice. Yes, it hits the ice.
Before. It's amazing sound.
And it explodes into tens of thousands of pieces of ice that now, with a lack of friction, slide across this frozen lake and make that incredible noise. So now listen again. Because what's so cool about that sound is you hear the reverberation of the sounds, like the water in the lake and the ice sheet are changing that sound. It's like almost it's making the sound louder, and it's giving it shape. It has it's like a vast kind of sound, because you're dealing with a ton of ice and a ton of water. So I think that was such a cool sound. You could actually look this up on YouTube if you want to see it happen. Very cool, very, very relaxing sound, especially as it gets past the initial shock. It's really great, and I thought it was just really cool looking as well. So thank you so much for sending that in. That was sent in by Scott Bringlow. I have a new noisy for you guys. Okay, so I am looking for, in this noisy, I'm looking for specifics. You must be specific when you answer this one, or else you will not even have a chance to guess correct. Are you ready to hear it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go. Very interesting, no?
Yes.
Oh.
So, guys, if you think you know what that is, if you think you might know what it is, if you heard something cool, if you'd like to say anything to Evan, you email me at wtn@theskepticsguide.org.
Thank you, Jay.
You're welcome.
Just a quick email before we go on to the interview. We had a number of emails, a ton of emails responding to our discussion of the learning styles in education, which I thought was fascinating. A lot of the feedback was that it's worse than we even think, right? A lot from teachers. And in fact, I was a little concerned about our discussion last week that we were coming off too harsh. And I edited out some of the harsher things that we said about the lack of the application of science to education. But then a bunch of teachers said, "Dude, it's a lot worse than you think." Essentially what's happening is you get a number of things. One is that people just come up with these ideas, these systems, whatever, and they're not based on science, but they just come and go like a revolving door. The other thing is that teachers get a lot of this fatigue over all the things they're supposed to be doing, but none of it's based on science. Mm-hmm. Some teachers pointed out that it's not as bad as we said, specifically because the argument wasn't very good. They basically said teachers don't have time to do that anyway. Like, they don't have the time to individualize the teaching, the learning style to the student, So
right, like what am I going to do with 45 kids in my class?
Yeah. And in fact, what they argued that what many teachers will do is just do a multimedia presentation, which is good anyway. And so they might be for the wrong reason, but in practice, it's not like they're actually wasting all of their time tailoring teaching methods to individual students. And I get that. I wasn't really implying that. It was more about what they're not doing. They're not optimizing the teaching method to the material. And also students are then getting pigeonholed, and then they may use this sort of self-label, like I'm an auditory learner, whatever, as a way to avoid certain kinds of content, maybe as an excuse in terms of their performance. But it's all, relying on pseudoscience is never a good thing, and it just becomes a huge distraction and maybe a negative influence. But it was interesting how many teachers wrote, I was worried we were going to get, you're being a little harsh, aren't you? And it was the exact opposite. I don't know if you looked through a lot of them, Kara. It was
a lot of you guys don't even know.
You don't know the half of it. Yeah, kind of thing. So I thought we would pass that along. I appreciate all the feedback we got from people in the field, but kind of jives with what I experienced as well, is that they're just, people think that they can come up with some kind of idea, a notion about how to do it, and then that's it gets implemented, and rather than being strictly evidence-based. So there's a disconnect there. All right, well, we have a fascinating interview for you, so let's go on to that interview now. We are joined now by Phil McAllister. Phil, welcome to The Skeptic's Guide.
Thank you. Great to be here.
And you are the Director of Commercial Spaceflight Development at NASA headquarters, correct?
Yes.
I got that right? Awesome. Give us a quick overview to get us started. Tell us what you do at NASA.
So I work at NASA headquarters here in Washington, D.C., and I oversee the Commercial Crew Program, which is a partnership with Boeing and SpaceX to get our astronauts up and down to low Earth orbit and the International Space Station. I also oversee the Commercial LEO Development Program, which is a collection of initiatives that NASA is engaged in trying to transition space activities in low Earth orbit over to the private sector. We, NASA, are heavily involved in low Earth orbit, both in operating and maintaining the International Space Station, as well as doing a lot of experimentation for crew accommodations and human research. And NASA and the government is really the dominant figure in all of that, most of that activity. And what we'd like to do in the Commercial LEO Development Program is over the next 5 or 10 years to transition the majority of that work over to the private sector, so that NASA can then focus our efforts on our deep space exploration, Moon and Mars. We feel like the time is sort of ripe for entrepreneurs to come in behind NASA now that we've sort of knocked down some of the technological and financial barriers to operating and working and living in low Earth orbit, and we can set our sights deeper where there's not necessarily an entrepreneurial or profit motive that's as apparent. So those are the two big programs. I've got some cats and dogs that I also oversee, but those are the two biggies.
So right now, SpaceX, for example, is a commercial company. They're making their money by NASA paying them to bring astronauts to the space station and to do resupply. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what's going to be the profit, do you think, for commercial low Earth orbit activities that doesn't involve getting paid by NASA?
Right. So we see a variety of different markets for low Earth orbit operations and activity. I can't give you a definitive market study that says exactly how big these markets are going to be. We've done a bunch of studies, and some say they're going to be small, some say that they're going to be big. So I'll give you some examples of the ones we think are going to be big, but I'm not promising these, and I don't think it's NASA's job necessarily to create those markets and make them happen. We're trying to enable them, trying to create the conditions by which entrepreneurs and business people can do what they do best, which is figuring out how to satisfy demand and make money at it. And so, for example, in my personal opinion, the big one that I see is tourism, space tourism. So today, I think for the first time in human history, a private individual can buy a ticket to space and low Earth orbit from a commercial company. 15 years ago, you would have had to have been a NASA astronaut to fly to space on the space shuttle, but today you can buy a ticket from SpaceX or somebody else, like a broker, and fly to space. You're going to have to be financially well off because it's pretty expensive right now, but we hope the prices will come down over time, and you're going to have to be relatively healthy. It does stress the body to fly to space, but if you can satisfy those two criteria, you can go to space. And there is a very, very large demand for people wanting to do that. And so I think space tourism is going to be a big market, and I think it's going to be transformative, to be honest with you. Once more people go to space and experience what it's going to be like and come back and tell their story, other people are going to want to go to space. And they're not going to be satisfied just floating around. They're going to want to do things. And then when you do things, that's going to attract more people to want to go, and then more people wanting to do more things. And I just see it sort of a virtuous cycle of increasing demand and increasing that market segment fairly dramatically, I hope, and fairly quickly, I also think. So that's one that we've got our sights set on as hopefully being a real strong market in the near term. And then every day somebody is coming up with something interesting to do in microgravity. You know, everything that we do on Earth is influenced by gravity. And when you take gravity out of the equation, all sorts of interesting things happen. And we've got scientists proposing and performing experiments to see what it's like to grow a protein or develop a pharmaceutical or to study the bodies and the effects of microgravity on the body in order to counteract some of the negative effects that we see in the body and being in space. All these things, every day, I tell you, there's something new and innovative from these smart scientists and researchers who want to do things in microgravity. So I think there's a number of markets, manufacturing things in space, doing pharmaceutical research in space. We've heard some biomedical advances. One very interesting one that's come up recently is producing artificial retinas in space. In the absence of gravity, you can have a very even process that doesn't get influenced by gravity where it pulls things down low. You can get a very equal product when you try and grow something in space. I could just go on and on and on about some of these things. They're really cool. Some of them are going to pan out. Most of them probably aren't and won't become profitable. But what we're going to see with Commercial Crew is the ability for more people to go up there and do cool things and see what works.
So, Phil, there's going to be people then that are like space jockeys, right? They're going to be people that are piloting these private endeavors, and where's the line between private and the designation of astronaut? How does that work?
Well, I think it's pretty straightforward right now. We've got a designation and a definition of government astronaut and spaceflight participant. That's in some legislation that Congress passed a couple of years ago. If you're a government employee working on a government project, you are a government astronaut, and there's some rules and regulations associated with that. Other than that, you're a private astronaut, spaceflight participant. There's been lots of names people call it, but that's pretty much the designation. What you do is not necessarily the distinction. It's kind of who you are. And if you are working on a government project and you are a civil servant, you're a government person or a government astronaut. If you're not, you are a private astronaut spaceflight participant.
We're going to have to change that name from the name of spaceflight participant. That's just not cool enough. You got astronaut on one side. You really want to attract the maximum amount of people, you got to give it a cool name to make it even more enticing, right?
Oh, you have no idea the arguments and debates that we've had in the space community as to what to call those people. At first, we were calling them space tourists, and people didn't like that because not all of them are going up there just to be tourists. Some of them are actually doing real work. And so then spaceflight participant came on the scene, and now private astronauts. I think a lot of people have kind of settled on that, but I agree with you. You got to have a name to match the coolness of what you're doing, and I can't think of anything cooler than flying to space.
Well, if it's got to do with the economy, they should call them economats or whatever, econonauts.
No, it's not going to work.
All right, look, we have time. It's going to be a while before this gets here. We'll have time to come up with something. I'm talking about the International Space Station now. So that is considered to be, that's in low Earth orbit, but is that going to be something that's involved with anything to do with the economy, or is that strictly for NASA and future missions and scientific endeavor?
Yeah, that's a great question. It is predominantly for NASA and our international partners and our government requirements and our government research. That is predominantly why we have the International Space Station. It is we have designated it in the International Space Station National Lab, so you can think of it like a lab. We have many of these research labs across the country. This one just happens to be 200 miles in space. And so that's predominantly why we built the ISS. But as we are looking forward to this transition that I talked about, where we're sort of disengaging from low Earth orbit and letting entrepreneurs and business people come in, we are looking towards the ISS to sort of be a gap filler or a pathfinder to help stimulate some of these commercial markets. Right now, the International Space Station is the only destination that you can go to. The Chinese also have a space station up there, but for the International Space Station, there are no private destinations to go to space. So we want to use the International Space Station kind of as a incubator for some of these markets. And so that's why we have announced, we have carved out some of the resources associated with the ISS for companies to just do commercial activity, things that they can see where they might be able to make a profit. It's only a small amount, it's 5%, and you have to reimburse NASA for a portion of the cost to go up there. But prior to June 2019, we didn't have an allocation for that. So we are recognizing that this transition is going to occur, and we're trying to, like I said, enable it. We can't promise it, we can't make it happen, but we can help enable it by carving out some research, carving out some resources and astronaut time for them to perform some of these experiments that can hopefully demonstrate some of these markets, the early sort of incubation phase, to see what works and what doesn't. And we think that's a good use of the ISS as long as we can still meet our requirements. So we do see the ISS as being a key sort of early enabler of this transition.
So from what I understand, the first commercial module on the ISS is going to be the Axiom module, right? From Axiom Space, a Houston company. Still on schedule for 2024, is that correct?
Well, we actually have a module that's currently up there called the BEAM. That stands for the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module. Several years ago, we partnered with Bigelow Aerospace, and we put their BEAM module, and it is currently attached to the ISS, and we're using it for storage and some other functions. So that was really the first commercial module on the ISS. We do have a contract to partner with Axiom Space, and they are working towards getting their module attached to the space station sometime in the middle part of this decade. And they are working diligently on that, and we are hopeful that Axiom is successful. And then Axiom has some very grand plans to operate that module that's attached to the space station for several years, but then prior to the ISS retiring, their plan is to detach that module and then operate it as a free flyer. And so that's a very ambitious project, and we are partnering with Axiom, trying to do everything we can to make them successful. We also plan to announce a solicitation or procurement, hopefully this year, for free flyers, companies that want to go directly to some altitude in in low Earth orbit, but not necessarily attached to the space station. And so we call those sort of free flyers. They're going directly to orbit and operate as an independent spacecraft. And so we hope to be able to facilitate the development of a few of those also in the early stages, and then see how that progresses, make decisions downstream as to which ones we're going to partner with to actually purchase services from. That's the plan.
So Phil, you gotta help me. We have tried to find out what happens to modules that are decommissioned, or if the entire space station is decommissioned. What do we do with that monstrosity if it has to come down, or do we deorbit and let it burn up? Do we try to land it in the ocean? Would we just let it float out there?
Yeah, so we've done a number of analyses on what to do post ISS, how we were going to sort of retire the space station. And there are a number of different scenarios, and it will depend on sort of the situation that exists, sort of the ground truth at that time. But I think our plan now is to deorbit the ISS as a complete entity, meaning we wouldn't detach certain modules and bring them down separately. I think the safest and the current plan right now is to bring the space station down all at once in one piece, where we can control it and make sure that we are safely deorbiting it over one of the oceans, and obviously a not populated area, so that we don't have any injuries or fatalities. So that is the plan. It takes some propulsive capability to deorbit the ISS. We think we understand what that takes, and I think that's the plan. If somebody comes up, like I said, we've got the number of private sector companies that are interested in developing and deploying private space stations. If one of them wants to maybe use one of the modules, I think we would consider that. But the plan is, I think the baseline plan or default plan is to bring it down all at once.
So is there any talk of just continuing to add modules to the ISS to indefinitely extend its lifespan, just retire old modules, replace them with new modules? Is that even technically viable, or is it just that NASA wants to completely cede low Earth orbit to private sector?
Yeah, I think we could probably maintain the ISS for an extended period of time by doing what you said, sort of replacing the modules. But yeah, that is not the plan. We think, like I said, it's in everybody's interest for NASA to kind of step back from low Earth orbit and let the private sector come in and do that. Generally, when the entrepreneurs come into this market, they kind of like a clean sheet of paper. We didn't develop the ISS with a primary goal of cost effectiveness. We didn't develop it to close a business case. It had certain requirements that it had to meet, and we developed the ISS to meet those requirements in a very somewhat complicated international partnership, which has been super effective and very successful and beneficial, I think, to everybody. And all these different countries provided modules that we sort of assembled on orbit. I think if you were to operate a commercial destination where you needed to make money, and so the operations needed to be very cost effective, I think the most efficient thing and effective thing would be to start with a clean sheet, use new technology, and develop all your systems all at once, and just bring a new space station. We think that is probably the best way to go. Like I said, we know and love the ISS, but just like your car, there gets to be a time where you just need a new car. It just doesn't make sense for you to keep fixing the old one. Right now, the maintenance bill on the ISS is sort of climbing as we find some obsolescence, and it just gets to the point where you could do it, it just doesn't make financial sense.
Phil, are you guys going to strip it and move all like the hardware that would cost so much money per pound to get things into space? Do you have a way of preserving like the little things, like a clipboard and whatever, like stuff that other people could use?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and what it goes into is basically our strategy for doing these commercial ventures. And the way we have done them, and I'm particularly talking about commercial cargo and commercial crew, we let the private sector companies define how they're going to do things. They come up with a design, It's not up to NASA. We don't dictate to them. So I think we would make available certain subsystems of the ISS or even a module if a company wanted those. But we wouldn't dictate that. It's going to be up to the private sector to come up with these designs that they think is most effective. If they think using a clean sheet of paper and developing all new systems is the way to go, that's up to them. If they want to use a piece of the ISS, we are open to having those discussions after ISS retires and coming up with some sort of way to potentially use some of the piece parts or subsystems. I think we'd be open to that. But we, NASA, are not going to dictate the design for these private sector companies. That's going to be up to them, letting them use their entrepreneurial spirit and innovation. And what we found is when we partner with the private sector this way, they come up with all kinds of cool things that we, NASA, never even envisioned and maybe even thought wouldn't work. Reusability is something that was very difficult for a lot of us to envision 10, 15 years ago on how that would really work. We did it with the space shuttle. Obviously, we reused the orbiter and we reused the solid rocket boosters. They required a significant amount of maintenance. And I think SpaceX, when they introduced reusability, there was some skeptics on the part of the aerospace industry and some in NASA, and they've really proven that it can be done, and it can be done profitably and cost-effectively and reliably. And so that's just one example that when you open the trade space up for private industry, they really come up with innovative and state-of-the-art solutions, and that's what we're looking for. So we really want to kind of step back and let them come forward with their design ideas.
So, Phil, I think they have a pretty good sense now, like what the plans are for the ISS, and we've been following very closely SpaceX, and we're very excited when they became the first commercial company to bring people up to low Earth orbit. How do you see their future with NASA and as leaders now in the commercial space industry?
I could tell you I've been working commercial crew for almost a decade. It's about a third of my career, and it was so gratifying to see that SpaceX Demo 2 mission where we launched Bob and Doug to the International Space Station and brought them back safely to Earth. I do not believe it's an exaggeration to say that we have changed the arc of human space transportation. For the first time in human history, you can purchase a ticket to space from a private sector organization and fly to space. First time in human history. I think that is just an amazing accomplishment, and I think we are going to see 2020 as an inflection point in the evolution of human space transportation. But let's not forget, Boeing is not far behind. We are hopefully going to certify them very soon to also carry passengers to low Earth orbit and the International Space Station. And then we'll have another milestone. We will have redundant capability in the United States to fly people to space, something we've never had. We had Apollo, that was single system. Then we had shuttle, single string. When we have both SpaceX and Boeing flying commercially to the low Earth orbit and the International Space Station, we'll have a redundant capability, and we will hopefully never be grounded again, as we saw twice in our history with the shuttle.
You know, that day, the day that two spacecraft leave Earth on two different missions, you know, in two completely separate systems, that to me is going to be profound. You know, when you have just like traffic going on, that, you know, we're really on the horizon of having low Earth orbit be kind of like, okay, this is just, you know, it's an extension now of what we can do, and only the deep space stuff is like novel, you know?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
So it sounds like, Phil, that this whole notion, the big picture of NASA sort of bootstrapping commercial spaceflight has worked out well. And has it been financially a good deal for NASA?
Yes, it has been an excellent deal financially. Not only do we see the capability as being advantageous to NASA, but it has also been very cost effective for us to do commercial crew the way we did it. Our price per seat is lower, significantly lower than what we pay Soyuz for the same capability to launch our astronauts to the International Space Station. So we're saving money every time we take an astronaut to low Earth orbit, which is really just amazing because the Soyuz has been around a long time, and these are new systems and it just speaks to the entrepreneurial capability of the United States aerospace industry. Just amazing. And then we also did an analysis that said if we had done commercial crew sort of in a traditional way where NASA was in charge and we made all the decisions and this was government owned and operated hardware, that we saved between 20 and 30 billion dollars by doing commercial crew the way we did it. So not only did we save a lot of money up front, but we're going to continue to reap the benefits of that cost saving.
Yeah, we're still
every
going.
time we take an astronaut to the International Space Station.
Hoping to
So,
get to 250 by
it's just
the
been
time I
an
end the stream
amazing
today,
ride. It was a very
going for 8 hours.
combination.
Over
We
8
had
hours.
the right partners and we had the right mission, and everything kind of came together well. I'm not saying it's always going to work out this well for anything that we do commercially, but certainly with commercial crew, I think we can check the box and say that was very successful. Doesn't mean it always will be, and that we're never going to have an anomaly. Every mode of human transportation has fatalities. I hope to avoid that, and our teams are working as diligently as possible to avoid that. So I'm not promising that we'll never have a mishap in the future, but so far we feel like this was really the way to go, and has been very successful, not only for NASA, but also for the nation, because we've saved NASA a lot of money, and also for all of humanity. Again, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that, because if you're a person in India or Japan or South Africa, you can buy a ticket to space as long as you have the money and are healthy enough.
Well, Phil, thank you
Ooh, we're
so
cold.
much for giving us your time. We really appreciate it. We appreciate, obviously, we're big fans of NASA and spaceflight. You know, we grew up under Apollo. This is a sort of lifelong romantic love affair for us. So we always love to talk to people from NASA. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was my pleasure, and just want to thank you guys for following it and being interested. We're always trying to engage the public, and podcasts like yours are definitely making an impact. So thank you.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you,
Take
Phil.
care.
It's time for science or fiction.
Each week I come up with 3 science news items or facts, 2 real, 1 fake. And I challenge my panel of skeptics to tell me which one is the fake. No theme this week, just 3 news items. First one I think of the year, no theme. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready.
All right. Item number 1. Scientists have imaged quadruple helix DNA in living human cells. Item number 2. New research finds that watching horror movies correlates with better psychological resilience to the stresses of the pandemic, even when personality factors are controlled for. And item number 3. Engineers at Osaka University have built the most powerful pulse laser to date at 500 petawatts, beating the previous record of 10 petawatts. Evan, go first.
All right, the quadruple helix DNA. Forgive me, is this out of a Star Trek episode? Did I see that? Where have I seen this before? Maybe it was Futurama. But
You may be thinking of the triple helix from Multipass.
Oh, Fifth Element?
Fifth Element, yeah.
Oh my gosh, but a quadruple. So you have to fly right over that and go to quadruple helix DNA in living human cells. So how could that be? So some sort of something's not right in that. Is that a mutation of human cells? And is that even possible? That's incredible. Something tells me it is incredibly true, though, and that might be the one that's trying to throw us off because it's just so beyond what we know. All right, the next one about watching horror movies correlating with better psychological resilience, especially in the stresses of the pandemic, even when personality factors are controlled for. So we've talked before about the psychological either benefits or experiences of horror movies in that I remember us speaking about how it becomes a sensation that we have of danger yet no harm. Like a roller coaster, the equivalent would be a roller coaster ride for the most part. Most people survive their roller coaster rides. You go through this...
Mostly, yeah.
Mostly. You go through this, harrowing sort of experience, but you come out alive on the other end. And sort of, I think, in that correlation we were talking about maybe horror movies having a similar sort of effect in the brain. So I have a feeling that one is science. Now, it's this last one that I'm thinking is the fiction. Because the most powerful pulse laser to date, 500 petawatts, beating the previous record of 10 petawatts. So, the reason I think this one is fiction is because if you hearken back or hearken forward to our 2035 podcast that we recorded while we were in New Zealand, or was it in Australia? No, we did it in New Zealand.
It was Australia.
Was it on? Okay. Well, during that trip, Australia, when we had our 2035 episode, one of the fake news item I spoke about was a laser used to redirect a comet and other things that were going to threaten the Earth, or asteroids that were going to threaten the Earth, and we were going to launch vehicles out there that had these lasers on them to change the trajectory, but you needed several of them to do it, almost an array. And I said that they had 50 petawatts of power, and that was 2035. And I also remember getting some feedback on that from someone saying that's probably a little too optimistic even for 2035. So I think maybe they did come up with a 50 petawatt laser that they're testing now, which would be incredible. But I think 500 petawatts, too high. Order of magnitude too high. That's why I think that one's the fiction.
Okay, Kara.
I think I know that quad helix DNA, which is, I think, from what I remember, that this is normal, not necessarily healthy, or maybe it is healthy in certain parts of the body, but relatively, I should say, common in cancer cells, where the DNA like folds over on itself, and so instead of a double, it's a quad. If you had said triple, I might have been like meh, or like 5, I might have been like meh. How would that work? Maybe there would be some unzipping problems, and then doubling over. So I could see that if that actually happens in people, that they, or in other organisms, that they'd be able to image it. Oh, you did say human there, though. And then the horror movies correlating with psychological these always get me, Steve. I hate it when you get me on psych questions because I'm like, yep, that computes, and then it's like, man, nope. But yeah, of course, I think that we can develop resilience in safe spaces where we have perceived threats. I think this is how exposure therapy works. For a lot of people who have anxiety disorders, this is how VR therapy works for fear of heights and things like that. We can do safe exposure that approximates real threat, but that we know is not a threat, so that we can be better prepared when we're an actual threat. And then I was going to say this one was probably the fiction too, only because I feel like anytime we say PETA before something, that's because Bob is getting really techno-optimistic. And he throws PETA.
PETA flops.
He'll throw PETA before something, and it's like, oh, yep, that's a fantasy. So I'm going to go with Evan, because that just reinforced my view on this one.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, the quadruple helix. Initially, my knee jerk was like, "What?" But I listening to those guys, and I could see there's some quirky thing that makes that happen. And the horror movies, I buy that as well. I like, I love horror movies. I think the last time I briefly covered my eyes in a horror movie, I think I was like 12. And of course, now that reminds me of Jay. We went to a horror movie, and Jay, Jay was a little shit. He was like, 10, 12 or whatever. And he literally looked at his foot for the entire movie.
Oh, boy.
I'll never forget that.
Because you guys brought me to stuff I should not have been anywhere near, where I was too young to see that stuff.
I hated being young. Yeah. I had moments like that in my youth, too.
Aww.
Definitely.
I hear you, but you were a little extra scared too, Jay. It's hard because I love the stuff so much that it's like, oh yeah, it's nothing. It's like an amusement park ride. Yeah, this or a spicy dish. Yeah, this is no problem. And then people run out of the room screaming.
Hey Bob, you like spice?
Spice. Oh God,
I like spice.
Spice. Oh, that was hilarious. So I could totally see that. That one makes sense. Yeah. So now to the laser, and yeah, to me, 500 petawatts is fantastic. I mean, that's actually a half an exawatt, which is amazing.
Shut up at this point.
I love it.
Okay, look it up, dude. Peta exa. But I think a leap from 10 petawatts to half an exawatt is too much. I think that's quite a big leap. Now, maybe since it's a pulse laser, maybe they're pulsing it for really ever brief. We've got attosecond lasers that are so brief that that you can get incredible energy in such a tiny amount of time. I guess maybe that's part of it, but it's
so you're saying you would believe in attosecond exawatt laser?
half an exawatt. There's lots of ways to look at it, but I still think that I assume that the 10 petawatt was a pulse laser going to the 500. I think that still would be quite an increase in how brief that pulse is. So I'll say that one's fiction. Go with the other crew.
And Jay.
All right, the first one about the imaging the quadruple helix. The thing about that one is that it's quadruple.
That's the thing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, sure, I believe that. Whatever. There's so many variations of things out there. It really isn't any reason to not believe that. The watching horror movies correlates with psychological resilience. Yeah, I think this is like the having small controllable sources of something that scares you, like being, the virtual reality spider thing that helps people. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, if you're not going to go straight to Evil Dead, something that's maybe too over the top for a lot of people.
Evil Dead is the funniest and least scary horror movie in existence.
Don't tell 8-year-old Jay that.
That's goofy. That's goofy. But there's one scene I remember watching that, and I think it was in like '83 or '4. I have a distinct memory watching that in the theater, and there's a scene, and they showed mostly in shadow, where this guy is literally taking an axe and hacking his friend to pieces. Everyone except me in the theater was screaming at the same time. I have never experienced everyone except one person.
It's so campy.
No, it is. It's campy and goofy and fun and creepy, but it's
a fun movie.
It is, but there's that one scene
that his sequels were intentionally campy.
Oh yeah,
and
Army
ridiculous.
of Darkness and stuff. Yeah.
So good.
They definitely doubled down on the camping.
Yeah, because he knew.
My response to it was the way that Bob said it. Like, when people saw it in the theater, they were losing it. Like, yeah, I guess
it's
today...
because, Evil Dead was full of, like, what are they called? Like, Pratt scares? Like like the little, whoo, those kind of moments. Mm-hmm. And that's why people scream in movie theaters, because the music's tense and then something happens.
Yeah, the jump-out scares are
Yes.
Yeah, the jump scares are the lowest quality of.
But I do think
scare.
the voices were scary, though. The demonic voices that they did in post-production were just
Ten of Hearts,
awesome.
Jack of Clubs.
All right, so getting back to the game, because I can feel his temperature starting to rise. I do think that watching some types of horror movies could kind of detune you from stress. It also is a release of tension. Did you know that horror movies release tension when you watch them?
They do? I thought they build tension.
Right. Fear minus death equals fun.
Yeah, but after you get off a roller coaster, you feel relief, right? The roller coaster ends, you're like, oh, it's over, and you get like a success kind of feeling almost. Anyway, let's see what Steve says. The last one here, I mean, I think 500 petawatts is way too big. That's basically it.
That's too effing That's an obscure movie reference, which I think we've
Used
talked about
cars.
Used cars, yeah. All right. So you guys are all agreeing. You all agreed. So someone got swept this week. Let's see who. Let's start with number 2, since you seem to have the easiest time with that one. New research finds that watching horror movies correlates with better psychological resilience to the stresses of the pandemic, even when personality factors are controlled for. You all think that one is science, and that one is science.
Yay!
Yeah, that you guys pretty much nailed it. This is kind of, the thinking is this is like you're mentally preparing for these kinds of scenarios, and the hypothesis was that this would build some kind of psychological, emotional resilience. What they basically surveyed people on their horror movie, apocalypse zombie movie, watching habits, and they then use a standardized test of emotional resilience, and they correlated the two, and they found that there was, in fact, a correlation. They also controlled for personality factors, which they said were very strong, which makes me think
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, that the personality thing might be overwhelming the movie watching factor, but it still emerged as a independent factor. And I only said correlated because this kind of study can't tell you about cause and effect. So that was kind of a low bar. That was kind of my throwaway for this week. All right, but let's get to this laser. Let's see what you guys think. So engineers at Osaka University have built the most powerful pulse laser today at 500 petawatts, beating the previous record of 10 petawatts. I want to read you from the article.
Uh-huh.
Now listen to this. This
Go
is
ahead.
awesome. In this newly improved design, by using a two-beam pumped, get this, wide-angle non-collinear optical parametric chirped pulse amplification.
Tell me that has an acronym.
Carefully optimized phase matching pump interference is completely avoided, and an ultra broadband bandwidth with 2 broad spectra is accomplished, resulting in a less than 10 FS high energy laser amplification.
Femtosecond.
Yep. And they believe that this can be pushed into the exawatt class.
Yeah, halfway there.
Could be.
But this is
Exawatt
only
class.
this is a simulation they haven't built yet. So this is a fiction.
Oh, okay.
No way.
But, so it is 500 petawatts simulated.
No, I just cut it in half because I thought an exawatt would be too much. But they simulated an exawatt laser using that turbo encabulator stuff I just talked about.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that was some gobbledygook right there.
Yeah, it was.
Really, you got to be in the field to understand half of that.
Yeah.
I might understand all the words. I just,
I don't know how they quite go together.
yeah, but that's a lot of jargon. Yeah.
Yeah, the chirped, some of the words like chirped I've heard before, but some of the ones like, wait, what? That's a lot of gobbledygook. Just
Wide angle, non-collinear, optical parametric chirped pulse amplification, Bob.
Non-collinear.
Yeah,
You gotta remember that
chirped
whole
pulse. Yeah,
thing.
chirped pulse I've heard before, but not some of that other stuff. So wait, so what is the record now then?
It's 10 petawatts.
10, and that's what I reported.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I did my news item and I looked it up, that's what I was basing it on. 10, okay, but by the time 2035 comes along, we'll get to maybe 50. I thought that was reasonable.
But they're jumping right over that to 1 exabyte, but that's assuming exawatt. But that assuming that this all works out. This is in simulation. This is like the theoretical limit of using this approach. I think is what they're talking about. They obviously haven't built
Exawatt,
one
man.
of these things.
That would do some damage.
I was about to say, like, how dangerous is this thing going to be?
Heck, forget pushing asteroids. You could put moons out of the way probably with that. With
You
those
can
lasers.
fill an entire house with popcorn.
Remember though, it's pulse, so it's crazy brief.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but a brief pulse can still, like, cut a person
you
in half.
over.
A person. You worry about a person with an exawatt laser? No. That would cut buildings in half.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cut
Well,
through
that's
all
the problem.
people
If you-
in the building.
If you do one pulse, then you're not. You're going to put a nice hole into anything.
Yeah, right.
But you won't have time to swing it.
No, you got to do a bunch of pulses in a line.
But
Right,
Bob,
right.
yeah, if you had a supercapacitor made of graphene that could store the energy
Right.
necessary, then you could do multiple pulses. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, being fed from a fusion reactor, yep, would be good.
Controlled by a super smart AI. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
No,
Bringing it all
don't
together.
give them lasers. No lasers for the AI.
Yeah, give that laser to a super intelligent AI, and you get a Yottawatt class laser for the weekend. Oh yeah, I said it. Yottawatt.
Term of the day. Thank you.
Then you get something like, "This is the voice of Colossus." Okay, you got that reference, right, Kara? Sure. Okay, so scientists have imaged quadruple helix DNA in a living human cell. Is science. This is
Yeah, how does that
rare.
work?
It is, though, naturally occurring. And Kara, your vague memory is pretty much accurate. In
Oh,
that,
cancer?
Yeah, it has been identified in cancer cells, and you're right. 4 is actually not as impressive as 3 or 5 would be, because it is 4 strands of DNA that manages to sort of helix together. It's not
Right.
Yeah, but it does happen. It's a sort of a transient thing. But what they showed, the new bit, we actually knew about this, but what the new bit was really that they were able to image it in living human cells, and that they showed that it's actually functional, that the DNA is functional in this form.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this
Is it like functional at being cancerous?
Well, that's what they're trying to figure out, but it could become a new drug target for cancer therapy if it is something that is sort of more important to cancer cells than non-cancer cells, for example. So, yeah, it's a little curiosity, but just definitely the idea of this quadruple helix DNA is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah,
Weird.
but you think about it, the way DNA winds up, you can have individual strands. Those 2 of those strands can bind together and wind into a double helix. You can have 4 of them binding together and curling themselves up into a quadruple helix. There's no reason chemically why that can't happen. It's just rare, but they managed to.
Yeah, and that's the
image
thing. If it
inside
can
cells.
happen, it probably does happen at some point.
Yeah,
or
at some
somewhere.
point. Yeah, it doesn't matter how common it is. So don't know if it's going to lead anywhere. It's just a very interesting basic science finding. All right, so good job, guys. Couldn't
Yes,
get you with the
yes,
500 petawatt laser, huh?
Yeah.
Thanks, Evan.
You're welcome.
You
Happy
set a
to
good
help.
tone there.
Glad I went first this week.
All right, well, Evan, give us a quote.
Criticism may not be agreeable, but it is necessary. It fulfills the same function as pain in the human body. It calls attention to an unhealthy state of things. Winston Churchill said that. And I think the key
Guy knew how to
point
turn
there,
a phrase.
criticism may not be agreeable, but it is necessary. Yes, yes, and more yes. And
Without a doubt.
it's so important. It's how we're able to make corrections, as long as it's
As long as it's exactly. As long as
Constructive
it's constructive and not personal or biased or whatever, not ad hominem.
Right.
But yeah, constructive criticism is absolutely critical.
A fatal flaw that any adult, can have is definitely not being able to hear, digest, and acknowledge criticism. If you can't edit yourself, then you
And
don't
adapt,
evolve.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And it's remarkable. I know so many people at all age ranges who just can't hear it. They can't take any criticism whatsoever. It's a really difficult thing to acknowledge if you've never worked on it, and it's a very, very difficult thing to get rid of or work on when you're an adult. So, witness your own behavior and make sure that, you admit when you're wrong, because it's part of being human.
Kara, have you looked into the psychology of criticism
Yeah, you're
and
wrong.
how people are how people are impacted by criticism?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of really interesting research on flexibility, cognitive flexibility, growth and change. There's a lot of really interesting research on how personality traits would play into this, openness to opportunity. So, we talk a lot about personality on the show, and pretty much the only personality metric that seems to hold a lot of good research water is ocean. It's the big five. So we've talked about that: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion versus introversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And definitely, like, openness is highly correlated with mind changing, with being able to utilize criticism. Yeah, I think as a construct, it's a really interesting one because so many psychological facets or ways of thinking about things can track back to how people deal with criticism. Also, a lot of it has to do with how it's given.
Yeah, we talk about the compliment sandwich.
Compliment sandwich, yeah.
That's a very popular phrase in the education world now. So, because we have to, I've mentioned before, we have to give residents who are physicians, and we have to give them very deep, specific criticism if they're not practicing medicine optimally. That the implications are so huge. We have to
they could kill someone.
No kid gloves, but you also need to deal with the psychology. You can't just lay on somebody. You're a terrible clinician, whatever. Obviously, you got to be constructive. But the other paradigm that is being suggested to us to help make it go down is the compliment sandwich, where you open up with a compliment and then you slip in the constructive criticism and then you close with a compliment. So it's like sandwiched in between two compliments. It's like, you're very diligent. You work really hard. I wish you could work on this a little bit more, but I really appreciate all the hard work that you do.
Yeah. And it works especially if those things if they are authentic compliments.
Yeah.
If they match to reality.
Because they will see right through it if it's
totally. If they're like, you look good
Nice
today.
shoes, you
Hey,
suck.
you're about
Nice
to kill
hair.
this patient.
Yeah, right.
Steve, that's a really good point. But your hair looks like shit today, but your shirt's good.
It looks good on you, though.
No, you start with a compliment.
I did. I said it was a good point.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I know how to make a sandwich.
That's not an open face sandwich.
Yeah. What about a compliment? A compliment taco?
A 12-hour live stream for our patrons.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
Full
It
of
is
compliments.
So let me throw some details on you guys. So you can go to theskepticsguide.org / the number 12-hour show, right? This 1-2 hour show. That's
And
one
that's hour with an H, not hours.
Yeah, that's 1-2 HOURSHOW. And on that page, you will find, of course, the date, time, and all that stuff. There'll be a placeholder where we'll put the link once we create it, because we can't create the live stream link until I think a day before. And then we will have the recipes. If you're interested in cooking along with us on the show, there'll be a number of recipes on there that will be, that we will be doing during the show. You'll see us cooking, and it'll be fun if you did it with us. And there will also be George's taste test, which we did at Nexus a year and a half ago. This is where we tested, can you tell the difference between regular Coke, and Diet Coke, skim milk, whole milk, blah, 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 blah. So you could go buy all that stuff, and, maybe somebody at home could help you to randomize it so you don't know what you're drinking. And we can all see who guesses what, and trust me, you'll be amazed at some of the answers that we get out of these experiments. And the other information on there will be, if you're a patron, I will be sending you over Patreon. I'll be sending you a link, or you already received the link to submit your pictures. So if you are an SGU patron, you will be allowed to upload up to 5 pictures, and we will be displaying those in the background during the live stream, pretty much throughout the entire live stream. Of course, it depends on how many pictures we get, and keep it clean, please. Just make it easy on us. I know no, Steve doesn't want to go to jail for nudity on the SGU live stream.
That is correct. That is a true statement.
So we'll see you on January 23rd, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The show runs for 12 hours. We have a huge array of different things happening. We have several guests that are coming along. George Hobb will be with us, and it's just going to be a ton of fun. We've been working on this a long time. Lots of fun and new content for you guys, and we really hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much to all of our patrons.
Jay, I have a question.
Go ahead, Kara.
Do I need my lightsaber?
Kara, if your lightsaber is if you're in your house and it's,
I'm looking at it right now.
Good, because it should never be more than 15 feet away from you.
It should never be out of force summoning range.
Right, exactly.
Or Osseo spell range.
Don't mix genres. Come on.
Or if you believe in
Osseo lightsaber.
episode 9, you can pass your lightsaber through time and space to another place. Oh, don't get me started on episode 9. Oh my gosh.
Don't get me started.
Don't get me started. That'll be for the 12-hour show, maybe.
Yeah.
Or the 20.
All right. We're looking forward to it. It's just next week. It's like when this show comes out, it's just a week later. That the 12-hour show.
God.
That's right.
Time and space.
And until next week, this is your Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is produced by SGU Productions, dedicated to promoting science and critical thinking. For more information, visit us at theskepticsguide.org. Send your questions to info@theskepticsguide.org. And if you would like to support the show and all the work that we do, go to patreon.com/skepticsguide and consider becoming a patron and becoming part of the SGU community. Our listeners and supporters are what make SGU possible.
All right, on to the next episode. We have 215, making some progress.
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, your escape to reality.
Hello and welcome to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Today is Sunday, January 17th, 2021, and this is your host, Stephen Novella. Joining me this week are Bob Novella.
Hey, everybody.
Kara Santamaria.
Howdy.
Jay Novella.
Hey, guys.
And Evan Bernstein.
Skepticism on a Sunday. I love it.
This is a rare Sunday recording. We're doing this because of the 12-hour show next Saturday, which is the Saturday this show comes out. I probably will be posting this up right before we begin the 12-hour show. So if you're listening to this on Saturday that it comes out, we're probably in the middle of the 12-hour show. Why aren't you watching that instead?
Yeah.
And leaving this to console you on Sunday or Monday because the 12-hour live stream is over.
Priorities, people.
That's what I recommend. Right. So we're not. I keep saying we're trying to get away from doing the COVID thing every week, but there's always stuff to talk about that has to do with COVID. So I just want to say one thing about it. Obviously, it's still raging. The numbers are getting scary high still. It's crazy. But David Kessler was announced as the COVID czar for the incoming Biden administration. Do you guys remember who he is?
Yes.
Kessler, he was in American Werewolf in London movie, right? Was that
Exactly.
his
Mr.
name?
Kessler.
No, he was a former head of the FDA in the 90s. And after his stint at the FDA in the 90s, he was the president for a while of Yale School of Medicine.
Huh.
Oh,
Yale Medical
you
School.
know.
Yeah, that's how I know.
You have him on speed dial?
I don't know him personally, but
He's the commissioner of food and drugs for H.W. Bush and Clinton. Also,
Oh,
yeah.
sounds nonpartisan. I like that.
yeah. And he was very much opposed to DSHEA, the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act of 1994, which was a terrible law. Still is a terrible law, and he was completely correct in his opposition to it. So hopefully, he got a lot of experience. Hopefully, he'll will prove to be the right person for this job. And we're hoping to shift into high gear with the whole
along that line,
pandemic
Steve.
in 3 days. Yeah.
Did you hear that Biden is elevating? He's making a cabinet of science.
Yes. The science and
Well-
technology, whatever, is now going to be a cabinet level position.
He's developing a cabinet level position.
cabinet level
the first
position.
ever cabinet, which will not be in the line of succession, by the way. It's a cabinet level position, but it's not a cabinet position.
Oh, I thought he was building a cabinet filled with cool science things.
like a curio cabinet.
Yeah, like what was that, my closet of mystery. You don't remember that from?
Yeah. What is this endless fascination with the forbidden closet of mystery?
But it is really cool. I mean, it's the first time a president has ever put somebody at that high a level in a science position, which kind of just shows his commitment to evidence-based policy. And also, Frances Arnold, who I'm super excited about. You guys remember, she's a Caltech scientist who recently won a Nobel Prize. She's going to be within his group. I'm not really sure how everybody's designated quite yet, but within that group of scientists, which is very exciting.
I think it should be like the bridge of the Enterprise D, where you've got the president, the vice president, and you've got the czar of science right up there with the big boys, because that's where it belongs.
You mean in the position that that Counselor Troy was in on Next Generation?
That's what I'm saying.
Sitting,
Truth
sitting
be told,
to the captain's left. Nice.
I am kind of glad that it's not I shouldn't say this. I don't know. I don't know if I would want it to be a cabinet position, because then all of a sudden, because then they enter into the line of succession. And I do worry that whoever is appointed could potentially be president.
But isn't that a worry about every single cabinet level position?
Yes.
Cabinet member? I mean, is there a cabinet member you think, this guy's ready to become president on day one? I mean, unless you've watched the Lone Survivor, the Sole Survivor.
Some of those people have served in previous administrations.
Yeah,
they at least have worked in government.
But listen, it's never happened. It's so unlikely that I don't think someone's going to pick or not pick a cabinet member because they don't think that they're ready to be president.
Yeah, I mean, and why wouldn't a scientist or a science-minded person be good as president? I think that's what we want.
They wouldn't necessarily be.
It would be, but it would still need to be somebody who has executive leadership skills.
All right, let's get right into some news items. Bob, is it true that astronomers were wrong about the number of galaxies in the universe?
What?
Yeah, they're often wrong about stuff like that. That's
There's
okay.
one
It's
fewer
science.
than they thought.
The estimated number of galaxies in the universe was recently cut in half. You are correct, Steve. So how the hell did this happen? And more importantly, what is the worst title for a news item covering this discovery? All will be revealed. So this all started years ago when the Hubble Space Telescope did some deep sky surveys, and it came up with the estimate for the number of galaxies, which was 2 trillion. Lots of galaxies, 2 trillion in the universe. It did this by doing deep field observations. These are observations that take a really long time, looking at the same patch of sky. So you're building up the photons, right? Just building up the photons, seeing what's revealed, and that reveals after a while that reveals the very, very, very faint galaxies, and then essentially then it's easy. Yes, sir.
Bob, can we clarify? Are you talking about the observable universe? So just as a good point a good time to clarify that the observable universe is a subset of the total universe, because some of the universe has moved beyond the Einstein limit, right? Even traveling at the speed of light, the universe is not old enough for light to have traveled from there to here, so we can't see it. It's outside of our bubble, our light bubble.
Right. It's a little complicated, but yeah, I think it primarily, although not necessarily, implies that it's just observable. Well, we'll see. Maybe let's revisit this at the end.
Okay.
So then once you have this patch of sky that you've looked at for a while, then you know how many galaxies, right? Then you just multiply that little patch by how many patches in the sky are there, and that's basically what Hubble did. But we knew that wasn't quite accurate, though. That's because there has to be other galaxies that are out there that are just too faint to be directly detected, even with the best deep field observation that the Hubble Space Telescope could muster. So those super faint galaxies, though, they do create a suffused glow, just a general glow in the galaxy. And now this background glow that I'm talking about is called the cosmic optical background, which is a term I hadn't seen before, which is fascinating because it reminded me of, and maybe you as well, the cosmic microwave background, which is the first light of the universe when it became transparent to electromagnetic radiation. The cosmic optical background, though, is the glow of all the stars that have been created since then. So the implication there, Steve, is that that because it's the glow that's been contributed since all time, that it might not be restricted by the observable versus unobservable universe in a sense. So and that flow and that can tell us then what the upper limit of the number of galaxies are, right? Because if you can see that glow, then you can say, all right, using this glow, we can now estimate all the galaxies that would create that kind of a glow, that general glow in the universe. The problem, though, is that we can't get a good look at the cosmic optical background when you're in the inner solar system. And Hubble is a fantastic observation platform, but it's constrained because it's in the inner solar system. And it's the Earth has light pollution, so does the inner solar system have light pollution, and that's called zodiacal light. Have you guys heard of this one? Now this zodiacal light is the light that is created by the dust that's shed like COVID viruses, if you will, by asteroids and comets, reflecting the sunlight. That is the zodiacal light. So you have this glow in the inner solar system. So therefore, if you're within that glow, the zodiacal glow, you can't see the general universal glow. So you got to get away. You got to get out of that. And that's where.
So, Bob, is that in the plane of the solar system? Is that why they call it zodiacal?
Yes, right. You're right. So
you basically have to get out of the plane of the solar system.
Right. That would do it. Or you could take the route of just using a probe that's already outside that glow, and that's why NASA tapped into the New Horizon mission. Now this is the one that took those amazing, unforgettable pictures of Pluto. Remember those pictures? Oh my God! Was it 5 or 6 years ago already? And also the Kuiper Belt object, Arakoth. This was in 2015 and 2019. So they used now New Horizons is now 4.5 billion miles from Earth, and that area of space, with so far from the zodiacal glow, that's 10 times darker than anything that Hubble can see. Way, way darker because you're outside of that glow, and that makes it far enough away to clearly see the cosmic optical background glow. And so this is the breakthrough that we're actually looking away from the Kuiper Belt and the inner solar system, with turning the New Horizons eyes to the outer universe, if you will, and seeing and measuring that glow, and that's what it did. So now looking at this unfiltered glow, if you will, this unadulterated glow, they created a new limit, a new galaxy number limit based on that glow, and it seems to be in the hundreds of billions of galaxies in the universe and not 2 trillion. So that's the crux of that. So they downgraded it because now it's a much more accurate assessment of the glow, and the number went down. But how do we feel about this? I don't know. Both those numbers are so big, hundreds of billions compared to 2 trillion. The numbers are so big, it really doesn't matter that much, in terms of many things that you may think matter. One reaction that I found, though, was ridiculous, and that was from a Fox News story. And the title was, NASA finds there are fewer galaxies than first thought. So far, so good. Leaving the possibility that we're alone in the universe. And that just made me cringe so hard. I looked at a lot, right? I looked at a lot of articles on this, and this one was the most ridiculous. Really? I mean, all right, so we downgraded the number of galaxies, so now, I really feel alone now? All right, so I did some rough calculations using averages. So 2 trillion galaxies, the old number, implies maybe, roughly 100 quintillion potential exoplanets. But 400 billion galaxies, that implies only about, say, 40 quintillion exoplanets. So yeah, you went from 100 quintillion to 40 quintillion. Yeah, the odds of the life being out there really dropped significantly, and I really feel alone now. So it just maybe puts that into perspective a little bit. So yeah, that was a very very silly title, ridiculous, but interesting. Interesting because the fact that there's less or there's fewer galaxies. Not a huge deal, but I learned about the cosmic optical background and zodiacal light, all fascinating tangents related to it, which makes this news item even more interesting to me.
Yeah, so basically this was competing methods for answering this question. And
I wouldn't even put them. I wouldn't say they're competitive. I would say that Hubble is just
they're complementary.
A low res, a low res assessment, and this is a higher res assessment. Just a higher magnification.
But one is counting galaxies, and this is just measuring the background optical radiation.
No. I'm sorry. No, maybe I missed a little piece. So the Hubble did the deep field to count the galaxies, and then it also assessed the glow as we could see that glow. From the inner solar system. Whereas the Horizons kind of did a similar.
Horizons just did the glow. They didn't do a deep field. They don't have the kind of resolution.
Right. I don't think it did a deep field. Yeah, it couldn't have done the deep field. So it just did the glow. So basically, you're plugging in the accurate glow into the Hubble's deep field galaxy count, and so this is a new combined. Yes,
I got it. So it was always a combined thing, and now this is just replacing one of the sets of data. Got it.
The factor that was very fuzzy for Hubble, now it's been improved. Yeah. So that's the way to look at it. Great, thanks.
All right, Bob, you're talking about the size of our universe. I'm going to be talking about the multiverse. What do you guys think the multiverse has in common with the gambler's fallacy? So now we're combining cosmology and logical fallacy. So I'm all over this.
Right. So go over the gambler's fallacy, Steve.
So as an
intro. It's the next one. It's the next one is going to be the one that hits. Maybe that the next universe in the multiverse will be able to sustain, human life that has similar physics as our universe.
Well, you're close to the issue. So the issue is about the fine-tuning question, right?
Right.
So the fine-tuning question is, if you look at all the physical constants of the universe, they seem to be fine-tuned to allow complex molecules to exist for sufficient time for life to evolve and intelligence to evolve, etc. So it must, right? They must because we exist. But here's the big assumption or a big premise: if those constants are determined at random, it's fantastically improbable that they would have the current constants, the current values that they have. That's a big if, right? So that's like the huge premise in the fine-tuning, quote-unquote, problem or the fine-tuning argument.
The fact that they're random?
Yeah. And not only are they random, but if you try to put a number to it, you have to assume a particular probability distribution. We have, of course, one data point, one universe. So we have zero idea what the probability distribution is. We have no idea if these laws are in any way variable universe to universe. They're obviously constants in our universe.
And we can't know, but doesn't that then just imply that there's probably then, if there is a multiverse, that there is so many of these universes that to increase the odds of having one like ours, right? That would imply.
Well, that's the whole idea behind the multiverse hypothesis. They say, okay, so if constants are variable universe to universe, and that they don't have to be the values that they are. There was some randomness to determining. Like at the Big Bang, you roll the dice, and these are the variables, that you get that come out.
Like rolling your D&D character.
Yeah, you roll up a universe.
You're rolling a D1000 or a D1,000,000.
Planck's constant is, it's this one. Okay. And so that's the premise, right? They're saying if that
any
is
modifiers,
the case,
though, you think?
If that is the case, then it's fantastically unlikely that we would have a universe compatible with life.
Right.
You can also, as a side argument, there's so many side arguments here. You could argue that maybe there's a lot of different configurations that are compatible with some kind of life, maybe not our life, but we don't.
Sure.
That would be interesting to do a simulation of not just if you change one or two variables, everything goes to shit. or maybe there's in the space of variability, there may be many configurations that allow for some kind of complex life, whatever.
Right, but having one
words,
data point of life, it makes that an impossible question to answer as well.
Yeah, so we have no idea about any of this. But assuming this string of premises is true, then one possible solution is the multiverse idea. The idea, okay, well, fine, there are infinite number of universes out there in a multiverse, or maybe it's finite but massive, and so many that by chance alone, even if the constants of the universe are completely random, at least one universe would have popped up by chance. So if you give it enough opportunities, some universes will be able to sustain life, and obviously sentient beings are only going to be able to observe the universes that are compatible with sentient life, right? So there's basically an infinite number of universes out there that are incompatible with life that nobody's there to observe, so who cares?
Steve, are we making an assumption that there is a multiverse here? Like we're just going on that idea?
Yeah. No, that the multiverse is the hypothesis, is not the assumption. The assumption is that the constants are variable, and from universe to universe, and they're random, and therefore they're massively improbable.
Right. So Jay, even if there was one universe, it would still be random. It was still a random, collection of numbers.
I find that idea so unbelievably profound. Like to think that the basic laws of our universe were created during the creation of the universe, I guess, right? Is that
that's the idea, something like that. So there's another possibility is that this is the sort of religious argument, is that, well, God fine-tuned the universe for us. That's proof of God.
But Steve,
that's just a God of the gaps argument, which doesn't solve the issue, the question at all, and doesn't really get us anywhere.
What if there is a global, and when I say global, I mean accounting for all the multiverses, what if there is a global meat space law, or the laws exactly like we are, every other one has to be the same way because it's still,
that's the other solution, is that there are reasons that the laws of physics have 100% probability of being what they are because they have to be for some reason we haven't discovered yet. There are meta laws of the universe that dictate that they have to be this way, right? So it's not random. The probability is 100%. So that's one solution. So God of the gaps, we could dismiss that. Multiverse is one. The probability is actually 100% is another. And the final one is that there's one universe, it's very unlikely, but we hit the cosmic lottery. That's the most unsatisfying one, right? That, yes, we just happen to get a fantastically improbable outcome to the random laws, even though there's only one opportunity to do so. That's, I think, the least likely. Okay, now comes the gambler's fallacy. A bunch of mathematicians have argued, and then I was reading a Scientific American article by a philosopher, Philip Joff, who was reporting on this argument and agreeing with it and expanding on it, that the multiverse hypothesis as a solution to the fine-tuning problem, as much as it is one, is a logical fallacy.
Oh,
and it's a logical fallacy that they call the inverse gambler's fallacy. So now this gets us to the logic part, which is what sucked me in. The gambler's fallacy is the notion that, let's say you're playing dice at the craps table, and then you roll snake eyes 3 times in a row. You think, well, it's really unlikely I'm going to roll it a 4th time in a row.
Yep.
But it's actually no more unlikely.
Yeah. Exactly the same odds.
Yeah, exactly. So the way I like to state it is physically independent events are statistically independent. And the gambler's fallacy is the failure to realize that. So you think that even though each individual roll of the dice is and should be, otherwise you're cheating in some way, independent random events, randomized events, then the past history does not predict future outcomes. So the numbers are not due. You're not in the middle of a streak. Those things don't exist, right?
Right. Okay.
So
what are they saying?
That's the gambler's fallacy. Now, the inverse gambler's fallacy is that, let's say, this is the example that the philosopher gave. Let's say you walk into the casino, you walk up to a craps table, and somebody rolls snake eyes. Mm-hmm. And then you think, oh, there must be a lot of people rolling dice in the casino to allow that was an improbable outcome. It was not. I mean, the analogy here breaks down because it's not that improbable. 1 in 36. Right. Let's say they rolled. You walk up to a slot. A better analogy might be you walk up to a slot machine and somebody hits a jackpot that has a 10,000 to 1 odds.
Okay.
What would you think about that? That the first thing you see when you walk in the casino is somebody winning a 1 in 10,000 odds.
I would think that all the positive mojo just got spent, and it's going to take time to build back up.
Yeah, I'd
so
stay away from that machine for a while.
But the inverse gambler's fallacy would be to conclude that, well, there must be lots of people gambling in order for this one, and this is only one one random event. But the fallacy is that doesn't make this event, the fact that other people are also playing slots doesn't make this event any more likely, right? It's still an independent event.
Yeah, but they're forgetting about the law of large numbers. When if you consider the entire population, the chance if it's a population of 1, the chance of somebody hitting that jackpot is small. But if you have 1,000 machines together and you take them all at once, the chance is still small for one specific person to win the jackpot. But the odds of someone winning the jackpot become very, very reasonable. Right?
Yeah, you're exactly correct, and that was my response. So that's the lottery fallacy, what you're describing, and I think that the lottery that in trying to avoid the inverse gambler's fallacy, these mathematicians are committing the lottery fallacy.
Yes,
because it all depends upon. This is why math, even to mathematicians and statisticians, can be so counterintuitive. It's always it's hard to wrap your head around how it really works. So if you are thinking about the odds of walking into a casino and somebody hitting some kind of jackpot, that's probable. Even though the individual, that person winning that jackpot might be very improbable. Right? So if you walked up to somebody at random and they're the person who happened to win, that's where the inverse gambler's fallacy is valid, because it's just as improbable that person won, whether or not there are other people gambling in the casino. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To think that because that person won, it makes it more likely that there are other people gambling in the casino is the inverse gambler's fallacy. Does everybody get that?
Yeah, but so basically what you're saying is all the events that happen in a casino are discrete.
Yes.
There is no connection.
Yeah. That's the premise.
No, there's no connection whatsoever. It's
they're
independent events.
Some machines, though, are connected, right? You guys know this, and I'm not.
But for the sake of argument,
one
Jay,
system.
Yeah, for the sake of argument, we're going to say that all the events are independent.
It's based when we think about it from a probability perspective, like go back to early stats. There's the difference between sampling independently and sampling dependently. So if you're drawing things out of a hat and you put them back every time, it's different than if you're drawing things out of a hat and you keep them out of the hat. In this case, we're talking about putting them back every time.
Right. No odd changes.
No odd changes. Exactly.
Right. Okay, so this is, I think, where it breaks down, where the philosopher and the mathematicians go wrong. Is the context, or is the universe in the context of the inverse gambler's fallacy or the lottery fallacy? So I'm going to use an analogy that the philosopher gave, Joff, that he gave, and turn it against him. So he used the following analogy. Let's say you wake up in a room, you're tied to a chair, there's a monkey sitting at a typewriter, and there's the Joker from Batman there. And the Joker said, I kidnapped you, and while you were asleep, I had the monkey type randomly on this typewriter. If they produced words in English, I was going to let you live. If they didn't, I would kill you. So you're alive. Obviously, the monkey typed out English. So he says, is the fact that you are improbably alive, does that mean that the Joker must have done this to other people? And
what?
Or... Right, can you conclude, the Joker must have done this to lots of other people who died?
No.
Right, because
no, there's so many variables here. You can conclude that the letter A is an English word.
No, but we're saying that it was a very highly improbable, just for the sake of argument.
Okay.
The monkey
like
typed
the whole
out,
thing he wrote was in English.
he wrote out, "I like bananas." He wrote out a highly improbable,
Okay.
English sentence, given that he was typing at random. So, what hypotheses would you derive from this?
Yeah,
and again,
an obvious one would be that this is one of many, many different times that he's played out this scenario.
But the philosopher points out that is the inverse gambler's fallacy. It's still just as unlikely that you survived, whether or not he did it to other people. But so this is his attempt at addressing the selection point. It's like when you walk into a casino, you walk up to a random gambler and they win a big, highly improbable prize. There's no selection involved. But let's say you roam around the casino looking for somebody yell bingo or whatever, and then you go up to them. There's a selection involved, and therefore that dramatically increases. Then you're in the lottery fallacy arena where it just somebody has to win something, and then you would be selected to that person. So he's saying that obviously that this represents we're only observing a universe compatible with sentient life, and that doesn't rescue you from the inverse gambler's fallacy. And then he uses this Joker monkey typewriter thing as his analogy.
Right.
But I think his analogy is wrong.
I also hate that analogy.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
good.
It's his analogy, but I mean, you got to give a lot of
Serves
gimmies.
his purpose.
Yeah, just that it would be highly improbable, but probably not as improbable as it actually is. So, but I think he's incorrect. I think he's actually incorrect because he's saying that you still need to explain why you won. It's like, no, you don't. That's the lottery fallacy. That's like you don't. If somebody wins the lottery, you don't have to explain why that person won the lottery, even though that may be 100 million to 1 against that person bought one ticket with one series of numbers and that they won. Let's say that's the case. You still wouldn't need a special explanation for it. You would not, because highly improbable things will happen.
Yeah.
In fact, he's actually making an argument for the multiverse, logically speaking, anyway, given the premises, again, that we're going to. I said, to better illustrate it, imagine this related scenario. You wake up in a room with 4 other people. So now there's 5 of you in that room. You all were drugged and you wake up. Now, you exchange stories and you realize that you all experienced the same thing. You were kidnapped by the Joker. You woke up in the room with the monkey and the typewriter. There was an English phrase on the typewriter. The Joker explained to you that he was only going to let you live if the monkey randomly typed out English.
Ah.
Would you conclude that you were the only 5 people that the Joker did this to? Or would you conclude he probably did it to 1 million people and selected us 5 because we're the 5 that survived?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
That's totally reasonable.
Isn't it much more obvious if you put that little tweak on the example? You could also, of course, conclude that it's rigged, that the Joker's lying because he's the Joker, right? So that's it wasn't what it was. I also threw in there, you might conclude that the Joker inadvertently sourced his monkeys from a research lab that genetically engineered the monkeys to be super intelligent. And that would be equivalent to, there's some laws to the universe which we don't understand, and that explains why the universe is the way it is. It's not
right, that there are constraints that will often lead us down this path.
Right.
So
who is this punk philosopher, Steve?
No, I mean, it's again, it just shows you how counterintuitive this could be, right? So when I wrote about this on my blog, there's like hundreds of comments to it, but nobody apparently wants to. I wanted to say, like, am I correct? Even like I'm worried that I'm missing something because this is so counterintuitive, this kind of statistics. So, nobody could really come up with a reason why I was wrong. They all wanted to talk about all the other things about the fine-tuning argument, which are wrong, which I was taken as a premise, right?
Right.
Because the article really isn't about the fine-tuning argument. It's specifically about the multiverse solution to the problem, assuming it's a problem.
Well, maybe
they all
we should
wanted
get
to
this
talk
guy on
about
the
the
show.
assumption. Yeah, we could. I do actually.
And then we could, talk about it and ask.
I was hoping to reach out to him.
Are.
I agree. I thought it'd be a fun discussion. I wanted to first write about it, go through all the comments, sort of grind it on our end. But the more I've thought about it, and the more I've read people's comments about it when they're relevant, I think that that my position is solid. Don't you think? That it's that that he's committing the lottery fallacy. And I think the 5-person thing. Now, you might retreat to the point that it doesn't prove that the Joker did it to 1 million people or that there are multiverses, and you're correct. But this is not about proof. It's about probability, because probability was the problem in the first place, right? This is just changing it from a low probability to a high probability event, the laws of the universe, or the monkey typing on a typewriter. If it's selected from a much greater pool, then the massive improbability problem goes away. That's all the argument is saying. And they're wrong to say that it doesn't make the massive improbability problem go away, because they're committing the lottery fallacy.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Totally. I mean, the law of very large numbers is, it's not obscure. I mean, that's like,
right.
I remember discovering that years ago. Somebody had won the lottery twice, right? You remember the stories?
Yes. So many people have won the lottery twice.
They won
It happens every
twice.
couple of years.
Yeah, and the news said that the odds of her winning, the odds of somebody winning was like trillions to one. It's like, no, if you pick a specific person, the odds of her winning twice is very,
Right,
very,
Jane
very,
Smith,
very
yes.
low. But the odds
But
of
that is what they were
somebody
saying.
winning, right? They said it. They phrased it incorrectly. The odds of it happening. Was
they
very,
phrase
like
it the
1
way
in
they're
30.
going to. Wait, but I don't think they phrased it incorrect.
So, I think with this cold, I will finally get 50 cold, which means 2 bullets will now freeze an enemy. I don't know if it's permanently or not, because I can't really see, as you can tell. I don't know if anyone can really see this, but I think 2 bullets will now freeze an enemy in place, which will give it time for my Plague Spreader to one-shot them every 1 second. It procs, so that is the plan with all these bullets. I've also been stacking barrier a bit. You can see I've got 27 now. I calculated if I get 256 barrier, I will have every 1/16 of a second, I believe. I will get a proc of it, so it's basically the attack speed of it. I don't know what the max attack speed is, but I have been stacking a little bit of that as well, as we just want to fling as many bullets from us as possible, without obviously causing an overload. Like if we added frag on here, we would almost certainly overload it to the point where it would be very slow to run, because it's has so many bullets on the screen. So hopefully we don't get that if I stack barrier to 256, but we'll see. This is somewhat of an experimental from this point forward, because I haven't done this part in the test run. So this is about a few hours since we hit wave 200. Next time to check in will probably be wave 250. Like just say 256. But no, wave 250. I'll probably check in again and show you where we're at. About 9 hours into the run, just to give you some idea. And most of that has been past wave 100, of course, because the wave's kind of slowed down a lot. Oh, we're also up about 5,000 souls. Speaking of souls, I can go and slurp all these up. We did also notice earlier if there's too many souls on the screen, it does lag. So, something to keep in mind here. We'll just keep cleaning that up every so often and get back to AFKing here. Just back to our little spot.
Math and logic.
No, if they had said the odds of somebody winning twice, but they said the odds of her winning twice.
I don't know exactly how they said
Okay.
it, but I think what they said was incorrect. So
Gotcha.
they said that the odds of this happening is trillions to one, and no.
Yeah,
I mean,
quote
that's the whole
unquote,
point.
this happening.
Right.
Well, what is this?
Yeah.
But the other thing is, they're even wrong if you're talking about the odds of that person winning twice, because they usually almost always calculate it as if they bought 2 tickets that won sequentially, rather than maybe they buy 100 tickets a week for 20 years and they won twice. Yeah, so they don't even really calculate it correctly for even the one person.
Right.
But yeah, but they're either vague or they're not considering the difference between what are the odds of this person winning twice, what are the odds of someone somewhere winning twice. Again,
How
this is
many
a
lottery games does this person play? All sorts of.
But so if you consider all people playing all lotteries, somebody should be winning a lottery twice every couple of years, and that's basically what we observe. It kind of fits the probability that you would predict. So anyway, again, this is not to endorse the multiverse solution. I don't think that I basically think the fine-tuning thing is a non-problem. That you have to make a lot of assumptions, which I don't think are very good ones, in order to even make it a problem in the first place. The bottom line is we have no statistics, we have no idea, and there's probably my sense. My guess would be the probability of the constants of our universe being what they are 100%. They have to be that way, and we just don't know why yet. But I think that science will continue to move in the direction of figuring that out. As we deepen and deepen our knowledge of the laws of the universe.
Yep.
But the multiverse thing might be true too. I mean, that's not ruled out by any of these arguments either. Maybe that's the case. Maybe there is a probability distribution, but again, we don't know what that distribution is. Maybe there's a massive number of universes. We have no idea what that is. It is probably separately testable in certain ways. Like, are there other universes maybe testable?
I hope so, man. That would be the discovery of the millennia. Holy
well,
crap.
either way, whether
Imagine.
there evidence that would either support or refute the multiverse hypothesis would be interesting. But yeah, you can't logic your way to or out of that conclusion. Is the bottom line. We don't know enough. Okay, let's move on. Jay, how are we going to protect the artifacts that we left on the moon?
That's a great question. And if you listened to our interview last week that we had with Phil McAllister, we kind of started talking about this maybe a little bit, but we had a wonderful interview with him going over details, getting into the details about low Earth orbit and everything. But I really wanted to know more about artifacts on the moon, like things that humans have left, and even things like footprints, and what becomes of those things. And I did ask someone that works at NASA, and she did say that they have talked about it. They're aware that it's going to become an issue at some point. But then I found this article. What we found out was, one, that the blueprint is very likely to still be there. It is most likely still there. And we know that there's no real erosion happening on the moon. Hopefully it wasn't completely destroyed by the activity of them walking in and around the lunar module. And, if a meteor hits the moon, yes, it will destroy things and put regolith all over the place and kind of bury it, right? But for the most part, the moon is sterile and it's dead. Nothing is really happening or changing fast there.
Well, Jay, what about when they took off from the surface?
Yeah.
Disruption of the surface.
Without a doubt, Bob.
Doesn't that guarantee it's gone?
No, I wouldn't say it's gone, though. It wasn't. If you look at it, it really wasn't that bad. It definitely affected it because it was right there, but it did not destroy it. I've looked at that footage hundreds of times. It wasn't that bad. It looks more of just like a quick burst, and it seems to go out more horizontally, but you have to look at it.
And also, Jay, to be clear, there is erosion happening on the surface of the moon from micrometeorites striking the surface of the moon. And from what I've read previously, that will obliterate the footprint in about 1 million years.
So we have a little bit of time.
Yeah, I've got a little bit.
So there is a project called the One Small Step to Protect Human Heritage in Space Act. I know it's a little wordy, but they like to have it be descriptive. So this became law on December 31st, 2020. The new law requires that companies who work with NASA on moon missions must agree to follow guidelines that protect landing sites that are found on the moon by American astronauts. So this is likely to have a very small impact on a very few number of people, but it is a sign of things to come. There is a significant amount of human history preserved on the moon that we should make sure isn't destroyed. And this is also the first time that any country has acknowledged that something extraterrestrial has historical significance, which is big. And as we become a spacefaring species, now human history extends past the Earth. So they create this as a launch into making more and more laws, right? So now they have their foot in the door with this. They can use it to just continue to broaden the Human Heritage in Space Act. This was a great time to pass a law because, what are we seeing, guys? This past year in particular, we're seeing space travel become really common, and it's multinational. We have big countries spending billions of dollars getting people into space and having it be frequent. So on the NASA website, it says the Artemis project, as an example, will focus on demonstrate new technologies, capabilities, and business approaches needed for future exploration, including Mars, establish American leadership and a strategic presence on the moon while expanding our U.S. global economic impact, broaden our commercial and international partnerships, and inspire a new generation and encourage careers in STEM, right? So I totally get everything that they're saying there. And it is, it's very U.S.-centric, of course, because NASA, it is a U.S. institution. But NASA is very international-oriented and absolutely wants to work with other countries. So there's a little bit of a mix in there. But I think overall, the Artemis project really does want us to get to the moon and wants us to have partnership, and also keeping in mind that maybe even commerce happening in some way or another. Russia also has a lunar program that will bring cosmonauts to the moon in the 2030s. This is what they're saying. I honestly don't know how solid that estimation is, but it isn't unreasonable at all that they could do something in over a decade. China is planning on sending people to the moon in the next 10 years. India is planning a moon rover mission this year, and Japan and South Korea are also making probes and landers for future missions. So that's a ton of activity. Private companies are building components for NASA's mission, and we also have several private companies that are and will be capable of launching people into space. This includes space tourism, which we talked to Phil about. There is regulation that happens in outer space, but the wording is vague. We don't have like these solid rules and laws and all that. Now, can you do whatever you want out there? No, you can't. What we have is an outer space treaty that was started in 1967 and is now ratified by 110 nations. And it outlines that all countries have access to all areas of the moon and outer space. This means that there's no property on the moon. You ever have someone try to sell you a parcel of land on the moon? It's not real. It's not going to happen. And it probably, if it does happen, it won't be for a very long time. No one has any limitations on where they can go. The only limitation is that in the treaty, you must not cause harmful interference. Basically, it's saying play nice, be respectful, and of course, help people in outer space if you can, if you have the ability to help, be there. But it doesn't really. There is no iron fist coming down and saying you can't do this specifically and you can do this specifically. It's very vague. NASA knows that many of the Apollo missions have significant artifacts that are left up there on the moon. There's probably even more stuff that most people don't even know about. Just doodads that were up there, tools, and all sorts of things that they brought with them that are still there.
Golf balls.
Yep, and this does include the footprints, the lunar rover, a lunar lander. And
I think a plaque was left behind as well, wasn't there?
Definitely, the flag is up there. Yeah. So the one small step act
or reflectors.
Yes, the reflecting plates. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, they use that reflector to this day. It's something that people use all the time to make measurements. The One Small Step Act does provide the platform, like I said, for further laws and the detailing of rules and conduct on the moon. Right now, it's limited to companies that work with NASA on moon missions, but in the future, it's probably going to expand to protect places, people, objects. So real quick, fantasizing about what would happen. So let's say that, we'd establish permanent bases on the moon. And then they're like, okay, guys, we have basically all the environments that we need. We have material up here. Let's build a museum. Let's build a museum on the moon that puts encases the footprint, encases the landing sites. So you can actually,
how do you do that?
Well, they would
what do you
whatever.
Mean, encase?
I'm Bob. I'm not a materials expert, but some type of clear,
a bubble,
clear aluminum, a dome, something that will keep them from getting destroyed from outside influence, but also let people get close and see it with their own eyes.
That's it. That's the thing. And the dome really couldn't really do that very well. I was thinking just in my mind the past 10 minutes, thinking, what if you put a special glass or plexiglass or transparent aluminum, whatever, over the entire area, maybe a foot or two off the ground, and then, of course you'd have to have supports dug in, but you could put those supports in specific areas. That way you could actually walk over it and look down. There's the footprint, and nobody can mess with it because you're looking through transparent aluminum, and no one's going to get to it. How do you do that? Or do you take a big thing of glass, a covering, and you walk over there and you put it over just the footprint, and then everybody could walk over in their spacesuits and look at the footprint, and the footprint won't be molested.
But it's not just the footprint, Bob.
I know.
Literally right at the part of the lander that didn't go back up to rendezvous. you'd want the whole landing site. But I love your idea of standing over the footprint and being able to see it. Maybe they'll make it so you could stand over the entire landing site, that site, and all the other sites.
Right. Maybe you could put a dome over it and then build like a second floor, like 5 feet off of the ground with glass, so that you could walk in this dome and you could look down and see where all the footsteps, and you could see everything that was down there. Big, interesting project.
How many people are really going to go to the moon, though?
Well, not Kara. In the
Is it
short
better
term,
to archaeologically remove this and bring it back to Earth?
I don't think they could do it without destroying
That would be challenging.
it.
It would damage it, but the same way that you take footprints of animals as you would pour plaster in them.
Well, I think what they should do, instead of pouring plaster on them, and follow me on this, just take a highly detailed laser scan.
3D rendering. That's better.
Yeah, you could do that easily.
So then we can recreate it.
LiDAR. You could do a LiDAR scan.
God, I want to print it on a 3D printer I don't own yet, but one day I will.
We could do that now. We could actually do that in a very soon mission to the moon.
Yeah,
There's
that'd
no
be
reason
awesome.
not to.
Maybe from orbit.
Yeah, you could LiDAR scan from far away. That would be pretty
What
cool.
kind of resolution could you get? Could you get like
I don't know.
millimeter scale resolution?
I know
think
that
that's
they
what you'd
can
need.
scan whole 3D spaces, and that you can even scan underground and stuff. So I'm assuming the resolution with LiDAR is pretty amazing. But I don't know how point to point it is.
Yeah, but even still, think about. Let's say that they talk about it and they're like, hey, we're sending people up there. We have a permanent base now. Hey, we're going to send this scanning equipment so they can, just send a probe that's in orbit that'll scan the surface and take unbelievably detailed imagery of all those sites, so we know exactly what's what and where.
I think that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's
That might also already kind of exist.
They could recreate that entire site in VR.
Oh God,
Guys,
that would be
we
cool.
should probably look into how much of this they've already done.
Oh, they have. I was going to say, you could walk around a VR space of the surface of Mars right now. Stitched together from all of the rover images.
And we have every crater of the moon beautifully mapped, I think. So I'm just wondering, you're right, Bob, do we have the footprints? Do we have it down to millimeter resolution? I don't know. But I just think that taking that information and bringing it back home for posterity is going to reach more people than fantasizing about the handful of people that are ever going to actually spend time on the moon.
I agree with you, but still, moving that, how would they do that?
Yeah, I agree, though. Preserving it is a good idea, just for
Scan it, recreate it.
Kara, in 200 years, there may be millions of people on the moon.
Yeah,
could be. Yeah, that's
what we're talking about. I'm talking about
that's
next
why
week.
preservation is important.
Yeah, we're talking about 200 years from now.
Kara, what I'm hearing in the subtext that Kara's like, I'm not going to the moon. I'm not going.
Yeah, that is part of the subtext.
You won't catch me walking around.
Yeah, who would go to the moon? I'm not going to the moon.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
Me too, Kara. Listen, I would love to have the nerve to go. I can't go.
No,
there isn't enough Xanax on the planet that would sustain me.
Jay, I'll stay home with you.
Yeah, we'll just Bob, send us the LiDAR, whatever you got.
We'll do.
Yeah, we'll just wave.
LiDAR.
We'll wave goodbye to Bob and Steve and maybe Evan. What do you think, Evan?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably
Okay.
not.
The three of us will stay home.
I would go.
Yeah,
I would
wish you
go.
guys
I'd probably die, but I'd go. All right.
Wait, I got one more
Wait.
thing that popped into my head. I may never think of this ever again. So in the movie Dune, when you might not know this, Kara, but they have the spice creatures that they bring in, and he's floating in a tube of spice. I would have to
Wait, are you
float.
saying
Guild
spice or
navigators.
space?
I would have to.
The guild.
The guild. I would have to be floating in a test tube, human-sized test tube of vaporized Xanax. Then I could go to the moon.
This is
All right.
Knock you out, wake you up.
Well, everyone, we're going to take a quick break from our show to talk about our sponsor this week, KiwiCo.
Hey guys, as you probably have heard before, we really love KiwiCo. They create these really cool hands-on projects that are specifically designed to expose kids of all ages to concepts in science and technology, engineering, arts, and math. One of the cool things that you could build with your kids is a desk lamp. It's a fully functioning, movable desk lamp, kind of like the Pixar desk lamp, except it clamps to your desk. Another thing that you could do is you could build a fully functioning pencil sharpener. And I think this is cool. My kids are in school. They have multiple pencil sharpeners. This one actually shows you the pencil sharpening so you can really see what's happening.
What I love about these projects is that the crate that you get has everything that you need inside, including instructions, that are geared towards the appropriate age group with more information in there. So it's really a learning experience, obviously not about the thing at the end. alone. It's about the process of doing it and the underlying engineering and science involved.
With KiwiCo's hands-on art and science projects, kids can engineer a walking robot, design a paint pendulum, conduct bubbling, chemistry experiments, and more. Everything you need to make science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics seriously fun, all delivered to your doorstep. Get 30% off your first month plus free shipping on any crate line with code SKEPTICS. That's 30% off your first month at KIWICO.com, promo code SKEPTICS.
All right, guys, let's get back to the show. Kara, so we've gotten this question. I've personally gotten this question a lot. If you get, once you're vaccinated, let's say you get your second dose and you're fully vaccinated, do you still need to wear a mask?
Yes, you do. And we'll talk about why. I think that this is an important topic because, more and more people are starting to grapple with what the world is going to look like post-vaccination, and we're all starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel. I also know that we've gotten direct emails from folks asking this very question, and also I remember getting an email, and sorry to paraphrase because I didn't dig it up to whoever sent it, saying how, I should have been a little bit more careful during one of our discussions because I was talking about until we reach herd immunity, blah, blah, blah. Until we reach herd immunity, we can't even think about going back to normal. And so that's an important point that I want to make as we have this discussion is what exactly does life look like before and after, quote, herd immunity? And what do we really mean by that? So as far as masks are concerned, right, Steve and I are, after our first doses, still waiting to get our second doses. If and when it's been, let's say, 10 to 14 days post-second dose, the vaccine that we will have received will have it should work, right? It should do what it was designed to do. So then can we just rip off our masks and run freely through the forest? Well, I guess we could if we were in the forest all alone. But in the city, we need to really keep our masks on. And I'm going to talk about why that is the case. So first and foremost, when we talk about Pfizer and Moderna, which are the two that you hear us reference the most often here in the United States, because those are the two that we mostly have access to here in the United States, we know that the vaccines are about 95% effective if you get both doses, and if you get those doses handled appropriately at the right time span, you follow all the guidance to a T. Because in laboratory studies, what we're often looking at is efficacy. This is a specific but important distinction that I'm not sure we make a lot on the show, although I know it has come up, the difference between efficacy and effectiveness. An efficacy study is done under pristine lab conditions. So it's saying if everything is done exactly correctly, this is the efficacy of this drug or of this vaccine. Effectiveness is really the real world outcome, knowing that sometimes people come in late for their second dose, or maybe the vaccine was thawed a little bit prematurely, or, there are all sorts of different things that in the real world might affect the effectiveness of a vaccine. So we know that these have a 95% efficacy. And even still, that means 1 in 20 people could get COVID, even after vaccination. 1 in 20. That's a risk. It's a real risk. No, I'm not saying it to scare you, because if all of us get vaccinated, then we are getting to herd immunity. And that 1 in 20 people being unprotected, the risk goes way down if literally everyone around you is protected.
Yeah, the point is that the virus can't spread.
Exactly, because there's no
enough
reservoir.
Nodes of contact to continuously spread, so it gets shut down.
Exactly. But here at the beginning, when you're only, let's say, in the first or second cohort of people getting vaccinated, the vast majority of people around you are still unprotected from an immune perspective. So even after you've been vaccinated, let's just say we're looking at this from a purely selfish perspective, there's still a chance you could catch COVID, because you might be in that 5% group and the people around you are still unprotected. So keep that in mind. Now, moving on beyond kind of pure selfishness, we've got to remember that, I think I already kind of crossed this one off the list, but you're not going to be fully protected until something like 6 weeks after you get your first inoculation, and that's even if you follow the guidance perfectly. So I think Pfizer is a 3-week span between the 2 doses, Moderna is a 4-week span, and if you give yourself that 10 days to 2 weeks for full effectiveness after the final dose, we're talking about, you get vaccinated the 1st of January, you're not going to have full immunity, I say that in the context of the full immunity that the vaccine will give you until mid-February. So keep that in mind as well. But here's the real question that I think a lot of people are bringing up and reading about, and that's confusing a lot of people, and that's, if you're vaccinated, does it prevent you from spreading the virus? And the answer to that question right now is we still don't know. So when we look at the studies that were performed by these large pharmaceutical companies to determine whether or not we could safely put these vaccines out into the general public, they looked at 2 things. Does the vaccine work? And when we say does the vaccine work, we're saying does it keep people from getting sick with COVID? And 2, is the vaccine safe? And once those 2 questions were answered to our satisfaction and to the satisfaction of the FDA or whatever your country's agency is that regulates these things, then many countries have their own version of this, but we had this emergency release. We had this vaccine that was made available to the public knowing that it worked and that it was safe. What we didn't test at all was whether or not it actually prevents people from spreading the virus. So the question is, if you're not getting COVID, how could you spread a virus? Well, that's kind of complicated. So vaccines often provide 2 different levels of protection, and we can look at it in terms of different types of diseases. So the measles vaccine, part of the reason that it's so badass and why it's like amazing that people don't get it, is that it prevents you from ever even getting infected with the measles. So if you never get infected, you cannot carry the virus, you cannot spread it to other people. Whereas flu vaccines and a lot of other, actually most other vaccines, they prevent you from having such a high viral load that you'll get sick. But many people still might have a low load of virus if they're exposed. And some of this has to do with how we take vaccines. Now, the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines are injected vaccines, so there's like a systemic response. Some flu vaccines, and I think some polio vaccines, you can take through your nose. And when you take them through your nose or an oral way, they actually have an immediate response on the epithelium of your nose and mouth. Now, it seems to be the case that that is the kind of upper echelon, top tier way to take a vaccine for something that is airborne. That said, we're not there yet with the COVID vaccine. We have to take a shot. And so the question is, can we be populated with virus in our nose and mouth before it ever makes it through our body systemically and makes us sick enough that we start to show symptoms? Can we be populated and still spread it through a cough or a sneeze or through talking to other people? And we don't know, but there's a good chance that that might still be the case. So even if you yourself have a vaccine that prevents you from getting sick, it doesn't mean you might not still be able to collect and shed virus to other people. And that's something that we really have to keep in mind while the vast majority of the public is not yet vaccinated. The good news is we're studying it right now. There are some really interesting proposed trials. There's some retrospective trials which don't really tell us a lot of information, but based on the people who already took the vaccine during the original trials, there might be some self-report information that we can gather. But then there's also some interesting trials that may take place on like college campuses where people are tested multiple times throughout the week for antibodies and for viral load within their nasal epithelium, and then they're able to do contact tracing, and that'll give us a much clearer picture of whether or not people who are vaccinated are still collecting low levels of virus or even high levels of virus that just never make it, that their immune system fights off really quickly in their nose or their mouth and then spreading it onto other people. So that's, going to be a really interesting and important study. And then finally, we've got to remember that, actually a couple of things. We've got to remember that there are some people who will never be able to get the vaccine. And there are other people for whom if they get the vaccine, it doesn't seem to have the same effectiveness as young, healthy people. So people with cancer, for example, who have compromised immune systems, although the drug trials or the vaccine trials that were designed for Pfizer and Moderna did not allow these individuals in the study, after the fact, they realized that some people developed cancer or were diagnosed with cancer during the study. And so they're able to kind of look at this very tiny cohort. And although this is not, robust data, interestingly, their protection was only about 76%. And that's compared to the 95% in the general population who took the vaccine. And so with further analysis, we may realize that people with compromised immune systems, although the vaccine may be, highly recommended for them, which we don't know yet, their protection might not be as high. And, of course, there are some people who can't take the vaccine. People who have blood clotting disorders, for example, or who are taking Coumadin or warfarin right now aren't supposed to take the vaccine. And a lot of cancer patients, for example, are in that vulnerable group. So, again, we have to protect them by wearing our mask. And then finally, as of right now, it looks like all the new variants of the coronavirus are potentially going to be targeted by this vaccine. But we don't know if that's going to continue to be the case. And we don't know if the COVID vaccine is going to be much more like the flu vaccine in the sense that we're going to be chasing new mutations all the time, new genetic variants. We do know that these new genetic variants do seem to be significantly more contagious, which could just mean a higher number of caseload, like a higher case count, which ultimately affects the calculus for vaccination. So the truth of the matter is, until we get to a place where herd immunity is significant, where the vast majority of the population is vaccinated, and where we have a little bit more information, scientific information about what vaccination really does offer in terms of the spread of the virus, it's imperative that we continue with all of the same CDC guidance that has been made to this point. Wear a mask over both your nose and your mouth. That's the most important part. Stay at least 6 feet away from others. Avoid crowds. Avoid poorly ventilated spaces. And wash your hands often. Even if you're vaccinated, it's imperative that you continue to follow this guidance, both to keep yourself safe and, even more importantly, probably to keep others around you safe.
Yeah, so to put this into context, like when we get towards the end of an epidemic, a pandemic, whatever, the risk to the individual is going down, right? Because we're shutting down the pandemic. But that's right. When we have to keep our foot on the gas, right? That's when we absolutely have to keep going.
When psychologically we often will do the opposite, which is
so it's like we're so close to eradicating polio. Now's not the time to stop taking polio vaccines, even though your risk may be super low. We have to make sure that the world is vaccinated until it's eradicated. So until we get to herd immunity and we really shut down the pandemic, we have to just keep pushing. We're almost there. Don't give up yet. Don't ease up. Just because you got the vaccine.
Just because you're vaccinated, that is not. And I think take a note from the healthcare workers who have, many of whom have studied this in detail, many of whom are living this every single day. If you speak to healthcare workers on the front lines, a lot of them are saying a new normal for me is that I will always be masked at work.
Mm-hmm. All right, Evan, I hear the CIA just declassified a whole crop of new UFO documents.
Oh, yes, they did. More than 3 decades worth of records. They are now available to the public. The United States Central Intelligence Agency has released what they claim to be all of their intelligence on unidentified flying objects, UFOs, but we now more commonly refer to them as unexplained aerial phenomena. Or
Evan, all their declassified documents.
What did I say?
You said just all their documents.
You said all their documents.
It's just all their declassified documents.
All their declassified documents. Yes, thank you. Right. They didn't just open up their door and say, come on in and have anything you want.
Which, of course, means that the UFO enthusiasts will never be satisfied.
Of course not. Please, that's not what this is about. Satisfying them? Well, this was quite a work in progress to get to this point, though. It took, the better part of 3 decades. They've been working on this since the 1990s. One group in particular called the Black Vault. They've been filing what are called Freedom of Information Act requests, FOIA requests.
FOIA.
Yep. And just last year, they're saying mid-last year, the CIA finally came up with a trove of documents that they handed over because of all those requests to the Black Vault. And the Black Vault just got done apparently going through them all, and they made them available up on their website. You can go and see them all if you would like. the requests piled up so much over time that it became known as the UFO collection, and they actually put this thing on a CD-ROM. So that tells you about kind of how long ago they were compiling this stuff and actually getting it ready as part of these requests. And again, this dates back to the 1990s, these FOIA requests. So it's kind of been a long time coming. And no doubt traffic to the website has increased massively, maybe over the last few days since this was announced. And it arrives before officials from the U.S. Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. They're supposed to go before Congress and explain to Congress everything that they know about UFOs and UAPs. So that is also coming up later in this year. It came through as part of the latest COVID-19 relief package that came through at the end of the year. Was this component to it? It didn't get much press at the time because COVID's the most important part of this, but this directive saying that they have to submit a report within 180 days to satisfy this particular act that went into effect. So they're going to be explaining to Congress what's going on. And Steve, as you alluded to, what this does is it will, yes, all these documents and information is out there, but what are people really going to learn from it? It sounds like it's going to be a series of anecdotes and stories and people's opinions on a lot of different things. It's not as if these reports are going to say, we have this piece of material, we have absolutely no idea how to analyze it for its components or know what it's made of, and here it is and here's how you can get it, and there's not going to be an alien autopsy video or something equivalent that's going to be revealed, and even if it was, you'd have to be skeptical of it. So how much further really does this satisfy the people who believe that we are being visited by aliens, by extraterrestrials?
Zero.
Not at all. Plus, on top of that, with it being the CIA, and this is what the CIA is claiming, that they've handed everything over, they're inherently skeptical of the CIA to begin with, and they're going to be like, well, of course they're not going to hand everything over to us. They're going to keep all the pieces that would show the direct evidence of alien visitations and all those things, based on whatever subcode or subsection or presidential order from 1973 or what have you. They'll come up with all sorts of excuses. So while it makes for interesting headlines, and yes, it does comply with the laws we have in this country about FOIA, which are very important because we do have a right to know about a lot of different things that's going on with our government. As far as the overall UFO conspiracies, I don't think this moves the ball at all as far as they're concerned, and certainly they will never be satisfied.
Yeah, so as you said, there's no smoking gun. And this dark black vault, whatever it is, the black vault, they have like millions of documents. There's no
2
smoking
million
gun
documents
in the documents
entirely,
that they have. Yeah. And so, skeptics will say, well, there's no smoking gun, right? That's because there's no UFOs. And then the true believers will say, well, they're not releasing the smoking gun because they're the government and they're going to keep them classified. Yeah, so what effect does this have? None at all.
Zero.
All right, thanks, Evan.
Yep.
Jay, it's Who's That Noisy time.
All right, guys, last week I played This Noisy. That's it. So just a quick disclaimer. We're recording the show on Sunday, which means I did not get that many submissions, but I did get a good enough, it's quote-unquote good enough. So Michael Blaney wrote in and said, hey, Jay, you are a tricky bastard. This one is wild. My guess for This Noisy is pink noise. It's similar to white noise. Real white noise, not birds chirping or a waterfall or something like that, but the energy of each frequency drops as it increases, meaning that every octave has equal power, making a more balanced sound than white noise. That is not correct, although, of course, this sound has very much a white noise sound to it, without a doubt. But that was not correct. Stuart Harrington wrote in and said, it's a bee ball. You wanted specific, so it, of course, has to be Asian honeybees assassinating a murder hornet. And it's my favorite. It's my birthday week, so you have to give it to me, even if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. Stuart, since it's your birthday, I'll give you nothing. You were wrong on your birthday. Wow.
Deal with it.
Wow, man. Deal with it. Happy birthday. Oliver Bayer wrote it. Hey, Jay, I knew immediately who last week's noisy was. Sure you did. You could say that afterwards. He said, but didn't mail you since I thought that many people would know. Never say that to yourself. Always email me. So he says, therefore, I will now always write to you if I have the slightest idea. No idea about this week, though, but I'm going to say it's a huge swarm of insects like locusts flying and buzzing. Again, insects, absolutely. There's insect noises that sound like this. This, however, is not the answer. I have one more guess here. This was from Kyle Pizzola, and he says, hello, this sounds like the postal workers ziplining over Steve's house delivering packages to avoid the dogs.
2 points for being clever.
He said it does sound like a zip line, though. And I agree. I've been on zip lines, and they do have that kind of sound, that zippy sound to it. Lots of things sound like lots of things. We have a partial winner this week, because I did want specifics. John Blair wrote in and said, hi, Jay, Evan, whatever. I think this week's noisy is an indoor FPV drone race. Okay.
Ooh, those are fun.
Oh, totally. The first person point of view, the drone race. Oh my God, they're
so cool.
The pilots
they go
are
so
amazing.
fast.
Yeah, they're so skilled. I mean, those pilots like have it down. They don't even have to think about it. They're just flying as if it's their own body, you know. But okay, so let me tell you what this actually is. Yes, this does have something to do with drones, but this one in particular is very specific. So the guy that sent this in, his name was John, and he says, I race drones, I teach drones, and I am part of a drone research program at a local university. When most people hear the word drone, they think of quadcopters, right? So that would be, and this is me talking, that's basically the thing that's flying has 4 propeller blades on it, that are like the 4 corners of it, or they could be in a rectangular formation, and that's why they say quad, because there's four of the blades. Like most aerial photography and racing drones, or they think some sort of unmanned military aircraft, but in fact there are thousands of variations of drones. I recently came across this video of an omnicopter, which I happen to think is the most interesting variation I've seen. So let me tell you what this is. So the omnicopter, and this is still from his email, but he quoted it, so it must be from the website. The omnicopter is an omnidirectional aircraft that can generate force and torques in any direction, allowing it to fly at arbitrary attitudes. Okay, so what does that mean? If you saw the omnicopter that we're talking about, it is actually in the shape of a cube, and there are blades pointing in every direction, like, so you would think left, right, up and, left, right, north, south, east, and west, and then on every angle. So I believe in total it has 8 blades, or 8 sets of propellers. That means that this thing could, of course, hover, but it can go in any direction, up, sideways, on a complete diagonal, and it's weird. When you see the thing fly, it looks as if, like it's moving on a track almost, right? Because it can go in any direction. So they had 3 of them that were following the same exact path in space, and one was following the other, and the other one was following the other. So there's 3 of them, and they were going on like it looked like a 3D racetrack. And it was amazing because the accuracy of these things were so precise that it really did look like you would think your brain's telling you they must be on a track to be that accurate, This week's Noisy was set in by a listener named Miklos Bolza, and check it out. That's all I'm giving you. All right, so if you think you know what that noisy is, or if you heard something cool this week, email me at wtn@theskepticsguide.org.
Thank you, brother. A couple of quick emails. First, a correction from last week. We were talking about supercapacitors and the fact that they could charge and discharge very quickly. So I brought up the idea that, yes, if you had a supercapacitor in your car, you could charge it very quickly in emergencies because they could take the charge so quickly. And a lot of people pointed out that even if the supercapacitor could take a charge very quickly, you still have to give up a charge very quickly. So if you plug it into your outlet in your house, it's still going to take about a mile a minute to charge it up, right? It's still going to take a half an hour to get that 30 miles on there. That's correct. So then you would need some kind of fast charger, which might double it, but it's still going to be 15 minutes. Although one email said you could have a capacitor in your house, which you keep charged. That could be just slow charging in the background, and then when you need to fast charge your car, you could fast charge it from that. That's a great idea. You could do
Like
that.
that could come from your solar panels or something.
Yeah, or whatever. You just
Yeah,
keep
that'd
it.
be
Just
cool.
you have that. So your fast charger itself is a supercapacitor that could then you could dump the charge very quickly. Also on the road, like recharging stations could be industrial level rechargers. So it still may be limited by how robust they can be, but it could be fairly fast, much faster than your home would be. So thanks for everyone who pointed that out. Also, very quickly, I don't want to really do a deep dive on this, but we did get a number of people email us this. There's a viral video going around of a woman who claims that she is having a significant neurological side effect from the Moderna vaccine. You guys seen this?
No.
So, I don't like commenting on people's medical neurological conditions in public whether they're my patient or not. It's bad either way, I've never examined this person. I have no idea what they have. But here's the thing. If you're putting it in the public domain and saying this is a risk of the Moderna vaccine and we're in the middle of a pandemic, you kind of forfeited your right to privacy when you did that. Right?
Yeah.
And now you're kind of entering the public discourse, making yourself evidence. And so, we kind of have no choice but to comment on at least the evidence you presented. So let me just say a couple of things. First of all, if I looked at this video of her shaking without any context, what it looks like to me as a neurologist is what we call a conversion disorder, which basically means that it's more psychological than neurological. It doesn't mean she's faking. I hate the fact, that's the other thing, you put these things online, all the comments are shite. Like every comment is either, my hopes and prayers are with you, which is fine, or, that, oh yeah, these vaccines are a scam and blah, 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 or try this detox, all this crap, or it's she's faking. Neither of these things are true. This is a medical condition. It's just not a neurological condition, and it's not a physiological side effect to the vaccine. Some people respond to stress this way. That's just the way, the way their mind works. It's okay. You shouldn't stigmatize it or blame her or think that she's faking or anything like that. But this probably wasn't a biological response to the vaccine. Now, if multiple people start reporting the same thing, we have to investigate it. If you recall, in Denmark, in Finland, that area, there was a number of people who came down with narcolepsy after a specific brand of the flu vaccine.
Interesting.
Remember that?
I don't.
And
That's fascinating.
At first, I was like, yeah, it's one or two isolated cases. We've got to keep an eye on this. But in retrospect, after you look at all the data, it almost certainly was a side effect of the vaccine.
Wow.
But it was one particular brand, and it's no longer out there, so don't worry about that. But they kind of backtracked what was happening and showed that that was a vaccine side effect.
But thus far with COVID, it's literally just local
pain and maybe a little
Yeah.
bit of a fever,
And
in some
even
people.
like joint pain, fever, that seems
Usual
to be with
vaccine
the
stuff,
second
yeah.
vaccine,
Yeah.
when you've got more immunity. And actually, from what I've been reading, the allergic response is actually pretty low with this vaccine. Like even compared to some other vaccines, it's a pretty low risk of having an allergic response.
Yeah. But unfortunately, this person's like, don't get the vaccine. Look what happened to me. It's like, sorry, you can't say that. You can't.
Right.
This is, again, the lottery. This is funny because it's the lottery fallacy and the gambler's fallacy kind of thing. It's like, but it happened right after the vaccine. Yes, you give millions of people the vaccine. Some people are going to have stuff happen to them right afterwards by chance alone. Obviously, if it were one person got the vaccine and something bad happened, you would be more concerned than if 10 million people get the vaccine and one of them has something happen. Then the probability that was a chance reaction is much greater, right? So it's a strangely similar kind of logic at play here.
I'm also fascinated, Steve, by the psychological component of vaccine reaction. Like how often, because I see this even in my own family, where people seem to have a narrative that like every time I get vaccinated, X happens. I know this about my body. And it's like, well, don't you think that if you go into it having that intense expectation that you're going to find evidence to support it?
What we call the nocebo effect, where you have a psychological negative reaction partly because you're expecting to.
because you're expecting it, and it's such a difficult thing to break out of because it's almost like a negative feedback loop. Because of course, just even throughout the day, you might have little. Like after I got my first vaccine, they have you sit for 15 minutes at my hospital and just wait. And they come up to you after you've set your timer and they say, do you have any symptoms? And I remember being like, well, my palms are a little sweaty, but I think it's just hot in here. And they were like, it's not hot in here. Maybe you should sit for another 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, I was like, I'm fine. And they were like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because I drank an entire coffee before I sat down to get vaccinated and haven't eaten anything yet today.
See,
but, you know,
for me, Kara, they just asked me, are you going to be around other people for the next 10, 15 minutes? I'm like, yeah.
Oh, really?
They just didn't want you to be alone. So if you had an anaphylactic reaction, nobody would be there to see it.
For us, they had a blood pressure monitor and they had a nursing station ready to go. And then they give you a hotline just in case anything comes up. You know, they were like trying to be extra careful, which I get. I mean, it's fair. Yeah, but they all knew it was being extra careful. But, you know, my experience had nothing to do with the vaccine. But of course, I could have very easily said, anytime I get vaccinated, I have, you know, increased heart rate and my palms get really sweaty. Well, yeah, but that could be nerves. That could be expectation. And so it's a really complicated phenomenon. How much of this is psychological?
Totally. So, and just the final word here. So, you know, other neurologists have commented publicly about this, again, being circumspect like I am, but saying, yeah, this doesn't correspond with any like movement disorder or anything. It's certainly not seizures. It doesn't really correspond with anything else. So we tend to categorize those as a conversion reaction. But even if this were an actual legit reaction to the vaccine, it's still 1,000,000 to 1. Millions of people have gotten this vaccine. And this is like the only one with this kind of reaction. So it's still statistically massively in your benefit to get the vaccine. And this is almost certainly not a vaccine reaction. Okay, one full email. This is a really interesting thing I want to talk about. This comes from Brody from Australia, and he writes, hi all, especially Kara, with regards to this question. Reading a game designer's analysis of QAnon, I realized that the concept of guided apophenia is the evil counter to the skeptic's approach of helping people to realize their failures of critical thinking through gently guiding them with rational questions. I'm interested to get your thoughts on what the counter to this approach could be. Is it through education about pareidolia and apophenia? Regardless, perhaps apophenia is a good candidate for what's the word. I think we've talked about it before. But apophenia, very quickly, it's the more general idea of seeing connections among things when there isn't one. It's an illusory connection.
Right, like pareidolia is a type of apophenia.
Yeah, exactly. It's a visual apophenia. And he links to an article, which we'll link to in the show notes, about a game designer noting that how often they accidentally create clues that they didn't intend to create. At least for me, I've both played a lot of games and I've written games for other people to play. So I've been on both sides of this phenomenon that the random details of the game begin to look like clues or that they're deliberate. And so here's the thing. When you're playing a game, let's say you're doing a breakout room or a role-playing game or whatever, or even a video game, and the game designer says, like, in the game that they made, a video game, there was wood chips on the floor, and the wood chips accidentally fell into the pattern of an arrow pointing at a blank wall. And that a lot of players would get stuck trying to figure out and what was going on with this blank wall. And of course, there were also tools in the room. So they said, well, that's not a coincidence. I must be meant to use these tools to get into that wall somehow. And this was totally not the case. It was completely at random. But they were certain that was how they needed to get through the next challenge of the game. But it was completely accidental. And I've been there too, where the thing is, the game was designed by a person. And when you play games, like right now I'm playing my way through Half-Life Alyx, and it's absolutely one of part of your thinking in terms of solving puzzles. This thing is here. It may be here for me to use to solve the next challenge that I have. Maybe not. That's a clue in and of itself. The fact that it exists is a clue.
Because the game was designed.
Right.
Yeah.
But what's fascinating is that some people react to the real world as if it were designed, because
Well,
they
some
think,
people believe the real world was designed.
that's the point. Then it's the illusion of a designer, right? The invisible hand behind what's happening, or hyperactive agency detection. So the video game is like a little microcosm of hyperactive agency detection, where you think that everything is deliberate. And it's actually reasonable in a game because a lot of things are deliberate, but it shows you even there, people will still find stuff, false patterns. They'll still engage in apophenia. And I've done that too. Like I've been the person writing the game, like for tabletop role-playing games, things like that, where people key into something that I didn't intend for them to key into. And it takes them off on a tangent that is a complete red herring. And it's just because if you have enough detail in your world, all that noise, but it's amazing how confident people get about these fake patterns that they see.
And then some designers utilize that intentionally, right? Like if you're thinking about a murder mystery, the whole point is to make people go off and think that other people were responsible, or think that, all these different tangents are the actual path. You want to throw them off the trail.
The red herring. Yeah, and I do that.
Yeah.
I do that as a game designer, too. I throw in tons of red herrings just so that they can't know something's important simply because it's there.
Right, but there has to be a resolution to it. So if they go to investigate it, they have to be able to realize, okay, at some point I got a new piece of information. This was not right. I have to go back.
So does guided apophenia specifically refer to intending apophenia, like forcing apophenia upon the game players?
Well, it can, but it could also be inadvertent guided apophenia.
Right.
But they're saying like QAnon is doing it deliberately. Like it's a conspiracy theory where they're picking up the threads of reality and weaving them together into a pattern that's not real.
With all these random breadcrumbs that are completely arbitrary, but of course you can always find patternicity, especially as we know if other group members reinforce it to you.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You've done this, like you're looking at animals in clouds, and you might be looking in the general direction of a random cloud that doesn't look like anything. And then someone says, ooh, do you see the dragon? Look, there's its head and there's its tail. And then you see it, because then your brain fills in the pattern that's being suggested to you.
Yeah,
or if you're with audio pareidolia, it's very powerful. If somebody says, do you hear them saying, "'cause I live with Satan" or something, then you start to hear it, and you can't not hear it after.
Why is it always about Satan?
Well, but it's all these ghost shows when they hear all this noise in the recording. That's exactly what that is.
Right. All audio pareidolia. But it's interesting, the idea that people are doing it deliberately to foment a conspiracy theory, and that they're basically doing what game designers do, is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
Because I do think they're onto something there. All right, let's move on with science or fiction.
It's time for science or fiction.
Each week I come up with 3 science news items or facts, 2 genuine, 1 fictitious, and I challenge my panel of skeptics to tell me which one is the fake. It's only been a couple of days since the last episode. Weekends are very, very slow news days, so of course there's a theme for this one. And the theme is, this is for you, Kara. You ready? Material science.
Yes! I want to go last.
Now your favorite.
I went first last week.
Here we go. Item number 1. Tantalum is a silvery metal, highly corrosion resistant, that is used in some electronics and as medical implants. Item number 2. The oldest evidence of forging iron predates the Iron Age by 2,000 years and used meteoric iron as the source. And item number 3, radium, the element most responsible for the death of Marie Curie, is also the most radioactive substance known. Bob, go first.
All right, tantalum. God, that name just leaps out at me. I know it, but am I remembering a Star Trek episode? Or crap? Damn you, science fiction!
Gold pressed tantalum.
Silvery metal, heavy.
Right, gold pressed tantalum.
Medical implants. Yeah, I mean, God. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does ring a bell, though. Let's go to the second one here. Forging iron, 2,000 years. That's huge. I mean, I could see, some evidence of forging going on using meteoric iron. Very rarely happening. I could see them finding evidence of that, but it never took off. So it didn't become the Iron Age because nobody. I could see that happening. It doesn't seem unreasonable to me. So let's go to radium. All right, so is radium the most radioactive substance known?
Since you're going first, I'll clarify what most radioactive means. So it's not the shortest half-life, not the most unstable. It's the one that gives off the most particles per weight.
Yeah, that's what I would. What I would assume. Yeah, I'll say radium's
is a fiction.
The not true one. Yeah.
Okay, Jay.
Yeah, fiction. That's what it's called.
God, I mean, I am a fan of metals. I know that sounds weird, but I do read about metals from time to time. I do recognize the word, but I don't know if Steve's just picking some random element or whatever. But I don't see any reason to not believe it because if it was corrosion resistant, it would. I could see it being used for those two things. The second one here about forging iron, the oldest evidence of forging iron actually predates the Iron Age by 2,000 years. I know that there is meteoric iron, so I mean this is definitely plausible. It's the forging of it, and then the last one, radium, the element most responsible for the death of Marie Curie, is also the most radioactive substance known. All right, so my only thing about radium here is it the most radioactive substance known? All right, I'm going to GWB. I'll say that it's the radium one is the thing.
Okay, Kara.
One thing I will let you guys know is that I was lucky this week to watch the new movie Radioactive, which is about Marie Curie's life.
What?
And starring Rosamund Pike and directed by Marjane Satrapi. I actually got to interview the two of them for a panel by American Cinematheque. So I happened to watch a movie about radium this week. That said, I will also tell you the answer to that question was not in the movie.
No spoilers.
Oh my God! All right, I was wondering where you're going with that.
Although you guys should check out this interview once it becomes available because great movie, really cool people. Yeah. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. Tantalum sounds like you made it up, but also so many fun things in science do sound like they're made up by creative people. So I wouldn't put it past somebody to name a metal tantalum. And then forging iron. If forging does necessitate both heat and pounding, I still don't. This doesn't seem that implausible. I mean, it's amazing, and it has us recalibrate a lot of things. But that said, meteoric iron, as we know, does exist. And fire was harnessed millions of years ago. So I don't see why early humans couldn't have attempted to forge iron if they found this cool metallic substance that was like heavy and strong, that they wouldn't say, ooh, this seems better than stone for a thing. Maybe I can try and melt it down. I don't know. It seems possible. Maybe not plausible, but possible. But radium is a naturally occurring substance. I do know that they collected it from this ore. It took tons and tons and tons of this ore that they collected from a mine in order to purify until they had a tiny amount of radium, and that was basically their life's work to get the Nobels. Marie actually ended up with 2 Nobels. I don't know if you guys know that. Mm-hmm. I know that this is a naturally occurring element, although in very small quantities, and my assumption is that there are elements that have been created, produced, discovered for that reason that are probably more radioactive. So I think I'm going to go with the guys and say that's the fiction.
Okay, and Evan.
Well, I'm not going alone this week. I'll be with everyone else. I remember Carl Sagan talking about plutonium in the original Cosmos, and he brought that up as an example of radioactive substances. And, if that were, I'll just go with that because I think he would have used radium as his example, if not plutonium. I don't know if it's plutonium, maybe not anymore, but therefore, I'm with everyone else. Radium's fiction.
Although I will ask Steve before you continue, does plutonium glow? Because radium legit glows.
Yeah, radium
green,
glows. Radium glows
which
blue.
You can see it. No, I think it's green.
No, it's blue.
Are you sure?
Yep, positive.
Radium.
Blue. I mean, I just looked at it. Obviously, I read it for this item.
But radium dials are green. Like, it's always portrayed as being green.
It by itself, if you're just looking at the radium, it glows a little bit blue.
Oh, look at this. Even without the phosphor, pure radium emits enough to excite, causing it to glow. The color isn't green, though, but a pale blue. why does everybody portray it as green?
Hollywood
I
got
The
it
mean,
wrong.
Simpsons.
Yeah, exactly.
and because of
All right,
and
well,
because-
let's
Okay.
take these in order. Item number 1, tantalum is a silvery metal, highly corrosion resistant, that is used in some electronics and as medical implants. You guys all think that tantalum actually exists, and this one
Oh, that's the
is science. This is science.
Yay!
tantalum. I know. I almost went that way. Almost.
I mean, I included it because I just can't remember ever hearing of it before. I know at some
had
point
never
I've read every element, but it just didn't stick with me. You don't hear about it in everyday life, you know.
And it
But
sounds made up, but then
it sounds
again, it is made up.
because it's based on everything's made up, right?
Tantalized.
It's based on Tantalus. I mean, that's who it was named after. It's
that like a
it's a
dude?
metal. You know, there's 38, I think, different transition metals. They all have the same. They all have metal, characteristics that are they're ductile and whatever. So yeah, this is a metal, just like many other metals, and it's
Conductors, too,
its most impressive feature is that it's very corrosion resistant. So I mean, like even you could use it to contain things like acids that would eat away other things. And it also has electronic properties that can use in electronics, and it doesn't react with anything, so it's great for medical implants. It doesn't react, but there's no biological reactivity to the tantalum.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, let's go to number 3, radium. The element most responsible for the death of Marie Curie is also the most radioactive substance known. You guys all think this is the fiction. Let me give you a little bit more background. So, Kara, you're correct. Curie worked mainly with uranium, but in uranium there are tiny amounts of other radioactive components. And it was actually those tiny amounts of stuff like radium that is what killed her, because it's much more like thousands of times more radioactive than uranium itself. But there's something that's even much more radioactive than radium. And
Tantalum?
Nope.
Plutonium?
Plutonium?
Nope.
Oh.
Uranium-234?
Nope. It's
235.
It's not any isotope of uranium. It's not any isotope of plutonium. It's polonium.
Polonium.
Ooh, I should have thought of polonium. That's what
Polonium, which was
Russians used to kill
also
everyone with.
that's the other element that was mixed in with the uranium, although much less of it. And it's many times more radioactive than even radium. So that was also contributing to it. It was named after Poland. So she was credited with discovering polonium, and she named it after
Who,
her.
Curie?
Yeah, Curie.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they were just, I was remembering what it's called. It was pitch blend. Pitch blend
Yeah.
is what they used in order to purify and yeah, that's a uraninite mineral that occurs in these big masses that they pulled out of that they had shipped to them, like tons and tons of pitch blend from a mine.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And it's
right.
uranium, you're right, it's uranium rich. But uranium had already been discovered at that point. And they were like, there's something in there that's not accounted for. And
There was more radioactivity than could be accounted for by the uranium. That's that was
Yeah.
the radium and the polonium.
And they were like, we think we might have discovered a new element. And it turns out they actually discovered 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Oh, yeah, you got this metal, this material or whatever, and just by being near it, it slowly kills you, just by being close.
Yeah.
Right, but
It's
they didn't
incredible.
know.
Yeah.
And at the time,
I
people
know.
thought it was a treatment.
Oh, yeah. It's just amazing to think when you have no knowledge of, of otherwise, well over 100, 200 years ago, to think that a substance near you could kill you like that. That wasn't like, obviously, like a gas that, you were breathing in. Just these radioactive particles that you had no conception of at all.
Yeah.
But they did have a concept, like Marie Curie had a conception of what radioactivity was. I mean, she named radioactivity. She really understood what
She was
going
developing
on in
it.
the
They
cell.
just didn't realize how biologically harmful it was.
Exactly. But they were starting to see, obviously, that how X-rays worked based on that. It was
Yeah,
at
that
the
was
same time
the
period
beginning,
that was
the
utilized.
beginnings of
Mhm.
understanding it.
All right,
But,
let's go back to number 2. The oldest
yes.
evidence of forging iron predates the Iron Age by 2,000 years and used meteoric iron as the source. That is science.
Cool.
So
What did they make?
so the Iron Age was when they were smelting and forging iron and using it extensively. So, the use of iron from meteorites, I think, in retrospect, they're not counting that as part of the official Iron Age.
So what was the source of iron, Steve, during the Iron Age? Was it like mined?
Iron ore, yeah. It was iron
Yeah,
ore.
okay. So they found sources and then they intentionally mined them out of those.
Yeah, so
Kara, iron rock actually is exposed to the surface too.
Yeah.
The first
all
parts of
over
it
the
they
place.
found in probably riverbeds.
But I'm assuming that there was a concerted effort to identify and then to mine this iron during the Iron Age.
Eventually.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll get to that in a second. But iron in a meteorite exists already in a purified
Forged.
form and already alloyed with nickel. It's like, which is a really good, like iron nickel alloys are good, you know.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
the
and it's
homework's
like
done
heavy.
for you.
It's heavy and it's shiny and it's like obvious.
The universe
if
did
you
the
are
hard
lucky
work.
enough to find it.
The first evidence of using meteorite iron was in Egypt 5,000 years ago. So 3,000, the Iron Age started around 3,000 years ago, like 1200 BCE. So that's like whatever 1,300 years ago. But 2,000 years prior to that, they were using heat to forge the bits of the meteorite into little beads. That's it. They weren't making
Beads.
stuff weapons or tools out of it. They
Just
were
like
making
to play with it.
decorative beads out of it. It was just a status symbol because it was a
And
rare
Steve,
thing.
That so groks with when I did that meteorite piece for Nat Geo, and I was in Morocco in the Saharan desert out
Yeah.
with a Safari guide, and I remember he said this one phrase, and everybody started laughing during the interview. He said, "When you are out on camel, you see only three things that are black against the sand. You see old tires, camel shit, and meteorite." And like it just stands out so broadly against the sand.
Like the
That
Arctic,
leads
too.
to the next thing I was going to talk about here was that in the Arctic, the Inuit also found and used meteoric iron, but they used them for their weapons. And
Interesting.
but
Right,
this
and there was no
this
tires and camel shit up there.
That's right.
Yeah,
This
it
was
was just
maybe
meteorites.
Seal.
1,200 years ago. So this was after the Iron Age. So this was
Oh,
the
gotcha.
oldest. But they were, and in fact, there was one big meteor that landed in Greenland that got traded all over the Northeast. There. Because they could trace it back. What they were doing was cladding like their spear tips in iron from this meteor.
Oh, my
for
God.
example.
Oh, smart. Like
Yeah.
reinforcing it.
Yeah.
Material science from the heavens.
Yeah.
I love this.
Right.
That's cool.
But just very, very quickly, so the bronze is actually a really good metal, and it's very much easier to make. You could melt the copper and the tin in pots, and you could just cast with it, right? Although it's not nearly as strong as iron. It's like if you make a sword out of bronze, the risk of it breaking is pretty good. But at the time, iron, they didn't have the technology to really. It was very difficult to smelt iron, right? You couldn't.
because it requires higher heat.
Higher heat, you need a brick oven, and also like raw pig iron, like raw iron, it has a lot of impurities in it, which makes it crap. So actually, the low-tech iron was worse than bronze.
Makes sense.
And in fact, the switch from bronze to iron happened when these ancient civilizations were collapsing, like Greece, because they lost their infrastructure where they were sourcing their copper and tin. So they couldn't make their bronze anymore, so they had to use this shitty iron. But of course, then they figured out how to make it into steel, and then boom, they were off to the races.
That's it.
Once they
So
figured out how
even
to,
then, I wonder if meteorites were like just this prized source.
yeah,
of,
sure,
like,
it's a great
perfect
source.
iron.
It's
Yeah.
a great source of iron. But so it was partly just being able to. There was just the metallurgy of working with iron, getting rid of the impurities, but also regulating how much carbon is in there, whether you are burning it off or adding carbon. To get to once you can figure that out to make like hardenable steel, then that's when like the real Iron Age begins. But yeah, but it's interesting to think that for a time, just given the technology, bronze was actually a superior metal than the crappy iron until you learn how to make it into higher quality. Okay, so you guys sweat me again, man. Clearly, I got to make these things harder.
No, they're hard. They're hard.
They were hard. Yeah.
We're just, smart.
All right, Evan, give us a quote.
And I
This-
went first.
This week's quote was suggested by listener Brian Hart, whom we met many, many, many years ago at various TAMs and became a friend of the SGU. Thank you, Brian. We are all capable of believing things which we know to be untrue, and then, when we are finally proved wrong, impudently twisting the facts so as to show that we were right. George Orwell wrote that.
Very 1984.
Yeah.
Kind of fits with George Orwell.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right, guys. So in podcasting time frame, we're doing our 12-hour show right now, so I hope it's going well.
Flawless.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be great. The content's good, so
It'll be a lot of fun.
yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. And probably next week's podcast will be a piece of the 12-hour show. I'll edit together some of the best bits into a podcast. And that'll be next week's show, and then we'll return to record a regular show in 2 weeks. So, thank you all for joining me this week.
Thank you.
Got it, brother.
And until next week, this is your Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is produced by SGU Productions, dedicated to promoting science and critical thinking. For more information, visit us at theskepticsguide.org. Send your questions to info@theskepticsguide.org. And if you would like to support the show and all the work that we do, go to patreon.com/skepticsguide and consider becoming a patron and becoming part of the SGU community. Our listeners and supporters are what make SGU possible.
All right, on to the next episode here. We're at wave 230 almost. I'll probably stop the stream when we get to 250 here, but...
You're listening to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, your escape to reality.
Welcome, everybody, to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe 12-hour Patreon thank you live stream on Saturday, January 23rd, 2021. It is a new year, and we're hopefully at the tail end of what's been a really challenging, pandemic. There's a lot going on. We're not ready to celebrate yet, but this, I think, will be a great way to start off 2021. What do you guys think?
Absolutely.
It feels different. It feels like it's just a different time, than it was last year.
Did you feel your chest somewhat unclenched? Just a little bit.
Sphincters were unclenched.
It was like a little bit like okay. Yeah.
So obviously, most of the people who are watching the stream probably know the SGU well, but if you have guests, family members, people you're introducing to the show, if you stumbled upon this somehow on YouTube or Facebook, we are a science and skeptical podcast, The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. We have also published a book by the same name. So we have the usual crew, what we call the Skeptical Rogues. I'm Stephen Novella, the producer of the show. To my left is Evan Bernstein.
Hi, everyone.
To my right is Jay Novella. Hi. And to the far right is George Hrob, who's not a regular member of the show, but George is a good friend of the SGU and of us personally, of course. He joins us for a lot of things. He hosts our Skeptical Extravaganza. George hosts his own podcast, the Geologic Podcast, and he often joins us for our live events.
I'm an irregular guest.
You're an irregular guest.
Oh, yes.
You got to see your doctor about that. And, of course, now we have Bob and Kara with us. Bob and Kara are with us remotely. I did want to start off just by talking a little bit about a few things, but first, what we are and what we do, what's this all about. So we are...
What's it all about, love?
What's this thing called, love? What we do, we call scientific skepticism, a term that we say was popularized by Carl Sagan. We don't want to say that he coined it, because other people used it before him, but I think it really became sort of popularly known and used with Sagan. And we've taken that sort of as the philosophical sort of core of our movement. And what it is exactly has evolved over the years. Right now, what I would say our focus is promoting scientific literacy, critical thinking, and media literacy. You have to throw in media literacy because that really is a separate entity unto itself, especially now with social media and everything. It's such a huge factor in what we do that it is really a skill set unto itself. And so we're trying to promote all of those three things working together. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when Carl Sagan was talking about what is scientific skepticism, he was pretty much talking about scientific literacy. And then over the years, we added the critical thinking piece, and not only just us as science communicators, scientific skeptical communicators, the skeptical movement, but also researchers, psychological researchers, looking at the question of how do you get people to stop believing in things that are not true and to believe things that are true, to basically align their beliefs more with reality. Because that's ultimately what we're trying to do, align our beliefs with reality. And it became pretty clear that the science knowledge deficit model, while not completely incorrect, was dramatically incomplete. And we had to add the critical thinking component to it. And now I think we also have to add the media savvy, media literacy component to it as well. So that's what we do. That's what our podcast is modeled after. George, that's what your podcast is largely modeled after as well, though you have... Why don't you tell us a little bit about
more
your
poop
podcast?
jokes, I think, than maybe...
You have more poop jokes?
Yeah, I think more poop jokes, yeah. No, what's nice, though, is that basically our job is pretty much done. I think we've achieved the goals we've wanted to achieve, and I think I'm going to stop my show because, everyone's... It's just gone so perfectly well over the last 10, 12, 15 years that we've been doing it.
Conspiracy theories done.
Yeah.
Anti-vaxxers, they're done.
I mean, it's
Alternative
like
medicine.
people are just
Case
not
closed.
Yeah, they are checking their sources.
solved.
They are posting things that they are sure are true, not from specious sources, and it's it's nice.
I mean, imagine. I know that the skeptical movement and people that do what we do have an impact. I mean, it's simply from the people that we talk to. We all are in touch with our audience.
It's like a seatbelt on a crashing plane.
Yeah, too late.
No, it makes you. If we weren't doing this, though, it makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Because there is a huge wave of influence that people have.
Skeptics. Imagine if skeptics weren't here, because we're the back pressure. We're the thing that keeps trying to push them down. So skepticism more now than ever. It's always going to be needed. The pseudoscience is never going to go away.
So this obviously is something we think about, talk about quite a bit. Things are, from some dimensions, some perceptions, measures, getting worse over the last 20 years on our watch. What does that mean? All we could really say is they probably would have gotten even more worse if it weren't for the skeptical movement, us, interfacing with the media, building a movement of people who are, increasing their knowledge of scientific literacy and critical thinking, etc. So I think we're having an impact. I do think that as small as we are numbers-wise, we have a disproportionate effect on journalists, on the media. We do get a lot of attention, way beyond our numbers, which is good. But of course, you can't rerun history and say, "Wow, what would things have been like?" Had there not been a skeptical movement. What you can do is look at different societies, though, and you can see how bad it can get. There are societies in which, pseudoscientific or metaphysical beliefs are so baked into the culture, everyone believes them pretty much, and they're taken for granted. People who question that are literally less than 1%. They are completely on the fringe. Also, if you look at some metrics, if you look at scientific literacy over the last 20 years, it's actually increasing. It's gone from 15% to 25%. It depends on where you draw the cutoff, but according to Miller, he does that. He's been doing the same sort of test for 20 years of what he calls civic scientific literacy, the minimal knowledge of science you need in order to be able to participate in a modern democratic society. And that has been steadily increasing over the last 20 years. So that's good. That's one metric where things, look good. In terms of people who do not consider themselves part of any mainstream belief system, that's been growing as well. But we're not changing human nature, right? That's the one thing. We can't change people. We can't change human nature. But what we can do is give people the tools and the skills to be the best people that they can be, specifically in the context, again, of aligning your belief with reality. Yeah, man, the forces aligned against us are huge and well-funded. We feel like we got our finger in 1,000 dikes. It's not one. It's many, many, many different topics, different fronts, different movements, different segments of society that are pushing against the role of science, critical thinking, logic in the modern world. I also wanted to go through the panel today and talk about some of the other projects that we're doing, because you guys obviously all know that we do the Skeptic's Guide. I do want to say, so the triggering of this show, the 12-hour show, this was our Patreon reward for hitting 4,000 patrons. Between the time that we hit that threshold and today, we are now at 4,566 patrons. So we've blown past the 4,000 threshold. So if you're not a patron, consider supporting Skepticism, the SGU, and if you want to see us do this for 24 hours, that's the way to
How do you do that? How do you do that, Steve? Where do you go to?
You go to patreon.com/skeptics.
And there's a panoply of payment options, right?
Oh yeah, you could any amount. The amount's totally up to you. But there are different levels. At the $5 level, it's $5 per month. Then you get access to our Friday live stream recordings. So if you don't, if you're not available at the Friday live stream, you can watch them whenever. That's only for patrons. At the $8 level, that's the premium level, or higher, obviously. Then you get all of our premium content, and which there's over 100 items now of extra content. Extra bits from the show, videos, mostly audio. You also get the ad-free show. You get the ad-free version of the show.
And the satisfaction knowing that you're supporting.
That's the big.
That's the most.
But George, you were telling us about the Geologic podcast. Tell us a little bit more about it and how people can support it.
Oh well, my podcast started just as something to do. It was never meant to be like a skeptical show. It was never meant to be a critically thinking embraced show. And somehow I landed in there. I just wanted to talk about stuff that was interesting to me, and skepticism in science is really interesting to me. So I managed to find an audience. I think my job within the skeptical community, the critical thinking community, is to just be a bit of a brain sorbet between the shows that actually have legit content in terms of like scientific background, that people that are educated in that kind of stuff. I have just a little bit of a comic relief here and there, and I'm about to do my 700th show, which I'm going to do live on the 6th of February. It's going to be a live YouTube show. The last time for 500, I did the live show here.
Yeah,
we did it.
That was smooth
as silk. 500 minutes. That was 8 hours. The first 3 hours of which were literally done into my phone because there wasn't enough equipment here. That still is one of my favorite. So how do you deal with a situation, a stressful situation?
Kara also has a podcast, Talk Nerdy. Kara, tell us all about your podcast and how people can support you.
I was just going to talk a little bit about Talk Nerdy, which I've been doing now since before I joined you guys. Mm-hmm. Did y'all know that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So it was, I think I'm on episode 340, something like that. I do 50 episodes a year. So what does that mean? I'm coming up on 6 years, right? Mm-hmm. And this year I'm really making a concerted effort on the show to ensure that I'm amplifying the voices of women scientists and scientists of color. For the most part, they are single, long-form interviews. So my whole show is a different guest each week, and we focus on a different topic. This past week, I had Kat Arney, who's a British broadcaster, and we talked about cancer evolution, which is the topic of her most recent book. Before that was Shane Campbell-Staton, and we talked about evolution in the Anthropocene. That one was fascinating. We were able to talk about his research into Mozambican elephants. He's been studying these elephants in Mozambique and looking at the rate of tusklessness in the elephants. And it seems to be that elephants are actually evolving tusklessness as a function, unfortunately, of the civil war there, because many people on both sides of the fight were funding their war through poaching. And so because more elephants were being poached, the elephants that were tuskless were surviving at a greater rate. Also, I've recently had Katie Mack, Angela Saini, Lulu Miller, a lot of really incredible scientists and science writers talking about all sorts of things, from the end of the universe to alternative facts, to the fact that trees actually migrate, and to, of course, as the guys on God Awful Movies love to point out, to a conversation about books found in human flesh. Bob, you might like that one.
I have one right over here.
I'm not surprised, Bob.
Only one? Is he actually reaching for a...
I think so. It happens to be within reach. Oh, there you go. The
What?
Necronomicon.
That's the Necronomicon.
It's not really flesh, but it's pseudo flesh.
Yeah, well,
It's faux flesh.
anything that's not
Faux
flesh is
flesh.
pseudo
All right,
flesh.
you got me with the alliteration there. Good.
Yeah, so we did a whole episode with Megan Rosenblum, who's a medical historian, talking about actual books found in human flesh and which ones are real, which ones are fake, where they exist, and what we know about them. So Talk Nerdy's been going strong for many, many years. Weekly interview show, deep dive, long form, and yeah, I hope you guys will check it out.
Kara, who's been like
you
your
can find it-
top couple guests? Who's like been your like absolute top 3 guests?
top 3 like my favorite, or
Yeah.
top 3 like people loved
Your
it?
favorite. Your favorite. Your favorite.
Oh gosh, that's so mean. You know, they always say it's like asking you to tell about
Right.
your favorite children.
Well, 5.
I loved it.
I know who my favorite child
loved-
is. My daughter, my one
He has
daughter.
one child.
No, his favorite.
Oh, your favorite child. I thought you said you know who your favorite guest of my show.
Oh,
I
gosh.
was like, was it when I interviewed you?
Don't put me on the spot. You're on the spot, Kara.
So I have interviewed all the rogues, which is great, and George. So everybody here is well represented. I would say recent guests that I really, really loved were probably Adam Rutherford, where we talked about how to argue with a racist, and Angela Saini I loved, and of course Maria Konnikova, where we talked all about her newest book, Biggest Bluff, and basically that change that she's had in her career towards becoming a professional poker player. Like, this amazing psychologist who's been a writer for years decides to learn a little bit more about poker, and in doing so, you know, gets a seat at the World Series of Poker and
That's
wins a ton of money.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kara, how do trees migrate?
Very
So yeah, very slowly. Yeah, that's the thing. You'd think we're talking about individual trees, but of course we're talking about global populations of trees. And when you look at the data over time, you see that actual populations of trees move as a function of climate change. So they are physically migrating generation after generation, and oftentimes moving either towards warmer climates, towards colder climates, up in elevation, down in elevation. And it can tell us a lot about what's happening on the planet is global tree migration.
Okay, and Kara, how can people support you? You were about to say that.
Right. So I do have a Patreon. You can visit patreon.com/talknerdy. You can also go to carasantamaria.com and you'll find all my work there. Talk Nerdy has its own website, talknerdy.com. So that's really easy. I've tried to make it as simple as possible. And also, I don't know if I've told you guys this, but I've been once a month going on God Awful Movies with Heath and Noah. And it's been really funny because Eli Bosnick loves to buy URLs and redirect to my website whenever there's a really bad joke. So you can also go to iloveskinbooks.com and it'll take you to Talk Nerdy as well.
Okay.
Kara, do you
careful
have
with skin books.
dearmotherofgod.com?
I should actually get Dear Mother of God, because that is my Italian translation of my name. This is my first name, Cara, means dear, like beloved. Cara mia, my dear. And of course, Santa Maria is the mother of God.
That was the old Italian, like, what was that? Fungu, you know what I mean? Or
Pasta fagioli.
Did your family ever do that? The only person I knew who like legit did the Malokia was our grandmother.
Yeah.
Where you do like you put a curse on something.
Yeah, it has a word.
Malokia.
She did the little spit take too. That.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she meant it. Like she did it and meant it. Like it wasn't ironic. All right, Evan. So you have also are a member of another podcast. Which Game First? Tell us a little. You've mentioned it before on the show, but give us.
I have. So, Which Game First is a board game podcast in which myself, as a co-host, along with 4 others of my real lifetime friends, have gotten together and we review board games. We play the board games and we review the board games, and we do them from all sorts of times, genres, types, card games. This is not video games. There's plenty of shows out there about video games. There are also a lot about board games as well, but we take a little bit of a different take on it with our review program. So we'd love for you to check us out at Which Game First. And we also do have a Patreon account. It's simple. We have one level of sponsorship. It's $3 a month. That's it. That's all we're asking for the people to support us. So $3 a month. There is a connection to the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, a direct connection besides myself. Celeste DeAngelis, she is the host of the show, and she is Perry's sister. I knew Celeste before I knew Perry. It was through Celeste that I met Perry. And this was before I met you guys, because I met you guys through my association with Perry many years later. So Celeste and I actually go way back. It's a beautiful thing because even though Perry is gone, I still see sort of parts and components and features of Perry in Celeste. There's definitely two different people, but there are some similarities there. You just can't help but notice and be charmed and, love it because it's a little piece of Perry in a sense that continues. Obviously through our show as well, also now through Which Game First, and Celeste being the host of the show just really brings that to life.
I also trained the person who does your post-production, Mike.
Yes.
He sat with me for an entire edit of one of the SGU episodes, and I walked him through everything that I was doing.
He didn't run out screaming? He didn't?
No. He's like, the funniest thing when he's like, so, I have all the different tracks, and I sort of sync them. And he's like, but they're not exactly synced the way they were in real life. I'm like, no, they're not. It's like, yeah, but they're not the same. I'm like, yeah, it's all fake. Like the alignment of the tracks is all just how it sounds. It doesn't have anything to do with reality. And he had such a hard time wrapping his head around that. It's like, but how do you know the exact relationship between who said what? It's like, you don't. It doesn't matter. As long as it sounds, like I shift people around. Because sometimes we'll talk over each other. I just separate them. Whatever it sounds.
But you
natural.
delete. You mute a bunch of tracks.
I delete everyone who
Our raw audio just doesn't go up, and that's the show.
Yeah, right. We have one more podcast that we are involved with, and that's Bob, Jay, and I are involved with a science fiction review show called Alpha Quadrant 6. Well, everyone, we're going to take a break from our show to talk about one of our sponsors this week, the Great Courses Plus.
This year, 2021, why not pick a few topics that you're interested in, that you don't know much about, or you'd like to sharpen your knowledge on? With the Great Courses, you can learn about thousands of different topics, from how to shoot a camera to Tai Chi to the deepest secrets of science.
I'm really into this course right now called Shocking Psychological Studies and the Lessons They Teach. It's by Thad Polk, a professor of psychology at the University of Michigan, and it comes with 6 different lectures that are all fascinating, teaching you about everything from the Tuskegee syphilis experiments to the Belmont report to the Stanford prison experiment to Milgram's obedience study and a whole bunch you haven't even heard of. And we learn from this course the outcomes of these studies and how they are challenging our assumptions about ethics and what we should do from here. It's just fascinating. I highly recommend it. Again, one of thousands of courses offered, and you can, of course, stream it in real time. You can save it to watch or listen to later. It's just so flexible to fit your schedule.
What purpose waits for you? Sign up for the Great Courses Plus to find out. Right now, our listeners can get this exclusive offer, a free trial plus $30 off when you sign up for an annual plan. That comes out to just $10 a month. But this limited time offer won't last long, and it's only available through our special URL, thegreatcoursesplus.com/skeptics. You don't want to pass this up, so go now to thegreatcoursesplus.com/skeptics.
All right, guys, let's get back to the show. I wanted to talk about an interesting news item I came across. So what do you think, George, I'll ask you, what do you think is the carbon footprint of streaming video? Do you think it's significant or insignificant? Let me just say that.
Oh, my gosh. Because when you start considering people are watching in their homes, like what streaming video?
So during the pandemic, obviously a lot of activity moved online. And so if you had to, and you guys, like Bob, Kara, if you had to guess if there's an estimate of the increase in the amount of energy being used to run the extra infrastructure for all of the video conferencing we're doing.
All the Zoom calls.
All that. What give me a ballpark. What would you say it is?
But is that counteracted by the fact that no one's going anywhere in terms of using their cars?
Probably, but
that's a different
we're just talking about as an isolated factor.
Okay.
If you just look at the use of video conferencing, how much of it, by what percentage is that increase?
I bet it's not that significant.
1,000%.
That's you're wrong. You're both wrong. It's 20%.
It's smaller than that. I mean, I would say maybe a 20% increase. Which
But
is
every
huge.
school has gone online.
Yeah, but the raw number,
96%?
was gargantuan.
Yeah. So countries have reported like a 20% increase in internet traffic
Okay.
That's it?
during the
Did
pandemic.
I just nail it? Did I
Yeah, you
totally
nailed it.
just nail it?
Yes, you did.
You knew the answer. You looked at it.
So individually, it's obviously insignificant. But in the aggregate, it's a lot of people. You have to multiply it by hundreds of millions of people. And so it actually can be significant. All of that, it's not just the internet traffic, it's using a lot of computing power. Mm-hmm. And computing power is significant. It's now becoming a significant proportion of our electricity production.
I mean, the Bitcoin phenomenon
Bitcoin's like
alone,
crazy,
that kind
yeah.
of blows things out of the water in a sense.
But even like Bitcoin aside, just everything that we do is using up more computer cycles, which is taking more electricity, and it's a massive percentage of our electricity production now. It's like we have to consider the carbon footprint of doing things digitally.
Yep.
Because you think, if I don't drive to work and I just video conference in, that's better. It is, but it does mean that what this means is if we could figure out a way to shave efficiency, off of the video conferencing, then that's a huge potential for increasing our greenness, right? Reducing our footprint.
Right,
All right.
right.
So some people did a study looking at what would we actually save?
Right.
What would we actually save if, let's say, when you join a Zoom call, if you join with video versus without video?
Oh,
Right.
right.
So turning off your video camera during a Zoom call, that just that piece, how much percentage-wise, what does that say?
80% savings.
96%.
I was going to say that.
Such a huge bandwidth difference. Audio only
Yeah,
versus
audio only is
right.
nothing.
Yeah, audio only.
Video.
is such a
Because remember, the
tiny
video, they
piece.
have to compress it. There's a
Yeah,
lot of stuff
yeah,
that goes on. Do you remember back in the 90s when we were doing the early days, when we were desperate to do video conferencing or multiplayer online games? Like, we were early adopters.
TeamSpeak. Remember
It
TeamSpeak?
was terrible.
Oh, gosh.
Video was glitchy and the background was all terrible. Now, like, we just take it for granted. Like, you guys are all watching this streaming and it looks seamless. But that's a massive improvement in the software, like the compression and all the internet protocols. And everything has now been optimized for all this video, which is great. So the quality is huge. But it's not, when you're on Zoom, 96% of your processing power is going to the video.
Absolutely.
And if you just turn the video off, it saves a massive amount.
When I worked in television production a
I
lifetime,
don't want to turn it off.
when I worked in television production a lifetime ago, one of the leading edge technologies we were working with was streaming services. This was around the year 2000. And we would specialize with a company who would go into hospitals and they would live stream surgeries and other procedures. And so much power and other things had to be dedicated to just get that video signal up and out of that hospital and available for people to watch live. It was a massive undertaking and very expensive as well. And the hospital had to devote certain resources of their electrical department and other departments in order to make sure that that thing flew. This was around the year 2000, 2001.
I had a Centris computer in my first. Sorry, Carrie. In my first office, I used to work for Moravian College, the music department, and I had this like brand new Apple Centris. It was 1994, and I remember downloading a video clip on this internet thing, and it took 4 hours to download this video. It was a 40-second clip of a plane crash at an airfield. I like went to lunch. I went to a meeting, I did a bunch of work, came back and watched it, and I was like, this is the most amazing thing in the world. It was so worth it. It was so worth it.
4 hours.
Back then, it was like, I just downloaded this. Like, I would never have access. This is amazing. Yeah, but it was like 3.5 hours to download.
That was modem.
this.
Like, that was not even
Whatever it was. I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't a T1 line for sure, but
And
yeah.
Now, how quickly that would be so infuriating.
Oh, I know.
How
My mouse doesn't
quickly that
click
would
fast
never
enough.
fly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. Evan, speaking to the TV production work that you were doing, one of my earliest gigs in television was it was a combined job between Nat Geo and I think Mental Floss, and it was called Brain Surgery Live. Mm-hmm. And we were at a hospital in Chicago where live brain surgery was taking place, and we had multiple. It was like 3 of us were hosting. There was a waiting room with the family. There was inside the actual operating room. and I had to run back and forth between the family's room, the operating room, and then the other operating room that was Central Command. We had a bus outside, like this massive kind of trailer outside the hospital. And I want to say the crew, it was out of control. It was like 150 people working on this production just to get this thing a live brain surgery on television.
Oh, the resources were staggering in some cases. Absolutely.
It was just out of control. Like it was a behemoth undertaking.
Now you could do it with a cell phone.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. Okay, let's do it now. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We're
But
streaming.
Steve,
Here's
so
the surgery.
Is that 96% though? Is that counteracted by the fact that cars aren't driving around as much, or
Yeah, I think so.
is there? I don't know if they did a study.
Yeah. So the carbon footprint of like our country has dropped.
Yeah.
The biggest drop since World War II this year. It's temporary, and they say it's probably going to snap back even worse.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of pent-up demand that's going to kick
I know
in.
Europe was like that too.
But
It's
yeah,
like,
absolutely. But going forward, I think a lot of these changes are permanent. I'm going to be permanently doing telehealth now,
Sure.
even though I wasn't before. They also said
It's
the
only
other
going to increase, Steve. Steve, we're going to be throwing around
gonna
like
increase.
4K, 8K video, even 10K video at some point. So the internet's going to be inundated with this video bandwidth, and that's just going to keep going up and up and up. So this is a preview of what we're going to see, I think.
Well, Bob, yeah, the video is the other piece to the study where they looked at streaming video, not just like a video conferencing, like you downloading a movie or streaming a movie. So it used to be back in the day, 5 years ago or whatever, where we would have your DVD, then Blu-ray, right? So you would watch your movie locally. There was no streaming involved, no internet involved. Now, I can't remember the last time I put in a Blu-ray or a DVD. We stream everything on demand.
Oh my God!
You all remember what Netflix was?
I know.
Right?
Netflix, they would mail you VHS tapes.
Yes, you would get tapes and discs from Netflix. That was Netflix.
I rented Tenet.
Yeah.
Because Tenet wasn't on demand yet, but it was in the red box at the Wegmans. So I got Tenet, and it was like, I'm like, oh right, I have a Blu-ray player. Oh right, yeah, cool.
It's already like ancient history.
Amazing.
It's great. It's very convenient, but it's massive bandwidth that we're using now that was not even used before. They also calculated if you stream a movie in high definition versus standard definition, what's the percent decrease?
To go from
Decrease in what? Just bandwidth?
In bandwidth,
bandwidth.
internet traffic, internet traffic.
reduce it.
86%.
Yeah, I was thinking
86%
say
decrease.
75.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I could say turning off my video during. I usually, if I'm not in any way, if I'm just watching a Zoom conference, like I go do my grand rounds, there's 150 people listening to the grand round speaker. I turn my video off. I don't have my video on. They don't need to see me there eating lunch or whatever I'm doing. And although there is pressure, like they've said, hey, let's, everyone have your video on so he's not talking to an empty room. It's like, I'm not doing that.
No.
But it's also not a good idea.
No,
to
it's
do
not
that.
a good
It's like,
idea.
It's not, and I'll gently, I'll send this article to my chairman and say, we really shouldn't be encouraging everybody to have their video running when you're just watching.
Yeah.
Like you are, turn it on when you ask a question. Yes, turn it on when you ask, but then turn it off when you're just watching. Yeah.
Steve, just an aside, somebody mentioned that in the chat that, can we see the difference between 8K and 10K? And the reason I threw in 10K is because I remember reading that if you had to compare human vision to that standard, the 4K, 8K, this article said that human vision is approximately 10K. So,
Yeah. All right, Bob, why don't you tell us about solar gravitational lenses?
So researchers have a plan and have gotten almost unprecedented support from NASA to create a space-borne observatory to directly image the surface of exoplanets using solar gravitational lensing to see high-resolution images of continents and oceans of this exoplanet many, many light years away within our lifetime. If you know about imaging and exoplanets, that's not incremental. That's truly a gargantuan quantum leap. And I don't like that term quantum leap because, in quantum mechanics, whatever, I won't even get into that. But exoplanets, I think, is one of the most important, advances that we've had in the past decade. Steve, I'm sure you would agree. It's a huge success story for the past decade. We've had over 4,300 confirmed exoplanets discovered and thousands more that are probably will be confirmed very soon. They've already been detected. So it's an amazing success story. And I think you'd be surprised how many methods there are to detect exoplanets. There's at least a couple dozen of them, but there's only really two major methods that have done the bulk of them. Of those 4,300, 93% have been detected through the transit method, right, where the planet eclipses part of the star and the light dims. And then there's the radial velocity method, which causes a wobble in the star, the gravitational pull. So those are the two main methods, but they're a little bit unsatisfying, because we're basically inferring the existence of these exoplanets. And they're confirmed for sure, but it's kind of an inference, and there's nothing like directly seeing the light that's coming from an exoplanet, right? And that's exactly what direct imaging is. Seeing that light that's either reflected from the planet off of its parent star or infrared light that's actually generated by the planet or also reflected as well. Now, we've actually directly imaged a bunch of exoplanets, but only about 50, so it's just a small pittance of exoplanets. It's very, very difficult. And what we have seen is basically gas giants that are really, really far from their star. The holy grail of exoplanets would be what? It would have to be a direct image of an Earth-sized exoplanet, right? That would be the ultimate if we could actually see that planet. So is there anything in the future that's going to do this? So we got the James Webb telescope that's coming out in 2021. This year, that's going to be able to directly image a planet, but it's going to be just a spot. It's just going to be, we're going to be able to see the brightness changes of the planet and maybe some rotation, but it's really going to be just a spot. We've got another telescope, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope in 2025, and that will see atmospheric spectra by direct imaging, but even that's just the spectra. That's just the chemistry of the atmosphere. It's not going to be able to see any real details. And then if we go out to 2035, 14 years from now, there's a plan to have HABEX, which is a Habitable Exoplanet Observatory. It's in a concept phase now, but even that one with its 4-meter primary mirror will only be able to look at the atmospheric chemistry. It's not going to look at the surface. Now, a 4-meter primary mirror is pretty good. I mean, that's a decent size, but using that kind of technology, using a lens, using even segmented mirrors, they have a practical limit that they'll never be able to get some very, very high resolution of these very distant exoplanets. So the answer then is what we said in the beginning here, solar gravitational lensing. That is what could take us not just one step or an order of magnitude closer, but many orders of magnitude closer to seeing the detail of an exoplanet 100 light years away that you would not probably believe is possible. So the idea is to use the immense gravity of our sun to bend the light and focus it, and then going to that focal point, and observing it. So the idea, so the light would be focused from the sun, and when you get to that point from the sun and you look at the sun, you will see an Einstein ring, which is the image of that distant exoplanet. If you remove that, if you look at that image, that Einstein ring, and you remove the distortion, you could magnify that exoplanet by 100 billion times. 100 billion times with an angular resolution that's mind-boggling. It's 10 to the minus 10 arc seconds, or 0.1 nano arc seconds. That's basically seeing the width of a hair on the moon from the Earth. That's the angular resolution is amazing, but that number, 100 billion times magnification, is just mind-boggling. This is far beyond anything that we have that we are even contemplating at this point. You look at the HABEX. That's 14 years in the future, and it's not even close to what this could potentially do. And researchers say that this is doable within decades, not within 100 years or 200 years, within decades. They claim that their simulations show that they could create a 1,000 by 1,000 image, a million pixel image of an exoplanet that is 100 light years away. And that would show everything that I've mentioned. It would show continents, it would show the oceans and vegetation, desert. It will show it could show lights on the dark side of the planet. I mean, this could be potentially evidence of life on other planets. If we see lights going on and off on the dark side of a planet, or if we see vegetation, I think you'd be pretty confident that there's life on that planet. Now, if you could create a telescope, a conventional telescope to duplicate this, it would have to be 90,000 kilometers in diameter, 7 times Earth's, 90,000 kilometers. That's not going to happen. I don't care what kind of, even in 200 years, if we could build a micron thick telescope in space, it would weigh over 1 trillion kilograms. the tidal forces of the Earth would destroy it. And if it was out in space, say at a Lagrange point, the solar wind from the sun would just blow it out of the solar system. So that's really not going to happen, even if you posit something as so amazing as a 90,000 kilometer diameter telescope in space. This is something that we could potentially do very, very soon. So, of course, the devil's in the details, and the details are fascinating and daunting. It's not a focal point, it's a focal line. And so you could actually cruise along that focal line and take images of that Einstein ring, of that distorted image of the exoplanet, and that's great because you have a long time. You could have potentially billions of miles or even light years where you could still image that planet. It's not a point where you've got to travel there and then stop in relationship to the sun, which would be very difficult, right, in terms of rocket fuel. So that's the good news. The bad news is where that focal line starts. It's very, very far from the sun. The sun's got a huge gravitational pull, but it's not that big in terms of where that focus is going to be. The focus that we would have to go to, the focal line, we would have to go 650 AUs from the sun.
That's far.
That's a lot. That's 4 times Voyager 1's distance. You know, the Voyager 1 probe, it's the most distant object we've ever launched in space. It's 4 times that. 60 billion miles, 97 billion kilometers. That's really, really far. We could get there, though, in 20 to 30 years. They've got some solid plans to make that happen. 650 AU. Now, an AU is an astronomical unit. It's a distance from the Earth to the sun, 93 million miles. So it's really, really far. So imagine you travel out from the sun, you turn around, and you're looking at the sun, and you see the Einstein ring. Now, of course, you're going to need something like a coronagraph to block out the sun because the sun is going to be very, very bright. So you're blocking that out. You see this ring. That ring at that distance will be really big in terms of absolute diameter or width. That's 1.3 kilometers wide. That's a lot. You would need a 1.3 kilometer mirror to see the whole thing. That's not going to happen. But you can take a 1 meter mirror, and that 1 meter mirror that would then image the Einstein ring 1 pixel at a time. Every image is a pixel. Then the probe would move, and it would take another pixel image, and it could do. You know, it could take months, but after months, it would build up this rasterized image of that exoplanet. Now, it would also they'd have to run some deconvolution algorithms. These are algorithms that they've developed for the sun, specifically for the sun, so that it de-warps it and it unblurs it because it's very distorted. But using these algorithms, they run simulations that show that they can do this. They can create this image. You know, we potentially could have this happen within most of our lifetimes. That is an amazing feat because right now we're seeing dots. Here you're seeing a million pixel image that we could potentially create using this method that these scientists or these researchers have created. Now, getting there will be difficult, but if we had nuclear thermal rockets, we could get there in 10 years. But we don't have those. Hopefully we will in the near future, and maybe we will use those. But there's also proposals using solar sails. They call it a solar vane. There's estimates using the SLS rockets to do it. So they could get there in 20 to 30 years using that technology. You don't have to look just at exoplanets with this technology. You could do things like you could image the surface of stars in other galaxies using this idea. Imagine that, not just within our galaxy, potentially Andromeda. You could scope out the surface of stars in Andromeda potentially. You could get a high resolution image of the very first galaxy as they formed, 11, 12, 13 billion years ago. You could actually map the event horizons of black holes using solar gravitational lenses. You could create, an Encyclopedia Galactica, as Sagan called it, of exoplanets, and with details that would make researchers just lose their shit today. Now, a lot of this technology, it may sound like science fiction, but some of this technology is here already, or it's being worked on. It's actively being worked on. It's not like something that, maybe somebody will start working on this in 10, 20, 30 years. They're actually working on stuff like this now. And one of the good things that happened in 2020 was that NASA awarded these researchers $2 million for a phase 3 study of this. That's only the third time NASA has ever done that. They don't throw around their money that freely. But for NIAC, they've only done this 3 times. And what a phase 3 means is that you're transitioning from a study to an actual mission proposal. So hopefully this year they will actually have that mission proposal, and then NASA will vet it, and then hopefully decide that this is doable and worthy. I think it's definitely worthy for sure. The researchers think, now these are theoretical physicists Victor Toth and Slavoj Cheryshev. There is a physicist at NASA JPL. They think that we could be ready by the end of the decade. So 9 years, they think this could be ready, and we could see the first high resolution image of an exoplanet within 35 years. So a lot of us here would be able to see that, and I think it would be one of the great discoveries or scientific achievements of all time. It's an amazing possibility that I didn't think we'd be able to do, within any of our lifetimes. And this is the best way, and probably one of the only ways we can get such resolution in the next 100 years or 200 years. This might be the only real way to do it, unless you want to travel to the center of our galaxy and use a black hole as a gravitational lens. That would be nice too, but that's a little bit far away. All right, that's all I got.
35 years. That's a long time. So
it is. But it's within most of our.
Our younger listeners may realize, but that's also a probably optimistic.
It's probably optimistic, but you know how these things go. But just the idea that this is possible, this technology is within our grasp. It's not like artificial intelligence was a half a century ago, 60 years ago. This is within a decade, we could be ready to launch this stuff. And sure, then we got to wait 20 to 30 years for the actual travel time. But hey, if we had nuclear thermal engines, we could do it in 10 years. 10 years we could be there.
Yeah, but we're 20 years away from nuclear thermal engines.
Well, Steve, they're working on nuclear thermal engines right now.
Right now means 20 to 30 years from now we'll have them flying. Something like that. Might be longer. All right. So, Kara,
Yes.
You want to talk about the assassin bug?
Scientists have recently found a fossil, and what is so great about this fossil? You can see its junk. Yeah, no, really, that's
fossils. Love it.
Yeah, that's this story. Okay, so this is a 50 million year old insect. It's not an assassin bug, but it comes from the assassin bug lineage, and it actually represents a new genus and species of these predatory insects. I'm going to try and read the Latin name once, and then I will not attempt again. It's Aphelicophantes danjudi, and it's pretty stunning. What was so cool about this particular specimen is that it happened to kind of slice itself in half upon fossilization, and because of the way that it was sliced, there it is, down between its legs, it's genitalia. And this is pretty cool. So oftentimes we're not able to see insect genitalia in paleontological specimens and fossilized specimens. And that's, of course, because they're on the inside of the body most often. So here's a quote from Dan Swanson, who's a graduate student in entomology at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and the co-author of the paper that described these findings. He said, insect genitalia are only extremely rarely preserved in the fossil record. Structures of the internal genitalia are very small, and the forces of pressure and time that are required to produce a fossil are not kind to these delicate structures. But actually, in the Green River Formation in northwestern Colorado, which is between 53.5 and 48.5 million years old, this insect likely fell into one of the lakes that covered this region, sunk into the kind of dirty, mucky bottom that allowed sediment and debris to pile up on top of the insect carcass, and in doing it slowly over time, it was able to fossilize and keep all of these really delicate structures in place. And some of the cues as to why this is very likely an assassin bug is because of the banding on its legs and the absence of body spines. And if we were to talk about assassin bugs as they exist today, extant assassin bugs, they are found in temperate and tropical regions around the globe. There are about 7,000 species of them. Another 50 species have been identified from fossils, and They're called the assassin bug because they have a beak and they jab it into their prey, usually other arthropods. They pump digestive juices in through that beak, and then they suck out the resulting soup, according to Swanson.
It's called soup?
So, yeah, they suck out, because what they do is they basically put these digestive juices into the other insects or into the other arthropods. It breaks down their tissues, and then they slurp all that yumminess right back out. So not only is this just a really cool bug or insect, because this bad boy is an assassin bug, which is cool in and of itself, but also how fun that the actual genitalia were well preserved. And it turns out, interestingly, that even in this 50 million year old insect, the genitalia are quite similar to the reproductive organs that we see in extant assassin bugs.
Yeah. It's amazing how much stability there is over evolutionary time. But it's always like, it's never the species that are around today. Like somebody said, oh, we found a living coelacanth. It's like, yeah, we found a living member of, I think it's the family, right? The coelacanth family. It's not the same
Probably, yeah. It's probably not even a genus.
Yeah, it's not anywhere. It's not.
But I can look it up.
That's like saying we found, a primate. Yeah, there are still primates around. They're not the same primates that were around millions of years ago, but they're in the same family.
Along the same
primates
line.
in order. Yeah, primates in order.
Yeah, well, actually, coelacanthiforms is an order also.
Yes. Oh, it's an order level. Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a really high,
order level,
really
yeah.
high classification. George, why don't you do the stealing monkey?
Oh, sure. So in a Balinese temple, there are these monkeys that over time have learned to steal items from people that are visiting the temple, which is like, oh, okay, you figure that out. And what they end up doing is they sort of ransom these items. So they steal something.
Trade.
They trade, yeah. So they steal your sunglasses. They'll run up to you and it's like, oh, look, cute monkey. They grab your sunglasses and they won't give it back
Unless you give them food?
unless you give them food. Mostly it's food.
They've learned to steal stuff and trade it for food.
So they've learned. Hey, take something from the people that are visiting the deal, and they'll give you food for it. The thing is, they've been doing this for about 30 years. They've sort of there's something like 5 generations of these capuchin monkeys, I guess they are. They have actually learned what items humans value more, and they have learned that cell phones, prescription glasses, and handbags are the most valuable items to steal. So they will steal those, and they will not take first, second, third, and fourth offers of bribes. So, like, if you lose a baseball hat, most people don't care about that, so they whatever. So they've actually learned how to steal these things, and they teach each other what you want to take. Not that they're speaking, but in essence, it's like what's most valuable is shiny, small, metallic things in the human's hands. Those things on their faces, because they're going to want, not the dark ones. The dark ones they don't care about. The ones that are clear.
Oh my God.
Yeah, in essence, they're figuring out the things that are of more value. They said one of the longest barters and these researchers have been filming this, and one of the longest barter things that they saw took 25 minutes, where they kept coming. The monkey would grab the glasses and run away. And so you get whatever. You get a bag of peanuts or whatever the hell's going on. Monkey comes back and is like, nope. Monkey walks away. So then you go and get 2 bags of peanuts. Monkey comes back. It's like, nope. Monkey goes away. So you get 2 bags of peanuts and a piece of cake. It's like monkey goes back. Nope. 26 minutes was the longest.
They've learned the value of the things that they've stolen.
They've learned the value, but they know you won't do that if it's a flip flop or if it's a shopping bag. But if it's a cell phone, if it's your glasses, if it's a wallet,
they understand leverage.
But George, so what's the story? The story is they go back, they go away, right? And these guys, other monkeys there, hey, how's it going? And they offered me a bag of peanuts. I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it.
What
are you going to do? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to take for that. What do you got? It's the glasses. Oh, that's at least 5 bags of peanuts you got there.
Is it bifocal? What do you got there?
Yeah, it's bifocal. That's 7.
That's 7 bags of peanuts. Easy. If you go back there for less than 7, you're the chump.
That's why monkey comes back. Guy's got 2 bags. He's like, no.
Do I look stupid to you?
I love that.
Can't do it.
Is that not insane?
That's awesome.
And it's just and what's next? They're going to be stealing cars at some point.
That is awesome.
Then they'll be doing bitcoins before you know it.
They're like children.
Well, everyone, we're going to take a quick break from our show to talk about one of our sponsors this week, KiwiCo.
Yeah, KiwiCo creates these really cool hands-on projects that are designed to expose kids of all ages to concepts in science, technology, engineering, art, and math. So the mission here is to help kids build confidence and creativity, critical thinking skills, of course, and have one of those moments where they're like, wow, this is really cool. You know, like building something that they never thought they can build or do something that they never thought they can do.
And what I love is that there are so many different options to choose from. There are lines all the way from the Panda Crate, which is 0 to 24 months of age, to the Maker Crate and the Eureka Crate, which are ages 14 to 104. I've got to tell you, I fit in that category, and I am obsessed with the Maker Crate. It's so cool. We're talking techniques and projects across all sorts of arts and crafts themes, like paper marbling, metal sculpture, dip dye painting, macrame, learning how to knit on a loom, how to hand letter and do embroidery, and so much more.
With KiwiCo's hands-on art and science projects, kids can engineer a walking robot, design a paint pendulum, conduct bubbling chemistry experiments, and more, all from the comfort of home. Everything you need to make science, technology, engineering, art, and math seriously fun, delivered to your doorstep. Get 30% off your first month plus free shipping on any crate line with code SKEPTICS. That's 30% off your first month at KIWICO.com, promo code SKEPTICS.
All right, guys, let's get back to the show. All right, we're going to introduce a new segment here that we developed for the 12-hour live stream. This segment is simply called Is It True?, where one of the rogues puts forward a fact that may or may not be true, and then you have to figure that out. Carrie, you're going to go first.
Is it true? The average Egyptian pyramid builder's lifespan was 40 to 45 years. So again, is it true the average Egyptian pyramid builder's lifespan was 40 to 45 years? I'm seeing true, false, true. Some people saying probably much shorter than that. A lot of truths here. What do you guys think?
I mean, my initial reaction is that's about right for that time period, but it could be shorter. It could have been that.
False.
It could have been that it was shorter than that.
I say it was longer. I think they were actually well taken care of.
But a well taken care of person, life expectancy or lifespan? Those are two different things.
I said the word lifespan.
Oh,
so
lifespan.
70, 80, no problem.
Yeah, lifespan could
so
be...
they caught on.
So that's true.
You guys caught on to the trick here.
70, yeah, life expectancy might have been younger, but lifespan was 70 years at that time, something like that.
Yeah,
Right,
so
because life expectancy is because of the very high birth rate death.
Partly,
birth rate death?
I mean the death of infants.
Yeah,
Infant
right.
death
So
rate.
something that's really important for us to make a distinction between is life expectancy and lifespan. And you see this misstated and misquoted all the time in headlines. So this is cause to be really skeptical. Yes, Bob, we all see your flaming hot Cheetos. Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
They will melt your face.
So keep in mind that when we talk about life expectancy, that's a cumulative statistic that's based on averaging together all the people who died averaging together all the people who lived and died during that era. And so the number plummets because of infant mortality. And there's actually a stepwise shift. So a ton of people died at birth. A lot of people died around the age of 5. A lot fewer people died around the age of 12. And it's like once you hit about 15, and then again, once you hit 25, your lifespan was expected to be much longer. So you had to get through these critical periods of the lifespan where many people happen to die because of infectious diseases of childhood or because of obviously problems during childbirth. So the life expectancy of an individual who lived in ancient Egypt at this era, the era of the pyramids, was 40 to 45 years, and that was for men. But the lifespan was, guys, it's not that different than it is now.
Yeah, yeah, I read that.
Lifespan is almost the same. And so Socrates was 70 or 80 years old when he died. And that's yes, somewhat anomalous in the sense that he was able to live that long, but the span, there's nothing inherent about the fact that we aged younger back then. And I think that's a huge misunderstanding. People think that if you live to be 35, it's you were a ripe old man at 35 during Jesus's era. No, it's just that people died of disease younger. That's all.
Kara, we have like Neanderthal skeletons that died when they were probably 70. They look like really old. So we know that people were surviving into old age, even millions of years ago. But you're right. It's all, the lifespan.
And they didn't have any special gift. They didn't have badass biology. The issue is they didn't succumb to illness that would have killed them.
Just luck. Someone's going to get lucky enough.
Yeah, they were lucky. But the lifespan itself hasn't really changed since prehistory. So anytime you hear somebody, think about the phrasing. The average lifespan was probably 70 or 80. The average life expectancy was around 45. But of course, that is also a statistical anomaly. Because since I said the average lifespan the average pyramid builder's lifespan, that also includes, or I guess presupposes, that those people were old enough to be building pyramids.
Mm-hmm. They've already survived their childhood. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They got through the filter already.
Exactly. So keep that in mind. That's a tricky one, but you'll see it a lot.
I've got one with you in mind, Kara.
Okay, what do we got?
Is it true? Ready? Mm-hmm. Dogs can't look up.
According to not Simon Pegg, but who's his friend?
Sean and Ed. Yeah, that was
Ed. Ed's the one who says dogs can't look up, not Sean.
Right. That's right. Sean says.
Well, okay. The loaded gun at the Winchester was actually loaded, so I'm going to say dogs can look up. I'm going to say that's false.
Can dogs look up, Steve? Have you heard of that?
I've never heard that one. It sounds ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. My dog looks up at me all the time.
It is ridiculous, but it did come from the movie Shaun of the Dead. That's where it originated.
Yeah.
Back and forth funny thing between two characters who were arguing this point. But it's actually quite often searched, that question, as a result. So the Google hits on it are apparently relatively significant enough that it has become sort of a thing, a myth, as it were, in its own right. Bob, can dogs look up?
I'd say yeah. Absolutely. I've owned little dogs for decades. They look up to me very much.
Dogs can look up, yes.
Experts estimate that on average people swallow 8 spiders a year while they sleep. True or false?
Baloney.
8 spiders?
Yeah.
False. Doesn't sound
true.
Right.
I say false.
Why would?
It's probably false, but it could be true.
Nah.
It's completely false.
Yeah.
No.
So the answer is probably close to 0. Spiders have absolutely no reason to crawl into your open mouth while you're sleeping.
Yeah, it's not like they're looking for a heat source to bundle up
exactly. That's a dangerous, wet, noisy place. Why would they crawl in there? Also, think about how would you gather that data?
Yeah, I just saw that in the stream. Somebody was like, "How would you even measure that?"
I mean, you would have to. Do sleep when you do sleep studies. I guess we do sleep studies where we videotape people sleeping all night. We'd have to estimate it from that. That would be a data source, I suppose, but it's just not true. Like it's never been observed happening, and spider experts say no. Why would spiders don't do that? Why would? Because that's death, right? They're not.
How did that even become a thing? How did that become a?
It's not clear.
It's a common myth, though, right, Steve? Things like you swallow so many bugs in a year. There's so many rats in whatever. Or there's so many cockroaches